Brain depository. Transmigration countdown 30 minutes. Target world for this transmigration unknown. Identity in this transmigration unknown. Ability granted immortality. For every extra day you live you gain 1 point. As long as you do not die you can accumulate points without limit. After death you will return to the current world and all accumulated points will be credited. Host Lu Ming. Realm Mortal Stardust Realm. First stage 0100. Transmigration credits 0. Points 0. Lu Ming drew in a deep breath. His handsome face was deathly pale. This was his second transmigration. His heart, however, felt no trace of nervousness. He had no idea what kind of world he would be sent to. He asked for nothing else, only that it would not be as wretched as his current life. Glancing at the wheelchair beneath him, Lu Ming let out a helpless, bitter smile. At that moment, sounds came from outside the door. A moment later, a woman's voice drew nearer from the corridor. It was his cousin Luine. Her voice was filled with impatience. How you finally managed to come back, so why bother asking this piece of trash to eat with us? Isn't it enough for just our family to have dinner together? He keeps that gloomy face on all day long. Just seeing him makes me sick. A helpless laugh sounded from Lu Hao. Sis, no matter what, he's still our cousin. We grew up together with him. This time I came back mainly because I have something to discuss with Minga. What could you possibly need him for? He just hides in his room all day like a rat, living off the food and money our family gives him, yet he still puts on that attitude for us. It's precisely because of that. I found a decent job for Minga, a position as a meal server in one high school's cafeteria. Since Minga cannot cultivate and his health is poor, it will be very hard for him to find work after graduating from high school. I want to help him. Click. The door in front of them was suddenly pulled open. Their footsteps halted, and they immediately saw Lu Ming dressed in white seated in his wheelchair, face ashen. Lu Ming looked at the two of them. Before him, Lu Hao appeared to be 17 or 18, handsome, brimming with the spirited vigor of youth. Lu Yin was in her early 20s, also quite good-looking, her eyes filled with unrestrained arrogance. Lu Ming's expression remained calm as he uttered a single word. Get out. That one sentence made Lu Yin's face instantly darken. You useless trash. Our Lu family has raised you for 18 years. Now my little brother is still thinking of you, trying to find you a job, and this is the attitude you show us. Sis, calm down first. Lu Hao immediately stopped Lu Yin. The teenager looked toward Lu Ming. Between his brows was a steadiness and gentleness that did not fit his age, yet in Lu Ming's eyes there was also a faint, almost imperceptible sense of superiority and arrogance. Minga, did you hear what I said just now? Don't worry, the treatment for a cafeteria server at one high is actually quite good. Plenty of martial artists can't get in even if they want to. Besides, it pays as much as 3,000 star coins a month, and the rest time is generous. It won't be tiring. I know that because of your health you felt miserable all these years, but... Bang. Before he could finish, Lu Ming had already slammed the door shut. The two of them were left facing a closed door. Lu Yin was so angry her face almost turned green, and she shouted toward the door. Lu Ming, you'd better never step out of that door for the rest of your life. Having spoken, Lu Yin immediately dragged Lu Hao away. Lu Hao only shook his head, seemingly helpless, and followed her. Back in the dining room, Father Lu Shangting and Mother Lu Shun were already waiting at the table. On the table were more than a dozen dishes, each made from top-grade ferocious beast meat and spirit herbs infused with origin energy, worth a king's ransom, food that ordinary people could not taste even once in their entire lives. Yet in the Lu family, the foremost clan of Jiangbei, such extravagance was utterly commonplace. Seeing that only the two of them had returned, Shun Wan asked anxiously, Ming still refuses to come out. If I don't know what our Lu family supposedly owes him. If it weren't for Lu Zhenjuan entrusting him to me back, then would he be living as comfortably as he is now? Lu Shangting gave a cold snort, his severe face filled with dissatisfaction. Lu Yin plopped down in her seat, cheeks puffed with anger. If you ask me, we shouldn't have taken just one bone from him back then. We should have taken his entire body. Halfway through her sentence, everyone's face changed at once. Shun Wan slammed her palm on the table, a flash of ruthless sharpness crossing her usually gentle face. Ayin, mind your tongue. A dangerous glint flickered in Lu Hao's eyes as well. Sis, be careful. Walls have ears. Startled, Lu Yin shrank back a little, yet she still refused to back down in her heart. Why are you all being so fierce? That matter happened so many years ago, and first uncle and the others have been missing for so many years as well. They might have already died on the battlefield beyond the domain. I really don't understand what you're all so afraid of. Ayin. Shen Wan was almost driven mad with anger by this daughter. When would she ever change that reckless temperament of hers? Who on earth had she taken after? Lu Shangting, however, remained silent for a moment before speaking. Ayin is not entirely wrong. When they entrusted Lu Ming to me back, then we still did not know what kind of constitution he possessed. As for what we did afterward, aside from our own family, no one else in this world knows. At that time, Lu Ming was still very young, too little to remember anything. He has always assumed that his condition was something he was born with. Now that our Lu family has raised him for so many years, we have already been more than benevolent to him. He swept his gaze over his wife and his son and daughter, his expression indifferent. In any case, Lu Ming is already an adult now. Before long, we'll have him leave the Lu family. At these words, their expressions all shifted. Shun Wan and Lu Hao's faces were hard to read. Lu Yin, however, was delighted. Given Lu Ming's body, once he left the Lu family, he would not survive for long. In other words, she would soon be able to wait for the death of that detestable nuisance Lu Ming. At this moment inside his room, Lu Ming listened to the conversation coming through the bug he had planted and silently saved the recording. The situation, truth be told, was simple, melodramatic, and painfully classic. It could be summed up in a few lines. At the start, he was born, his parents vanished, and he was fostered in second uncle's household. At the age of 2, a remarkable bone grew within him, who, out of jealousy, his aunt had it dug out and given to her own son, his cousin. From then on, he became a waste who could not cultivate and even fell into depression. After that, 3 years ago, the original owner of this body committed suicide, and it was then that Lu Ming transmigrated over. In summary, 4 words came to mind. So miserably tragic. As for that extraordinary bone, it was called the Star Origin Bone. The Star Origin Bone was the unique constitution possessed by Xiao Ding, the #1 powerhouse of the world during the Great Cataclysm centuries ago, the human hero who led mankind in rebuilding civilization. That Lord Xiao Ding had already left Blue Star centuries ago, stepping into the ranks of powerhouses in the greater universe. It was said that for one who possessed the Star Origin Bone, even without deliberate cultivation, the origin power of the universe would automatically flow into their body, allowing their cultivation to soar at terrifying speed. Anyone with the Star Origin Bone was destined to become one of the strongest. Ever since Lu Hao obtained his cousin's Star Origin Bone, he had risen swiftly with the name of a prodigy, his fame echoing across all of Blue Star, and he had even entered Shunlong Training Camp, the gathering place for all of Blue Star's geniuses. Even the fiends beyond the domain knew that the human race of Blue Star had produced yet another peerless genius with the Star Origin Bone. By contrast, without the system, Lu Ming would likely have rotted in the mud for the rest of his life. A transmigration point allocation system, is it? I hope you can help me escape this predicament. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on the countdown before him, drawing in a deep breath. Transmigration countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Begin transmigration. Realms so far: Stardust Realm, Bright Moon Realm, Star Core Realm, Star Cloud Realm, Star Sea Realm, Star Lord Realm. Congratulations to the host for completing your first transmigration. This journey is a soul transmigration. The transmigration world is the Shinzhou continent. His identity is that of the youngest son of General Lu Haonan of Yan. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and after a brief moment of confusion, he clearly understood his predicament. Looking around, he discovered that he was situated within a room imbued with antique charm. The details before him revealed that he had transmigrated into an ancient world. There were no foreign races, no external demons, and no formidable martial artists. It was an ordinary, unremarkable world. Memories surged within him, reminding him that his current identity was the youngest son of General Lu Haonan of Yan on the Shinzhou continent. Having been frail since childhood and confined by his constant ill health, he had seldom ventured beyond familiar boundaries. A royal physician had once declared that he would not live past the age of 17. Now he was merely 16 years old. Inspecting his body, he noted that nothing had changed. It was identical to the one he once had on Blue Star, delicate as a slender willow swaying in the breeze. Lu Ming rose, and before him stood a bronze mirror. His face, still his own, retained its lean features, though his youthful appearance betrayed an age of merely 16 or 17. It seemed that even without any miraculous transformation, his physical condition remained essentially the same. He could acutely feel how his frail frame might topple with the gentlest breeze, reminiscent of a reborn Lin Daiyu. Yet it appeared that his condition had improved considerably, allowing him to walk a few extra steps with greater ease. This small progress was enough to lift Lu Ming's spirits. "Young master, you have awakened," a voice called out. When Lu Ming turned, he saw a young girl of about 17 or 18 dressed in a jade green maid's attire, holding a bowl of medicinal soup as she looked at him. As memories streamed into his mind, Lu Ming recognized that the maiden before him was his childhood personal attendant known as Xiao Chui. "Yes, I am awake." Xiao Chui blinked and handed the warm medicinal soup to Lu Ming. "Young master, it is time for your medicine." Observing the dark murky liquid, Lu Ming reached out and drank it without a change in expression. Seeing this, Xiao Chui cheerfully remarked, "It seems that knowing you are to be wed today has dulled the bitter taste of the medicine, even spurring you to drink it with enthusiasm." Lu Ming sputtered the medicine out in a single gulp, his eyes widening in shock. Marriage. That very night, Xiao Chui assisted him as he entered a room adorned with draped red silks. It was the wedding chamber. Flickering candlelight bathed the room in a dim glow while atop the bed sat a girl concealed behind a red bridal veil, exuding an intensely ambiguous allure. Married on his very first day of transmigration, Ming had remained single for nearly 40 years across his past and present lives, and yet his first marriage unfolded in another world. Moreover, wasn't he merely 16? Is this truly outrageous? As fragmented memories resurfaced, Ming began to grasp the full extent of his current predicament. He was the youngest son of the Yin State's northern general, and from childhood his frailty had been profound, an inherent weakness evident from birth. A royal physician had once pronounced that he would not survive beyond 17. Thus, on the day he turned 16, the northern general of Yin arranged a bride for him as an auspicious remedy, hoping that his pitiable little self might be granted a few more years of life. And the girl before him, named Su Qingchan, was the ill-fated bride procured by his parsimonious father for this luck-enhancing marriage. She was even younger than him, merely 14. This was utterly outrageous. Although early marriages were common, in ancient times Ming could not help but feel a sense of awkward dissonance. Furthermore, owing to his fragile condition on his wedding day, he not only failed to personally escort the bride, but even had a rooster stand in for him during the wedding rites. How presumptuous! Ming felt that the little girl was truly aggrieved. Not only was she to marry him, a frail young man on the brink of death, but even the one and only wedding in her life was so perfunctorily arranged. Sighing, Ming lamented. Although in this world he possessed an immortal body, marrying a total stranger weighed heavily on his heart. Moreover, in his current state, it was entirely impossible for him to consummate the marriage. His weakened body simply could not perform. Perhaps sensing his sigh, the little girl on the bridal bed trembled slightly, evidently frightened. Ming contemplated for a moment, then approached and sat down beside the little girl. He wished to stand, but having just tried to do so, he found it utterly exhausting. There was nowhere else to sit. Feeling the warmth beside her, Su Qingchan's body tensed significantly, her small hands, which had been neatly placed on her lap, now tightly intertwined. Clearing his throat, Ming pondered his words carefully before slowly saying, "Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you. As you can see, I am just a sickly person, the kind that needs to catch their breath after speaking a few words." Indeed, Ming added, taking a moment to catch his breath. "I know that your marriage to me is not by choice. I won't force you into anything, especially since my body is incapable of anything. If you wish, you can consider the general's mansion as your home. Whenever you decide to leave, or if you find someone you truly like, we can part ways. I won't let anyone stop you, and I will ensure that you are arranged for the best." According to Xiao Chui, this little girl had lost her parents at a young age and had been raised by her merchant uncle and aunt. Recently, Lu Jinbei had announced a search for a bride who matched Ming's birth chart, offering a reward of 100 taels of silver for any information. Coincidentally, Su Qingchan matched the birth chart perfectly, so her uncle and aunt sent her over immediately, not only for the silver, but also to establish a connection with the general's mansion. However, Ming felt that she should have married a healthy husband and lived her life peacefully. Instead, she was now to be wed to a sickly man like him, destined to live a life of solitude. For a woman in ancient times, this was indeed quite cruel. Ming's goal was simply to survive in this world for as long as possible, to endure and accumulate points. Moreover, due to his own immortality, he might eventually have to escape from this place. He couldn't afford to ruin the little girl's life. "No, it's not like that." At this moment, Su Qingchan suddenly spoke softly, her voice as delicate as a mosquito's buzz. Ming leaned in closer, asking, "What did you say?" The girl clenched the fabric in her hands, raising her voice slightly. "It's not by force, so I volunteered." Ming responded, "Huh?" She seemed to take a deep breath and slowly continued, "Even if I don't marry you, they would force me to marry a man over 40 as a concubine. I posted a notice myself asking them to send me here." Ming was taken aback, his brows furrowing slightly. He then took a closer look and noticed that the girl was extremely small. The bridal gown she wore floated on her like a feather, hardly fitting the figure of a 14-year-old, but rather resembling that of an 11 or 12-year-old. It seems the young girl did not have a good life in her original home. For a moment, Ming thought of himself, which added a touch of empathy for Su Qingchan in his heart. Seeing Ming's silence, Su Qingchan thought he disliked her for being a social climber. She quickly spoke again, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. I know that my actions may make you dislike me, but could you please not drive me away? I can be very obedient. I can do many chores, wash clothes, cook, and sweep the floors. I'm capable of everything." Upon hearing this, Ming reacted and immediately said, "Rest assured, since you are here, I will not drive you away. What I mean is, you don't have to treat me as your husband from now on. Just live well here, and I won't make you do any chores. You are still young, but once I leave, you will be free. In the future, whether you want to stay here or leave is entirely up to you." Upon hearing this, Su Qingchan fell silent, seemingly unable to believe Ming's words were true. Lu Ming had spoken so much in one breath that he felt even more exhausted, his head spinning. He glanced at the time, feeling utterly fatigued. It's late. He did not lift Su Qingchen's veil, but lay down on the bed, covering himself with the quilt. Muttering sleep well, he closed his eyes and fell asleep, leaving Su Qingchen, who was still in a daze. The young girl sat there in a stupor until she heard the faint sound of the boys breathing, after which she hesitantly lifted her own veil, revealing a thin yet exceptionally delicate face. If Lu Ming had been awake and seen her face, he would have surely marveled. It turns out the saying that some girls blossom into breathtaking beauties at 13 or 14 is indeed true. But at that moment he had already fallen into a deep sleep. Su Qingchen turned her neck, which had stiffened from sitting too long, and looked at the sleeping boy with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinking. The boy had pale skin devoid of color, yet his features were exceptionally handsome. Lying there with his eyes closed, his shallow breathing exuded a kind of indescribable sickly beauty. Recalling his earlier words, Su Qingchen instinctively patted her flushed face, reddened from being covered for so long. Am I dreaming? She immediately shook her head. No, he must be lying to me. No one would treat me kindly for no reason. For Su Qingchen, who had lost her parents at a young age and had been mistreated by her uncle and aunt, this was undoubtedly a far-fetched notion. No, I absolutely can't listen to him and just stay here comfortably. I cannot give him any leverage to drive me away. She puffed up her cheeks and started counting on her fingers. Tomorrow, I must wake up early, serve my husband. Husband, help him get dressed, wash up. When she said the word husband, she couldn't help but blush. By the way, should I personally make breakfast? Will he not be used to it? The young girl kept thinking about what she should do tomorrow, and as she pondered, her eyelids gradually became heavy and she felt drowsy. Su Qingchen wiped her eyes, enduring her sleepiness, as she removed the intricate accessories from her body and lay down beside Lu Ming, still dressed. Turning her head, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lu Ming's soft profile, causing her ears to flush again. I didn't expect that the frail little marquis would actually look so handsome. As she gazed, Su Qingchen couldn't help but remember that she had married him to bring him good fortune, and she felt a bit dazed. Will he really die in the future? The next day, the morning light was faint. Survive for a day. 1. Lu Ming opened his eyes and immediately saw the person sleeping beside him. He blinked, unable to process what was happening. After a while, he remembered that he had crossed over and got married. It seemed that upon hearing the noise, Su Qingchen also slowly awakened. Seeing the enlarged face in front of her, she seemed startled, her eyes widening in surprise. But she quickly reacted, immediately sitting up, blushing, as she respectfully whispered, "Husband." The word husband completely jolted Lu Ming awake. Looking at the young girl kneeling beside him, dressed in bright red sleepwear, with a youthful face, Lu Ming slightly closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. This was Lu Ming's first time seeing his little wife's appearance. Her face was pale, her body thin and frail, resembling someone malnourished. Yet from her features it was clear she was a beauty in the making. He coughed heavily twice, wanting to correct Su Qingchen's way of addressing him, but he didn't know what to ask her to call him. So he could only respond gruffly, Good morning." Su Qingchen bit her lip, her face turning red as she lowered her head. The first morning encounter was awkward for one and shy for the other. The scene was quite strange. Outside, the maid Xiao Zui heard the commotion and immediately called in a group of maids to start dressing and washing up Lu Ming and Su Qingchen. Being served for the first time, Lu Ming felt no discomfort. Since he accepted this identity, he would do what was expected of it. However, Su Qingchen, standing to the side, was tense all over. Not only was she struggling to adapt, but she also felt that her plans from yesterday had been completely thrown into disarray. Wasn't she supposed to serve Lu Ming? Why was she also being served? Wouldn't that make her seem even more useless? Yet she didn't dare to snatch away the maid's work and could only stand there at a loss. Lu Ming noticed her unease and couldn't help but reach out to pat her head, offering her a gentle smile. "It's all right, don't be nervous, my father is not a harsh or demanding person." Su Qingchen was momentarily stunned. Did he think she was nervous about meeting the elders? Su Qingchen slightly pressed her lips together. After washing up, it was time for breakfast. Su Qingchen flusteredly tried to serve Lu Ming dishes, bustling about, but was stopped at every turn. Lu Ming looked at her, wanting to say something, but hesitating. "You are now the young mistress of the Marquis residence. You don't need to do these things. There are maids nearby. Do you want to take away their jobs?" Lu Ming adapted well to his identity as a young lord. Being served felt natural, and he naturally hoped that his nominal wife would also carry some stature. "I am sorry." Su Qingchen's face turned crimson, unsure where to place her hands and feet. Finally, she obediently placed her hands on her knees, looking extremely well behaved. Lu Ming added, "Also, from now on, you must not say the words 'I'm sorry.'" "Okay." Not long after having finished breakfast, Lu Ming was dressed in white robes, wrapped in a white fur coat, and was being pushed in a wheelchair by Xiao Zui. Beside him walked Su Qingchen. The girl was dressed in a light green dress, her hair styled in a woman's bun, with a green headpiece, gently swaying, appearing somewhat reserved, yet also pure and adorable. On their first day of marriage, Lu Ming needed to take his new wife to meet the elders, specifically his stepfather Lu Haonan. It seems the young girl did not have a good life in her original home. For a moment, Lu Ming thought of himself, which added a touch of empathy for Su Qingchan in his heart. Seeing Lu Ming's silence, Su Qingchan thought he disliked her for being a social climber. She quickly spoke again, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. I know that my actions may make you dislike me, but could you please not drive me away? I can be very obedient, I can do many chores, wash clothes, cook, and sweep the floors. I'm capable of everything. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming reacted and immediately said, Rest assured, since you are here, I will not drive you away. What I mean is, you don't have to treat me as your husband from now on, just live well here, and I won't make you do any chores. You are still young, but once I leave you will be free. In the future, whether you want to stay here or leave is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Su Qingchan fell silent, seemingly unable to believe Lu Ming's words were true. Lu Ming had spoken so much in one breath that he felt even more exhausted, his head spinning. He glanced at the time, feeling utterly fatigued. It's late. He did not lift Su Qingchan's veil, but lay down on the bed, covering himself with the quilt. Muttering sleep well, he closed his eyes and fell asleep, leaving Su Qingchan, who was still in a daze. The young girl sat there in a stupor until she heard the faint sound of the boys breathing, after which she hesitantly lifted her own veil, revealing a thin yet exceptionally delicate face. If Lu Ming had been awake and seen her face, he would have surely marveled. It turns out the saying that some girls blossom into breathtaking beauties at 13 or 14 is indeed true. But at that moment, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. Su Qingchan turned her neck, which had stiffened from sitting too long, and looked at the sleeping boy with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes blinking. The boy had pale skin devoid of color, yet his features were exceptionally handsome. Lying there with his eyes closed, his shallow breathing exuded a kind of indescribable sickly beauty. Recalling his earlier words, Su Qingchan instinctively patted her flushed face, reddened from being covered for so long. Am I dreaming? She immediately shook her head. No, he must be lying to me. No one would treat me kindly for no reason. For Su Qingchan, who had lost her parents at a young age and had been mistreated by her uncle and aunt, this was undoubtedly a far-fetched notion. No, I absolutely can't listen to him and just stay here comfortably. I cannot give him any leverage to drive me away. She puffed up her cheeks and started counting on her fingers. Tomorrow, I must wake up early, serve my husband. Husband, help him get dressed, wash up. When she said the word husband, she couldn't help but blush. By the way, should I personally make breakfast? Will he not be used to it? The young girl kept thinking about what she should do tomorrow, and as she pondered, her eyelids gradually became heavy and she felt drowsy. Su Qingchan wiped her eyes, enduring her sleepiness, as she removed the intricate accessories from her body and lay down beside Lu Ming, still dressed. Turning her head, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lu Ming's soft profile, causing her ears to flush again. I didn't expect that the frail little marquis would actually look so handsome. As she gazed, Su Qingchan couldn't help but remember that she had married him to bring him good fortune, and she felt a bit dazed. Will he really die in the future? The next day, the morning light was faint. Survive for a day. 1. Lu Ming opened his eyes and immediately saw the person sleeping beside him. He blinked, unable to process what was happening. After a while, he remembered that he had crossed over and got married. It seemed that upon hearing the noise, Su Qingchan also slowly awakened. Seeing the enlarged face in front of her, she seemed startled, her eyes widening in surprise. But she quickly reacted, immediately sitting up, blushing, as she respectfully whispered, "Husband." The word husband completely jolted Lu Ming awake. Looking at the young girl kneeling beside him, dressed in bright red sleepwear, with a youthful face, Lu Ming slightly closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. This was Lu Ming's first time seeing his little wife's appearance. Her face was pale, her body thin and frail, resembling someone malnourished. Yet from her features, it was clear she was a beauty in the making. He coughed heavily twice, wanting to correct Su Qingchan's way of addressing him, but he didn't know what to ask her to call him. So he could only respond gruffly, Good morning." Su Qingchan bit her lip, her face turning red as she lowered her head. The first morning encounter was awkward for one and shy for the other. The scene was quite strange. Outside, the maid Xiao Zui heard the commotion and immediately called in a group of maids to start dressing and washing up Lu Ming and Su Qingchan. Being served for the first time, Lu Ming felt no discomfort. Since he accepted this identity, he would do what was expected of it. However, Su Qingchan, standing to the side, was tense all over. Not only was she struggling to adapt, but she also felt that her plans from yesterday had been completely thrown into disarray. Wasn't she supposed to serve Lu Ming? Why was she also being served? Wouldn't that make her seem even more useless? Yet she didn't dare to snatch away the maid's work and could only stand there at a loss. Lu Ming noticed her unease and couldn't help but reach out to pat her head, offering her a gentle smile. It's all right, don't be nervous, my father is not a harsh or demanding person. Su Qingchan was momentarily stunned. Did he think she was nervous about meeting the elders? Su Qingchan slightly pressed her lips together. After washing up, it was time for breakfast. Su Qingchan flusteredly tried to serve Lu Ming dishes bustling about, but was stopped at every turn. Lu Ming looked at her wanting to say something, but hesitating. You are now the young mistress of the marquis residence. You don't need to do these things. There are maids nearby. Do you want to take away their jobs? Lu Ming adapted well to his identity as a young lord. Being served felt natural, and he naturally hoped that his nominal wife would also carry some stature. I am sorry. Su Qingchan's face turned crimson, unsure where to place her hands and feet. Finally, she obediently placed her hands on her knees, looking extremely well-behaved. Lu Ming added, also from now on you must not say the words I'm sorry. Okay. Not long after having finished breakfast, Lu Ming was dressed in white robes wrapped in a white fur coat and was being pushed in a wheelchair by Xiaozue. Beside him walked Su Qingchan. The girl was dressed in a light green dress, her hair styled in a woman's bun, with a green headpiece, gently swaying, appearing somewhat reserved, yet also pure and adorable. On their first day of marriage, Lu Ming needed to take his new wife to meet the elders, specifically his stepfather Lu Haonan. Thus Lu Ming and Su Qingchan lived in mutual respect and harmony. Lu Ming, having little to do in his daily life, began to teach Su Qingchan how to read and write. He had no intention of using his modern knowledge to change this world or to seize power. Not to mention that his body was not up to the task, even if it were he was too lazy to do so. With his current identity, living without worries about food and clothing, wouldn't it be delightful to lie back, develop, and accumulate points? Therefore, he thought it would be fine to teach only Su Qingchan. No exhaustion, no worries, and he could also enjoy the pleasure of teaching. However, he did not expect Su Qingchan to be very clever and to learn quickly. Any knowledge that entered her mind could always be applied to other situations. Husband, what flower is this? One day, Su Qingchan was sitting next to Lu Ming reading when she suddenly pointed to an illustration in the book and asked. Lu Ming looked and discovered it was an illustration. A man was gathering a wildflower for a woman beside him, and they gazed at each other with deep affection. The painting seemed quite vivid. He looked at the wildflower in the illustration. The flower was only the size of 2 fingers, adorned with 5 round blue and white gradient petals that were plump and looked very fresh and elegant. Lu Ming quickly recognized what this flower was. This is the starflower. Starflower. Su Qingchan blinked. Is it a flower like the stars? Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Its language of flowers is like that of the stars, eternal love and unchanging heart. Hearing this, Su Qingchan paused for a moment, her fingers tracing the flower depicted in the illustration. Eternal love. Is it a... Over these days, she had transformed from an illiterate to someone who could basically understand many things. I know the word love, but does eternal love really exist in this world? Lu Ming was unaware of Su Qingchan's thoughts. Seeing the little girl staring intently at the flower, he smiled and said, do you really like it? One day, I will have someone plant some in the yard, and you will be able to see them every day. Su Qingchan came back to her senses and immediately smiled sweetly. Great. Time passed little by little, and soon 3 months had gone by. Lu Haonan occasionally came to visit Lu Ming. Seeing the harmonious relationship between the two, Lu Ming's cheerful demeanor brought him great comfort. He felt that his initial decision to have a marriage of convenience was indeed the right one. Meanwhile, many starflowers had also been planted in Lu Ming's courtyard. At a glance, the blue petals swayed in the wind, resembling a dazzling river of stars. Su Qingchan carefully tended to them every day, clearly showing her fondness. During this time, Su Qingchan learned some news. Her uncle and aunt's family had been arrested for colluding with bandits and smuggling goods, and they would spend the rest of their lives in prison. Upon hearing this news, Su Qingchan immediately sought out Lu Ming. Husband, did you do this? Lu Ming was sitting in his wheelchair reading. Upon hearing her words, he raised his head and asked, are you unhappy? This implied a direct admission. As a son of the Lu family, although he did not leave his home, he could still use his identity to get things done. Su Qingchan blinked her eyes and smiled, revealing her 2 small tiger teeth. No, I'm very happy, extremely happy. Over these days, Su Qingchan's health had improved significantly due to his care. Her skin had become fairer, she had gained some weight, and her personality had become much more cheerful, no longer timid-like when they first met. When she smiled like this, revealing her small tiger teeth, she appeared even purer and cuter. Lu Ming thought she would hold some resentment towards him. After all, they were her relatives. Even if they had treated her poorly, they had supported her for so many years. It seemed that the little girl was not some saint. She was clear about her grievances without unnecessary emotional entanglements. This was good. It justified all the effort he had put into teaching her, aligning with his own views. Lu Ming smiled slightly, reaching out as if to pat Su Qingchan's head, but the distance was too far. Su Qingchan brought her head closer, rubbing against his hand like a cat. Husband, you treat me so well. I treat you like a sister, so naturally I treat you well. Upon hearing this, Su Qingchan paused, and the smile on her lips faded. She lowered her gaze and softly murmured, just a sister. She had heard this phrase from Lu Ming more than once. What did you say? Nothing. Husband, shall we continue learning the art of war today? All right. Soon half a year had passed since Lu Ming's marriage. His married life had been exceedingly peaceful. The comfort of it almost made him forget his days on Blue Star. Meanwhile, the points he had accumulated were gradually increasing. However, since he had to die to return to reality in order to truly accumulate points, he still felt quite empty. Because of Lu Ming's marriage, Lu Haonan had taken a break for a while, occasionally training soldiers in the Lu family's martial arts arena. Lu Ming had Su Qingchan push him to watch a few times. Observing the gusts of wind generated by Lu Haonan's punches and kicks, he curiously asked Lu Haonan. It turned out that although this world was an ordinary ancient world, it was also a low martial arts world, basically a martial arts realm. It possessed the concept of internal energy. Those who learned internal energy were called martial artists, mainly divided into 6 levels: Ming Jin and Jin Di, Gang Tian Gang, Xiantian, and Master. Lu Haonan was at the Xiantian realm one of the top experts in the entire Xinzhou continent. Our family is made up of martial arts geniuses. Your elder brother and second brother are now one at Di Gang and the other at Jin, both accomplished young men. Lu Haonan seemed quite satisfied with his other 2 sons, then looked at Lu Ming with a hint of regret. It was as if he were saying that if Lu Ming were healthy, the Lu family would surely have another prodigy. But such words would not leave his lips. He feared it would sadden Lu Ming. Lu Ming, however, did not care much. Judging by Lu Haonan's demeanor, this so-called Xiantian realm was equivalent to the first stage of the Stardust realm of cultivators on Blue Star, merely an apprentice who had just stepped into being a martial artist, even inferior to a high school student on Blue Star. On Blue Star, martial artists cultivated the cosmic source power as nourishment, refining the universe within their bodies. The internal universe was divided into Stardust Realm, Crescent Moon Realm, Star Core Realm, Nebula Realm, Star Sea Realm, and Star Master Realm. Just a first-stage Stardust Realm martial artist could strike with over 1,000 kilograms of force, and their physique, speed, and spiritual strength would evolve in tandem. As for Star Master Realm martial artists, they needed no introduction. They were powerful beings who could command a region of stars, capable of annihilating this low martial world with a mere thought. The masters of this world were said to be capable of breaking through a city and facing 1,000 troops at most. Lu Ming's good cousin Lu Hao was now only 18 years old and had already become a 9th-stage Stardust Realm martial artist, soon to advance to the Crescent Moon Realm, a standout among all on Blue Star. He alone could deal with tens of thousands of martial artists at the master level in this world with just a single finger. However, Lu Ming did not care much about the martial artist ranks in this world. Nevertheless, he was quite interested in the internal energy and martial arts. He had requested some of the Lu family's internal cultivation techniques and martial arts classics from Lu Haonan, and he would read them during his leisure time. As he read, he felt that these seemingly ordinary cultivation techniques contained profound mysteries, embodying a transformation entirely different from that of the stellar martial arts. Originally, he had little interest in the weak martial arts that could only break stones in this world, but later he developed an interest and wanted to try cultivating a bit. The result was that he coughed up blood from the training, nearly meeting his end. At that time, Su Qingchan was almost scared to death, crying and begging him not to die. The first world nearly ended so recklessly. It was not until Lu Haonan arrived that Lu Ming realized his weak body could not even bear a trace of internal power. Practicing would surely lead to his demise. This left Lu Ming somewhat disappointed. On Blue Star, his body was so weak that it could not absorb cosmic source power, making him an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. Arriving in this world, he found it to be no different. Indeed, it was still too ethereal. However, Lu Ming had no intention of giving up. Since he could not cultivate, he would observe and learn more. Once this transmigration ended and he returned, perhaps he could attempt to practice. This world, like Blue Star hundreds of years ago, was a closed one without source power. After reading dozens of books, an idea emerged in Lu Ming's mind. He planned to try adapting the source energy cultivation methods from Blue Star to modify the martial arts of this world. Although Lu Ming had never cultivated, he had seen many powerful cultivation techniques through the business association he managed, and he had picked up some insights. He had just never been able to put them into practice. Now that he had the time, he could thoroughly study them. Initially, it was just for fun, but as time passed, he actually managed to create a structured internal cultivation method. He shared this development with Su Qingchan. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she praised him for being so impressive and insisted on seeing this self-created technique. Even the composed Lu Ming felt a bit lightheaded from her compliments. During this time, due to his interests, Su Qingchan also read a considerable amount of martial arts literature, so she had her own unique insights into the techniques. Lu Ming watched her eagerly open his self-created technique. Before long, he noticed Su Qingchan staring at the book, her eyes wide, murmuring something to herself. From the looks of it, she was completely engrossed. Lu Ming thought she was just putting on a show for him, wanting to make him happy. After all, he understood that this self-created technique had no real basis. It was merely something he had jotted down for fun. Unexpectedly, after a quarter of an hour, Su Qingchan suddenly trembled, her internal power surging wildly, causing her garments to flutter as if she were a celestial being. Su Qingchan awakened, staring blankly at Lu Ming. "Husband, I seem to have cultivated internal power." Lu Ming. He was taken aback and immediately called for Lu Haonan, feeling anxious. "How is it? Father, has she gone into a frenzy or something?" Seeing that she had cultivated internal power with a technique that was practically a joke, could it not be a case of going astray? Lu Haonan transitioned from doubt to gravity, then gradually to astonishment. Lu Ming felt a rush of emotions, nearly unable to catch his breath. "A genius. An unparalleled genius." Lu Haonan exclaimed, slapping his thigh, standing up and gazing at Su Qingchan with fiery eyes. "How did you cultivate?" Lu Ming thought for a moment and showed Lu Haonan his self-created technique. He frowned as he flipped through the pages. "But there's really nothing special about this." As a congenital powerhouse, he had seen thousands of techniques, and he felt Lu Ming's self-created technique was disjointed and utterly illogical. Ultimately, the two could only attribute it to Su Qingchan spending too much time with Lu Ming reading martial arts literature, leading to her instinctively comprehending aspects of other techniques. Lu Haonan slapped his thigh again and gave Su Qingchan a thumbs up. "Daughter-in-law, you are a unseen-a-million martial arts genius." Su Qingchan was left dumbfounded. Lu Haonan was thrilled to have found such a promising talent. However, he couldn't help but sigh. Su Qingchan was a woman, and moreover his daughter-in-law. His intention in marrying her to his son was to bring good fortune and to have her wholeheartedly care for him in the future. If she were to practice martial arts, what kind of propriety would that be? Lu Ming was indifferent, and he earnestly inquired Su Qingchan's opinion. After all, he had seen the focused demeanor she displayed when watching Lu Haonan practice. Clearly, she harbored a yearning for martial arts. But Su Qingchan firmly shook her head in refusal. "Husband, since Qingchan has married you, I am your wife. Everything I do must revolve around you, and taking care of you is my all. How could I divide my focus to learn martial arts?" Lu Ming was taken aback, looking at Su Qingchan's resolute expression, and ultimately did not persuade her further. Whatever she wanted to do, he did not wish to interfere. Their lives returned to a tranquil state. Su Qingchan prepared various pastries and snacks for Lu Ming each day, and they would drink tea and chat together, enjoying the moon and flowers. Occasionally, they would also work together to refine Lu Ming's self-created technique. Although it was Lu Ming's creation, Su Qingchan, as a martial arts genius, always provided him with valuable insights for improvement. Eventually, Lu Ming named this technique Qing Ming Ju. Taking characters from both their names brought Su Qingchan immense joy for a long time. During this period, she even experienced moments of enlightenment each time, raising her internal power by a level. Although she never practiced diligently, such natural occurrences were something Su Qingchan could only accept passively. To this, Lu Ming could only express his envy. Without much turmoil, their relationship was like a cup of clear spring water, gently simmering, gradually approaching a boil as time passed. However, throughout it all, although Su Qingchan always addressed Lu Ming as husband, Lu Ming's feelings for her leaned more towards sibling affection. After all, Xiao Su was still too young. He had even advised Su Qingchan to call him brother or something, but she resolutely shook her head. Meanwhile, she no longer possessed the demure demeanor of a little girl. She gradually matured and became composed, embodying the dignified presence of a young mistress of a noble house. Yet in Lu Ming's eyes, Su Qingchan was just a child pretending to be an adult. Sometimes her serious behavior would inexplicably amuse Lu Ming, causing Su Qingchan to blush and nearly falter in front of the maidservants. At such times, Lu Ming would smile and pat her head, gently soothing her. Su Qingchan, who initially leaned against his hand, would now actively push it away, blushing and asserting that she was no longer a child. Thus 2 years swiftly passed. This year Lu Ming was 18 and Su Qingchan was 16. Lu Ming successfully surpassed the predicted death age of 17, given by the physician, prompting Lu Haonan to joyfully host a grand feast, inviting all the dignitaries from the capital. He not only wanted his son to make an appearance, but also wished to introduce his family's lucky daughter-in-law, Su Qingchan, to everyone. On this day, Lu Ming's 2 elder brothers, Lu Chuan and Lu Zhe, returned from the northern border. Lu Chuan was a rugged man, brash and hot-tempered, his character resembling that of Lu Haonan. In contrast, Lu Zhe had the demeanor of a scholar, appearing as a refined gentleman, cultured and graceful. Perhaps he resembled their deceased mother more closely. Both brothers had been honing their skills in the Northern Border Army over the past few years while assisting their father in guarding the frontier. Lu Zhe served as Lu Haonan's strategist, displaying a keen intellect along with impressive martial prowess. The two looked at Lu Ming and Su Qingqian with great satisfaction in their hearts. Their mother had suffered injuries from an enemy attack while pregnant, with Lu Ming ultimately sacrificing herself to give birth to him. Thus, the Lu family cherished this hard-won youngest son, and both brothers brought many gifts for Lu Ming and Su Qingqian, expressing their concern. For a moment, Lu Ming felt a sense of unease. This brotherly love was something he had never experienced in 2 lifetimes. While feeling inexplicably joyful, he was also filled with a sense of confusion. If this life were to remain peaceful and smooth, he could continue living like this forever, appearing as though he were 16. In other words, by the age of 30 at the latest, he would have to die and leave, or he would inevitably be regarded as some kind of monster. But now, could he truly leave behind these loving family members without any regrets? And what about Su Qingqian? Shaking his head, clarity returned to Lu Ming's eyes. He silently reminded himself. He was merely an outsider here, only to accumulate points to help his real self escape from adversity. He should not develop any unnecessary emotions. After all, if it weren't for his arrival, the original Lu Ming would have perished long ago. He had already lived long enough under the identity of young Lord Lu. When the time comes, he would leave. That year, Lu Ming successfully accumulated 732 points. It was also in that year that turmoil erupted at the border, with the Turks attacking the frontier cities, prompting letters from Lu Chuan and Lu Zhe, who were far away in the northern border. The Turks were powerful, and they were struggling to cope, hoping Lu Haonan would return to take control. The Emperor Yin immediately issued an edict for Lu Haonan to lead troops back to defend the northern border. Lu Ming and Su Qingqian stood atop the city wall, Lu Ming wrapped in a fox fur coat, the wind causing his face to pale as they watched Lu Haonan depart. Upon returning to the general's mansion, the absence of Lu Haonan's hearty laughter made the entire residence feel suddenly desolate. Though Lu Ming worried for Lu Haonan, he did not doubt Lu Haonan's ability to handle the Turks. After all, he was a true national general. Even if his martial prowess wasn't the strongest, no one could surpass him in commanding troops. However, this battle lasted a full 3 years. Lu Ming had been closely following the military situation in the northern border, and over these 3 years the war had been fiercely contested, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. Lu Ming initially did not wish to become too entangled in causality, but upon hearing that Lu Haonan had lost an arm, he acted without much hesitation. He decisively used modern knowledge to sketch out designs for ancient warfare weapons and hastily sent them to the border. Lu Ming couldn't overcome this mental barrier. Humans are not grass or wood, who can be devoid of feelings. After so many years of companionship, he ultimately developed feelings. He didn't want this adoptive father to die so soon. With Lu Ming's weapon designs, Lu Haonan quickly launched a counteroffensive against the Turks, driving them back at every turn. When he heard this news, Lu Ming finally felt a bit of relief and basked in the sun a little longer in the courtyard. Su Qingqian was by Lu Ming's side, feeding him grapes. Now at the age of 19, she had blossomed into a graceful beauty. With just a touch of powder on her face, she was stunningly beautiful, not resembling anything earthly. As her eyes sparkled while looking at Lu Ming, her peach blossom eyes always carried a gentle smile filled with hidden affection. Sometimes when Lu Ming gazed into her eyes, he could always discern something within them. But he could not respond. After all, he was not a person of this world and could not become too entangled with her. In a few years after he departed, Su Qingqian would need to find a good man to live her life happily. She should not remain a widow waiting for him. Su Qingqian's delicate hands gently peeled the grape skin and fed the flesh into Lu Ming's mouth. Her bright eyes were full of vitality. I didn't expect my husband to have such knowledge of weapon design and be able to draw such impressive blueprints. Lu Ming naturally accepted the grapes from her jade-like fingers and smiled slightly. Of course, who do you think I am? A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Qingqian's eyes. After 5 years of marriage, Lu Ming had yet to utter the phrase "I" as a term of endearment. Between them, it had always been she who called him husband, while Lu Ming only ever called her by her name, never addressing her as wife or madam. He had adhered to the words spoken on their wedding night until now. However, Su Qingqian's mindset had long since changed. She did not wish to maintain this relationship which felt like husband and wife, yet was still not quite lovers. She wanted Lu Ming. Su Qingqian gazed at Lu Ming's chiseled profile, her eyelids slightly lowering. For some reason, ever since 3 years ago, Lu Ming had been maintaining this lukewarm demeanor towards her. Neither distant nor warm, he treated her well, and she could see the subtle affection in his eyes. Yet he never dared to take that step forward. Su Qingchuan always felt that Lu Ming was so close, yet so far away from her. Recently, she kept having a dream. In the dream, Lu Ming stood at the distant horizon so far that no matter how much she chased, she could only watch his silhouette vanish from her sight. Then she would wake up from the dream, seeing Lu Ming still peacefully sleeping on another bed in the distance, and she would finally breathe a sigh of relief. Was this dream a sign that Lu Ming didn't have much time left? Was he going to die? The thought of this possibility made Su Qingchuan slowly clench her fist, her gaze darkening, revealing a shocking obsession. No matter what, she would ensure that Lu Ming lived. She had to. As her thoughts returned to focus, a smile reappeared on Su Qingchuan's face. With the weapon designed by my husband, surely my father and brother will return soon. As she spoke, Su Qingchuan's voice suddenly weakened, her expression shifting slightly. Husband. Lu Ming and Su Qingchuan had spent a lot of time together, and their understanding of each other was naturally profound. He slightly lowered his gaze, adjusting the fox fur on him, and said, "It's dried enough, let's head back inside." "All right." Su Qingchuan nodded and pushed Lu Ming back into the room. Closing the door, Lu Ming asked in a deep voice what happened. Su Qingchuan frowned. "There are experts monitoring us nearby, quite a few of them." Over the years, Su Qingchuan had not deliberately cultivated, yet her cultivation was still rapidly advancing. In addition to the Qingming formula that she had been practicing, she had already reached the earthly pole realm. In terms of true strength, she was likely comparable to the heavenly pole. And currently, apart from Lu Ming, no one else knew of her cultivation. Hearing Su Qingchuan's words, Lu Ming's grip on the armrest tightened slightly, the veins on his pale skin becoming particularly prominent. At this time, only the court would dare to monitor the general's manner so openly. Over the years, Lu Ming had learned somewhat about the court of the Yan Kingdom. The current emperor, Yanzhua, though not particularly accomplished during his reign, had generally adhered to proper governance. However, once such a proper emperor became suspicious of a general with great merit, he would inevitably commit unpredictable foolishness. Currently, Yanzhua harbored such suspicions towards Lu Haonan. Over the past 3 years, the court had provided almost no support for the war in the northern frontier. Even the supplies were shoddy, with half the rice bags filled with sand. The common people were unaware of these matters, but Lu Chuan had once written to him about it, every word filled with indignation. If it weren't for this, with Lu Haonan's abilities, he could have defeated the Turks and returned to the capital 2 years ago, without having to endure such a long delay. It was clear that the emperor would rather see the Turks breach the city than use the defeat as an excuse to eliminate Lu Haonan. The Lu family had long been a thorn in the emperor's side. The emperor was also aware that with the 3 Lu sons in the northern frontier, only the sickly youngest son of the Lu family remained in the capital, unable to stir up any significant trouble. Thus, for these years, he had hardly sent anyone to supervise the Lu family. But he never expected that this sickly Lu Ming would also be a military genius capable of designing weapons that could turn the tide for Lu Haonan. This immediately drew the emperor's attention, prompting him to decisively send people to monitor Lu Ming. Lu Ming was also aware that once he acted, it would inevitably attract the emperor's scrutiny. Yet he had no choice, otherwise Lu Haonan, Lu Chuan, and Lu Zhe would have long since perished on the battlefield. With that thought, Lu Ming sighed. "It's only been a few years since my arrival, and I still haven't had enough rest, yet trouble seems to find me." A trace of chill passed through his dark eyes. Louis, a figure in black, suddenly appeared before him. "Young master." Su Qingchuan, upon seeing this, showed no surprise, merely standing silently beside him. Lu Ming traced the carved patterns on his wooden wheelchair with his fingers and said slowly, "Take Lu Air and Lu San and quickly go to the northern frontier to inform my father and 2 brothers. The Lu family should rebel." Hearing this, Lu Yi displayed an expression of disbelief, but his ingrained loyalty quickly suppressed his shock, leaving only Lu Ming's command. "Yes." Lu Yi immediately vanished from his room. With his heavenly pole realm strength, he could easily break through the encirclement of the officials. In these 3 years, although Lu Ming had adhered to a lifestyle of rest and recuperation, he hadn't been idle either. He was the type to prepare for rainy days. Upon realizing the Lu family's predicament, he secretly formed a shadow guard using his authority and resources. He arranged for Su Qingchuan to teach them the high-level martial arts that the Lu family possessed, enabling them to rapidly enhance their strength. Unfortunately, the time was still too short. In just 3 years, the strongest among the shadow guards had only reached the heavenly pole realm, and this was mainly because he himself was at the earthly pole realm. Although the heavenly pole realm was considered a master in the entire Xinzhou, one person's strength could ultimately not contend against an entire dynasty. "Husband." A pair of delicate hands tightly gripped her slender fingers, gently smoothing out his tightly furrowed brow. Lu Ming looked up and saw the worried face of Su Qingchuan. "Don't worry, Qingchuan will always be with you." Lu Ming shook his head inwardly, but relaxed his expression. "Rest assured, I will protect you." Su Qingchuan puffed out her cheeks. "I have grown up. I don't need your protection anymore." Lu Ming chuckled, raising his hand, as if to pat Su Qingshan's head. But he realized that somehow he was now too far from Su Qingshan's head. He was taken aback looking at Su Qingshan's face, which was known as the most beautiful in the capital, and her nearly 1.7 meter tall figure, and suddenly felt a sense of realization. The frail little girl from 5 years ago had already grown up. Noticing Lu Ming's habitual gesture, Su Qingshan did not lower her head this time. Lu Ming's hand, which had been raised in the air, paused, and was awkwardly retracted. Indeed, she was no longer a child. The Lu family has been completely imprisoned. Everyone can only enter but not exit, and even when Xiao Chui goes out to buy supplies, someone closely follows her. Lu Ming hopes that Lu Haonan can awaken and heed his repeated advice to rebel immediately. Indeed, over the past 3 years, Lu Ming has mentioned the word revolt both overtly and covertly in the letters sent to Lu Haonan. For someone like Lu Ming, a modern thinker, this is akin to sabotaging the boss company and becoming the boss himself. There is nothing wrong with that. However, for Lu Haonan, a general known for generations of loyalty, the notion of rebellion is evidently an act of great treason. The phrase, "If the emperor demands the minister's death, the minister must comply," has long been etched into his very bones. Thus, Lu Haonan never replied to him again. It remains uncertain whether, upon realizing that the emperor is targeting him, Lu Haonan will continue his foolish loyalty. During this time, Su Qingshan has been preoccupied with something often not by his side. Su Qingshan is very clever. Over the years, she has absorbed much of the knowledge in his mind. In terms of scholarship, she is certainly not inferior to those so-called top scholars. Now, even if she leaves the Lu family, she can lead a decent life. Presumably, Su Qingshan is also aware of the Lu family's situation and is leaving herself an escape route. Although Lu Ming doesn't truly believe Su Qingshan will abandon him, he also doesn't think she would stay behind to face death. She has grown up, and it is only natural for her to have her own plans. Therefore, regarding her unusual behavior, Lu Ming did not inquire further. Sometimes he even subtly reminded her that she could divorce him and leave the Lu family. Given his frail body, escaping is utterly impossible. Even if he managed to escape, the hardships of fleeing would be enough to prove fatal. Yes, he is that weak. Thus, Lu Ming cannot allow Su Qingshan to die alongside him. However, upon hearing him suggest she leave the Lu family, Su Qingshan rarely lost her temper, tears streaming down her face. "Husband, do you see me as someone who would abandon you for my own safety?" "Qingshan, that's not what I meant." Su Qingshan closed her eyes, covering her ears. "I won't listen. I won't listen. No matter what you say, I won't leave." That time, Su Qingshan seemed genuinely angry and gave Lu Ming the cold shoulder for several days, even refusing to make him lotus flower pastries. Lu Ming had no choice but to appease her for several days before winning her back, all the while secretly preparing for her escape. However, the Lu family has treated him well over the years, and he cannot repay this kindness with ingratitude. Even if he is here for a short time to earn points, he must live without guilt. After all, according to the system, this is a real world. The people around him are also living, breathing beings. Therefore, he will not leave. At the very least, he wants to witness the fate of the Lu family in the identity of Lu Xiaohui. However, the sudden change came swiftly. In less than half a month, terrible news arrived. Lu Haonan had died. He was ambushed and killed during a military march. The enemy had set an ambush in advance, and Lu Haonan was shot through the heart while trying to save Lu Chuan, who was beside him. At that time, his hidden guards had only just arrived in Beijiang. When the news came, Lu Ming was still basking in the sun. Listening to Xiao Chui weeping, Lu Ming let out a deep sigh. Why must it be this way? The Lu family holds great prestige in the army. If they were to rebel, they could easily trample through the capital and ascend to that supreme position. Yet Lu Haonan stubbornly remained stagnant, refusing to take that step even in death. Now the military has been infiltrated by the emperor's spies, exposing his march route, resulting in a decisive death. Lu Ming closed his slightly moist eyes, lying back in his chair in despair. What will I do now that you're gone? He had finally managed to gain a father. Su Qingshan beside him tightly gripped Lu Ming's hand, saying nothing. Everything happened too quickly. Lu Ming had no time to prepare. That night, a group stealthily entered the capital and engaged in a fierce battle with the guards surrounding the Lu family. Lu Ming was awakened by Su Qingshan. When he woke up, the outside was already ablaze. Without a word, Su Qingshan picked him up and rushed out of the room. "Husband, are you okay?" Su Qingshan's voice was like a clear spring, but at this moment she was exceptionally anxious. Cough, cough. "I'm fine." The sounds of clashing swords and knives filled the surroundings. Lu Ming immediately understood what was happening. He spoke. "Qingshan, I have already prepared people in the east of the city. Let me down now and leave immediately. They are targeting the Lu family. It has nothing to do with you." Upon hearing this, Su Qingshan's eyes turned red in an instant. She bit her lip. "No, I won't leave even if I die." Her tone was choked with emotion. "Husband, you always do this. I am clearly your wife. Oh, why do you always exclude me from everything?" Lu Ming fell silent for a moment, opening his mouth as if to say something. A tall figure rushed in from a distance. In the darkness, he was large with blood-red eyes covered in blood, exuding an astonishing aura. It was Lu Ming's elder brother Lu Chuan. Ming, come with me. The emperor is foolish and tyrannical, harming loyal subjects. From today onwards, my Lu family will rebel. Lu Ming felt a sense of relief. Finally, they are going to rebel. However, Lu Chuan is still too impulsive. This is the capital, the emperor's territory. Although Lu Chuan acted quickly and discreetly, he was still discovered. It hadn't been long since they left with Lu Ming when they were surrounded by a heavily fortified imperial guard. There were over 1,000 people tightly packed. Even a master-level expert would find it impossible to remain unharmed under such encirclement. Lu Ming, supported by Su Qingquan, was protected at the center, looking solemnly at the vast imperial guard ahead. And from among them came a middle-aged man. The emperor of the Yin Kingdom, Yin Zhua. Lu Chuan, what is your intention in leading troops to invade the imperial city? Yin Zhua had many advisors by his side who had already calculated that the Lu family would never give up on the sickly Lu Ming and had long been lying in wait near the Lu family, just waiting for Lu Chuan to fall into their trap. Lu Chuan understood this in his heart, yet he still came. The Lu family was inherently loyal and righteous and would never abandon any family member. The imperial guards numbered in the thousands, not to mention that the city outside was certainly filled with the defending army. And Lu Chuan brought with him barely 30 men. Although they were all elites, each one bore injuries, leaving them incapable of fighting against the multitude of imperial guards. This was clearly a situation of certain death. Even if Lu Ming summoned all his hidden guards, it would still be a dead end. Su Qingquan tightly gripped Lu Ming's hand, her lips slightly pale. She suddenly whispered in Lu Ming's ear, "Husband, during this period of time, I have been cultivating, and my cultivation has reached the Tiangang realm. They certainly cannot imagine that a delicate girl like me would possess martial skills. At that time, I will take them by surprise and create an opening for you to escape with your elder brother immediately." Lu Ming looked at her, his gaze intense. It turned out that Su Qingquan had been missing during this time because she had been tirelessly cultivating. He could not help but ask, "What about you?" Su Qingquan blinked, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and smiled slightly. "After I break free, I will come to find you." Lu Ming gazed at her quietly. "You are lying." Those chosen for the imperial guards were all experts, especially the one leading them, who was at the innate realm. Su Qingquan would never be able to escape. Su Qingquan bit her lip tightly. "Husband, I don't want you to die." Lu Ming lowered his gaze, sighed softly, and reached out to stroke Su Qingquan's head. "You truly are a hopeless romantic." Su Qingquan did not understand what a hopeless romantic meant, as she only felt the coldness of his hand on her head, making her unable to resist the urge to warm it up. Perhaps this would be the last time they held hands. The imperial guards were drawing closer, and Lu Chuan clenched his teeth, speaking softly. "Sister-in-law, I will clear the way for you. You take Ming and leave immediately. Outside the city, your second brother will be waiting for you. Don't worry about me." Clearly, he had heard the conversation between Su Qingquan and Lu Ming. He felt that the Lu family Lu Ming was undeserving of such a good wife as Su Qingquan. Su Qingquan shook her head, refusing Lu Chuan's suggestion. Here her cultivation was the highest, and only she could stay behind to ensure Lu Ming's safety to the greatest extent. She took a deep breath, and in the next moment a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She stepped forward. However, her right hand was suddenly gripped tightly by a cold, pale hand. Su Qingquan's pupils instantly contracted. She saw Lu Ming suddenly take out a small dagger from his waist, pressing it against his own neck, striding out of Lu Chuan's protective circle. "Yin Emperor, I want to make a deal with you." The Yin Emperor, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calm. He smiled as he looked at Lu Ming. "What? Do you think you still have any bargaining chips that would interest me now?" Lu Ming spoke slowly, word by word. "Eternal youth." The Yin Emperor's expression instantly hardened. "What did you say?" Both Lu Chuan and Su Qingquan looked at him in shock. Lu Ming gasped for breath, regaining his composure as he said, "I have been weak since childhood, with countless doctors declaring that I would not live past 17 years of age. Yet now I am 21. The Yin Emperor scoffed upon hearing this. "So what? Look at your current body. It is just a few more years of life." Lu Ming shook his head. "Your Majesty can ask the servants in my household. In these 4 years, has my appearance changed even a little?" The smile on the Yin Emperor's lips slowly faded as he stared intently at Lu Ming's youthful face. Indeed, a person undergoes the most significant changes from youth to young adulthood. The body grows taller, and the features become more defined. Yet now at 21, Lu Ming still looked no older than 16 or 17, not at all fitting his age. Seeing the Yin Emperor somewhat convinced, the eunuch Li Gonggong sneered. "Some people are simply born with baby faces. Even at 30, they still look like 17 or 18. We have lived for so long, and we have seen it all. The chief eunuch Li Chuanda, who was also the strongest expert under the Yin Emperor, had reached the realm of a grandmaster. Lu Ming ignored this sarcastic remark and continued, "This body of eternal youth was bestowed upon me by the immortals. At that time that immortal also imparted much knowledge to me. The weapon designs I created back then were taught to me by that immortal." Upon hearing this, the light in the Yin Emperor's eyes grew brighter. The weapons designed by Lu Ming, especially the gunpowder weapon, were indeed immensely powerful. Even an ordinary person could heavily injure a practitioner of hidden strength, something unheard of before. And everyone knew that Lu Ming had grown up surrounded by medicinal jars. Half of his life was spent in bed, and he would become incredibly weak with the slightest exertion, let alone learning how to manufacture weapons. Could it be? Really? The Yin Emperor, now nearly 50, knew that people in ancient times did not live long. Given his current age, he would have to give up the throne in a few years. If the crown prince were to be a bit more ambitious, he might soon die of illness in the palace. Thus, like emperors of previous dynasties, the Yin Emperor, nearing 50, had become keen on the pursuit of longevity. Unfortunately, he had never succeeded. The so-called elixirs of immortality concocted by those alchemists only accelerated the Yin Emperor's aging. It was said that practicing martial arts could extend one's lifespan, but the Yin Emperor had no talent for martial arts since childhood. His dream of longevity had always been a delusion. Yet now the person closest to immortality was right in front of him. Even if most of what Lu Ming said was false, he had to give it a try. As the son of heaven, how could he not seek immortality? The Yin Emperor's breathing became slightly hurried. "What do you want to trade?" Li Chuanda, who was nearby, was instantly startled. "Your Majesty." The Yin Emperor shot him a cold glare and slapped Li Quan's powder-covered face. "Shut up. My affairs are not for a mere servant like you to interrupt." Li Chuanda covered his face and immediately bowed his head. "Yes." The dagger in Lu Ming's hand pressed closer to his neck. "Let them go." He felt as if he had stepped into a tragic romance novel. This scene was far too similar. In fact, the protagonist of that tragic story was himself. Hearing Lu Ming's conditions, the Yin Emperor immediately shook his head. Impossible. He had finally captured Lu Chuan. If Lu Chuan were to return, the Lu family's cavalry would surely trample the imperial city. At that time, he would surely die. If he was dead, how could he seek immortality? Lu Ming also understood this, so he settled for a less favorable option. "Let the others go, and I will stay with my elder brother, but you must spare my elder brother's life." The Yin Emperor furrowed his brows deeply, wanting to refuse again. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Chuan must die. Lu Chuan's military talent and martial arts aptitude were comparable to Lu Haonan's. If he were allowed to leave, he would undoubtedly become the second Lu Haonan in due course. Even if he became a prisoner, it would not be impossible for him to make a comeback. Seeing that the Yin Emperor was still hesitating, Lu Ming shouted again, "If you refuse, then I will take your long life dream to hell with me." He was naturally not afraid of death. If he died, he could return to his original world. Therefore, his demeanor was genuine as the dagger sank deeply into his flesh, blood gushing out. "No." Su Qingqian's face turned pale as she rushed to grab Lu Ming's hand. The Yin Emperor was startled and immediately agreed. "All right, I agree." Lu Chuan's eyes widened in anger. "You must go, younger brother. I will stay behind alone." Since a Ming could achieve immortality and even gain the favor of the immortals, he was the hope of the Lu family. Compared to him, Lu Chuan was worth 1,000 times less. He was the one who must not die. Su Qingqian's face was even paler. "Husband Qingqian will not leave." Lu Ming grasped Su Qingqian's hand and smiled gently. "Qingqian, I never undertake anything without confidence." Su Qingqian was taken aback. This was the first time Lu Ming referred to himself as husband. She looked into Lu Ming's eyes and understood the meaning behind his gaze. After so many years together, although Lu Ming usually indulged her, she clearly knew that this man had a stubborn nature deep down. Once he made a decision, she could not change it. Su Qingqian gave up. Before leaving, her gaze was unexpectedly resolute. In the end, Lu Ming placed the knife against his neck, watching as Su Qingqian and the others completely left the capital. He knew the Yin Emperor would secretly track them, continuing to hunt down Su Qingqian in places unseen by Lu Ming. Thus, Lu Ming had long since dispatched all his hidden guards to protect them. He believed in Su Qingqian. They would surely arrive safely in the northern frontier. Lu Ming returned to the palace with the Yin Emperor imprisoned in a palace where a multitude of doctors and alchemists came and went, treating his body like an object for endless study. A doctor took his pulse, his expression one of shock. "Strange, I checked Lu Gongzi's pulse 3 years ago. With your condition, you shouldn't have lived past 17. The pulse is still the same as it was back then, inherently weak and unsustainable, yet you have lived to 21, as if some force is continuously sustaining you. I, having lived so long, have never seen such a phenomenon. Could it be that you took some miraculous elixir?" The Yin Emperor, upon hearing this, became even more convinced of Lu Ming's immortality, his face filled with delight. Is there a way to break this immortality? The doctor's expression froze at this question. Your Majesty, I must ask, I am a doctor, not a deity. However, he immediately knelt and said, this old servant will do his utmost. The other alchemists also chimed in. With Lu Gongzi here, we will surely be able to concoct the longevity elixir faster. The Yin Emperor was greatly pleased. Subsequently, Lu Ming was imprisoned, becoming the Yin Emperor's longevity drug. In ancient times, using humans to concoct elixirs was nothing but using blood as ingredients. With his blood as an ingredient paired with the doctor's prescriptions for health, within a month the Emperor's complexion improved significantly, making him feel both physically and mentally refreshed. Indeed, his blood was truly useful. Meanwhile, the Yin Emperor was increasingly convinced that Lu Ming was the immortal he sought. However, due to the constant bloodletting, Lu Ming's body grew increasingly frail. He spent nearly every day in bed. One day, an alchemist eager for results thought that if his blood was so effective, then his flesh must be even more so. Thus, he brought people to Lu Ming's quarters feigning a bloodletting, but in reality intending to cut off Lu Ming's flesh. Lu Ming was indifferent about the bloodletting, but cutting flesh. He lay on the bed, his face pale, weakly, reminding them, I am immortal, not invulnerable. With my current body, a little bloodletting would allow me to rest for a few days and recover, but if you cut my flesh, I will surely die. The alchemist did not believe him. Obsessed with alchemy, he could not resist the allure of Lu Ming, who might help him create a genuine elixir of immortality. Ignoring the others' objections, he directly cut off a piece of Lu Ming's arm. That day, Lu Ming nearly bled to death, and it was only because the Yin Emperor used royal secret medicine that he was barely saved. It was evident that he was no Tang Sung. His flesh and blood were no different in effect. The Yin Emperor, enraged, immediately executed the alchemist by slow slicing. After that day, the Yin Emperor regarded Lu Ming as a treasure more so than his favorite concubine. Lu Ming's days improved significantly, with doctors delivering various tonics to nourish his health. Considering Lu Ming's mental state, the Yin Emperor even lifted his confinement, allowing him to stroll within the palace accompanied by several maidservants. The Yin Emperor would visit Lu Ming whenever he had free time, fearing that if he wasn't attentive for a moment, he might die. Thus, as time passed, 3 months went by. The fact that the Yin Emperor had a human-shaped longevity drug was kept tightly under wraps, of very few knew. Instead, the news that the Yin Emperor had raised a frail male pet spread throughout the palace. Lu Ming knew nothing of this. It wasn't until a small potato came crawling into his cell that he realized how he was perceived by the outside world. Are you the male pet raised by my father? Yin Zhao looked at the boy seated in a wheelchair, draped in a fox fur, dressed in white, slender, and exceptionally handsome. Her little face couldn't help but flush. In her mind, she recalled a passage from a storybook that the maid used to read to her at bedtime. The person on the road is like jade. There is none like the young master in the world. Lu Ming twitched the corner of his mouth, doubting his hearing. Male pet. Yin Zhao nodded her little head, saying, my mother said you are a fox spirit, so Zhao Zhao came to see what a fox spirit really looks like. She stared closely at Lu Ming's face, nodding in admiration like a little adult. So this is what a male fox spirit looks like. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Upon asking in detail, he understood the situation. It turned out that the current Yin Emperor was so obsessed with immortality that he neglected the concubines of the harem and was also lax in state affairs. Now he had become something of a legendary figure in the eyes of the people, a male pet who brought disaster to the nation. Lu Ming felt as if he might spit out a mouthful of old blood. Originally, he wanted to stay a bit longer in this world, hoping to wait for news of Su Qingchan and the others' safety. After confirming their safety, he intended to commit suicide to leave this world. After all, living as a blood bag was hard to endure. Life had lost its meaning, and it was better to return to his original world. But now he had actually become the fox spirit male pet. Would Su Qingchan misunderstand? Would she still come looking for him? Should he commit suicide to prove his innocence? It didn't matter for him, but he could not ruin Su Qingchan's reputation. However, if he died, Lu Chuan, who was likely still imprisoned, would also die. Sigh. Life is not easy, Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming chatted a bit more with the little one. Naturally, Yin Zhao Zhao, barely 3 years old, knew nothing about Su Qingchan, Lu Chuan, or Lu Hao. It was Lu Ming who asked who she was. The most favored concubine in the palace, the daughter of pair concubine princess, Zhao Hua, of Yin Kingdom. Although he couldn't learn much, chatting with a child alleviated Lu Ming's boredom. Just as he wanted to speak a few more words, a large group of guards suddenly rushed out, and Yin Zhao Zhao was directly shoved out while shouting. The dog hole she had crawled in through was also discovered and completely blocked. After much difficulty, Lu Ming finally had someone to talk to, only to lose her again. He felt like a lonely woman in a deep chamber, counting the days on his fingers, awaiting news from Su Qingchan. Lu Ming felt he had brought disgrace to the army of transmigrators. This trip was truly humiliating. Not only was he rumored to be a male concubine, but he also had to wait for his wife to come to rescue him. However, shortly after Yin Zhaozhao appeared, Lu Ming noticed that the frequency of the Yin Emperor's visits had decreased, while he himself was bled more and more often. What was once every 10 days had turned into every 3 days, and each physician and sorcerer's face showed clear signs of anxiety. Lu Ming indirectly inquired and finally learned the situation. The northern frontier has completely rebelled. The Lu family army produced a female war goddess, courageous and unmatched, victorious in every battle. In just 3 months, they had captured 3 cities, their iron cavalry heading straight for the imperial palace. Lu Ming clearly understood that it must be Su Qingshan. His days finally had hope. However, as time passed, the bloodletting became increasingly frequent. He could originally go out for walks, but now he could only lie on the bed, barely able to move. The maid in charge of caring for him looked at the originally handsome and gentle youth now lying on the bed, emaciated, while the physician was still drawing blood from his battered wrist, unable to bear looking away. After the physician left with a bowl of blood, Xia Zhu stepped forward to bandage Lu Ming's wrist, tucking his hand into the blanket and adjusting the corners for him. She then brought a bowl of bitter medicine and fed it to Lu Ming bit by bit. After swallowing the bowl of bitter medicine, Lu Ming softly asked, "Has the palace defense map been sent out?" Xia Zhu replied without changing her expression, "If nothing goes wrong, it should be in General Lu's hands by now." Lu Ming nodded. Over the years, he had not only trained secret guards, but had also placed many pieces in the palace, with Xia Zhu being one of them. Initially, it was just a precaution, but he hadn't expected it would come in handy now. Xia Zhu wiped Lu Ming's mouth, looking at the weak and pale youth before her, who seemed as if he could die at any moment, almost unrecognizable from the handsome young man who had saved her from the hands of a ruffian. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but redden her eyes, and quietly said, "Young master, hold on a little longer. General Su is now over 100 miles away from the imperial city. Within 3 days, he will surely breach the palace and rescue you. You, hold on a little longer." Lu Ming closed his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his pale lips as he spoke softly. "I know she will definitely come." But the next day, the Yin Emperor burst into Lu Ming's room, disheveled and frenzied, directly taking him away. Lu Ming was brought to a secluded palace. In the center of the palace stood a massive alchemical furnace that was ablaze. In front of the furnace sat a figure. Chen the sorcerer. "Are you certain that as long as you throw him into the alchemical furnace, you will definitely be able to refine the true longevity pill?" The sorcerer named Chen wore a Taoist robe and sported 2 thin mustaches, exuding a somewhat ethereal charm. However, the endless greed and desire in his triangular eyes as he looked at Lu Ming were unmistakable. "I am certain, Your Majesty." "Good." The Yin Emperor's bloodshot eyes glinted with madness. "I want the longevity medicine within a day. Oh, I will reward you with 10,000 taels of gold and appoint you as the national master of the Yin Kingdom." Chen bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He then waved his hand. "The materials are ready. Do put him into the furnace now." Lu Ming was taken aback. "So soon? Aren't you going to perform some kind of ceremony?" Chen smiled slightly, seeming quite impatient. "No need, we only lack you now. Hurry lest the night drags on and dreams multiply." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming was lifted and climbed the stairs leading to the mouth of the furnace. Watching the bubbling black liquid in the furnace, the heat striking his face made Lu Ming involuntarily close his eyes. He never expected that he would die being refined into a pill. Hopefully it won't be too painful. Just as Lu Ming was about to be thrown into the furnace, a sudden shout of battle arose outside the palace. Then the door was shattered by a tremendous force, and a figure clad in armor burst in from outside, carrying a fierce wind that instantly killed the 2 eunuchs who were carrying Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was weak, unable to stand. As the eunuchs died, he fell straight down, his white garments fluttering. In the next moment, his body was enveloped, and a familiar scent blended with a faint smell of blood filled his nose. After half a year, that gentle voice still sounded, "Husband." Lu Ming opened his eyes to see Su Qingshan's face, still stunning even in heavy armor. Her almond-shaped eyes, which he adored, held traces of bloodshot, but were filled with joy and excitement from their reunion. Lu Ming felt as if they were spinning in midair, gazing into each other's eyes, and it deserved a passionate BGM. Unfortunately, all that filled his ears were the sounds of battle cries and screams. Su Qingshan held Lu Ming as they landed, looking at his gaunt, pale face, and couldn't help but clench her fists, tears streaming down. "Husband, what have they done to you?" Lu Ming calmly covered his wrist with his sleeve, saying, "It's nothing." He looked at Su Qingshan and couldn't help but caress her cheek, letting out a soft sigh. "You've lost weight. You've worked hard all this way." These words made Su Qingshan's tears completely burst forth. Over the past half year, she had transformed from a weak woman to a war goddess, enduring countless hardships and grievances. Only one belief had sustained her all along, which was to rescue Lu Ming. Fortunately, nothing had been in vain. With Lu Ming's words, she felt everything had been worth it. Wiping her tears, Su Qingshan's expression turned sharp again, like a battle goddess in the world. Husband, the Yin Emperor has been slain, and the Lu family army has occupied the Golden Luan Palace, and my brother is waiting for you there. Lu Ming nodded. Just then an angry voice came from a distance. What are you doing? The two turned to see the sorcerer, named Qin, staring at them intently. He shouted at Su Qingqian, do you know what he is? This is the only longevity medicine in the world. If you refine him into a pill, you can achieve immortality. You actually saved him. You dare to treat a pill as your husband? I don't care who you are. Give him to me. I don't care who rules the royal family. I just want to refine the true longevity pill and make my name eternal. Su Qingqian's expression gradually darkened with his words. Qin seemed completely oblivious, his expression becoming increasingly deranged, his tone laced with temptation. No one in this world doesn't want to achieve immortality. Don't you want that? Women love beauty. Seeing how beautiful you are, don't you want to stay youthful forever? Give him to me. Once I refine the longevity pill, I will definitely give you the medicine. At that time, you will be the only immortal in the world. Lu Ming quietly watched Su Qingqian. Although he knew she would never harm him, just like Qin said, it was indeed longevity. No one could resist the temptation of immortality. If Su Qingqian truly wavered, Lu Ming would find it understandable. In the next moment, clang! Su Qingqian drew her sword, swinging it fiercely. A surge of sword energy suddenly sliced off Qin's head in an instant. Su Qingqian coldly declared, no one can harm my husband. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He stepped forward to hold Su Qingqian's hand. Let's go. What merit did he have to deserve such a wonderful wife? Su Qingqian sheathed her sword, her gaze softening once more. The two walked hand in hand out of the bloody and filthy palace. Passing the bodies littered along the palace path, they finally reunited with Lu Zhe. Along the way, soldiers clad in armor continuously stopped to respectfully salute Su Qingqian, their eyes filled with admiration for the war goddess. Lu Ming stood beside her, feeling a sense of pride in his heart. Look, his wife is truly formidable. Within the Golden Luan Hall, Lu Zhe was leading people to search for the imperial seal. Lu Ming's elder brother Lu Chuan had also been rescued, but it was evident that he had been tortured beyond recognition. Pierced through the shoulder by a peep of bone, his arms were rendered useless. Upon seeing Lu Ming, who was equally emaciated, the two brothers exchanged a silent glance and embraced briefly. The Lu family had finally weathered the storm and seen the light. From then on, the Yin kingdom completely underwent a change of dynasty, with the Lu family being the people's choice as Lu Zhe ascended to the throne, renaming the kingdom to the Wu kingdom. Lu Chuan inherited his father Lu Haonan's position, becoming the new general of the nation. Lu Ming was granted the title of Prince Jing, leading a leisurely life as a noble. However, Su Qingqian chose to relinquish the title bestowed upon her by Lu Zhe, wholeheartedly returning to be Lu Ming's princess. She had become a female war god to rescue Lu Ming, and now that he was back by her side, all she desired was to care for him, unwilling to involve herself in the tumultuous court politics. Lu Zhe naturally respected her wishes and bestowed upon them a great fortune of gold and silver, hoping that his brother and sister-in-law would live without worries for the rest of their lives. Lu Ming and Su Qingqian resumed their leisurely life, with Xiao Cui returning to his side, while Xia Zhu was also summoned to become Lu Ming's maid. To Lu Ming's surprise, Lu Zhe married the Yin Emperor's favored concubine, Pear Blossom, who became the Empress. She was none other than Yin Zhaozhao's mother. Pear Blossom, originally named Li Yue, had long been privately engaged to Lu Zhe, but later she was sent to the palace by an imperial decree, marrying the over 40 Yin Emperor. Lu Zhe originally planned to remain in the capital to pursue official accolades, but due to this matter, he directly headed to the northern frontier. It wasn't until the Lu family was completely exterminated by the Yin Emperor that Pear Blossom sought to contact Lu Zhe, rekindling their past love. Lu Ming later learned that even Yin Zhaozhao was actually Lu Zhe's biological child. This revelation left Lu Ming astounded. It turned out that his seemingly gentle second brother was the one quietly orchestrating great affairs for the Lu family. He had directly cuckolded the emperor, even having the other party raise his daughter. Furthermore, the Lu family's rapid assault on the imperial city was also due to Pear Blossom's inside and outside collaboration. The news of his survival was also relayed to Lu Zhe and Su Qingqian through Pear Blossom via her daughter, Yin Zhaozhao. The once adorable little girl, Yin Zhaozhao, remained Princess Zhaohua, though she was now renamed Lu Zhaozhao, occasionally visiting the Prince Jing's residence. Because Pear Blossom had instilled in Lu Zhaozhao from a young age that the Yin Emperor was a great villain, she bore no resentment towards Su Qingqian, who had killed her adoptive father. How could such a beautiful sister Su be a bad person? Meanwhile, the story of Su Qingqian and Lu Ming had also become a romantic legend in the capital. The matter of longevity was sealed by Lu Zhe, so the version that people heard was quite simplified, essentially stating Prince Jing risked everything to protect his wife. In turn, the Princess Jing achieved the title of war god, stepping onto iron steeds and charging into the palace to rescue her husband. After saving him, she renounced the power within her grasp, laying down the butcher's knife to prepare meals for him. Various adapted stories circulated throughout the Wu kingdom, leading both men and women across the nation to hope to find spouses like Lu Ming and Su Qingchan. When Lu Ming heard about this, he was drawing eyebrows for Su Qingchan. Xiao Chui beside them laughed, while finishing the story looking at the two with envy and sparkling eyes exclaiming, "When will I experience such a thrilling love myself?" She had witnessed their story unfold, which was even more touching than the folk legends. Lu Ming and Su Qingchan exchanged smiles, their fingers intertwined beneath the makeup table. "It's done," Lu Ming said. Su Qingchan gazed at herself in the bronze mirror, her brows like distant mountains, her makeup exquisite, her almond-shaped eyes suddenly sparkling. "Husband, your painting is truly beautiful." Lu Ming looked at her, feeling a lump in his throat. Now Su Qingchan was 22 years old, more beautiful than ever, with picturesque features and an enchanting presence. He dared say that in this life, and even in past lives, he had never seen a woman more beautiful than Su Qingchan. When he first met her, she was young, and Lu Ming regarded her merely as a sister. Over time, Lu Ming gradually understood her feelings for him, but due to his own physical condition and the nature of his longevity, he dared not, nor could he respond to her affections. Now in the Dan Furnace Hall, at the moment Su Qingchan saved him, he realized he could no longer evade this truth. She had done so much for him. Even if he were to live forever, he wanted to accompany Su Qingchan through her entire life. "Xiao Chui, please step outside." Oh. Xiao Chui was momentarily taken aback, then left with an enigmatic smile, gently closing the door behind her. "Husband?" Su Qingchan asked in confusion. The next moment, the person before her began to magnify, and a pair of lips descended upon hers. "Moi." Su Qingchan's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a moment, she gently closed her eyes, her ears burning bright red. As if fulfilling a long-held wish, a tear unconsciously rolled down Su Qingchan's cheek. It was Lu Ming's first kiss, and he found her lips remarkably soft, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Just as he intended to take it a step further, a sudden metallic taste filled his mouth. Lu Ming abruptly opened his eyes to see Su Qingchan's face as pale as death, blood gushing from the corners of her mouth. Lu Ming panicked. "Qingchan, what happened to you?" Su Qingchan trembled, hurriedly covering her mouth and murmuring, "I'm fine. Husband, you go out first." Lu Ming tightly grasped Su Qingchan's wrist, almost roaring, "How can you be fine like this?" "Xiao Chui, call the physician." Xiao Chui, having heard the commotion, rushed in, and upon seeing Su Qingchan covered in blood and Lu Ming also bleeding, she was startled. Immediately her face turned ashen, and she ran to summon the physician. Lu Ming held Su Qingchan in his arms, his heart racing, and he was trembling uncontrollably. He was afraid, feeling an ominous premonition. Su Qingchan's blood-stained hand held his, and her crimson lips managed to squeeze out a faint smile. "Husband, I really am fine. Don't speak." This was the first time he had lost composure since crossing over. Even when he learned of his own disability in his past life, his emotional upheaval had never been this great. But at this moment he truly feared for his life. Before long, the imperial physician rushed in, drenched in sweat. At this moment, Su Qingchan had stopped coughing blood. She sat on the bed in meditation, seemingly nurturing her body with inner strength. The physician checked her pulse beside her, his brow furrowed tightly. After a moment, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "I report to Prince Jing the princess." Lu Ming found the physician's hesitance extremely irritating. "Speak." The physician continued, "The princess' internal organs are rapidly failing. Her bodily functions are akin to that of a 60-year-old woman. If this continues, within a year the princess will die of total organ failure." Lu Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He instinctively murmured, "Impossible. What? Cough, you should leave now." Su Qingchan opened her eyes and waved her hand, signaling the physician to leave. The physician glanced at Lu Ming, then at her side, shook his head, and departed. Su Qingchan, with a pale face, looked at Lu Ming's face, hesitating to speak. However, Lu Ming, his expression filled with excitement, grasped her hand and asked tremblingly, "Qingchan, tell me, why did you end up like this?" Just then a commanding voice came from outside. "Younger brother, calm down first." They turned their heads to see a figure in bright yellow standing at the door. It was Lu Zhe, who had now become the emperor, the current Wendy of the Zhou nation. Wendy looked at Su Qingchan's pale appearance and sighed. "Sister-in-law, I advised you not to use that secret method back then, but you refused to listen. Now it is too late for regret." Lu Ming's eyes were vacant, and he faintly guessed something. "What? Secret method?" Su Qingchan's face changed dramatically, and she suddenly shouted at Wendy, "Stop talking, shut up." Wendy ignored her rudeness towards an emperor and continued the reverse fate secret method, using one's own life force as the price breaks through the realm above master in the shortest time, which is the legendary realm of earthly immortals. Otherwise, do you think the Yin royal family could dominate the Zhou nation for hundreds of years without any masters? Who do you think killed Li Chuanda? Each word struck Lu Ming's heart heavily. It was all him. Everything was because of him. He looked at Su Qingchan, who was lowering her head, as if she had done something wrong, and suddenly smiled, stroking her head. Silly girl. The next moment, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Husband. Younger brother. When Lu Ming awakened again, Su Qingchan was right beside him. Seeing him open his eyes, the girl revealed a look of joy. Husband, you're awake. Lu Ming stared blankly at the ceiling, speechless. Just when Su Qingchan was anxiously at a loss, he turned his head and resolutely said, Qingchan, no matter what, I will make sure you live. Su Qingchan was stunned, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She gently rubbed her face against Lu Ming's thin palm and softly said, Qingchan is fine as long as I have my husband with me for the rest of my life, that's enough. From that moment on, Lu Ming spared no effort and spent lavishly to gather precious medicinal materials from across the land, hiring renowned doctors. Fortunately, his efforts proved effective. The speed of Su Qingchan's bodily decline decreased significantly. However, it was still a temporary solution. Thus, he personally brewed medicine every day, discreetly adding his own blood to it. To prevent Su Qingchan from discovering, he made sure the places he drew blood from were very inconspicuous. His blood indeed sustained Su Qingchan's life force, which relieved Lu Ming's heart considerably. He was thankful that he had noticed Su Qingchan's abnormality early on. Otherwise, given her personality, she would probably never tell him, even if she was on the brink of death, and he would have no chance to save her. Time flowed once again. Lu Ming had lived in this world for 25 years now. He was now 41 years old. In over 20 years, his appearance had not changed at all, but Su Qingchan could no longer resist the erosion of time. At 39, she already showed signs of aging. However, due to Lu Ming constantly nourishing her with his blood, Su Qingchan appeared no older than 27 or 28, which made her seem even more mature and charming. Even now, her beauty was still regarded as the most stunning in the entire capital. During this time, Lu Ming's health had also improved significantly, and he was already capable of engaging in marital relations. He and Su Qingchan had long become a true married couple. That year, Su Qingchan was 23. Yet for over a decade, Su Qingchan had not become pregnant. Lu Ming thought perhaps it was because he was not originally from this world, which prevented him from leaving any bloodline. This made him feel quite guilty towards Su Qingchan. She had always wanted to have a child with him, but he could not bring himself to reveal this secret. Instead, Su Qingchan believed it was her own health issues that prevented her from bearing Lu Ming's offspring, and she felt guilty towards him. In this mutual sense of guilt, they treated each other even better. Although they had no children, they spent every day together traveling and enjoying life, which was quite pleasant. Lu Ming possessed the entertainment knowledge from his previous life, so whenever he was with Su Qingchan, he would always bring out various new and interesting things which she would never grow tired of. Over the span of 20 years, their bond deepened, and they could no longer be separated. Lu Ming's attribute points had also increased to a staggering 9,102 points. In the past year, Emperor Wenzhe had been visiting the Jingwang mansion more frequently to see Lu Ming and Su Qingchan. Observing the youthful faces of the two, the emperor couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion, as his hair had already grayed from the burdens of state affairs. The matter of longevity is indeed profound. In recent years, Emperor Wen had governed the nation, adeptly expanding its territory significantly. The Turkic people who had once caused Emperor Yin much distress had now become a vassal state of the Zhou kingdom. He was deeply loved by the citizens of the Zhou kingdom. However, as time passed, the trend of expansion began to stagnate, with powerful nations surrounding Zhou fiercely resisting its encroachments. The common people were suffering from years of war, voicing their grievances, and the battlegrounds were strewn with corpses. As if encountering a bottleneck, Emperor Wen had become increasingly indifferent to court affairs, seldom inquiring about border matters, but instead visiting Lu Ming and Su Qingchan multiple times. Due to his youthful appearance, Lu Ming rarely ventured outside now, and the Jingwang mansion was quite empty, with only a small maid to attend to him. Xiao Chui and Xia Zhu had long since married, and now by Lu Ming's side was Xiao Xiu's daughter Xiao, one who also knew of Lu Ming's longevity. In the pavilion, Lu Ming was sipping tea while Xiao Wan poured it for him. He looked toward Emperor Wen, who was dressed in plain attire. Second brother, you've been visiting often lately. Is something the matter? Emperor Wen smiled, revealing the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. It's nothing new, just that as I grow older, I find myself increasingly cherishing familial bonds. With elder brothers secluded in the northern frontier, you are the only one from the Lu family I can converse with. By the way, where is my sister-in-law? Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. She's making lotus seed pastries for me. Emperor Wen sighed. You two really are a model of love, unchanged for a decade. Lu Ming gazed at Wenze's impassive face and slowly nodded. Emperor Wen looked at his youthful and innocent countenance and suddenly said, when you spoke of longevity, I actually did not believe it at the time. After all, there are always a few individuals in this world who appear youthful, and only a fool like Yanzhuo would believe it. He lowered his head, gazing at his reflection in the tea. But now I believe it. Younger brother, you see, I have now become the most accomplished emperor in the history of the Zhou kingdom. My governance has been effective, expanding our territory, ensuring the prosperity of our lands, and the citizens are free from want. My dream is to unify the entire realm of Xinzhou and become a truly legendary emperor for all time. In the history of this nation, no other emperor has matched my talents and aspirations. And you, enjoying a mundane life with your beloved wife every day, have no pursuits or ideals in life. His tone grew increasingly fervent. Why does the immortal grant you longevity, yet not me? This body of longevity should belong to me. Why has it gone to a useless person like you? How is that fair? Emperor Wen suddenly raised his head, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. As long as you give me a bit more time now. If I were to attain longevity, I would surely unite the world and elevate the entire Tianyuan continent to unprecedented heights. He stared intently at Lu Ming. Younger brother, would you be willing to lend me a hand? Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. It was happening again. His cousin Lu Hao had taken away his star source bone. Now, second brother, do you also wish to take away my body of longevity? He sighed silently. Second brother, how do you want me to assist you? At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a coarse robe approached. The man had an ugly appearance and held a feather duster, bowing to Lu Ming as he said, I pay my respects to Jing Wang. My name is Chen Guo, a disciple of the former dynasty's alchemist Qin Shu. My specialty is the alchemical art of using humans as medicine. He narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. Everything from back then should now bear fruit. He reminded Lu Ming of the alchemist who had no sense of ritual and only wanted to throw him into the alchemical furnace. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh softly, turning to Lu Hao. Second brother, have you thought this through? Emperor Wen's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance, but it quickly disappeared. He fixed his gaze stubbornly. Younger brother, those who achieve great things do not get bogged down by trivialities. For the sake of my grand ambitions, any sacrifice is worthwhile. I have cherished you since childhood. Whenever there was something good in the family, I would always give it to you first. This time let second brother have it, all right. His expression gradually shifted from conflicted to excited. Give me your flesh and blood. Help me establish a foundation for becoming the eternal emperor. 1,000 years from now, people will forever remember your achievements. The spirit of our Father in heaven will surely allow you to do this. He mused that by the time they rebelled, his father likely had already died with his eyes wide open. Lu Ming silently recited in his heart. Holding on to the long-lasting imperial power had made Lu Zhe forget his initial desire to protect his family and safeguard the Lu family army. Power had rapidly inflated his ambitions, and the nightmare of longevity once again loomed over this emperor. No one could escape it. The entire Jingwang mansion was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lu Ming broke the silence, asking, Where is Qin Chan? The lady has already been poisoned by me. By now, she must be on the road to the Yellow Springs waiting for you. Suddenly, Xiao Wan spoke up beside him. She had her hair styled in 2 cute buns, and a hint of a cruel innocence showed on her tender face. I'm sorry, Wang Yi. Xiao Wan wishes to be the consort of the eternal emperor. I have taken care of you for so long, such a small wish, I believe you will help me fulfill it, right? Lu Ming's expression remained largely unchanged as he lowered his head to take a sip of tea, letting out a sigh. People pursue their own interests. Emperor Wen finally waved his hand, take him away. However, at this command, the imperial guards outside showed no signs of movement. Emperor Wen's face changed slightly. Where are the people, eh? Someone. At that moment, a breeze swept through, and with a thud, Emperor Wen's pupils constricted. He saw Su Qingchan dressed in a splendid robe and strikingly beautiful, standing there with a sword in one hand and a bloody head in the other. It was the head of Chengua. The ugly face of the other party still bore a smile of determination, as if unaware that he was already dead, illustrating how swift Su Qingchan's sword had been. His corpse fell into the lotus pond, splashing up a spray of water. Aunt! Xiao Wan suddenly screamed, her face now incredibly pale. Lady! Impossible! I clearly saw you drink that bowl of porridge. Su Qingchan ignored her. She raised the head high, her voice clear, yet laced with an unyielding authority, as if she had returned to being the powerful female war goddess of 20 years ago. Emperor Wen has been harmed by the alchemist Chengua of the Zhuyan kingdom and has long lost his sanity, becoming mad. Today I, Su Qingchan, slay the treacherous Chengua to protect the emperor and cleanse the court. As soon as her words fell, countless imperial guards clad in golden armor rushed in, surrounding the pavilion where Emperor Wen and Lu Ming were. And Su Qingchan stood proudly before everyone, extending her hand toward Lu Ming with a charming smile. Husband! Lu Ming stood up, stepping past the pale-faced Xiao Wan and Emperor Wen, slowly walking toward her. The two clasped hands, and everything was conveyed without words. Emperor Wen's face was filled with disbelief as he suddenly stood up. What are you? What are you doing? The leader of the Imperial Guard Wang Zhenhu stepped forward and said slowly, Your Majesty, this place is dangerous. You should return to the palace. Emperor Wen's face turned pale, his finger trembling as he pointed at him. You dare to betray me. Do you not fear that I will annihilate your entire clan? Wang Zhenhu remained expressionless. Your Majesty, your madness is becoming more severe, but it is better for you to return to the palace quickly. Emperor Wen stepped back, looking at Su Qingshan, his lips trembling as he murmured to himself. Impossible. Why? All these years I have done my utmost to win over the powerful ministers, reclaiming the command tokens and firmly holding all power in my hands just to eliminate your influence in their hearts from years ago. I believed I had completely grasped this world. But why? 20 years have passed, and they still obey you. They easily betrayed me. Even the Emperor's personal guards, the Imperial Guard, completely obeyed Su Qingshan, which meant that the entire Zhou Wu kingdom was actually under her control. It has nothing to do with Lu Zhe. When exactly did this happen? Su Qingshan whispered, 16 years ago. When I learned that my husband possessed what everyone dreams of, I knew that only by obtaining the supreme power of this world could I truly protect him. She looked at Emperor Wen, a hint of allure in her smile, yet her words were extremely cruel. So long ago I designed to have all the high-ranking officials of the court implanted with heart-devouring poison, which passes down through generations. With my strength as a terrestrial immortal, it was easy to accomplish this. Second brother, if you could just be a good emperor, you would never know about this matter in your lifetime. You would be a rare good emperor recorded in history, and your subjects would forever be your loyal ministers. But Su Qingshan's gaze suddenly turned cold. You had to follow in the footsteps of Emperor Yin. It was a grave mistake. To lay your ambitions on my husband, your own brother. Emperor Wen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. So you all knew already. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. I am truly too ridiculous, ha ha ha. What ancient emperor? I am just a fool who was fooled into becoming a cripple. He suddenly stopped laughing, took a long breath, and looked calmly at Su Qingshan. Sister-in-law, you have one. 2 days later, Emperor Wen was attacked by assassins from the Zhu Yin kingdom, gravely injured, and fell into a coma. The female warrior Su Qingshan returned to the battlefield, commanding the troops to march against the Zhu Yin kingdom. Within a month, the Zhou Wu army reached the borders of the Zhu Yin kingdom. In just 3 days, they broke through the city gates and captured the first city. 3 months later, the Zhou Wu army marched straight into the imperial city of Zhu Yin, and Su Qingshan personally infiltrated the palace, taking the head of the Zhu Yin emperor, thus completely conquering this powerful nation. During this time, Lu Ming was always by her side. This time, he would no longer let her be alone. From then on, Su Qingshan's reputation soared, and the court and the people wholeheartedly supported her. 2 months later, the expeditionary army returned to the capital, and the whole nation celebrated. Not long after, Emperor Wen passed away, and white silk filled the capital. After the mourning period, Su Qingshan, bearing the people's wishes, ascended to the supreme position, becoming the only female emperor in the history of the entire divine land, referred to as the divine martial empress in history. During Su Qingshan's coronation ceremony, her elder brother Lu Chuan arrived late. He still held the title of General of the Northern Frontier, but due to his disabilities from his youth, even if healed, he could no longer wield a sword. Thus, though he was called a general, he was merely a figurehead. The real military power had always been in Su Qingshan's hands. From below the stage, he looked at Su Qingshan standing on the high platform, receiving the worship of the multitude, dressed in a golden dragon robe, exuding a magnificent aura, and spoke softly, Second brother. Don't worry, no matter what, he is still my second brother. Qingshan will not harm him. Lu Ming smiled from the side. I have arranged a residence for him in Jiangnan, provided him with sufficient silver, and taken care of his children as well. It's just that I used some unconventional means of control. In the future, second brother can live out the rest of his life peacefully. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuan let out a sigh, his tone somewhat choked. It is the elder brother and second brother who have wronged you. Lu Ming remained silent for a moment before he finally spoke softly. No, I should not have existed in this world. An immortal is too heavy a burden for this world. If it weren't for Qingshan, I might have fulfilled second brother's wish back, then helping him achieve a lasting legacy, though I don't know if it would have succeeded. Of course, it was impossible. He had long asked the system, and his immortality could not be stolen by anyone. So even if he used himself as medicine, the other party could only receive a prion disease. Lu Ming looked up at the high platform, also gazing at Su Qingshan, and smiled slightly. But Qingshan, she has always been there. She hopes I live with such a person who values my life more than her own. So I must live until she grows old and dies, at which point I, the immortal, will no longer be immortal. After Su Qingshan ascended the throne, she appeared very busy, while Lu Ming, the first emperor consort in history, spent his days leisurely in the harem. Every day, he waited for Su Qingchan to finish her work and come to visit him, and his days were quite enjoyable. A cute little maid had also been assigned to him. As for Xiao Wan, she was sent back to Xiao Cui's side. When Xiao Cui learned that her daughter had betrayed Lu Ming for selfish reasons and had poisoned Su Qingchan, she cried bitterly on the spot. She had begged on the streets since childhood, and it was the Lu family that took her in following Lu Ming for over a decade. She was the most loyal to the Lu family, otherwise she wouldn't have sent her daughter in to continue caring for Lu Ming. That night, Xiao Cui personally broke Xiao Wan's 2 legs, and from then on Xiao Wan became a cripple, with Xiao Cui caring for her for the rest of her life as penance. Under Su Qingchan's governance, the Zhou Wu kingdom thrived. Compared to Lu Zhe, she surprisingly had more talent for ruling as an emperor. Not only did she possess a clever mind, but she also had Lu Ming's modern knowledge, making the entire Zhou Wu kingdom well managed, and the people praised her endlessly. However, every night Su Qingchan would take off her dragon robe, lie in his arms, and act spoiled, feeling that being an emperor was truly exhausting. Yet she could not let go. If another person were to become emperor, it was likely that the events of Emperor Yin and Emperor Wen would repeat. Lu Ming had no solution to this. All he could do was continue to enjoy this soft life. As Su Qingchan's throne became firmly established, the court officials began to urge her to designate an heir. Given Su Qingchan's age, having children was out of the question, so she could only select from the collateral branch of the Lu family. Ultimately, she chose Lu Zhao, the former princess, Zhao Huayan Zhao. This decision sparked ongoing controversy within the court. Lu Zhao was not only the daughter of the former Emperor Yan, but also the daughter of Emperor Wen. Her dual identity placed her in a very awkward position. However, Lu Zhao had long since reached adulthood and displayed unparalleled talent rivaling that of her father Lu Zhe. Moreover, she was the first to oppose Emperor Wen's intentions to target Lu Ming. Su Qingchan was naturally aware of Lu Zhao's awkward position, so without hesitation, she sent her to the border to deal with the invading Qishan kingdom. Since the death of Emperor Wen, for unknown reasons, news of Lu Ming's longevity had spread. Consequently, emperors across the entire Shenzhou became frantic, aggressively targeting the Zhou Wu kingdom, vowing to obtain the immortal. Su Qingchan's busyness was partly due to this situation. However, the Zhou Wu kingdom had already become the strongest nation in Shenzhou, making it no easy task to obtain the Empress Shenhua's consort. Not only did they fail to succeed, but Su Qingchan also took the opportunity to methodically devour one nation after another. In this effort, Lu Zhao made significant contributions, spending nearly a decade at the border, dedicating everything to the Empress' grand endeavor of unifying the Shenwu lands. This earned her considerable recognition from many. In the 21st year of the Shenwu era, Su Qingchan turned 60. It was in this year that Shenzhou was finally completely unified. Empress Shenwu became a veritable eternal emperor, recorded in history books, forever remembered by future generations. She became the most supreme being in this world, and no one dared to covet Lu Ming any longer. Thus, in the following year, Su Qingchan abdicated, passing the throne to the 30-something Lu Zhao. She then resided in a picturesque mountain, with Lu Ming leading a life free from worldly disputes. Qingchan, it's time for your medicine. In a bamboo house within the forest, as the sun set, the warm light spilled into the bamboo courtyard with a gentle breeze, bringing a refreshing coolness. Lu Ming had brewed a bowl of medicine, secretly added a bit of his own blood, and stepped out of the kitchen. Su Qingchan sat in a recliner in the courtyard, eyes closed, as if asleep, breathing steadily. Hearing the sound, she opened her somewhat cloudy eyes and looked at Lu Ming, who was dressed in white, his youthful features still striking. Lu Ming approached her, placing the still warm bowl of medicine beside her, then gently covered her with the blanket that had slipped off. Then he reached out to stroke her head of silver hair, speaking softly, "The weather is getting cooler. Don't sleep outside for too long, or you'll catch a cold. Don't touch me. My face is covered in wrinkles and looks unattractive." "Not at all. I find your wrinkles beautifully arranged, elegant, and pleasing to the eye." Su Qingchan couldn't help but give him a glare. After spending so much time with Lu Ming, he was no longer the refined and gentle-looking young man he once was. Instead, he had become glib and quite unsteady. Sometimes Su Qingchan wondered what she liked about him that made her willing to sacrifice so much. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but take Su Qingchan's aging hand, lowering his head, feeling a bit dejected. "You've been avoiding me all these years. Do you not like me?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingchan withdrew her hand from his palm and covered her face with the blanket. A muffled voice came from within. "You know perfectly well." Lu Ming leaned a bit closer, reaching under the blanket, holding her head in his arms and kissing her forehead. "You also know that I don't care about your appearance. My Qingchan, even if you were a 90-year-old woman, I would still love you." From beneath the blanket, a choked voice emerged. "But I look older than a 90-year-old woman now." Hearing this, Lu Ming's gaze inevitably fell. Perhaps it was due to the secret methods used years ago that harmed her foundation. After turning 40, Su Qingchan aged rapidly. Even though Lu Ming increased the amount of his blood, it was futile. He could only sustain Su Qingshan's life, but could not slow down her aging. Now at 60 years old, Su Qingshan resembled a 90-year-old woman with gray hair and a face lined with deep creases. She could barely move freely, needing Lu Ming to care for her in every aspect of life. Lu Ming harbored no resentment about this. In fact, he was quite pleased. It was previously Su Qingshan who cared for him, and now it was his turn to care for her. However, for the strong-willed Su Qingshan, this was difficult to accept. What troubled her most was that she was aging and could no longer move around, while Lu Ming remained unchanged, untouched by the passage of time. He still looked as youthful and handsome as he did when she first met him, like frost. Despite being his wife, the disparity in their appearances was so vast that when they went out, they could only refer to themselves as grandson and grandmother. Some even approached her wanting to introduce a marriage prospect for Lu Ming. This marked the beginning of Su Qingshan's breakdown. She felt fear, anxiety, her face etched with unease. She feared that Lu Ming would find her repulsive, that he would no longer want her, and would prefer the 18-year-old girls outside. Lu Ming pulled the blanket off Su Qingshan's face, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and spoke softly, "Don't think too much, drink your medicine." Su Qingshan looked at him, lowering her head. "I don't want to drink." "Be obedient." "I don't want to drink." Lu Ming brought the now warm bowl of medicine to her, gently coaxing, "Is it because you fear the bitterness? I prepared some candied fruit for you." "I said I don't want to drink." Su Qingshan suddenly raised her voice, knocking the bowl of medicine away. The brown liquid splashed, dousing both of them, and the bowl fell to the ground, shattering with a loud bang. In an instant, both of them froze. Lu Ming quickly reacted, saying, "It's fine, we won't drink it today." Su Qingshan trembled, tears uncontrollably flowing again, filled with an indescribable despair, as she cried out, "Don't think I don't know. You always add your blood to the medicine. Your arms are covered in wounds. It's useless, but it's all too late now." After crying for a while, she seemed to come to her senses, frantically grabbing Lu Ming's hand. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have acted this way. I acknowledge that you feed me your blood, but doing this is no different from what Emperor Yin did. However, I want to be with you, to stay with you a little longer. A little longer. Lu Ming, don't leave me all alone, okay? I'm begging you." The once mighty empress now resembled a small cat afraid of being abandoned by its owner, filled with anxiety and confusion. Lu Ming said nothing, simply holding her as she vented her feelings. Before long, Su Qingshan grew tired, leaning against Lu Ming's embrace, whispering, "Husband, after I die, don't forget me, okay?" "Okay, I don't believe you. You can live for so long, you will definitely forget me. I want. What if you meet many beautiful women in the future? What if you fall for them? I want, like anyone else, all my affection is for you. My only wife is Su Qingshan." "You're lying." Su Qingshan lowered her head in a corner where Lu Ming couldn't see, her obsession nearly spilling over. In a voice audible only to Lu Ming, she silently pleaded, "Come with me, husband." Just 2 days later, Su Qingshan's vitality rapidly waned. She died in Lu Ming's arms, eyes closed with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, appearing to have no regrets. Yet Lu Ming knew what her only regret in this life was. He felt as if half of his soul had been taken from him, neither eating nor drinking, staying beside Su Qingshan's body motionless. It wasn't until a fly landed on Su Qingshan's eye that Lu Ming snapped back to reality. "No, you always loved cleanliness." He buried her atop the cliff of her favorite mountain, where there was a sea of star flowers, the blue petals as beautiful as the starry sky. Su Qingshan had always hoped to exist like the stars, eternal in the sky, living as long as he did. Looking at Su Qingshan dressed in her wedding gown from when they first married, Lu Ming smiled, slightly, a sudden spurt of blood escaping his mouth. "I knew you would poison me." He laughed, his eyes devoid of shock or blame. "But you ultimately couldn't bear to. How could you leave the antidote so conspicuously on my bedside?" He looked at the starflower sea before him and sighed. "What a fool. Oh, how could I ever bear to leave you behind? Having eaten your soft rice for a lifetime, I should repay it." He coughed a couple of times, then spat out 2 mouthfuls of black blood. Then, mustering his strength, he adjusted his wedding attire, tossed the antidote aside, and finally climbed into the coffin beside her. After struggling to close the coffin lid, he turned on his side, holding Su Qingshan, and slowly closed his eyes. On the tombstone in front of the coffin, it was engraved, "Wife Su Qingshan, husband Lu Ming, joint burial tomb." A month later, upon receiving the news, Lu Zhao, Lu Chuan, and Xiao Chui hurried over. They opened the coffin and saw Lu Ming, who had already become a corpse, holding Su Qingshan in his embrace. Everyone burst into tears, unable to speak. "My name is Su Qingshan. I was born into a merchant family. My parents ran a small pastry shop. My father and mother had only me as their daughter, and they loved me dearly. When I was born, they specifically sought a teacher, sifted through many books, and named me Qingshan, which means clear and bright like the stars in the sky. My sleeves danced like the moonlight." How pleasant that sounds. Before I turned 6, I was very happy. Every day, I could enjoy delicious pastries, and my mother taught me many methods of making them. When I grew up, I wanted to inherit the family pastry shop and create even more delightful treats. But that same year, while my parents were away on business, they encountered robbers on the road and both perished. They died. At that time, I still did not understand the meaning of death. It wasn't until my uncle and aunt seized my family's pastry shop and threw away all those sweet pastries that I cried out for my parents, but they never appeared. At that moment, I understood the meaning of my aunt's words, "Your parents are dead. No one would protect me anymore." From then on, I was adopted by my uncle and aunt. They called it adoption, but my life was worse than that of a maid. I no longer went by Su Qingchan. I was called Arya. I was forced to learn how to do laundry and cook, to sweep and clean, adopting every humble posture to please my so-called new family. They beat and scolded me. Even my 3-year younger cousin spat at me, mimicking his mother, calling me a worthless thing. I lived in a woodshed and ate leftovers. Every night, I would secretly cry. When I was exhausted from crying, I would fall asleep. Eventually, my tears dried up. I began to tell myself that growing up would be good. Once I grew up, I could leave this hell. But they wouldn't let me grow up. I overheard them discussing marrying me off to a wealthy, ugly man in his 40s in exchange for a shop. I, a worthless thing in their eyes, could actually be traded for a precious shop. I felt a deep sense of irony. That man was wealthy, but he had over 100 wives and concubines, and it was rumored that he had a penchant for cruelty, leading to the demise of many women in his household. In this era, concubines were treated like objects without any rights. If they died, no one would seek justice for them. I began to feel anxious and desperately came up with plans. What should I do? What on earth should I do? Until one day I saw a notice. The youngest son of the general's residence was looking for a bride to ward off misfortune. I saw the auspicious characters on it, and was pleasantly surprised to find that my characters matched perfectly. I was going to marry the young lord. I made this decision almost immediately. I tore down the notice and returned to the dark, damp woodshed. I called home, taking out the few items I had desperately snatched back from my uncle and aunt. One of them was my birth date character chart. I found my uncle and aunt and showed them the notice along with my birth date chart, promising that once I married into the general's residence, I would definitely support them and put on a heartfelt act. I felt I must have a talent for acting. I understood very well the greed in their hearts. Compared to the power of the general's residence, what was a wealthy man with no real influence? As I expected, they agreed. They took me directly to the general's residence, and after presenting my birth date chart, we entered smoothly. The general's residence was truly vast and beautiful. Before long, the general of the north brought a Taoist priest to meet us. The priest, upon seeing me, declared that the bride was meant to be mine. The general had no objections and agreed. With the general's agreement, my greedy and foolish uncle and aunt naturally couldn't wait to agree as well. Everything was proceeding so smoothly that it felt unreal. Yes, it was far too unreal. The priest quickly selected an auspicious day, and on that day, I wore a beautiful red wedding dress, and under the gaze of both familiar and unfamiliar faces, married a rooster. A rooster. This yanked me back from the surreal dream into reality. Although the general had explained that the young lord was too frail to complete the wedding rites, my heart still grew cold. Indeed, I was just a petty thief here to steal wealth and glory. Later, I waited on the wedding bed for my future husband. The door opened and then closed. I felt very anxious. I knew I was not good looking. I was thin and yellow and my hands were unsightly. What if the young lord didn't like me and sent me away? The next moment, a gentle voice resounded in my ear. He said he would not do anything to me. He also said that if he died in the future, he would arrange everything for me, and if I had someone I liked, he would even let me go. How could anyone be so kind in this world? How could someone treat her so well for no reason? Every word seemed utterly false, yet for some reason, I believed him deep inside. I like this person. No, I like my husband. It wasn't just because he was good looking. The next day, my husband slept on a separate bed. He did not let me serve him or warm his bed. The reason was that I was too young. I felt so useless. Qingchan, oh Qingchan, please grow up quickly. Later, my husband began teaching me to read and write. The outside world said that young Lord Lu never stepped out of his house and was unable to study due to his frail condition, being illiterate and a sickly gentleman. I didn't believe a word of it. My husband was clearly very intelligent. He knew everything. From poetry to astronomy, even creating techniques, there was nothing he did not understand. He even knew the varieties of flowers and many romantic meanings behind them. If my husband were to take the imperial examination, he would surely be the top scholar in the world. But my husband was too weak. Even when teaching me, he would sweat profusely after a while. Therefore, I must not let my husband's expectations down, studying and practicing diligently every day. That way my husband would be a little happier and have an easier time. Although it was clear that not teaching would be easier since my husband wanted to do this, I wouldn't let him down. Fortunately, my husband said my mind was sharp, and I learned quickly, which made him very happy to teach. Oh, I even learned the technique created by my husband. Perhaps it was fate, I was able to master it effortlessly. My husband named this technique Ming Ju, which combines my Qing and his Ming. Could this be our token of love? I must practice it to perfection. Life in the general's residence was even better than I had imagined. I felt like I was once again immersed in a dream. It felt like I had returned to my childhood. Whatever I wanted, my husband would provide. He even helped imprison my detestable uncle and aunt to avenge me. No one had ever treated me this well. Those harsh days of waking early, washing clothes in winter, and eating leftovers every day seemed to be endured just so I could meet my husband. To put it in my husband's words, it was as if heaven intended to bestow great responsibility upon a person. They must first suffer to strengthen, there will toil their bodies and endure hunger. In short, someone was caring for me again. I felt I had family once more. I asked my husband why he treated me so well. His answer was that I was his sister. Sister. But we were clearly married. We were husband and wife. Oh right. I was married to a rooster. Is that why my husband does not acknowledge me? Then I must grow up quickly. I need to marry my husband again. But will my husband live to that time? They all say my husband won't live past 17. That's absolutely impossible. My husband is so kind and so clever, he will definitely live a long life. I once thought that this dream could last forever. But for some unknown reason, I have been having another dream lately. In the dream, my husband is far away from me, and no matter how much I chase, I cannot catch up to him. Just when I finally catch up, he dissipates like smoke. Every time this happens, I wake up in the middle of the night, jump out of bed, and check my husband's breathing. Fortunately, although my husband's breath is shallow, he is still alive. But I can no longer sleep. I can only find peace by looking at my husband's face. Sometimes I fear, can I really bring joy to my husband? My own past has been anything but joyful. But no matter what, I must ensure my husband lives a little longer, just a little longer. It would be best if he could live to 100. My husband's 17th birthday has arrived, and the prophecy of his death at 17 has been shattered. I must be quite useful after all. Gradually, I began to grow older. I seem to understand what it means to be a couple. True couples should not be like us. We should be doing some intimate things together. We should be having children together. But my husband still treats me like a child. Even though I have reached marriageable age, we still sleep in separate beds. This is not right. I want my husband to see me for who I am, his wife, and not his sister. Yes, I must seduce him. But before I could put my seduction plan into action, war broke out in the northern border. The general went to the battlefield, and although my husband does not show it, I know he is worried. I am worried too. The general is the second person in this world who has treated me well aside from my husband. I have made up my mind. I will put my seduction plans on hold until the general returns victorious. But the fighting dragged on for 3 whole years. This year, I am 19 and my husband is 21. I have discovered some strange things. It has been 5 years since I married my husband, and I have changed a lot in these 5 years. I have grown taller, gained weight, and my features have matured. Everyone says I have become beautiful. But my husband still looks the same as he did 5 years ago, without a trace of change. Although I see him every day, I cannot perceive any differences. He still appears as a youth, just like before. I am no longer as naive as I used to be. Reflecting on my husband's various traits and my frequent dreams over the years, I feel a strange sensation in my heart. Could my husband actually be an immortal? If so, I like my husband even more. If he truly is immortal, can he live to 100 years and be with me forever? My beautiful fantasies of the future come to a halt at a moment of surveillance. The Liu family has caught the attention of the court. Although I have devoted myself entirely to caring for my husband over the years, he never looked down on me for being a mere woman. He has always kept me informed about everything happening in the world. I know that the Liu family is in grave danger. Once the Liu family collapses, my husband will die. Just thinking about this possibility makes my heart nearly stop. I cannot imagine what I would become if I lost my husband. I must ensure he survives. From that moment on, I picked up the cultivation that I had long neglected and began to practice martial arts day and night. I must become strong enough to protect my husband before the Liu family falls. But ultimately, it was too late. Everything happened too quickly. The court attacked the Liu family. Although I noticed it immediately and took my husband to escape, we were still intercepted. Faced with the encirclement at that moment, I thought that even if I had to die, I must protect my husband's safety. But my husband shared the same thought. He exchanged his secrets and life for my chance to live. I do not want to let my husband down, and I fled to the northern border and began to cultivate, tirelessly learning to lead troops and fight. But no matter how talented I am, reaching the master realm in a short time is virtually impossible. The thought of my husband suffering in the palace, even hearing rumors of him being a male concubine, drives me frantic. So I found a life-burning secret technique and disregarded my second brother's objections, forcibly enhancing my realm at the cost of burning my own lifespan. Within half a year, I advanced from the heavenly stronghold to the realm of earthly immortals, entering enemy lines as if they were unguarded. The price is that I can only live for 2 more years. But it doesn't matter. Truly, it doesn't matter. It's enough. The art of war that my husband taught me is incredibly useful, and there are occasional reports from the palace that my husband is still alive, which keeps me from giving up. Fortunately, in the end I succeeded. Although when we met again my husband had become so thin he was nothing but skin and bones, barely able to stand with my strength, I could completely see the injuries he had intentionally hidden beneath his clothes. But thankfully he was still alive. I saved him in time. Everything was still in time. After that we were together again, and no one could stop us anymore. My husband seemed to have opened his heart and finally accepted me. That day he kissed me voluntarily, and I was truly so happy. But I still ruined everything. I made my husband cough up blood staining his clean white clothes and made him aware of my secret. I caused him to be so angry that he coughed up blood. That was the first time in all the years I cared for my husband that he coughed up blood in front of me, and I was nearly paralyzed with fear. After waking, he not only didn't blame me, but instead said he would do everything possible to heal me. I Su Qingchan, what virtue or capability do I possess to have such a good husband? I no longer want to live just 2 years. I want to be with my husband forever, to live for another 10, 20, or even 100 years. So when my husband first fed me that bowl of medicine, I already knew. He had added his own blood to the bowl, but I only silently drank it. I did not want to speak it out. This is the only selfish desire I have in this life. I just want to be with my husband a little longer, just a little longer. Thus I pretended to know nothing and selfishly drank my husband's blood for a full 40 years. Compared to the greedy Yin Emperor and the ambitious Wen Emperor, I might actually be the most despicable person, right? A person like me deserves to go to hell. Even at the end of my life, I still wanted to drag my husband, who has never abandoned me and is immortal, down to hell with me. I'm sorry. My husband should have seen the antidote, right? He will drink it, right? My husband, I really can't bear to part with you. They say there is reincarnation in the world. Since my husband is immortal, will he wait for me at the end of that reincarnation? But in the end I poisoned him. He must hate me to the core now. So he probably won't wait for me anymore, right? In the next life, will we meet again? Detection indicates the host has died. Survival days in this transmigration 17,160 days. Points acquired 17160. Calculating the points for this transmigration. You got married, points 10. Your wife, Su Qingchan, broke through to Mingjing, points 100. Your wife, Su Qingchan, broke through to Anjing, points 200. Your wife, Su Qingchan, broke through to Daigang, points 300. You designed weapon blueprints aiding the Zhou Wu kingdom in defeating various powerful nations like the Turks, points 1000. Your wife, Su Qingchan, broke through to Tiangong, points 400. Your wife, Su Qingchan, became the goddess of war, conquering cities and gaining immense fame, points 1000. Your wife, Su Qingchan, broke through to the innate master and earth immortal realms. Points 500, 800, 1000. Your wife, Su Qingchan, killed Master Li Chuanda, points 1000. Your wife, Su Qingchan, mastered the lifeline of the key figures of Zhou Wu kingdom, becoming the behind the scenes ruler, points 2000. Your wife, Su Qingchan, breached Zhuyan kingdom and killed its master, points 5000. Your wife, Su Qingchan, achieved the title of Empress, points 10,000. You became the Empress Royal Consort, the only one in the harem favored above all, points 1000. Your wife, Su Qingchan, unified the land of Shenzhou, becoming a timeless emperor recorded in history, forever sung by future generations, points 10,000. For love you gave up immortality and were buried with the Empress. The system was very moved, rewarding you with points 1000. Transmigration points, this time 29310. Level evaluation A. Acquired blue attribute reward, King of Soft Rice. King of Soft Rice, charm 10. Acquired purple attribute reward, True Love Invincible. True Love Invincible. When you fight for the one in your heart, you can gain a battle power increase of 20. The system mall has been opened, please check. Returning to the original world. Return successful. A strange yet familiar mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Lu Ming opened his eyes, gazing at the still glowing virtual computer screen, his expression dazed. Back. A clear figure flashed repeatedly in his mind. She was crying, she was laughing, she gently called him husband. In the end it was her lying in a coffin, breathless. Lu Ming took a deep breath, slumped in his wheelchair, silently murmuring 2 words. Qingchan. After a long while he finally regained his composure. He glanced at the clock on the table. Only then did he realize that merely an hour had passed since the transmigration. In just 1 hour he experienced nearly 50 years in another world. The after effects were too great. The panel opened, and looking at the densely packed settlement information, Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Among the long list, there were only 3 short lines about himself. The rest were all about Su Qingchan. One line even mentioned that he became Su Qingchan's royal consort. What does it mean to be favored above all? Su Qingchan's harem clearly only had him. In summary, if he truly chose to hide and survive, he might have gained more points, but the total wouldn't necessarily be this much. Though it's still unclear what the points are used for, existence is reasonable, so this thing must have its purpose. This soft rice was something Lu Ming enjoyed thoroughly, and being the king of soft rice was indeed well-deserved. Host Lu Ming. Realm Mortal Stardust Realm, First Stage 0100. Transmigration points 24310. Points 17160. Ability Immortality. Attributes King of Soft Rice Blue True Love, Invincible Purple. For a first transmigration, this result is passable. Suddenly feeling a bit thirsty, Lu Ming intended to stand up to get a glass of water, only to realize he couldn't stand at all. After being normal for a few decades, returning to being a cripple was indeed hard to adapt to. Thus Lu Ming no longer hesitated. Add points. Deducting 100 points. Realm Mortal Stardust Realm, First Stage 100100. Boom. Lu Ming felt a loud explosion within him as tiny specks small as dust, yet radiating terrifying energy converged within his body. His withered and shriveled body began to swell, his complexion turning rosy, and his eyes seemed to twinkle with endless starlight. Drawing cosmic stardust into his body, awakening his inherent potential, he completed the initial binding of his flesh and source energy, allowing his fists to crack rocks and his body to soar. This is the Stardust Realm. The point additions continued. Deducting 200 points. Stardust Realm First Stage, Second Stage 200200. Deducting 300 points. Stardust Realm Second Stage, Third Stage 300300. Deducting 900 points. Stardust Realm 8th Stage, 9th Stage 900900. As his realm increased, the stardust within Lu Ming gathered more and more until it formed a massive sphere, a dazzling moonlight, faintly radiating from within him, carrying a terrifying aura. Deducting 1000 points. Stardust Realm 9th Stage, Bright Moon Realm First Stage 100100. Bright Moon Realm. Absorbing the power of moonlight, condensing the core of source energy, he could amplify his battle power through the gravitational pull of the stars, perceiving the energy veins of the interstellar space. Walking on the moon leaves no trace, with source energy radiating like silver light, able to withstand the impact of interstellar meteors, joining the ranks of planetary powerhouses. This is the Bright Moon Realm. Lu Ming smirked. Lu Hao stole his star source bone and cultivated for over a decade without reaching this realm, yet he attained it in mere seconds. If he knew, he'd probably be so furious he'd spit blood right. And at this moment the point additions were still ongoing. Deducting 2000 points. Bright Moon Realm First Stage, Second Stage 2000. Deducting 4000 points. Bright Moon Realm Third Stage, Fourth Stage 400400. Only when reaching Bright Moon Realm Fourth Stage did this exhilarating point addition finally come to a halt. Host Lu Ming. Realm Bright Moon Realm Fourth Stage, Fifth Stage 05000. Transmigration points 24310. Points 2660. Ability Immortality. Attributes King of Soft Rice Blue True Love, Invincible Purple. Just one transmigration led Lu Ming to soar directly to Bright Moon Realm Fourth Stage. It's worth noting that the strongest remaining on Blue Star is only at the Stardust Realm. This means he has suddenly entered the ranks of mid-tier powerhouses on Blue Star. Lu Ming stood up from his wheelchair, stretched his body, and yawned, his bones and muscles cracking loudly. He felt he could now punch through a planet. The foundational damage caused by the removal of the star source bone was fully repaired at this moment. Lu Ming even faintly felt a warmth in his chest, swelling as if something were about to regrow. He walked to the window, opened it, and welcomed the gentle breeze, inhaling deeply. The feeling of freedom is truly wonderful. A commotion arose from downstairs, and Lu Ming looked down to see Lu Hao and Lu Yin walking out of the Lu family manor, while Lu Shangting and his wife waved goodbye to the two. It was a picture of a harmonious and loving family. Lu Ming let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy. Lu Hao had his back to him, but seemed to feel his stare and turned around, their eyes meeting. Since only Lu Ming's upper body was visible from the window, Lu Hao did not realize he was standing. His expression was gentle, yet still held the familiar disdain and arrogance Lu Ming was accustomed to as he nodded towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming squinted and returned a smile. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, slightly furrowing his brow, instinctively halting his steps. Beside him, Lu Yin, noticing this, asked in confusion, "What are you looking at?" "Hurry up, the auction is about to start." Lu Hao came back to his senses and shook his head, nothing. But Lu Yin still followed his gaze and turned around only to see Lu Ming's figure disappearing. She snorted coldly, "You're the only one who keeps watching that stinky rat, Lu Ming." Lu Hao hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't you think Brother Ming was a bit different just now?" "Different how?" Lu Yin scoffed. "Isn't he still as disgusting as ever?" Lu Hao shook his head, instinctively touching his chest. There lay a bone that originally did not belong to him. This man never believed in illusions. The Lu Ming from just now was worlds apart from the Lu Ming he once knew. That gaze an obvious hostility and scrutiny. Perhaps it existed before, but it lacked a sense of confidence. Now he distinctly felt Lu Ming's contempt emanating from deep within. No, something was very wrong. Could he have already found out? Not only that, but did he even have a backing? He wanted to snatch away this bone from himself. Lu Hao immediately thought of this possibility, even if the odds were only 1 in 10,000. His eyes instantly turned cold. Since it was something he had already obtained, it belonged to him, and there would never be a possibility of returning it in this lifetime. Lu Ming, I initially only wanted to watch you struggle in the mire, stinking and helpless. But now, it was you who bared your fangs first. Don't blame me for striking first. A rat should act like a rat. Lu Ming did not care whether he had exposed anything. Since he could already cultivate, he was not afraid of revealing anything. But for now, he still wanted to pretend, waiting for a moment to give the Lu family a big surprise. By the way, the system store. Besides points, he also had credits. Credits could be used to purchase items in the system store, though he had no idea what was available. Lu Ming opened the system store and was soon stunned. The items in the store were not very diverse. They were mostly martial arts classics he had obtained in the land of Shenzhou, along with some precious artifacts. Prices ranged from 100 to 1,000 credits. But Lu Ming skimmed through these items. His gaze was firmly fixed on a few specific items. Starflower seed, price 10 credits. Description: eternal love and unchanging heart. She infuses her most intense love within it. Plant it, and perhaps something unexpected will happen once it blooms. Qingming formula, price 10 credits. Description: a masterpiece that merges ancient martial arts and source energy cultivation methods, seemingly containing a certain ineffable profundity. Should he try cultivating it? Leftover lotus pastry, price 0 credits. Description: it's free, but very sweet. Lu Ming tightened his fingers, steadied his heartbeat, and purchased the starflower seed and Qingming formula. As for the lotus pastry, once taken out and eaten, it would be gone. Better to leave it in the store to avoid nostalgia. Everything in the past is over. He could not remain in that world forever. He had to continue moving forward. A bag of seeds and a vintage threadbound book appeared on the table. Lu Ming put the seeds in his pocket and picked up the Qingming formula to read. Clearly, it was no different from what he had created before, but Lu Ming felt an odd sensation in his heart. He sat on the bed and closed his eyes. The power of the bright moon within him formed a silvery star vortex that kept rotating, but as he cultivated the Qingming formula, a sharp aura gradually blossomed within the star vortex. Is this sword intent? This instantly reminded Lu Ming of Su Qingquan. The weapon she once used was a sword. The Qingming formula unexpectedly infused his source power with the attribute of strength. One must know that to imbue one's source power with attributes, one must possess a special constitution. For example, Lu Hao's star source bone possesses the attribute of infinity, providing him with a continuous source of energy almost inexhaustible. This is also why the star source bone is considered one of the strongest constitutions. To derive sword intent, one must also have a constitution related to swords. For instance, sword bones or a clear sword heart. Yet now he had nothing, relying solely on a self-created technique to grant his source power the attribute of a sword. If this were to spread, it would overturn the understanding of the universe. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulence within his heart, and immediately placed the Qingming formula into the system space. At that moment, a message alert sounded from the computer. Lu Ming opened it to find a message from Yu Yu. Yu Yu was the owner of an antique shop, someone he had met online over the past 3 years. Having spent so much time in this room, he had nothing to do, so he utilized the knowledge from his past life to engage in antique appraisal online. Due to the high similarity between Blue Star civilization and Earth, he was essentially someone who had crossed over from hundreds of years ago. In his past life, Lu Ming had specialized in archaeology and was considered an ancient person from a parallel world, making him the most authoritative figure in this world's antique industry. Thus, he was recruited by Yu Yu and became a professional appraiser in her antique association. Yu Yu, there's an auction today. Do you want to watch the live stream? Yu Yu's association, named Moonlight Association, is one of the largest antique associations in Zhongbei City today. The auction is held every 3 months for a small event, and every 6 months for a large one, featuring rare items that attract many collectors of pre-catastrophe artifacts. For important auctions, Yu Yu occasionally asks him to watch the live stream to avoid unnecessary incidents, as she knows about Lu Ming's physical condition and cannot attend in person. In the past, Lu Ming mostly declined. What could happen at an auction? But today, as the moon appeared after the clouds cleared, Lu Ming was in a good mood. On the other side, the Moonlight Antique Association stood in the most prosperous area of Jiangnan City, its ancient-style 3-story building contrasting starkly with the surrounding cyberpunk architecture. Yu Yu, dressed in a plain-colored cheongsam, with her hair pinned up high, was looking down at her messages. She paused slightly when she saw the message from Lu Ming saying, "Come in person." Is he really coming to the auction in person? Can his body handle it? Nevertheless, it's rare for Lu Ming to want to go out, and she was happy to let him breathe some fresh air. Being cooped up in a room all the time isn't good, so Yu immediately summoned her assistant. Xiao Lu, go pick up Master Wu Ming. Xiao Lu was shocked. Master Wu Ming? Is he the renowned master in the antique world? Our association's top appraiser. Isn't he supposed to be very mysterious and never show up? Yu nodded. What? How mysterious can he be? It's a rare opportunity for him to go out. Xiao Lu replied, why do you sound like a shootin'? What does Master Wu Ming look like? Yu scrolled through her phone, finally locating a photo of Lu Ming. Xiao Lu curiously leaned in to take a look and was shocked again. He looks so young. Just remember his appearance and don't get it wrong. I've given you the address. His health isn't very good, so take care of him. His health isn't good. Yes, you'll understand when you get there. I have things to attend to, so I'll leave first. Make sure to take him to the VIP room, and keep it warm. All right. Meanwhile, luxury hover cars appeared at the entrance of the Moonlight Association, and people dressed in formal attire and serious expressions got out complimenting each other as they entered the association. At such auctions, the attendees are usually not the wealthy individuals themselves, but their assistants. In the antique industry during this era that reveres warriors, it is merely a minor trade earning sentimental money not worth the personal visit from those prominent figures. Only a few collectors who are passionate about antiques or others with ulterior motives come in person. Lu Hao arrived at the entrance in a luxury car with Lu Yin entering the VIP room under the guidance of the staff. Xiao Hao, what's so interesting about this antique auction? It's all stuff that can only be looked at and not used. With this money, it would be more practical to buy a few bottles of Star Source liquid. Lu Hao shook his head, saying the Minter Kushan from the Yinqing Academy loves the culture of the ancient blue star, especially a watch called the Rolex. Although I can get into Yinqing Academy through the college entrance examination, it would be even more secure to build a good relationship with Minter Kushan. I'm back in Jiangbei City, not just to see my family, but also for this watch. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin's eyes widened slightly. Yinqing Academy. Is that one of the 3 major academies under the Thunder God Mountain Empire? Lu Hao smiled slightly and nodded. Oh my, the Minter from Yinqing Academy, isn't that a powerful figure in the Nebula realm? Someone even more formidable than my father. How you are indeed very clever to have established a connection with the Minter from Yinqing Academy. Lu Hao humbly shook his head, saying it's my teacher who helped set this up. I'm just a mere student not worthy of such a connection. That's still impressive. Lu Yin said excitedly, looking towards the auction stage. Rolex, right? We must get it today. At this moment, Lu Hao's gaze swept across the room and caught sight of a familiar figure entering room A. He paused, feeling that the figure looked somewhat familiar. However, the person was standing tall, their posture erect, making it difficult to connect them with Lu Ming. Meanwhile, in room A, Lu Ming, led by Xiao Lu, sat on a soft sofa. After Xiao Lu respectfully poured him a glass of red wine, Lu Ming said, you can go out now, I can manage on my own. All right. Xiao Lu complied and left. After closing the door, he silently muttered to himself. Manager, you said the boss' health wasn't good, but he looks quite rosy. How could he be unwell? He was tall, young, strong, and handsome. If he isn't well, could I be? Lu Ming stayed in the spacious VIP room, took a sip of wine, and sighed comfortably. Only now did he truly enjoy the benefits of his hard work in earning money. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction at the Moonlight Antique Association. We will now present the first item for bidding. The auctioneer, dressed in a cheongsam, stood on stage, introducing the first item for auction. It was a beautifully crafted blue and white porcelain piece. This is a handcrafted blue and white porcelain piece from Dehang Town, once known as the porcelain capital before the disaster, made using the oldest firing techniques, exquisite in detail. Starting bid 200,000 star coins. Someone in the audience quickly raised their paddle. 300,000 star coins. 400,000 star coins. Lu Ming propped his chin on his hand, unable to suppress a smile. I never expected that the porcelain which once sold for $10 at the street stall in Dehang Town could sell for such a high price now. While technology is advanced now, many crafts and cultures from before the disaster have been lost. Though it is possible to replicate them using particle printers based on various documents and images, they ultimately lack that essence, making it hard to distinguish what is real and what is fake. What Lu Ming did was this business. Initially, he intended to be a ghostwriter, but his memory and writing skills weren't that good. Daily updates exhausted him, so he switched to identifying antiques online. Unexpectedly, the business grew larger and larger, reaching its current scale. He has become a so-called master in Jiangbei's antique industry. Next, we have another auction item. A watch crafted by a race known as the White People, made before the disaster, handmade, with complex craftsmanship, still able to function, a symbol of status back then. During the Great Disaster, due to the physical constitution of the Daxia people being exceptionally suitable for cultivation, they quickly rose to become the dominant human force with the largest population on Blue Star. Meanwhile, other races on Blue Star gradually disappeared over time. Now the entire Blue Star is unified with only one nation and one race. That is Dacia. The starting bid for the Rolex watch, 5 million star coins. 6 million. 6.5 million. In room 2, Lu Hao pressed the bidding button. 10 million, everyone. This watch, the Lu family wants it. Instantly, everyone present fell silent. The Lu family. Is that the top family in Jiangbei? That's right, judging by that voice, it seems to be Lu Hao from Star Source Bone. The one who ranks first on the martial arts list. When did he come back? It's actually him. Does he also have an interest in antiques? Regardless of whether he does or not, Lu Hao is not someone we can offend. Let's forget about this watch. Hearing the whispers outside, Lu Hao's lips curled into a smile. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of everyone respecting him, whether due to his family background or his own talent and strength. He was truly an object of admiration. The auctioneer immediately struck the gavel. 10 million once. 10 million twice. However, at that moment, a voice with a changed tone suddenly rang out. 11 million. Lu Hao's expression shifted slightly as he immediately looked at the closed room, recalling the figure that made him feel uncomfortable. 13 million. Lu Hao coldly spoke. Sir, this is something Lu Hao wish to have. Can you part with it? At this moment, Lu Hao directly revealed his name. He thought the opponent would be somewhat wary. Although those who could sit in the prestigious rooms were certainly not to be underestimated, Lu Hao did not believe he was inferior to them. However, the opponent completely ignored him and continued to bid. 15 million. Lu Hao's expression immediately darkened. Lu Yin slammed the table angrily, saying, "What is wrong with this person? Is he deliberately going against the Lu family?" Lu Hao tightened his grip on the teacup. "No matter what, I must obtain this Rolex." 16 million. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, not understanding why Lu Hao was so determined to have a broken watch. 16 million was certainly not a small sum for him. But since Lu Hao wanted it, Lu Ming would not let him have it easily. He took a sip of his tea and calmly stated, 18 million. Naturally, the crowd at the auction detected the tension between the two and began to speculate about who the person in the prestigious room was. Daring to go against the domineering Lu family, Lu Hao clenched his fist. 20 million. This was already his limit. He couldn't produce a single cent more. Lu Ming recognized the urgency in his voice and understood that 20 million had reached Lu Hao's limit, so he stopped insisting. In a voice that was altered to obscure gender, he said lightly, "I genuinely like this watch, but since young Master Lu insists on having it, I can only let it go." Hearing this, Lu Hao's expression eased slightly. The auctioneer finally struck the gavel and brought the watch to Lu Hao's room. At the same time, Lu Ming also stood up, intending to leave. Having tricked Lu Hao, he was in a good mood and lost interest in the upcoming auction. Next, we will showcase the next auction item. It is a red wedding dress unearthed from the ancient Zhou Wu kingdom, which once flourished. This wedding dress is exquisitely embroidered with gold threads and silver patterns, adorned with a phoenix crown and flowing robes, exuding an air of nobility. It is said to have belonged to the second emperor of the Zhou Wu kingdom, one of the few female emperors in history, and also the most accomplished female emperor in the history of the Great Xia. Empress Shenwu worn on her wedding day. Its value is extraordinary. When we found this wedding dress, it was in a remote grave which contained only a redwood coffin. Inside the coffin, there were the remains of a man and a woman embracing each other. According to experts, it is believed to be the joint burial site of Empress Shenwu and her only imperial husband. However, after 5,000 years of sedimentation, the wedding dress has suffered much damage and cannot be repaired. Lu Ming paused, his pupils narrowing as he turned to look at the wedding dress being carefully displayed on stage. He saw that the red of the wedding dress had faded to a dark crimson, and the beautiful patterns had become tattered, bearing the marks of endless years. Yet Lu Ming recognized it at a glance. It was Su Qingshan's wedding dress, the very dress he had personally put on her before she was buried. Lu Ming's breathing became rapid. Why? Why is it here? What happened in the Zhou Wu kingdom 5,000 years ago? Did his recent time travel actually bring him back to the past? The starting price of this wedding dress is 10 million star coins. Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately snapped back to reality. He quickly called Yu. The call was quickly connected. Lu Ming immediately removed the wedding dress from the stage. But many clients came specifically for this wedding dress. Lu Ming lied without changing his expression. There is a problem with this wedding dress. Take it down immediately. Upon hearing there was a problem, Yu did not dare to delay. In the antique business, reputation is everything. If fake goods were sold, even if it was just one, the business would inevitably plummet. All right, I will remove it. After a short while, the auctioneer seemed to have heard something through his earpiece, and his expression changed slightly. He then bowed apologetically to the audience. Sorry, everyone, regarding this wedding dress, the appraisal experts have some doubts that need to be re-verified. Not fully appraising it before bringing it to the auction stage was a mistake on the part of our Yuehua auction house, and we will provide appropriate compensation to everyone afterward. Although some in the audience were dissatisfied, no one said anything. After all, when buying antiques, the most important thing is authenticity, and now that even that is in question, they naturally wouldn't press the issue. The red wedding dress was carefully taken down, and Lu Ming immediately left the room to head backstage. Yu happened to arrive backstage as well. Seeing Lu Ming looking spirited, she walked over in shock. You are Lu Ming. But Lu Ming was not in the mood to pay her any mind, heading straight for the wedding dress. His eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the dress before him. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but feared damaging it, so he hesitated. Yu stepped forward, suppressing her shock at Lu Ming's sudden resurrection, and asked curiously, "Is there a problem with this wedding dress?" Lu Ming took a deep breath. "Who brought this wedding dress for auction?" Yu shook her head. "I don't know, I'm not responsible for this. But I remember this was appraised by old Wang." Xiao Lu on the side immediately said, "They'll go call grandfather Wang." Yuehua auction house has more than just Lu Ming as an appraiser. Wang Zhenyang is one of them. Soon Wang Zhenyang arrived. Seeing Lu Ming's appearance, he was also startled. He was one of the earliest employees to follow Lu Ming, so he naturally knew what Lu Ming used to be like. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Yu giving him a look. He immediately understood. Lu Ming was in a bad mood. It was best not to ask questions. "Xiao Ming, is there something you need? How did this wedding dress come to be?" Old Wang glanced at the wedding dress, thought for a moment, and said, "I remember. The one who found this wedding dress was an old man accompanied by a pretty young girl. It was several months ago. A mudslide suddenly occurred on the back mountain of their home, causing a large section of the mountain to collapse and reveal a coffin. Upon opening it, we found two skeletons that had nearly turned to fragments, wearing ancient wedding garments. The male garment had completely turned to ash, while this wedding dress was relatively intact. The old man, upon discovering this, sold the news to us. I brought people to retrieve the wedding dress, and after much research we confirmed it was the wedding dress of Empress Shenwu from 5,000 years ago." At this point, Wang Zhenyang became excited. He was always passionate about history, but soon he cooled down and cautiously looked at Lu Ming. "Is there a problem with my appraisal?" "Indeed. 5,000 years have passed, and due to the great disasters, many historical records have been lost. I cannot be 100% sure this is indeed Empress Shenwu's. Where is that mountain?" "It's in the northern suburbs of Jiangbei City, a place called Qingming Mountain by the locals." Lu Ming slightly clenched his fist. "All right, I understand. You all can get back to work." Wang Zhenyang exchanged a puzzled look with Yu. Yu shrugged, unsure of what was going on in Lu Ming's mind. Soon, everyone retreated. As others departed, only Lu Ming remained in the backstage along with the dark red wedding dress. Thoughts surged in Lu Ming's mind. Why did this wedding dress appear here? According to old Wang, it belonged to the Empress of Zhou from 5,000 years ago. However, Lu Ming had studied the history of Blue Star and found that there was no record of a dynasty called Zhou, nor was there any mention of the divine martial empress. On the contrary, there were related records about the Yin kingdom. Lu Ming initially thought he had traversed to an ancient parallel world, but it turned out he had returned to the past 5,000 years. He had even altered history. But since the past had been changed, and with the existence of the butterfly effect, why did everything in the present remain unchanged? Lu Ming felt his mind was in chaos. He opened his terminal and searched for Zhou. Indeed, he found some information, but it was fragmented and scarce, often dismissed as mere rumors. Zhou indeed once existed. History had changed. After a long while, Lu Ming exhaled. Forget it. If he couldn't make sense of it, he wouldn't dwell on it. This singular traversal didn't signify much, and rounding it off, he hadn't truly altered history. After all, nothing had changed in the present. Everything continued on its original trajectory. Lu Ming gazed at the wedding dress before him, waved his hand, and stored it in his system space. He turned to leave. He wanted to visit Qingming Mountain. He instructed Yu to prepare a vehicle, and soon Xiao Lu drove a hovercar, arriving at the foot of a modest mountain. "Master, this is Qingming Mountain." Lu Ming looked up. Qingming Mountain appeared to be an ordinary little hill covered in thick underbrush and dense trees, except for one side that had collapsed, revealing a large expanse of bare yellow earth. Lu Ming lightly stepped, and his whole body soared into the air, moving gracefully, as if he were stepping on an invisible staircase. Xiao Lu gaped at this scene. Stepping on the moon. Lunar realm. "Boss, you call this poor health?" He was astonished. The boss looked no more than 20, yet was already a powerhouse of the lunar realm. This was no less impressive than Lu Hao, who was hailed as the greatest talent of Blue Star. In other words, the boss was not only the youngest master of the antique world, but also a prodigy among geniuses. Yet the entire Jiangbei City was unaware of Lu Ming's existence. Was he really this low-key? At that moment, Lu Ming was oblivious to Xiao Liu's thoughts. He leaped to the mountaintop and saw a girl in a light blue dress, kneeling, seemingly worshipping something. Lu Ming stepped on a dry branch, producing a sharp crack. "Who?" The girl turned sharply, only to see a handsome youth in white standing behind her. She immediately became wary and asked, "Who are you?" Lu Ming glanced at her. The girl in the light blue dress was exquisite with sharp features and a hint of heroism in her eyes, making for an unforgettable appearance. He did not answer. Seeing he bore no ill will, and his gaze was clear, the girl furrowed her brow and said, "Are you lost?" Lu Ming shook his head, saying, "No, I came here on purpose." He no longer paid attention to the girl's expression, his gaze traversing past her to the scene behind her. Before them lay a neatly dug, deep pit, completely empty, surrounded by a railing with a monitor nearby. Next to it stood a stone tablet inscribed with "Tomb of the Divine Martial Empress." It seemed this place had been designated as a historical site. However, because in this era such relics were not taken too seriously for their aesthetic value, it had only a warning sign with a monitor and railing, and there was no one guarding it. Lu Ming approached and stood outside the railing, quietly observing the deep pit before him. The girl realized he was not here for her and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She stared at Lu Ming's back, feeling an inexplicable sensation emanating from him, stirring a sense of sadness within her. Unable to resist, she stepped forward and stood beside Lu Ming. "Are you also here to see the Empress tomb?" As soon as she said this, she felt it was a redundant question. Wasn't it obvious? Lu Ming nodded, responding with a simple "Did you discover this tomb? Was that wedding dress yours to auction?" Sensing the question in Lu Ming's tone, the girl inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. She bit her lip, her eyes flashing with a hint of struggle. I didn't want it to be this way." She tugged at her dress, letting out a sigh. "You may not know, but my family has guarded this mountain for generations. Although I don't know why every year on the 7th day of September we perform rituals at the mountain's peak. At first I didn't know what we were worshipping until this Empress tomb appeared, and I understood why. I intended to protect it well, but..." She bit her lip as she spoke. "I'm sorry, I need money for college, and I need money for cultivation. My grandfather sold that wedding dress for my dream, as he had no choice." The 7th day of September, the day Su Qingchuan died. Lu Ming turned to the girl. "What is your name?" "Su Chaoga." "The surname Su." Lu Ming observed her features and found she bore no resemblance to anyone he had known 1,000 years ago, nor did she resemble Su Qingchuan in the slightest. Indeed, 5,000 years had passed. Even distant relatives would hardly share similarities. But it was evident that the Su family must have some connection to him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have guarded this mountain for generations. "Give me your account number." Su Chaoga was taken aback, unable to comprehend. "What?" Lu Ming smiled slightly and said, "I privately bought that wedding dress. I'm here to give you the money." Su Chaoga took a moment to process this. "Oh, okay." She didn't know why she had no doubts and simply provided her bank account to Lu Ming. How much did it sell for?" "Ding, your XXX bank account has been credited with 100 million. 100 million. This was all his savings after years of hard work. Su Chaoga was stunned. She recalled that when the appraiser quoted the price, they said it could sell for a maximum of 30 million at best. This was clearly way too much. This is too much, or I can't accept it. Take it, consider it my gratitude to you." Su Chaoga was even more confused. She had just met this person today, what was he thanking her for? Before she could say anything, Lu Ming had already walked past her to stand before the Empress tomb. There, due to a landslide, a natural basin had formed. Lu Ming took out a bag of seed-like items from his pocket, squatted down, and carefully planted them in the soil. Then he gently covered the soil back over them. "What are you planting?" "Stellar flowers." Su Chaoga asked in confusion. Stellar flowers? She had never heard of such a flower. Given that current plants had mutated, stellar flowers had long since ceased to exist, so naturally Su Chaoga had never heard of them. Lu Ming turned to look at her. "A very beautiful flower. Its color resembles your dress. Its flower language is eternal love, an unchanging heart." Hearing Lu Ming's words, Su Chaoga was momentarily stunned and instinctively glanced at the skirt she was wearing. The phrase felt strangely familiar, yet she could not recall where she had heard it before. Just as she was lost in thought, a notification sound broke her contemplation. Lu Ming opened his terminal and found a message from the school's advisor. "Lu Ming, the college entrance examination is about to begin, and the school needs to record registrations. I want to ask if you plan to participate. If you do, please come to the school in person to confirm." The college entrance examination. Lu Ming's expression froze. Speaking of which, the Lu couple had always adhered to the educational regulations of Blue Star, paying his tuition fees every year. At his age, he was still a high school senior about to take the entrance examination. However, due to his physical condition, he rarely attended school, and when he did, it was for some special reason. For the past 3 years, he had mostly stayed holed up in the Lu family's room, engaging in antique dealings while striving to restore the damaged body of the original owner. At the same time, he was also hiding himself, continuing to live the original owner's life, without letting the Lu family discover that this body had a new core. By the way, Lu Hao is also participating in the college entrance examination this year, right? Lu Ming was a year older than Lu Hao. However, Lu Hao was a genius and had directly skipped a grade to participate in this year's examination. Ding! Participate in the college entrance examination and achieve first place in Luoyang Province. Reward 1 crossing opportunity. Lu Ming. Jiangbei City is precisely located in Luoyang Province. Originally, he wanted to stay low for a while longer. It seemed he had no choice but to confront the situation. I'll take my leave now. Su Chaoga came back to her senses. All right. As Lu Ming walked down the mountain, he left Su Chaoga's line of sight. Su Chaoga suddenly froze. By the way, I still don't know his name. Then she shook her head. Never mind, perhaps I won't see him again in the future. Lu Ming returned to the Lu family. When he left, he was in a wheelchair, and naturally he returned the same way. The Lu couple never cared where he went, nor were they concerned about his frail body and whether he would encounter problems going out alone. They would rather see Lu Ming die outside. Seeing Lu Ming maneuvering his electric wheelchair back, Shenwan immediately expressed her concern. Ming, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Do you not know how worried your aunt has been? Despite saying this, she remained glued to the sofa, not moving an inch. Lu Shangting's expression remained serious as he looked at Lu Ming. It's good that you're back. Come here, I need to talk to you. Lu Ming had already utilized his source power to revert his body back to its original pale and frail state, and his cultivation was completely concealed by the system. Thus, Lu Shangting, who was at the Star Core realm, did not notice anything unusual. Lu Ming remained silent, standing still. What is it? Seeing him like this, Lu Shangting suddenly sighed. Ming, I know you blame us for not taking care of you over the years, but you are aware of your physical condition. Born weak, any medication entering your body could be fatal. Even the most famous healers of Blue Star would find it hard to cure you. Your aunt and I have already shown you our utmost kindness. Now that you are of age, our Lu family has raised you for 18 years. It is time for you to be independent. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. He realized that Lu Shangting was eager to kick him out unexpectedly so soon. However, this perfectly aligned with his intentions. Fine, I'll leave. Shenwan immediately voiced her discontent. Ming, you don't want to leave. Her voice trailed off. What? You're leaving? Upon hearing this, Shenwan finally revealed a hint of a smile, her original fake smile, now appearing much more sincere. I've already had the servants pack your things, you can set off right now. Lu Shangting cast her a glance, feeling that Shenwan's eagerness was too evident. However, he did not want to say anything. This family had been lifeless because of Lu Ming, and the sooner he left, the more comfortable they would be. Over the years, the Daxia government had sent people to visit Lu Ming, the family of a martyr, which prevented him from taking action against Lu Ming in the open. If his brother had died, it would have been easier. He would have let Lu Ming fend for himself. But Lu Zhenjuan was merely missing. This had always been a thorn in Lu Shangting's heart. Lu Zhenjuan, his brother, had much greater talent than him, having advanced early to the Star Sea realm and consistently contributed to the protection of Blue Star. Thus, he was wary of the Daxia government and feared that Lu Zhenjuan might suddenly return, so he had to take good care of Lu Ming in public. But now that Lu Ming was already of age, the government would no longer concern itself with an adult, and his obligations had come to an end. After this, Lu Ming's life and death would no longer be guaranteed, and he would bear no responsibility. By then, even if Lu Zhenjuan returned, he could not say anything to him. With this thought, Lu Shangting's lips curled into a smirk. Just then, Lu Ming coldly laughed. I've reached adulthood, of course I have to leave. But before I go, I want all my parents' compensation funds and the adult fund they set up for me. Shenwan's expression changed. You've lived off me for all these years, and those compensations and funds are the rewards your parents gave us. How dare you take them back? I've given you money and a place to stay. Isn't that enough? After sucking blood from my family for so many years, you still want to bite off a piece of flesh on your way out. What an ungrateful wolf raised with kindness. Lu Ming wanted to leave, and Shenwan completely dropped her pretense. The compensation funds and the adult fund left for Lu Ming by Lu Zhenjuan and his wife amounted to a considerable sum. It could buy many cultivation resources for Lu Hao and Lu Yin. Only a fool would give it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze darkened, the corners of his mouth curling. If that's the case, I'll have to request the government and lawyers to intervene. As soon as these words were spoken, Shenwan and Lu Shangting's expressions turned completely gloomy. Without waiting for them to respond, a man in a suit stepped out from behind Lu Ming. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Shen, greetings. I'm a top lawyer from Jinlong Law Firm. My surname is Chun. The state should provide you with a stipend every year for raising the martyr's orphan. If you were to take the compensation funds and adult fund as well, that would be quite unreasonable. I have recorded the entire conversation and simultaneously saved it to the government compensation department. If you wish to avoid going to court, it would be better to settle with Mr. Lu as soon as possible. Of course, if anything happens to me or Mr. Lu afterward, both of you will become the primary suspects in this property dispute. Lu Shangting and Shenwan's expressions changed dramatically, pointing at Lu Ming with disbelief. You? The Lu Ming, who had always been timid and allowed them to bully him, had suddenly become so assertive. Lu Ming merely smiled coldly at them. There was no need for them to drive him away. Upon his return from crossing, the first thing he would do was leave the Lu family. So when he returned just now, he had made all the necessary preparations. Ultimately, under duress, Lu Shangting and Shun Wan had no choice but to hand over all the compensation funds and the adult fund totaling 1,300,000,000. Having given all her savings to Su Chaoga, he was now financially stable again. The paperwork completed, it was already evening. Lu Ming returned to the room he had lived in for 8 years, simply packed some clothes and his light brain, and left the Lu family under the couple's ashen faces. As for the surveillance and listening devices in the living room, let them be. Previously, Lu Shangting had confidently believed he would not pull any tricks, so he installed these things in the house, and they had never discovered them. Now that he was gone, these items would eventually be discovered, but it no longer mattered. He had already gained the capital to resist the Lu family. As Lu Ming left, Lu Hao and Lu Yin returned. Upon their return, they noticed the unpleasant expressions on Lu Shangting and Shun Wan's faces. Lu Hao frowned. "Dad, Mom, what happened?" Shun Wan immediately embellished the events that had just transpired. Lu Yin, upon hearing this, began to curse loudly. Meanwhile, Lu Hao furrowed his brow tightly. In the past, he would have been glad for Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming's presence was like a thorn in Lu Hao's heart, making him feel like a despicable thief. However, recently Lu Ming had been acting very strangely. He felt that he could only be at ease if Lu Ming was under his watch. In the end, Shin Wan took a deep breath and said, "Forget it, he's gone now. From now on, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with our family." She looked at Lu Hao earnestly. "How what matters most to you right now is the college entrance examination. Being the top in Beiyou is certainly yours, but being the top in the entire Blue Star is not guaranteed. Su Beizong, who ranks second on the martial arts rankings, is your formidable rival. You must work hard." Lu Hao suppressed his irritation and nodded confidently. "Don't worry, Mom, I have already advanced to the Haiyue realm. In the 30 days leading up to the college entrance examination, I am confident I can advance another level." Upon hearing this, Lu Shangting, Shun Wan, and Lu Yin all showed joyful expressions. "Really? Then, How, you're surely going to be first." "Huh. Heaven bless the Lu family." After Lu Ming left the Lu family, he did not go to the house they had arranged for him, but instead had Xiao Lu take him directly to the villa that Yu Yu had long prepared for him. That night, Lu Ming swam in the villa's private pool. Lu Ming sighed in contentment. This feeling of freedom was truly wonderful. The next day, Lu Ming arrived at Shiliashong in Zhongbei City. Lu Hao attended the best high school in the city while he was enrolled in the worst Shiliashong. However, Lu Ming didn't care. As long as he could take the college entrance examination, that was enough. He went straight to his class, the third year of high school. At that moment, the class teacher, Old Li, was explaining the rules of the college entrance examination to the students. Lu Ming stood at the door and knocked. Old Li turned around, looking at Lu Ming with confusion. "Who are you?" "Lu Ming." "Lu Ming." Old Li furrowed his brow in confusion and eventually remembered that there was indeed a student named Lu Ming who had been on extended leave. But wasn't that a weak boy in a wheelchair? Old Li squinted and took a closer look at the youth before him. He finally confirmed that this was indeed Lu Ming. He instinctively spoke, "Aren't you? Forget it. You're here to learn about the college entrance examination, right? Come in, I'm just talking about it." Lu Ming nodded and under the gaze of everyone walked into the classroom and casually found an empty seat to sit down. Just as he sat down, he sensed a gaze fixed intently on him. Turning his head, he saw a pair of beautiful starry eyes looking at him in surprise. "You." Lu Ming was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that Su Chaoga, whom he had seen yesterday, would actually be his classmate. It was no wonder he had no impression of her. After all, he had never attended classes. He gave Su Chaoga a slight nod of acknowledgement and then ignored her. "Su Chaoga." Nearby classmate Zhou Xiaoro nudged her with her elbow and whispered, "Chaoga, do you know him?" Su Chaoga nodded. "I've met him once. I've heard before that there was a student in our class who was a nominal student, often too weak to even leave home without a wheelchair. That's quite a rarity in this world. I saw him before, but it was a long time ago. He was so thin he was unrecognizable. I didn't expect that after a long absence he actually got better, and he has become so handsome and fit." As she spoke, Zhou Xiaoro couldn't help but wipe her mouth. Su Chaoga gave her a speechless glance. Her best friend was great in every way except she was too infatuated. At the podium, Old Li began discussing the important points for this college entrance examination. "This year's college entrance examination is crucial for you all. It is the biggest event in the history of Blue Star. Because major forces from the Hongxian Star domain under the Great Yin Ancient Kingdom will come to our Blue Star to select suitable talents through the college entrance examination." Upon hearing this, all the students became excited. The Great Yin Ancient Kingdom was a powerful human force that had protected Blue Star hundreds of years ago, boasting countless strong individuals and ruling several star domains. This included the Hongxian Star domain. Blue Star was merely an inconspicuous planet within the Hongxian Star domain. although not from the Great Yin ancient kingdom, being noticed by the major forces of the Hengxian star domain was equivalent to an instant leap to success. Among them are the armies of various empires under the Great Yin ancient kingdom, noble families, controlling several star systems, sects, and various powerful martial arts academies and guilds. This is an unprecedented opportunity. Seeing the students were overly excited, Old Li took a sip of tea, slowly spat out a tea leaf, and then began to pour cold water on their enthusiasm. However, don't get too excited. This is an opportunity reserved for the martial arts geniuses who dominate the entire Blue Star. It's better for us to honestly apply to local universities in Blue Star. The atmosphere instantly cooled down. After all, Shiliazhong was the worst high school in Jiangbei City, and the best students throughout its history had only reached the 4th stage of the Stardust Realm. They couldn't even touch the shadows of those geniuses, let alone attract the attention of those powerful forces. What I mean by opportunity is from our Blue Star's martial arts academies. Those geniuses will be screened for higher star domains, so the opportunities for applying to local martial arts academies will be left for us, right? You all should put in more effort during this time. With some luck, you might be able to gain admission into one of the 4 major academies, securing a bright future for yourselves on Blue Star. Old Li said as he began to paint dreams for his students. Although Blue Star ranks at the bottom in the entire Hengxian star domain, its development momentum is the strongest. Our 16th middle school may be a bit lacking in strength, but we have produced some remarkable figures in the past. Do you know Wang Hai? He was a genius who graduated from our 16th middle school 30 years ago, and now he is the director in the neighboring Yangon city. Quite impressive indeed. So everyone, don't lose heart. Opportunities are given by others, but the future must be fought for by yourselves. He placed down his teacup and continued speaking. Next, I will explain the process of this college entrance examination. He opened the PPT, which displayed a flowchart. From the city to the provincial level, there will be stage competitions filtering through the top 100 each time until we reach the 4 major regions, and finally the top 100 geniuses of all Blue Star will compete. For example, we will first compete in Jiangbei City, then throughout the entire Luoyang province, rising to the entire northern region, and finally the examination for all of Blue Star. Of course, to ensure safety and efficiency, the initial city and provincial examinations will take place within the school star network using the 3 extremely expensive, all-encompassing war virtual cabins available in the school. The top 10 students should have all experienced this. Once you enter, all your data will be completely replicated, and you cannot bring any external medicines or weapons. You can only use the standard weapons available in the star network, so there's no need to worry about unfair factors. Our current goal is to work hard and strive to enter the top 100 in the city. As he spoke, Old Li's gaze turned to a girl sitting in the audience. Su Chaoge, you are the most talented student in our school's current cohort at the 6th level of the Stardust Realm, not inferior to those students from the 1st middle school. With 10 days left until the college entrance examination, if you can put in more effort and elevate your realm a notch, you might just make it into the top 100. The school will invest all resources for you during this time, so do not disappoint our expectations. Su Chaoge nodded. I understand, teacher. Old Li nodded in satisfaction. He was very fond of this student, Su Chaoge. For some unknown reason, Su Chaoge had suddenly transferred from the 1st middle school to their school. At that time, the school leaders were all grinning from ear to ear and had entrusted her to the most senior teacher, Old Li. He had been doing his utmost to nurture Su Chaoge, determined to make her the new face of the 16th middle school. Other students looked at Su Chaoge with envy, but they could only admire her. After all, Su Chaoge was on a different level from them. They weren't even qualified to be jealous. Throughout the entire process, Ming listened quietly. Next, we will begin the registration for the college entrance examination. As usual, the examination is divided into a literary test and a martial arts test. Here I don't mean to nag, but I advise those students at the 1st or 2nd level of the Stardust Realm to forego the martial arts test and shift to the literary test. The path of martial arts is long and arduous, requiring not only talent and aptitude, but also wealth and background, all of which are indispensable. It's not that I look down on you, but one must have self-awareness. Sometimes the path you are unwilling to choose may be the most correct one for your life. Old Li scanned the students below, taking in their expressions before finally resting his gaze on Ming. He then clapped his hands. All right, enough of the chit-chat. The registration fee for the literary test is 100 star coins, and for the martial arts test, it is 1000 star coins. Please come up in order according to your student numbers to fill out the forms. One by one, students went up to pay their registration fees. Su Chaoge also stepped forward and paid 1000 star coins. Ming was the last one. He stepped forward, submitted his personal terminal information, and Old Li looked at him in surprise. You want to register for the martial arts test? Instantly, a crowd of students turned to look at Ming. No way, even if he has recovered physically, he has lost a full 18 years of cultivation time. If he goes for the martial arts test, isn't that just serving up a meal? No doubt about it. TCH, overestimating oneself. Come on, what choice he makes is none of your business. Why are you spouting off? I wasn't spouting off. He can remain in the best class of our 16th middle school without attending classes for years, which shows he has some background. Registering for the martial arts test must also have his own reasons. Su Chaoga also looked at Lu Ming, but she did not think Lu Ming was overestimating himself. From the way he silently approached her, she knew Lu Ming was not simple. Old Li opened his mouth wanting to advise Lu Ming, but Lu Ming directly spoke, "Teacher, I know what I am doing." Old Li fell silent. All right then. After all, Lu Ming wasn't technically his student, he had no right to interfere with his decisions. With a flick of his hand, Lu Ming's name was promptly recorded on the martial arts test list. Thus, the registration officially concluded. All right, this morning meeting is over. For the next 10 days, the school will not schedule any classes for you. You can freely cultivate and study whether at school or at home. Moreover, as current examinees for the college entrance examination, all facilities of the school will be available for your free use during the next 10 days. The gravity chamber, training room, and martial arts hall are all at your disposal. Of course, the virtual cabins and library require using credits to exchange for time, but everything else is free to use. With that, Old Li waved his hand and left the classroom. As soon as he left, the other students rushed out of the classroom, eager to claim spots in the training rooms. Although it was free to use, there were only a few training rooms and spots were limited, so they still had to fight for them. Su Chaoga did not move. She hesitated for a moment before approaching Lu Ming. Do you remember me? Zhou Xiao followed behind her with a beaming smile. Having never seen Su Chaoga take the initiative to talk to a boy, she was surprised. Lu Ming smiled slightly. We just met yesterday, how could I forget? Zhou Xiao, oh, we just met yesterday. She thought Su Chaoga was lying. Their relationship must be closer than the mere acquaintance, Su Chaoga claimed. Su Chaoga awkwardly smiled and rubbed the hem of her clothes. I just wanted to say thank you for the money you gave me yesterday. Oh, it allowed me to pay the registration fee today. Lu Ming nodded, dismissively glancing at the time. If there's nothing else, he'll be leaving now. He was about to get up and leave. Although Su Chaoga might have some connection to him, that was all from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if her family had preserved their reputation on Qingming Mountain for 1,000 years, they ultimately betrayed their ancestors' teachings and sold the wedding dress. He had given her money at several times the price, which resolved that karmic debt. Su Chaoga had long since had no relationship with him. He was no longer interested in wasting time on this person. Seeing him about to leave, Su Chaoga hurriedly said, Would you like to try the war virtual cabin? I can exchange my credits for time for you. Zhou Xiao. Something felt off. Why did it seem that in this relationship Su Chaoga was the one pursuing? Aren't you the aloof goddess of our 16th middle school? In the war simulation pod, Lu Ming pondered slightly. Virtual technology in this era had already reached its peak. Previously, when he was half-crippled and bored, he would occasionally use a virtual helmet to play some games which felt incredibly real. In Blue Star, the domain that forms the entire virtual network is called the Star Network. The Star Network is divided into two parts. One is the living area, which encompasses all the functions of the previous network, only it's more realistic, almost like another world. The other part is the war zone, specifically built for martial artists. However, to enter the war zone, the required equipment level is extremely high. Cheap virtual helmets are definitely inadequate, and the minimum requirement is a war simulation pod. A war simulation pod with a 99 realism rating costs at least 5 million. The fully covered war simulation pod mentioned by Old Li at the school is even more expensive, reaching 100 realism with a price tag of a full 10 million star coins. Ordinary families could never afford it. After earning some money, Lu Ming had always wanted to buy one, but at that time he was unable to cultivate and had to pretend to be depressed in front of the Lu family couple, so he had to give up. He originally planned to buy one now, but experiencing it beforehand seemed pretty good as well. After all, a good war simulation pod isn't something one can just buy. He didn't want standard merchandise. Customized ones are much better. All right, thank you. Lu Ming nodded in agreement to Su Chaoga's invitation. Upon hearing this, Su Chaoga immediately displayed a look of joy. Then, I'll take you there. Su Chaoga led Lu Ming to the room where the simulation pods are stored. After submitting her credits to the teacher in charge at the door, she exchanged for an hour of time. She apologized, saying, I'm sorry, I don't have much credit left, so I can only exchange for an hour. Lu Ming shook his head, saying, It's fine, I just want to take a look. Without any self-awareness of being a freeloader. After all, he had gotten used to it. The 16th middle school has 3 fully covered war simulation pods specifically prepared for the college entrance examination with a 100 realism rating. Of course, there are also 10 other cheaper pods with 99 realism, but their effects are not as good as these 3. The war simulation pods are primarily silver with a streamlined design that looks very high-tech. At this moment, there were 2 students using them, both of whom were the highest level students of the 16th middle school. With Sucheage's help, Lu Ming successfully opened the pod door and lay down inside the war simulation pod. He closed his eyes. New user login detected. Please name your character. Lu Ming thought for a moment and randomly picked a name. Unnamed. That's low-key enough. Name already taken. Lu Ming. Qing Ming. Name already taken. De Ming. Name already taken. Ming. Name already taken. Lu Ming took a deep breath. The Emperor's husband. Name successfully registered. Lu Ming. Damn, this name. Won't I get beaten if I say it out loud? Forget it, it's just a username. No one will take it seriously. Currently being detected. Nickname the Emperor's husband, age 18, Great Xia citizen, ID 36298. Registration successful. Would you like to change your character's appearance? Yes, then the appearance will remain unchanged entering the Star Network as your original self. No, you can choose a character appearance. No, only a fool would reveal their true self online. The next second, a row of virtual character images appeared before Lu Ming. There were male and female figures, animals, and beastmen, encompassing a wide array of character traits. Lu Ming looked around and chose a white-robed death god image wearing a crying, laughing mask. No particular reason. It just looked cool. Character selection successful. Welcome to the Warstar Network. Lu Ming's vision blurred. After a flash of electronic data garble, a bustling and lively street appeared before him. Surrounded by the sounds of people bustling, the shouts of vendors, and the continuous haggling, his gaze fell upon the colorful virtual screens scattered throughout the sky. As various people and beasts with eccentric outfits passed by Lu Ming, he felt as if he had entered a fantastical and bizarre world. This era is truly dazzling, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. He then turned his gaze to the most prominent leaderboard in the sky, the Martial Ranking. This board encompasses the rankings of young fighters under 20 years old who have logged into the Warstar Network. Climbing to the Martial Ranking is a dream for all Blue Star youths, as it signifies fame. With fame comes benefits. The top 1,000 on the Martial Ranking are sought after by major factions and academies across Blue Star, offering significant advantages. Furthermore, those who make it into the top 1,000 receive monthly rewards of Star Source Liquid from the Great Xia. The higher the rank, the more Star Source Liquid one receives. Lu Ming ignored the rankings below and focused directly on the names at the top. First place, Lu Hao Realm, first stage of the Bright Moon Realm. Lu Ming paused slightly. That guy actually advanced to the Bright Moon Realm. He was indeed fast. Lu Ming's expression turned cold. That guy was adept at using his bones. Someone beside him sighed, saying, as the college entrance examination approaches, these geniuses on the Martial Ranking are starting to show their prowess. In just a few days, Lu Hao has advanced to the Bright Moon Realm. Second place, Xue Beizong, has also been in closed-door cultivation these days, and is rumored to soon advance to the first stage of the Bright Moon Realm. And I, Goddess Li, am not to be underestimated. Although I am currently at the 9th stage of the Stardust Realm, I can battle the Bright Moon Realm without losing. That Lu Hao only has the advantage of quick cultivation due to his Star Source bones. Are you jealous? If you can grow a Star Source bone yourself. Currently, only Zongjing Qingtian from the Western region is the loudest, always challenging others on the battle platform, even seeking out experts from the Bright Moon Realm, getting beaten up every day. There's no way around it. His physique and skills are all about fighting to grow stronger. What else can he do? Besides, fighting online doesn't hurt the body in reality. After listening for a long time, Lu Ming roughly understood the current situation on the Martial Ranking. Lu Hao was first, and the butcher, Xue Beizong from the Eastern region, was closely pursuing him. Third place was Li Ziyu, the poison girl from the Southern region, born with a poisonous body and considerable combat power, but still a distance from the Bright Moon Realm. However, she would likely make a full push for the Bright Moon Realm in the next 30 days. Meanwhile, Zongjing Qingtian, ranked 4th from the Western region, was constantly active. Lu Ming glanced at the time. Logging in and registering along with naming had wasted 10 minutes. Now he had 50 minutes left of the time Su Chaoga exchanged for him. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. First, I will set a small goal. In these 50 minutes, I will aim to rank in the top 100 of the Martial Ranking. Lu Ming was always quick to take action. He immediately opened his Star Network panel and entered the match hall of the battle platform. Detected that your age is 18, automatically assigned to the 20-year-old Martial Ranking area. Conducting information detection. Nickname the Emperor's husband, age 18, Martial Ranking 6984300th. Note your current rank is 6984300th. You can match up to the 100 millionth. The cost for a random match on the battle platform is 10 star coins. You can challenge specific players for a cost of 100 star coins. Lu Ming specific challenge 100 millionth. Not short on money. Successfully paid 100 star coins. Detected that the 100 millionth Mountain King is not online. Oh, would you like to challenge the 100 millionth and first Spirit Cat? Yes. Entering the battle platform shortly, please prepare. Ming opened his eyes, finding himself standing on a massive martial arts stage. In front of him, data flickered, and a short girl with a pair of adorable cat ears appeared before him. In the high sky, a gigantic virtual screen displayed the opponent's information. Ling Miao Miao, age 14, martial ranking 101st. The avatar wore a cat face mask and had her hair tied in twin tails obscuring her face. Participating in the martial ranking did not require a real name. Besides age, even one's cultivation level did not need to be provided. Only those within the top 1,000 who wished to receive rewards from the Daxia government needed to authenticate with their real information for public knowledge. Ling Miao Miao looked at Ming, who was dressed as a white-clad death god, and then glanced at his information. The emperor's husband. Ranked over 600 million. Just another lazy dreamer. Watch me knock you down. She pouted, her tone dripping with disdain as she vigorously waved her cat paw. Ming. What could he do? He could only remain silent. Both contestants are ready. Prepare for battle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Just as Ling Miao Miao prepared her offensive stance, a creepy, crying mask appeared in front of her. Ling Miao Miao Omega to Omega. In the next instant, her vision spun and her consciousness was instantly reset. Battle ended. Congratulations to the emperor's husband for victory. Ranking increased to 10001st. Ming brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. Being ranked 100 millionth, one's cultivation is roughly at the 3rd stage of Stardust Realm. This Ling Miao Miao is only 14 and already at the 3rd stage of Stardust Realm. Her talent is quite high. Would you like to match again? Ming did not hesitate. Designated challenge, 50 millionth place. The 100 millionth rank can be matched up to the 50 millionth rank. Detected that the 50 millionth ranked Han Pao Pao is online waiting for the opponent's consent. Match successful. A young man in ancient robes appeared before him with a cold smile. Hey, I want to see who is foolish enough to issue a designated challenge. Battle victory. Congratulations to the emperor's husband for ranking up to 50 millionth. Designated challenge, 10 millionth place. Match successful. 3 more seconds. Congratulations to the emperor's husband, ranking increased to 10 millionth. Continue. Meanwhile, Ling Miao Miao suddenly opened her eyes, realizing she was already in the matching hall of the battle arena. She touched her throat with lingering fear, as if the pain still lingered on her neck. My head was cut off. In the battle arena, the pain is forcibly adjusted to 100%. Ling Miao Miao was always very reluctant to come here, because it really hurts. My God, that was terrifying. He defeated me in an instant. He must be at least the 6th stage of Stardust Realm, yet he pretended to be weak outside the top 100 million. That's too much. Ling Miao Miao was indignant. I hate those men who pretend to be strong in lower ranks. At that moment, a message came in. Sisterly Ling Ling, when did you come online? Come to the battle arena. I'll teach you some moves. You've been slacking off again. Be careful of getting scolded by the teacher. Ling Miao Miao, I'm already in the matching hall. Sisterly, wait for me. After a moment, a graceful figure finally appeared before her. As soon as she appeared, Ling Miao Miao rushed into her arms, feeling wronged. Wah, sister, I've been bullied. Li Zue Shui helplessly replied, her tone gentle. Who has such great power to bully you, this naughty cat? A rogue called the emperor's husband. He is clearly at the 6th stage of Stardust Realm, yet he bullies us poor souls ranked over 100 million. Li Zue Shui twitched the corner of her mouth. The emperor. Her husband. She shook her head, thinking that with such a name, he was likely an inconsequential person. Alright, no matter whose husband he is, you should focus on ranking up. If you don't reach within the top 100 million today, you might face the teacher's whip. Hearing this, Ling Miao Miao shivered. Then, sister, can you start a private battle arena? Let's begin quickly. I must practice my moon step to a small success today. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted around. Holy crap, look at that. My God. Li Zue Shui was stunned and glanced at her own panel, realizing she had indeed hidden all her information before looking around in confusion. Everyone was staring at the martial ranking list in the sky, their expressions astonished. Li Zue Shui frowned slightly. Could it be that Shui Beizong has advanced to the full moon realm? Who is this, the emperor's husband? He is too powerful. I just noticed him. In just 10 minutes, he climbed from outside the 100 million rank to the 100th rank. This speed is like riding a space carrier. The emperor's husband. Ling Miao Miao suddenly felt a jolt, looking up and widening her eyes. In the brief moment she complained, this person had actually climbed to the 100th rank. How could that be possible? Someone on the scene immediately analyzed. In 10 minutes, going from the 100 millionth rank to the 100th rank. Before the top million matches can be spaced by up to 500 ranks. After the 100th rank, the maximum spacing can only be 1000 ranks. This means in 10 minutes, subtracting the 5 seconds for battle preparation and the shortest matching wait time, he only needs. The person paused and revealed a shocking conclusion. 3 seconds. Those two words made everyone present fall silent for a moment. Someone broke the silence. Speaking of which, those within the top 100 are all above the 6th stage of Stardust Realm, right? To kill a 6th stage in 3 seconds, even a 9th stage can't do that. Could he be at the Full Moon Realm? Impossible. Looking at the information, he is only 18 years old, not like Lu Hao who has the Star Source bone. He should be like those top 10 freaks, an extremely strong combatant comparable to a Full Moon Realm monster. While at this rate his target must be the top 10. TSK this year's college entrance examination is truly without any pretense. The first dark horse has finally emerged. Ling Miao Miao opened her mouth speechless. Li Zue Shui poked her chubby cheek helplessly, saying, "Is this the rogue you were talking about?" Ling Miao Miao I. Li Zue Shui patted her head seriously, saying, "In the future, don't easily define anyone, alright? Talking to me is one thing, but if you don't change this habit outside, it will eventually bring you trouble." Ling Miao Miao pouted in grievance. "I was only casually saying this to you and the teacher." "Sisterly, you're not that old. Why do you sound so much like the teacher?" At that moment, someone exclaimed, "He has started to challenge the 9s of his ROTH rank. I can't believe it, another 3 seconds. This is simply the 3-second guy?" Ling Mao Mao covered her ears and shouted to Li Zue Shui, "Sister, let's ignore him and get started quickly." Li Zue Shui's attention also shifted away from the martial ranking. She had no idea who this empress husband was, nor did she care whether she could make it into the top 10. Her goal had never been these people on the martial ranking. Ignoring the astonishment of those around her, she took Ling Mao Mao's small hand. "All right, let's go." In an instant, their figures vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, on the Star Network, the topic of the ID Empress husband was rapidly gaining traction. More and more people were becoming aware of the emergence of this dark horse, closely following Lu Ming to see how high he could climb. Some even started spending money to watch Lu Ming's battles from outside, wanting to see what he was all about. However, they barely entered before coming out within 2 seconds. They hadn't seen anything at all. Without needing to think, they knew Lu Ming had once again ended the match in merely 3 seconds. Lu Ming's ranking was ascending at an astonishing speed, showing no signs of slowing down. From the 1s of ROTH place to the 9s of ROTH, then the 8s of ROTH. He was climbing 1,000 ranks every 10 seconds or so. Someone exclaimed, "At this rate, he might break the record for the fastest ascent into the top 1,000 set by Zongjing Qing Tian." Back then, Zongjing Qing Tian had also risen rapidly, reaching the top 1,000 in just 3 hours, and then took 10 more days to enter the top 10. This was still due to the top 10 holding back for several days. Otherwise, Zongjing Qing Tian could probably have done it in 5 days. But this newly emerged dark horse was ascending several times faster than Zongjing Qing Tian. It had only been 10 minutes. Who on earth is he? Within 2 minutes, Empress husband squeezed into the 1s of his ROTH position, successfully claiming it. A wave of cheers erupted on the scene, almost like a festival. He did it. He did it. This speed is unprecedented. No wonder he's called the 3-second guy. But it seems he has stopped. Really? This can't just be the end, can it? Keep fighting. I want to see the miracle happen. A nearby beast man suddenly spoke up. "I happen to be ranked 900th. If this empress husband wants to continue fighting, he will definitely challenge me first." "Are you Qin Hu, the genius who perfected the Tiger King's fist?" Someone immediately recognized him. Qin Hu clenched his fist and grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs. "Don't worry, if he dares not challenge me, then he is just a bluffer. If he does, then I will ensure his miracle ends here with me." Nearby people laughed heartily. "Go for it, Qin Hu, I believe in you. Since this guy is so confident, I plan to go watch. This time I should be able to watch for longer. I want to see what Empress husband looks like." "I'll go too." The battle platform allows for paid spectators, and if the host has not set restrictions, it is assumed to be open for viewing, with the lowest fee being 2-star coins. Hey, you'll host the betting, wagering that Qin Hu won't last 10 seconds. I bet 30 seconds. I bet 1 minute. Qin Hu's face darkened immediately. On the other side, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. Even if he was low on funds, he needed to recharge first. He stood in the personal matching space and stretched. "Let's recharge 10,000 and continue. The next challenger is Qin Hu, right? It's you." Qin Hu's eyes lit up immediately. "Here I come." With that, he threw out a room number and vanished in an instant. The surrounding crowd was excited and hurriedly paid to enter the battle platform of the two. Lu Ming saw a familiar battle arena appear before him. However, this time, when his feet stepped onto this virtual ground, a wave of cheers erupted all around. Lu Ming was startled. He realized that the audience seats around the battle platform were filled with people he hadn't noticed arriving. Everyone looked at him with fervent eyes, as if observing a rare species. "What's going on? There was no one beside me before." Number of viewers for this battle: 25 people. As you are the host, you will receive 20 of the earnings. You have earned 410 star coins. Lu Ming was bewildered, but before he could think more, the system announced that the battle was about to begin. Across from him, the tall beast man had already gathered his strength, grinning at him with a fierce demeanor. 5-4. So, Empress husband, I will defeat you here to prove myself. I will not be inferior to you. The cheers from the audience surged. Qin Lao Hu. Go. Kill him. 3-2. Qin Hu shouted proudly. The Qin family's Tiger King fist will never lose to anyone. Beasts never. 1. Bang. Lu Ming kicked him out of the battle platform, his expression inscrutable. What was he babbling about? In an instant, it was as if everyone had been muted. The cheers that had just escaped their throats felt as if they were stuck, creating a discomfort that was hard to bear. Only the system's announcement remained in his ears. In this match, Empress husband claimed victory. Ranking rose to 900th place. The room vanished, and everyone returned to their positions. After a moment, someone finally spoke up. Hey, did you all see that clearly? Did you see it? Just a little bit. Where's Qin Lao Hu? He just covered his face and ran away crying. TCH, what Tiger King fist? More like Cat King fist to me. Looking up, Lu Ming had already begun challenging the 800th place. Within seconds, the original 800th place became 801st. Some shook their heads and turned to leave. Let's wait until he breaks into the top 100. Oh, really, what a waste of my 2-star coins. Let's disperse, let's disperse. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was still fighting. However, his pace had slowed down. While battling the 600th opponent, he had realized a problem. With his 4th stage of the Bright Moon Realm strength, he could easily finish off the opponent. Yet he was still outplayed by the opponent's proficient combat skills for an extra 2 seconds. This made him aware of another issue. Those who could enter the top 1,000 were all formidable characters, possessing absolute strength forged from over 600 million peers. Whether in cultivation or martial arts skills, they were all top tier. Although he possessed the strength of the 4th stage of the Bright Moon Realm, he lacked any combat experience and hadn't even cultivated a single martial skill. He could only perform simple punches and kicks, relying purely on his numbers to crush his opponents. The top 1,000 on the martial ranking were primarily 8-stage Star Source Realm powerhouses, all at the same cultivation level. The only way to differentiate strength was through their combat experience, martial skills, and even personal physique. If he were placed at the same realm as these individuals, he would be a small fry. It's not just about having a higher realm, I also need to accumulate combat experience. Thus, in this match, Lu Ming intentionally lowered his realm to the 9th stage of the Stardust Realm, preparing to hone his combat skills. After all, he had over 20 minutes left to reach his set goal, so there was no rush. At this moment, his opponent was a young man dressed in a black robe. Chun Mo, ranked 502, may I have your guidance? The young man introduced himself with utmost seriousness. Lu Ming was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered someone who introduced themselves so formally on the battle stage. He felt it would be impolite not to introduce himself as well. However, he was embarrassed to say his online name and could only respond to hello. 5 seconds later, the battle began. Lu Ming suppressed his own realm and launched a kick. Chun Mo glanced at him, perceiving that this person was full of flaws, yet he also sensed it couldn't be that simple. He had just heard about this dark horse who had advanced to the top 3 with a record of 3 seconds per match. His strength was undoubtedly terrifying. He actually wanted to fight Lu Ming, which is why he had been waiting all along. After all, someone ranked higher cannot challenge someone ranked lower. And since he was ranked 502, he thought Lu Ming wouldn't choose him as a target. Unexpectedly, it really was his turn. Though this guy seemed full of flaws, he was likely setting a trap for him. Chun Mo dared not be careless and immediately dodged. However, turning back, he realized that Lu Ming's kick was indeed straightforward, devoid of any tricks. Chun Mo felt he had been played and unleashed his martial skill, preparing to give it his all. He held a standard longsword provided by the Star Network and growled softly. Chun family sword technique, 13th style, surging waves against the shore. Chun Mo's longsword lunged at Lu Ming like a soaring dragon, carrying a heavy momentum of surging waves. Lu Ming's expression tightened as he dodged, only to find that this strike had an extensive range, and he was locked onto by his opponent's aura, making it difficult to evade. He could only brace himself to take the hit. Instantly, he was forced back 2 steps, his arms tingling. Although his opponent's realm was not as high as his, Chun Mo's combat experience and martial skills far surpassed his, allowing him to kill across realms. At the same time, Lu Ming furrowed his brow, recalling Chun Mo's posture from earlier, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. This martial skill. It felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. Before he could ponder further, Chun Mo's attack surged forward again. Lu Ming immediately engaged, quietly adjusting his realm to the peak of Stardust Tier 9. While ensuring he would not be defeated, he allowed Chun Mo to continue feeding him attacks. As they fought, Chun Mo also realized that the person before him was merely a novice in martial arts, possessing a high realm, yet lacking any combat experience or skills. Moreover, it was evident that Lu Ming was suppressing his realm and letting himself be attacked. For a moment, Chen Mo felt a surge of displeasure. Use your full strength. Are you insulting me? Lu Ming retreated to the edge of the battle stage, gazing at Chen Mo, suddenly feeling enlightened, as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. Right, is it an internal martial arts technique? He immediately opened the system store. The system was bound to his soul, allowing him to access it any time, even while in the game. Hundreds of martial arts books immediately dazzled his eyes, and Lu Ming quickly found one of them, Endless Sea Thousand Layers Sword. The martial arts in the system store were all ones he had seen during his time in the land of Shenzhou. Back then, out of interest and boredom, he had read quite a few, not expecting the system to catalog them. At first, he did not take them seriously. After all, they were all martial arts from low-level worlds which seemed insignificant in this world where mountains could be destroyed and seas cut apart. However, now the sword techniques Chen Mo displayed clearly bore the shadows of those martial arts. Upon reflection, he realized he had indeed seen some low-tier star martial skills. The names and contents were not much different from ancient martial arts. For instance, Qin Hu's Tiger King Fist and the so-called Chun family sword technique of Chen Mo both had names that were reminiscent of ancient martial art styles. Lu Ming couldn't help but ponder. Are the star martial skills of Blue Star derived from these internal martial arts from over 10,000 years ago, adapted according to the rules of star energy cultivation? But after 10,000 years, there have been cultural gaps and catastrophic transformations. Even the most powerful martial arts wouldn't remain intact today. In other words, the current star martial skills are actually not very complete. Lu Ming did not believe that the wisdom of later generations would surpass that of their predecessors. The current star martial skills could not possibly be inferior to those from over 10,000 years ago. But since they were created by their predecessors, there must be elements that the later generations lack. It seemed that the current star martial skills were always missing something, and he could fill that gap. With this thought, Lu Ming took a deep breath. He wanted to give it a try. System purchased the top-tier martial art, Endless Sea Thousand Layers Sword. Martial arts are classified from Tier 9 to Tier 1, with Tier 1 being the strongest. As the son of a general, the lowest tier martial arts he had seen were Tier 5. Not to mention that later, as an emperor consort, he had access to Tier 1 martial arts with ease. The system seemed to be quite selective, not cataloging anything below Tier 1. Thus, the system store was filled with the coveted Tier 1 martial arts from the land of Shenzhou. Purchase successful, cost 1,000 time travel points. Remaining points 26290. Host Lu Ming. Realm Bright Moon Realm Tier 4 505000. Time travel points 26290. Points 2660. Martial skill Endless Sea Thousand Layers Sword 0100 points. Not yet mastered. Ability Immortality. Attributes King of Soft Rice Blue True Love Invincible Purple. So this is how time travel points are used. Lu Ming did not hesitate and directly allocated points. Now that he could use points, who would toil away letting others feed him attacks. Deducting 100 points. Martial skill Endless Sea Thousand Layers Sword Mastered. Deducting 1,000 points. Martial skill Endless Sea Thousand Layers Sword Minor Completion. Deducting 10,000 points. Martial skill Endless Sea Thousand Layers Sword Major Completion. In an instant, a flood of insights surged into Lu Ming's mind, his spirit becoming clear and transparent. He felt as if he had gained an extra sword in his hand. He practiced with that sword through the harshest of weathers, swinging it millions of times. Under the cascading waters of a high mountain waterfall, he cleaved through the torrents with a single strike. In the endless icy sea, he used the long sword as a sail, breaking through the ice like a dragon, stirring up layers upon layers of waves. In the endless passage of time, he felt as if he had merged with that sword, as if he had truly endured those brutal training experiences. And when he stood atop the deep blue sea, having mastered the sword technique, the sky above split open and endless stars descended. This time he pushed the sword technique to its utmost limits, using the stars as the sea and black holes as waves, ultimately achieving the star martial arts. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Endless Sea Thousand Layers Sword, high-tier version. Major completion. Chen Mo had been waiting for Lu Ming all this time, though he didn't understand why his opponent suddenly closed his eyes and remained motionless. But possessing the spirit of martial arts, he wouldn't take advantage of this moment to sneak attack. Fortunately, Lu Ming awoke just a few seconds later. When he opened his eyes, Chen Mo's expression tightened. He felt that this person seemed a bit different from before. There was a sharp brilliance in his gaze, and his posture was straighter, like a long sword with a gleaming edge pointing straight at the heavens. At this moment, Chen Mo felt uneasy, as if he were facing the family elders who had mastered the sword techniques to perfection. Lu Ming looked at Chen Mo and smiled slightly. Now let's have a serious match. Chen Mo's gaze grew serious. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and said solemnly, "All right, please enlighten me." Lu Ming grasped the air, and a long sword identical to Chun Mo's appeared in his hand, only to vanish instantly. Chun Mo's pupils suddenly constricted. The next moment, a blade of utmost sharpness surged down from above, carrying the momentum of a colossal wave. Chun Mo immediately defended himself, feeling as if this force was an unending tide forcing his back to sink down. He even felt as if illusions appeared before his eyes, waves of tremendous force sweeping toward him, bringing with it a world-shaking might. At this moment, Chun Mo felt like a tiny mayfly in the vast ocean, poised to be swallowed at any moment. This sword technique. Moreover, this is clearly sword intent. Chun Mo broke into a cold sweat as he faced Lu Ming once again. As the two swords clashed, waves of energy surged, and Chun Mo, who had previously been pressing Lu Ming, was now being pushed back step by step. The more they fought, the more alarmed Chun Mo became. Something's not right. Why does this sword technique feel so familiar? Isn't this the 13 styles of stacked waves from the Chun family? But he quickly noticed that Lu Ming's sword technique was evidently more powerful and substantial than his own. If the 13 styles of stacked waves were merely the waves in the vast sea of stars, then Lu Ming's sword technique was the entire sea of stars. It was as if the Chun family's sword technique was birthed from Lu Ming's sword technique. How is this possible? Wait, what is the origin of your sword technique? He exclaimed loudly. Lu Ming simply smiled faintly in response. Don't ask, just watch more, listen more, and learn more. He had already realized from the previous battle that the martial arts he had derived with the help of the system were evidently stronger than the opponent's techniques. However, to express his gratitude to Chun Mo, he decided to give him a thorough lesson. How much he could learn depended on the other party's abilities. Chun Mo gritted his teeth but still followed Lu Ming's advice, calming himself as he faced Lu Ming's storm-like onslaught, while beginning to focus on observing each of Lu Ming's moves. The more he watched, the more captivated he became. Could this truly be the real 13 styles of stacked waves? Chun Mo's mind immersed, concentrating all his attention on Lu Ming's every action, gradually forgetting himself. Now it seems I am the one feeding him moves. The two exchanged blows joyfully, and Chun Mo gradually awakened, seeming on the verge of a breakthrough. Lu Ming glanced at the time. 10 minutes had already passed, and he felt it was about time. With a flick, he sent Chun Mo flying. Chun Mo suddenly came to his senses, barely standing at the edge of the combat platform. He looked at Lu Ming with a complex expression and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Lu Ming stroked his chin. "Well, think of me as your ancestors." "Leader." Chun Mo. "Are you kidding me?" He took a deep breath. "Regardless, thank you very much." The insights he just gained allowed him to understand the 13 styles of stacked waves more thoroughly, bringing him closer to perfection. Moreover, he even developed many new insights. He felt that upon returning, he could share these insights with the elders at home, refine the 13 styles of stacked waves, and take it to a new level. Martial techniques in the Star Realm are divided into 4 levels: in Shuo Yao and Xian, with potentially higher levels unknown to him. The power of martial arts ranges from the flickering of starlight to the brilliant radiance of the sun to the majestic movements of the stars. This is a transformative enhancement. The 13 styles of stacked waves is a Yao-level martial technique, already considered a superior technique in the Blue Star. When perfected, Yao-level martial techniques can unleash an energy as intense and magnificent as that of a star shining brightly in the sky with remarkable power. A single explosive strike can burn mountains and boil seas like the true fire of the blazing sun. The ancestors of the Chun family once relied on this martial art to leave the Blue Star and obliterate a small asteroid, already overwhelmingly powerful. But this time, perhaps the Chun family has the opportunity to elevate this martial technique directly to the rare Xian-level martial technique. Xian-level martial techniques can manipulate nebulae and star paths with energy flowing intricately. Like the Big Dipper, stars swirl and control the universe. Once the stars are set in motion, the domain can begin to take shape. This is on an entirely different level from Yao-level martial techniques. And perhaps in the future, he could rely on the Xian-level 13 styles of stacked waves to successfully enter the top 100 of the martial rankings. Chun Mo suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Lu Ming. "May I know your name?" To be so familiar with the Chun family's sword technique and even derive a higher-level martial technique while making a comeback at this time. Could he be some hidden genius from the Chun family? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and replied, "Lu Ming." He had a good impression of Chun Mo, so he didn't mind sharing his name. "Surname Lu." Chun Mo nodded. "All right, Lu Ming, I will remember you. If one day you come to the Chun family, I will surely express my gratitude to you properly." After saying this, he turned and walked off the combat platform. Continuing the fight had lost its meaning. Detection shows Chun Mo has exited the combat platform range, confirming failure. Congratulations to the Emperor's husband for ranking 502 on the martial list. Chun Mo's figure vanished. Lu Ming exhaled and glanced at the time. "I need to speed up." Next challenge the ranking of 400. In the outside world the crowd stirred. He's moving. After 10 minutes he moved again. This Qin Mo is from the southern domain's Qin family, right? How impressive to withstand the emperor's husband for a whole 10 minutes. Had I known I wouldn't have saved those 2-star coins, or I should have gone in to watch. Maybe they know each other and are chatting. What nonsense are you saying? That's the combat platform. If they don't fight for more than 10 seconds, both will be automatically expelled. Qin, who seemed to have sorted out his mindset, and returned once more. He looked at the martial ranking with a sneer. This emperor's husband is probably just that capable. This is where it ends. Even if he can win next, he will likely stop outside the top 100. Damn, what a shameful name, can't he change it? However, just as he finished speaking, Lu Ming's ranking rose again. Rank 400. The crowd immediately held their breath as time ticked by. The emperor's husband rank 300. The emperor's husband rank 200. The emperor's husband rank 100. The emperor's husband rank 99. Qin who? The crowd. Qin who covered his face and cried, running away again. Lu Ming stopped at rank 99, but his legend had already spread throughout the Star Wars network. In less than an hour from being unknown to breaking into the top 100 of the martial rankings, he shattered the record of Zongjing Qingtian and even exceeded it by several times. Such achievements had never been seen before and would likely never be replicated. Yes, his name is the emperor's husband. On the other side, Lu Ming opened the virtual pod door and stretched lazily. In less than 40 minutes, he had engaged in nearly 40 consecutive battles. Even if his body wasn't tired, he was mentally exhausted. However, the rewards were also quite abundant. Lu Ming smirked as he approached the outside of the virtual room where Su Chaoga and Zhou Xiaoro were still waiting. The two were discussing something and did not notice him coming out. Lu Ming stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your credits, this experience was quite good." Su Chaoga immediately looked up and hurriedly replied, It's fine as long as you're happy." At that moment she paused and looked at Lu Ming with a curious and hesitant gaze. "By the way, Lu Ming, did you see someone called the emperor's husband when you went in?" Lu Ming nodded naturally. "I did. Why?" Zhou Xiaoro excitedly chimed in. "This person seems to be an unexpected dark horse, rising to the top 100 of the martial rankings in less than an hour. It's simply amazing. Everyone on the Star Network is discussing this person. Someone even said he definitely has the potential to be in the top 10. Within the next 30 days, he will surely break into the top 10 of the martial rankings. Moreover, just now Zongjing Qingtian has already taken notice of him, saying that if this person can reach the top 10, he must challenge him." Lu Ming knew that his actions would draw attention, but he didn't expect the impact to be so great and the news to spread so quickly. He had just logged out when Su Chaoga and the others already knew about it. "That person is indeed impressive," Lu Ming casually complimented. Just then his terminal suddenly received a communication. Lu Ming opened it to find an unfamiliar number. He glanced at Su Chaoga and nodded. "I have something else to attend to, so I will leave first." Su Chaoga was taken aback for a moment and nodded, "All right." Lu Ming turned to leave. Su Chaoga watched his back, slightly furrowing her brows. Suddenly a hand waved in front of her eyes, and Zhou Xiaoro's smiling face appeared, brimming with mischief. "What are you thinking? Stop staring. He's already far away." Su Qiao's face flushed red, and she slapped Zhou Xiaoro on the head. "I wasn't thinking about those dirty thoughts in your head." Zhou Xiaoro retorted indignantly. "What do you mean by the dirty thoughts in my head? That was just normal communication between the sexes, okay? So what were you really thinking just now, eh?" Hearing this, Su Chaoga slightly furrowed her brows and said, "I was wondering if the emperor's husband could be Lu Ming." "Huh?" Zhou Xiaoro rolled her eyes. "You are definitely overthinking it. Who doesn't know that Lu Ming was in such a state before that he couldn't cultivate at all? The last time I saw him was half a year ago. Even if he could cultivate now, how could he possibly rise to the top 100 of the martial rankings in just half a year? And to jump directly into the top 100? Su Chaoga fell silent. "I also think it's impossible. But don't you find it too coincidental?" "What do you mean?" "Lu Ming just entered the Star Network, and that empress. Her husband appeared out of nowhere." Saying this nickname, Su Chaoga nearly bit her tongue. How could someone use such a shameful nickname? She took a deep breath and continued, "Moreover, Lu Ming just logged out from the Star Network, and that person also stopped at rank 99 and stopped rising." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoro couldn't help but ponder. "Now that you mention it, it does seem, but it's still quite unlikely." Su Chaoga. She still hadn't said one thing. That was about the empress. Only she knew that Lu Ming had some kind of relationship with that empress, which made her even more certain that the empress' husband and Lu Ming might be the same person. "All right, let's stop thinking about husbands or Lu Ming or anything like that. How many credits do you have left? Do you want me to lend you some? You've wasted so many credits on that guy, and you don't even have enough for yourself." Su Chaoga shook her head and smiled. "Thank you, Xiaoro, but I have money now and plan to go to the martial arts center to find a coach. In this month, I will definitely be able to awaken my constitution." Zhou Xiao patted her shoulder. Great. You can do it, I support you. My Chaoga is the best. On the other side, Lu Ming found a quiet corner and connected to the unfamiliar number. Hello. An official tone came from the other end. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Lu Ming? This is the Great Xia Martial Artist Management Bureau. It is me. Lu Ming's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, it was someone from the Great Xia government, quick on their feet. However, it was also within his expectations. The Star Network was established by the Great Xia government, and it was extremely simple to find out his real information. He had already prepared himself mentally when entering the martial rankings, so high profile. We noticed that you have just entered the top 100 of the martial rankings. Would you like to be included in our Martial Artist Management Bureau's rankings and receive rewards such as National Star Source Liquid? Star Source Liquid is an essential item for martial artist cultivation. It is a liquid formed by gathering the power of the stars and celestial bodies collected by experts above the bright moon realm, equivalent to a month of cultivation for an ordinary martial artist. The Great Xia government selflessly provides Star Source Liquid to the geniuses on the martial rankings, 10 bottles per month for the top 1,020 bottles for the top 550 bottles for the top 100 and 100 bottles for the top 10. As for the top 3, they receive not Star Source Liquid, but Moon Essence Dew. Drinking Moon Essence Dew allows one to cleanse their bones with the power of the moonlight, removing impurities and enhancing their foundation qualifications. Most importantly, it increases the chances of a martial artist advancing to the bright moon realm, making it extremely precious. Lu Ming nodded. I am willing. Great. However, after accepting national funding in the interest of fairness and justice, your real information will be made public on the martial rankings. Is that all right? No problem. Lu Ming smiled slightly. But before that, I have something very important to discuss with the higher-ups of the Management Bureau. There was silence on the other end for a moment, followed by a faint sound of conversation. Please hold on. After about half an hour, the other side spoke again. It's possible, Mr. Lu Ming. You should be in Jiangbei City now. Tomorrow you can go to the Jiangbei City Martial Artist Management Bureau, and the director will meet you personally. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. He hung up the phone and returned to his villa, lying on a beach chair, soaking up the sun while opening the system mall. 8 Desolate Mountain Suppression Fist, Indestructible Skill, Cloud Ladder Technique, Spirit Snake Whip Technique, Mystic Clarity Sword Art. Various techniques, such as Palm Fist Sword and Saber, are all available. Lu Ming's eyes burned with passion. These were all his capital and his trump cards against the Lu family. He originally wanted to rise up the rankings with a thunderous momentum, drawing the attention of the state as a dark horse, allowing him to be noticed by the government while being discovered by the Lu family. Great Xia places great importance on the growth of geniuses who otherwise they wouldn't spend such large sums of money to freely provide precious resources like Star Source Liquid to the top 1,000 on the rankings. If he became a genius ranked in the top 100, he would be a treasure of Great Xia and would definitely not be easily touched by the Lu family. Moreover, he was also the orphan of Lu Zhenjuan, a martyr who made significant contributions to Blue Star, so the government's protection of him would not be lacking. Lu Ming actually had a considerable amount of trust in the Daxia government of Blue Star. First, the ideologies, beliefs, and a series of experiences of this nation bore a striking resemblance to those of Huaxia in his past life, making it worthy of his trust. It was also the effort and unity of Daxia that allowed humanity to survive the great catastrophe, preserving the spark of life to this day. Secondly, from the memories of the original owner, he learned that the Daxia government had never ceased to care for him, the orphan of a martyr. Not only did they send people to visit and extend greetings every year, but upon noticing his psychological depression, they would also regularly dispatch psychologists. This was also the reason why the Lu family had to tread carefully and dared not act against him openly. Otherwise, the original owner would not have survived until now. However, the Lu family had been too secretive and the original owner had been too meek to the extent that due to long-term psychological oppression, he truly believed himself to be a useless burden, feeling guilty towards his uncle and aunt, and was completely unaware of his own situation. Otherwise, those government officials would have likely discovered something amiss long ago. In fact, during these 3 years since his arrival, Lu Ming had considered seeking help from the government to reveal the truth. But upon reflection, he decided against it. After all, at that time, he truly was a useless person, while Lu Hao had already become the top genius of Blue Star, carrying his bones. Even if he informed the government, what would it matter? What would it change if the truth was made public? The bones could not be returned. The government would not risk losing a genius to restore the bones of someone who had been useless for over a decade. All of this would merely tarnish the Lu family's reputation. They would suffer no actual loss. Meanwhile, Lu Hao would still be the focus of everyone's attention as the genius. He too remained that useless person. Thus, Lu Ming chose to endure waiting for the system to finish loading. He needed to demonstrate his value to ensure the Lu family received the punishment they deserved. and now his genius value had already begun to manifest. But it was still not enough. The emergence of these martial arts would just happen to increase his leverage. In fact, with the system's assistance, he could have waited until he broke through to the Star Core realm, or even the Star Sea realm to seek revenge personally. But Lu Ming could not wait that long, nor did he wish to. After all, even if the second reincarnation ended, he might not have the opportunity to surpass Lu Shanting. As for Lu Hao, he was said to be directly recommended for the Blue Star's final examination, and Lu Ming had to pull Lu Hao down from his pedestal before that occurred. He would never allow Lu Hao to appear under the scrutiny of those advanced civilizations again, risking any further complications. This grudge he must settle quickly, fiercely. He would provide Lu Hao no opportunity for a comeback. And Lu Ming believed that when he presented these martial arts techniques comparable to the Xian level coupled with his formidable cultivation point allocation qualifications, the government's choice would be clear. The future is promising. Lu Ming's gaze was profound. Lu Hao, what is mine is mine. Sooner or later I will make you return it personally. Immediately afterwards, Lu Ming began to read through several martial arts books. The path of martial arts begins with the basics of attack techniques, followed by body techniques. He already possessed both sword techniques and martial arts, and the sword techniques were perfectly compatible with the martial arts and the sword intent derived from them. Combined, their power multiplied exponentially. What he currently lacked was a body technique. After deliberating for a long time, Lu Ming chose a body technique called Phantom Steps. This body technique is suitable for unknown combat and can also be flexible and adaptable in complex terrains, making it an all-around body technique that perfectly compensates for his current deficiencies. Spent 1,000 points to acquire the first-grade martial art Phantom Steps. Next, it's time to allocate points. After deducting the points from the previous Endless Sword of the Sea, he still had 17,190 points left, enough to fully master another martial art. Deducting 100 points. Martial Art Phantom Steps Entry Level. Deducting 1,000 points. Martial Art Phantom Steps Minor Achievement. Deducting 10,000 points. Martial Art Phantom Steps Major Achievement. Remaining points 60-90. Lu Ming closed his eyes, and at the moment of achieving the major level in Phantom Steps, images appeared in his mind. He had once traversed mountains and rivers with these legs, maneuvering through dense forests and steep peaks. He had also trained day after day on plum blossom stakes, feeling as if he were in a world devoid of enemies. Finally, as the scene shifted, he found himself walking amidst the stars. With each step, a phantom was left behind, the stars beneath him shattered and meteors scattered, which he effortlessly evaded. Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this point, the high martial version of Phantom Steps had been perfected. The next day, Lu Ming donned a simple black hoodie and a baseball cap, allowing Xiao Lu to take him to the Martial Artist Management Bureau in Zhongbei City. Now Xiao Lu had become his dedicated driver, as he had yet to obtain his driver's license. Upon reaching the city center, a skyscraper came into view. A pitch-black dragon coiled around the outer layer of the building, its massive head facing the entrance of the Management Bureau, its golden vertical pupils the size of copper bells glaring at all those who entered and exited, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Xiao Lu couldn't help but shiver. Wow, no matter how many times I come here, this dragon is still so terrifying. Lu Ming looked up and found the golden vertical pupils of the dragon glaring so brightly that he couldn't help but quickly close his eyes. Is it dead? Xiao Lu widened his eyes. Of course it's dead. If it were alive, would be in serious trouble. It is said that a black dragon at the peak of the 3rd tier once attacked Zhongbei City, and it was the then director of the Zhongbei Martial Artist Management Bureau, Wei Dongyue, who lost an arm in collaboration with the #1 powerhouse of Zhongbei City, at the time Lu Zhenjuan, to slay it. Ultimately, as a reward for their merit, the dragon's eyes were gouged out and embedded in this artificially crafted dragon statue to display the might of the Martial Artist Management Bureau. Upon suddenly hearing his father's name, Lu Ming paused for a moment. Then his expression returned to calm as he said, "You wait for me at the entrance." Okay. The interior of the Martial Artist Management Bureau was very spacious, and the decor exuded a strong sense of technology. Lu Ming approached the front desk and said, "I'm here to see Director Wei. My name is Lu Ming." The receptionist immediately made a phone call upon hearing this, then respectfully said to Lu Ming, "Mr. Lu, the director is waiting for you on the top floor. Please follow me." Lu Ming followed her into the elevator, reaching the top floor of the building. As the receptionist left, a figure appeared before Lu Ming. The person turned around, saw Lu Ming, and smiled, saying, "You are Lu de Guest's son." Lu Ming fell silent, not denying it. He now understood that upon hearing the story of that dragon, he knew the director of the Martial Artist Management Bureau must recognize him. After all, the other party also bore the surname Wei. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so readily agreed to meet him. However, he never expected that, having thought his life would no longer be connected to his vanished father, he still had to bear the remnants of his legacy. Wei Yi examined Lu Ming from head to toe and thought to himself, ninth stage of the Stardust Realm. Not bad. He laughed heartily, saying, good. No wonder you are the son of Lu Jinjuan, truly impressive in demeanor. Little Ming, please sit. Lu Ming adjusted his hat and sat down opposite Wei Yi. Call me Uncle Wei. Wei Yi smiled and said, your father was a close friend of my brother. I used to call your father Big Brother, so you should call me Uncle to feel closer. Lu Ming remained silent. Seeing this, Wei Yi let out a deep sigh. Over the years your father has been missing. You must have suffered quite a bit, right? Now with the frequent wars beyond the borders, my brother and I have been in the military and unable to visit you. We could only send someone each year to deliver some training resources. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. Training resources? He had never received any. It was clear that the Lu couple had kept this from him, pocketing it for themselves. However, originally he had some doubts about Wei Yi, but now he believed him to some extent. Wei Yi continued talking, seemingly having endless topics to discuss with him. In the past 2 years, I was injured on the battlefield, and it was only this year that I was transferred here to become the director of the Martial Artist Management Bureau in Zhongbei City. I was planning to visit you recently, but unexpectedly before I could go to the Lu family, you came to me instead. As he said this, Wei Yi smiled slightly, looking at Lu Ming with satisfaction in his eyes. However, I heard that you were weak in your innate constitution, but now it seems you have improved. It appears that Lu Shangtian took good care of you, allowing you to grow to such a level. Top 100 in the martial ranking. If Brother Lu knew, he would definitely be very pleased. Haha. Lu Ming interrupted him, saying, I have already distanced myself from the Lu family. Distance from the Lu family. Wei Yi's smile abruptly stopped, and his expression turned serious. He looked at Lu Ming and noticed the cold expression on the youth's face when mentioning the Lu family. He frowned, asking, did Lu Shangtian treat you poorly? Lu Ming did not answer directly, saying, Uncle Wei, I came to find you for other matters. Seeing that Lu Ming was unwilling to speak, Wei Yi did not press further, but silently marked this matter in his mind, deciding to send someone to investigate it thoroughly later. Well, is what you want to discuss related to the martial ranking training resources? Lu Ming nodded, saying, besides that, I also want to hand in some items to the state. Wei Yi raised an eyebrow. What items? Facing Lu Ming's seriousness, he felt somewhat dismissive. What could a young boy possibly hand in that was of value to the state? Currently, the Great Xia was thriving despite external threats. There were no internal worries, and everything was flourishing. Even the lofty powers of the Hengxian star domain had taken notice of them. What valuable items could there be? It seemed he had stumbled upon something rare that he valued highly, which was why he was so serious. But Lu Ming spoke clearly, word by word, saying, ancient martial arts. Wei Yi's pupils immediately constricted upon hearing this. What did you say? Lu Ming smiled slightly and took out 3 ancient-style books. To make it more authentic, he had even asked the system to age them a bit, as if they had just been dug out of the ground. Spent 3,000 points to purchase the first-grade martial arts 8 Desolations Town U Fist Indestructible Skill Cloud Ladder Technique. Remaining points 3090. As Wei Yi looked at the 3 ancient books before him, his breath momentarily caught. Little Ming, some things should not be spoken lightly. Lu Ming crossed his hands over his chest. Whether I am speaking lightly or not, Uncle Wei, don't you see for yourself? Wei Yi took a deep breath and opened one of the books, 8 Desolations Town U Fist. In the next moment, his fingers gripping the book suddenly tightened. The more he read, the heavier his breathing became. After a long time, Wei Yi cautiously set the book down, his expression grave as he looked at Lu Ming. Little Ming, where did you obtain these martial arts? Lu Ming slightly lowered his eyes, offering the most convincing explanation. The only thing my father left for me. It belonged to Brother Lu. Indeed, Wei Yi quickly believed Lu Ming's words. Since it was left to you by Brother Lu, why do you want to hand it over to the state? Lu Ming lowered his gaze, and from Wei Yi's perspective, his expression looked somewhat pitiful. Lu Ming slowly said, my father left these 3 martial arts with the intention that after he left they could serve as my future security, hoping that I could stand out from my peers and contribute to the state through these martial arts. But now I wish to use them to seek protection. Wei Yi's pupils constricted. Protection? What could make the orphan of a hero utter the words seek protection? Is someone persecuting Lu Ming? Has he been forced to take out the only thing his father left him? In an instant, a surge of anger rose within Wei Yi. He suppressed his anger and looked at Lu Ming seriously, saying, Little Ming, tell Uncle Wei, who is it? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming smiled self-deprecatingly. If I tell you, you probably won't believe me. Uncle Wei, all I ask for now is to safely take the college entrance examination, nothing more. Wei Yi slammed the table in anger, a deep imprint appearing on the alloy surface, yet the table showed no signs of damage. This demonstrated his absolute control over his strength. Ming, you are the orphan of a martyr, a descendant of heroes. Whatever oppression or difficulties you face, the state will help you. I, Uncle Wei, will help you too. This is our responsibility as adults. Don't be afraid, speak up. Lu Ming's hands on the table clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. His voice trembled slightly. Uncle Wei. Seeing this Wei, he came back to his senses from his anger and rubbed his forehead. Sorry, Uncle Wei's tone was a bit harsh just now. If you don't want to say it, then don't. I believe you must have your concerns. In that case, I will have someone verify these 3 martial arts. If it is confirmed to be genuine, then you will be a hero of the Great Xia. The state will send people to take you away. You will receive the most stringent protection, and you will definitely be able to safely take the college entrance examination without anyone causing you harm. Of course, even if it turns out not to be real, you can still come to me. Uncle Wei will definitely do everything possible to help you. Lu Ming seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, smiling as he said, Thank you, Uncle Wei. Moments later, Wei stood on the rooftop looking down through the floor-to-ceiling windows at Lu Ming's departing figure. There was a knock on the door, and a middle-aged man walked in. Director, is there something you need from me? Old Zhang, for a while you need to protect a child named Lu Ming. I will have someone send you the information. Zhang Kuei nodded. Wei added, That child is the orphan of Lu Xinjuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuei's expression turned serious. Child of Colonel Lu. Wei nodded, saying he has recently probably encountered some difficulties. When you protect him, pay more attention. Zhang Kuei nodded. Don't worry, Director. Since he is the orphan of a martyr, I will definitely protect him well. Then Wei Yi's gaze turned sharp again, and he exuded an oppressive aura that was terrifying. That was the killing intent cultivated from the battlefield, stained with the blood of countless alien races and savage beasts. Zhang Kuei could not help but take a step back. Wei Yi's tone turned icy as he said, Also notify the intelligence department to thoroughly investigate Lu Ming's past, especially regarding the Lu family. Lu Shangtian. Lu Ming walked out of the Martial Artist Administration Bureau still holding 50 fresh bottles of Star Source liquid. This was the reward given by the Bureau after filling out the application form. He reflected on his earlier performance and silently praised himself in his heart. He had perfectly portrayed a helpless youth oppressed by unscrupulous relatives with nowhere to appeal. This year's Oscar for Best Actor belongs to him, without a doubt. At this moment, Wei Yi must be already suspecting Lu Shangting and is probably dispatching someone to investigate. The Martial Artist Administration Bureau is backed by the state, and its intelligence network is formidable. Even if Lu Shangting's family had concealed the matter back, then some traces would inevitably be revealed. If Wei Yi were to uncover something, the Lu family would not fare well. With this thought, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile faintly, though his eyes were icy. This is just the beginning. On the other side, Tianhai University. Tianhai University, located in the capital city of the neighboring province Luoyang Province, is a second-tier martial arts university. Although it is second-tier, being able to enter a legitimate martial arts university as an instructor is a dream come true for many, making it a highly respectable profession. At least Lu Yin has always believed this. At this moment, she was sitting in her office sorting through student learning materials, her face filled with impatience. She came to Tianhai University for an internship to teach martial arts, but her supervising instructor kept making her do trivial tasks, which infuriated Lu Yin. Sooner or later, she would replace that old hag and become the best instructor at Tianhai University. Hey, is there any new news about that Empress husband today? In the office, several instructors were chatting. No, since the surprise appearance a couple of days ago, there has been no news at all, and his ranking has dropped already out of the top 100 today. Being out of the top 100 is still impressive. Many dark horses have emerged these past few days, but no one has surpassed his record so far. I wonder who that genius is. If only he were my student. Ha ha ha, with your few mediocre students, forget it. While they were still playing in the mud, he was already in the top 100 at 18. How can you say that? Your students are no better. Lu Yin listened from the side, disdainful, her voice loud. No matter how impressive, he can't compare to my brother. Upon hearing this, the office fell silent. One instructor smiled obsequiously. Indeed, he certainly cannot compare to Instructor Lu's brother, who possesses the rare Star Source bona physique that even the great figures of the Hengxian star domain envy. The other instructors looked at him with disdain. They actually disliked Lu Yin quite a bit. Clearly lacking in talent, she relied on her good family background, an excellent brother acting superior, and looking down on everyone. But there was nothing they could do. After all, they couldn't afford to offend her. After all, her brother might very well become the first person of Blue Star, a true prodigy. Thus they could only laugh along, saying what Teacher Lu said is right. No matter how strong this dark horse is, he could never be a match for Instructor Lu's brother. He will only be a fleeting star. Lu Yin smirked slightly, her eyes betraying her smugness. At that moment, a female instructor suddenly said, I have news. What? Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to her. The real information about that rising dark horse has come out. So soon. The speed of the state is impressive. What is his name? Where is he from? The female instructor glanced at the holographic screen in front of her and slowly said, it seems he is from the neighboring Jiangbei city, and his cultivation level is indeed the 9th stage of the Stardust realm named Lu Ming. Crash. The sound of documents falling to the ground suddenly rang out, and everyone immediately looked over. They saw Lu Yin's beautiful face filled with shock and disbelief, even twisted slightly. She stared intently at the female instructor and asked word by word, "What did you say that person's name is?" "Jiangbei City. Lu Ming." "Impossible." The female instructor was stunned, noticing Lu Yin's somewhat vicious gaze. She immediately shivered and replied, "His name is Lu Ming." Lu Yin's eyes widened, and she took a few steps forward to push the female instructor aside, ignoring the anger in the latter's eyes, her gaze fixed on the holographic screen, forcing out those two words through clenched teeth, as if she wanted to crush them. Lu Ming. Meanwhile, in the Jiangbei City Martial Artist Administration Bureau, Wei Yi received a document, and the more he read, the worse his expression became. Finally, he slammed the document onto the table, his face pale. What a Lu family. What a Lu Shanting. The document showed that Lu Ming had been healthy and lively before the age of 2. However, in that year, an accident occurred simultaneously for Lu Ming and 1-year-old Lu Hao, leading to fractures. Lu Shanting arranged a surgery for both. Initially thought to be a routine operation, but afterward Lu Ming's health suddenly deteriorated, making it difficult for him to get out of bed. His spirit also waned, increasingly reaching the point of depression. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, who had been of ordinary talent, gradually began to shine and became unstoppable, and it was discovered at the age of 2 that he possessed the Star Source Bone. Now, if one thinks carefully, that operation must not have been a simple procedure, and it likely concealed some unspeakable secret. And this secret must be the key to the oppression Lu Ming faced. Investigate. Keep investigating. I want to see what exactly Lu Shanting has done. In fact, Wei Yi had a vague suspicion in his heart, but that suspicion was too cruel for him to dare to think deeply about. If it's true, how bitter Lu Ming's life must have been. Additionally, bring me the staff responsible for comforting the families of martyrs, as well as the psychologist who treated Lu Ming. I want to ask them personally. His subordinates nodded in agreement upon seeing the angry director. Wei Yi clasped his hands behind his back, the veins on his hands bulging, gazing at the bustling night scene of Jiangbei City with a stern expression. Everything in Jiangbei City has been built up bit by Lu Shangxiao and my elder brother to achieve its current appearance. He is the hero of Jiangbei City, as well as the hero of Daxia. I absolutely will not allow a hero to bleed and shed tears. The state will not allow it either. Boss, where should we place this full coverage or simulation pod? A group of workers carried a waist-high virtual pod toward Lu Ming, who was cooking. Put it in the cultivation chamber up front. Lu Ming flipped a steak without turning around. Xiao Lu watched nearby, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Master, your culinary skill is extraordinary. This steak. Truly exquisite. He had just been assigned by Yu Yu as Lu Ming's personal assistant. Lu Ming smirked with quiet pride. This is an ancient method-seared steak, unique in all the world. In truth, it was merely the standard pan-searing technique from his past life. By the way, has the moon marrow dew arrived yet? Xiao Lu nodded. I sold all the stellar essence fluid you gave me and spent 10 million credits on 10 vials of moon marrow dew. At that, a pang of regret flickered across Xiao Lu's face. These artifacts for martial cultivators. They're outrageously expensive. Lu Ming casually purchased several antique items from the system shop using accumulated merit points and handed them to Yu Yu. Xiao Lu, caught completely off guard, found himself cradling an armful of jade, pearls, and porcelain, so much that his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Thighs, exquisite pieces from the Zhou kingdom, imperial tributes, each likely worth tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of credits. Xiao Lu's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance. Master, where on earth did you acquire these? You're simply incredible. Don't celebrate yet. The proceeds from selling them go straight toward purchasing more moon marrow, dew, high-end weaponry, and combat suits. The pricier the better. Xiao Lu's grin instantly vanished. Oh. After devouring Lu Ming's steak down to the last morsel, he dashed away elated. With such treasures, he was certain the Yuehua Antique Guild would ascend to new heights, perhaps even rank among the elite enterprises of the entire northern region. And then, his long-awaited raise in fortune would finally arrive. Just then, Lu Ming received another call, an unfamiliar number. Over the past 2 days, he'd received numerous calls from Lu Shanting, Shen Wan, and Lu Yin alike. He'd blocked them all. He needed no guesswork to know what they intended to say. Earlier, he'd sent someone to inspect the shabby apartment Lu Shanting had arranged for him, a unit now reduced to rubble. By now, the Lu family was likely scouring the world in furious pursuit. Lu Ming answered the call. Hello, Xiao Ming, it's Uncle Wei. Wei Yi's holographic projection materialized before Lu Ming. Lu Ming offered a faint smile. Uncle Wei, do you have news? Wei Yi nodded. The 3 martial manuals you provided have been authenticated as genuine. Officials have already been dispatched to meet with you. Be there promptly at 3 p.m. Lu Ming nodded. Understood. At precisely 3 p.m. Dressed as always in understated attire, he arrived at the Martial Cultivator Administration Bureau, only to find Lu Shanting waiting for him at the entrance. Upon spotting him, Lu Shanting strode forward and seized Lu Ming's collar. "Lu Ming, come home with me." Lu Ming regarded him coolly. Lu Shanting appeared visibly unwell, once the epitome of aristocratic composure, the patriarch of Jiangbei City's foremost clan. His bloodshot eyes betrayed exhaustion, his clothes disheveled and hastily donned. His gaze fell upon Lu Ming's rosy cheeks and robust physique, astonishment warring with dawning grotesque realization and seething rage. Lu Ming stepped back calmly. "Lu Shanting, you expel me from the Lu family. You hold no authority over me." A twisted shadow flickered across Lu Shanting's eyes, followed by raw, murderous intent. Yet recalling their location, outside the Martial Cultivator Administration Bureau, and acknowledging Lu Ming's rising prominence, he suppressed his fury, forcing a brittle smile. "Lu Ming, I hear you've entered the top 100 of the martial rankings. I'm deeply gratified. Your elder brother's legacy now has a worthy successor. During your absence, your aunt has come to deeply regret her actions. She misses you terribly. Come home with me." Lu Ming gazed upon that mask of hypocrisy and scoffed. "Home? I, Lu Ming, have never possessed a home." His voice dropped to a low, deliberate whisper. "Dear uncle, surely you've already discovered the surveillance cameras and listening devices planted throughout the house." Lu Shanting's pupils contracted sharply. "What you owe me, I will reclaim piece by piece." Instantly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. Just as Lu Ming braced for lethal violence, Lu Shanting's aura receded as swiftly as it had surged. A bitter, hollow smile crossed his lips. "Ah, Ming, I know you've resented us these years for failing to care for you, for not curing your illness. Yet your aunt and I raised you for 18 years. Though we may not have tended to you flawlessly, we believe we owe you nothing. If you refuse to return, then do not return." With that, Lu Shanting cast a subtle glance toward a distant corner, sighed deeply, and walked away, shaking his head. Lu Ming watched his retreating figure, eyes narrowing slightly. The old fox remained a master of restraint. Even provoked so severely, he still held his ground. His gaze shifted upward and met Wei Yi's watchful eyes. Lu Ming offered a faint, knowing smile. Wei Yi returned it, equally serene. When Lu Ming reached the penthouse again, Wei Yi was already seated on the sofa pouring tea for a venerable elder whose hair and beard were snow white. Seeing him enter, Wei Yi smiled. "Xiao Ming, please sit." Lu Ming took a seat opposite them. The elder studied him intently for a moment, then broke into a warm, deeply wrinkled smile. "Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to Jinjuan. They could be carved from the same mold." Wei Yi introduced. "This is Elder Li Songtao, Deputy Director of the National Martial Arts Authentication Bureau." Leaning in with a playful wink, he murmured to Lu Ming, "Your father was Elder Li's most gifted disciple. Call him Grandfather Li right away." Lu Ming rose smoothly to the occasion, bowing respectfully. "Grandfather Li." Elder Li chuckled warmly and acknowledged the greeting with evident satisfaction. "The 3 martial manuals you submitted to the state have undergone rigorous authentication by our bureau and confirmed as authentic and effective. Barring unforeseen complications, they will soon be adapted into 3 Xiantier cultivation arts." Lu Ming hesitated, then asked curiously, "Grandfather Li, may I inquire whether today's martial techniques are all derived from such ancient martial texts?" Elder Li smiled gently. "Ah, this is no secret. Indeed, contemporary martial techniques, or rather the vast majority of Yaotier and higher arts, are adaptations of ancient martial knowledge. Only a rare few originate from modern masters' original creation." He sipped his tea, then continued slowly. "You see, Blue Planet's martial civilization suffered a profound rupture long ago. You've studied history. Before the great cataclysm, the world was sealed, no primordial energy flowed in, and humanity remained entirely unawakened. Ordinary mortals whose strength was measured solely by muscular development. Humanity endured over a millennium in this state, nearly severing the martial path altogether. Then came the great cataclysm, which inflicted yet another catastrophic fracture upon civilization. Yet decades of persistent exploration by our bureau have revealed that 1,000 years prior, martial civilization flourished. Remarkably, even without primordial energy, ancient practitioners forged martial arts capable of bestowing supernatural power upon ordinary humans, from fists that shattered boulders to arms that bore bronze tripods to palm strikes that breached city walls. Such a phenomenon remains profoundly miraculous. It testifies to the ancients' unparalleled depth of understanding regarding martial cultivation. They contemplated the concept of martial Tao for thousands, perhaps even 10,000 years, attaining supreme wisdom and penetrating its very essence, a mastery utterly beyond our reach. By contrast, humanity has engaged with the martial Tao for barely a few centuries, grasping only its surface. No matter how gifted we become, our highest achievements remain confined to Yaotier arts. Yet the arts forged by the ancients when refined by primordial energy in this age awaken astonishing potency. Superior texts can even ascend to the Xiantier echelon. Upon hearing Li Songtao's words, Lu Ming's doubts were finally resolved. Understanding the essence of martial arts. Then what level of martial skill is represented by the Qingming art he created? The ranking wouldn't be too high after all. He had only been exposed to martial arts for less than 60 years since his reincarnation. The National Archive contains only about 100 Zunyuan-level techniques, most of which are incomplete. With these 3 complete techniques, the nation's strength will further enhance, and the survival chances of the warriors from beyond the domain will also increase. Lu Ming, your contribution this time cannot be underestimated, Li Songtao smiled. Feel free to make any requests, and the nation will surely fulfill them. Lu Ming returned to his senses and said, I have already discussed my request with Uncle Wei. I want you to ensure my personal safety until I take the college entrance examination. Li Lao took a sip of tea and said, well, Xiao Wei has already mentioned this to me. Since you are a national hero and a prodigy of launching, we will naturally meet this request. What I mean is you can make more requests. For example, Lu Shanting. Lu Ming fell silent. After a while, he could only manage a bitter smile. It seems you all know now. Wei looked at Lu Ming and began to persuade. Xiao Ming, tell Uncle Wei what exactly Lu Shanting has done to you. As long as you say it. As long as I say it, can you really ensure I get justice? Lu Ming interrupted him. Upon hearing this, Wei, he was momentarily speechless. Of course. At that moment, Li Songtao suddenly spoke up, his gaze sharp. As long as you say it, even if the higher-ups disagree, I will ensure you receive justice. Lu Ming's eyes trembled slightly at his words, seemingly touched by Li Songtao's conviction. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and said, Star Source Bone. Wei Yi and Li Songtao immediately froze. Lu Ming articulated clearly, the Star Source Bone that Lu Hao possesses is mine. When I was 2 years old, Lu Shanting and Shun Wan dug out my bone and transplanted it onto Lu Hao. These 2 sentences struck the 2 men like a bolt from the blue. Lu Hao, the foremost genius of launching after Xiao Ding, turned out to be a despicable thief. Everything made sense now. Wei Yi clenched his fists tightly. Recalling the new information he had just found along with the words of Lu Ming's psychologist and the staff, who had offered condolences, Li Songtao remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a deep sigh. Lu Ming, you have suffered over the years. He only knew that there must be some enormous secret behind this, but it was likely just Lu Shanting obstructing Lu Ming's cultivation and suppressing him both openly and secretly, while also pocketing the subsidies the country provided to Lu Ming. He never expected that it would almost cost Lu Ming his life. This is his own nephew, and the responsibility for all this besides Lu Shanting also lay with their negligence. All right, I understand, Grandpa Li. From now on you can leave everything to me. Li Songtao stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and said, Gongzheng. A shadow suddenly appeared before them without any warning. The newcomer was cloaked in black and his face was obscured, but from the vague aura he exuded, it was clear he was a formidable opponent. Li Songtao said, from today onwards you are Lu Ming's guardian. Gongzheng was taken aback. But Li Lao, I am responsible for protecting you. Li Songtao waved his hand. I am not so old that I need a young lad like you to protect me. Gongzheng was left speechless. Lu Ming couldn't help but refuse. Grandpa Li, this isn't right. Li Songtao laughed. Don't worry, all those prodigies in the top 100 of the martial ranking have their own guardians. Since you have contributed to the nation, it is only natural that the nation arranges a guardian for you. You must accept it whether you want to or not. Besides, Gong is a peak star core realm powerhouse. He is more than capable of dealing with that Lu Shanting kid. Lu Ming paused for a moment before finally nodding then. Thank you, Grandpa Li. As for Lu Hao, Li Songtao pondered for a while. Regarding the Star Source Bone, I need to report your matter to the higher-ups. He patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, revealing a gentle smile. Don't worry, the nation will give you an explanation. Hearing this, Lu Ming also broke into a brilliant smile. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Ming left. Gongzheng then concealed himself in the void, following him as he departed. From now on, Lu Ming's safety would be maximally assured. In the director's office, the atmosphere fell silent again after Lu Ming's departure. After a long time, Wei Yi seemed unable to hold back and stood up, pacing back and forth, cursing. Damn it, I was wondering why this generation's Star Source Bone isn't as strong as the previous one. If it were Elder Xiao, he would have already advanced to the Mid-Moon realm at Lu Hao's age. I thought it was due to individual differences. Turns out the Star Source Bone originally didn't belong to him. Damn it. When Lu De handed his child over to his brother's family, I was against it. It would have been better to let my sister-in-law raise him. But that stubborn old man insisted that they were family and that it was safer to hand him over to his brother. Now everything is fine and the family is at ease, and it has resulted in a huge disaster. His eyes turned cold as he looked at Li Songtao. Li Lao, what do you intend to do? Li Songtao took a sip of tea and slowly sighed. That child actually doesn't trust us or the nation. He only chose this path because he was left with no other options. Wei gently closed his eyes, suppressing the anger within him, sat back on the sofa, and let out a deep sigh. This is our negligence. As for Lu Hao, it will be quite difficult to handle. Li Songtao said. He is the foremost prodigy of launching, bearing many hopes from above, while Lu Ming. Even though he is now in the top 100 of the martial ranking, he ultimately cannot compare to Lu Hao. Even if the star source bone originally belonged to Lu Ming, now that it has been in Lu Hao's body for 16 years, it has long since fused with him. If it is forcibly taken back, Lu Ming will not become the second Lu Hao, and launching will forever lose a second Xiaoding. This is something the nation absolutely cannot allow to happen. Moreover, there is also that teacher of Lu Hao. Upon mentioning that teacher, a hint of apprehension flashed in Li Songtao's eyes. If that teacher were to learn of Lu Ming's existence, then things would become even more troublesome. Given that teacher's affection for Lu Hao, he would never let any existence that could threaten Lu Hao off the hook. Upon hearing Li Songtao's last words, Wei Yi was also taken aback, his expression darkening. The whole of Daxia knew who Lu Hao's teacher was. The founder of the Divine Dragon Training Camp, an absolute powerhouse who survived the great catastrophe, a figure of utmost respect in Daxia. He was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. But Wei Yi still felt unwilling and said, should we just let that little thief who steals the lives of others reap all the benefits without a care? On what basis does he deserve this? If it weren't for Lu Hao's family, the top rank on the martial list would belong to Lu Ming now. Moreover, the star source bone actually belongs to him. If it had always been with him, it would surely unleash an even greater potential now. Li Songtao spoke slowly. Unless that little brat Lu Ming can bring forth greater value than Lu Hao. Wei Yi glared. What else can he possibly bring forth? His tone was somewhat agitated. That child has already suffered enough. He lost his parents at a young age and was nearly killed by his own uncle who dug out his bones. For a full 18 years, how much oppression and mental trauma has he endured? Now to take away the only thing left to him, which Lu Shangxiao left behind, just to ensure his own safety. He has nothing left. Upon hearing this, Li Songtao fell silent. He knew this too. Just moments ago he had boasted, but now, when it came to Lu Hao, he hesitated. Seeing Li Songtao's silent, Wei Yi's temper flared again. He couldn't help but stand up, yet he still maintained respect for the other party. Oldly, I know you have your concerns. In that case, I will handle Lu Ming's affairs. He'll go tell my elder brother. I believe he won't ignore this. It was Lu Degu who risked everything to save our lives back then. Without him, there would be no us today. Now we two brothers must bet everything to seek justice for his child. Li Songtao immediately frowned and rebuked, shut up, sit down. You're already the director, why do you still have such a violent temper? You act without considering the consequences. I wonder how you ended up in that director's position. Wei Yi choked. He wasn't usually like this, or wasn't he just too angry? Li Songtao rubbed his forehead. I haven't said I wouldn't manage this matter. After all, I am one of his closest elders. But this needs careful planning. Don't tell your elder brother just yet. That brat's temper is even more volatile than yours. If he finds out, it might cause trouble. If that person finds out, Lu Ming's situation will become even more perilous, do you understand? After saying this, he shot a warning glance at Wei Yi. Wei Yi also realized he had acted impulsively. Li Songtao said, the most important thing now is to protect Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming doesn't pose a significant threat to the Lu family at the moment, given Lu Shangding's caution, he will definitely not allow him to grow stronger. What we need to do is to gather direct evidence of Lu Shangding's actions while allowing Lu Ming to grow slowly under our wings. It would be best to temporarily send him away from Blue Star. With his current abilities, he might still have a chance for revenge in the future. After all, if he remained on Blue Star, Lu Ming would always be shrouded in that person's shadow with no absolute safety. Hearing this, Wei Yi nodded. For now, we can only do this. I will arrange it well. On the other side, the Lu family. Seeing Lu Shangding return, but not seeing that waist behind him, Lu Yin's expression immediately turned sour. Dad, where's that waist, Lu Ming? Lu Shangding sat in the main seat with a stern face, saying nothing. Xin Wan was also anxious. What's the situation? You need to say something. Lu Shangding took a deep breath. Instead of answering, he asked, what did Ahao say? Xin Wan had no choice but to reply. Ahao returned to the Divine Dragon Training Camp the day before Lu Ming's true information was revealed. It said that he was specially instructed by that person and is now undergoing closed training. No one can contact him. He probably still doesn't know about Lu Ming's situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Shangding let out a deep sigh. What on earth is going on? Father, please tell me. Lu Yin shouted angrily. Why has Lu Ming suddenly been able to cultivate and has made it into the top 100 on the martial list? He was clearly a waste for so many years. At this moment, the unease and jealousy in Lu Yin's heart surged. Clearly she had scolded him as a waste for over a decade, yet in an instant he had risen to fame, breaking into the top 100 on the martial list and becoming the focus of attention in the entire Great Xia. And she, Luyin, had barely made it into the top 100,000. She could only enter a second-rate martial arts university as an intern tutor after graduation. The gap between the two is evident. Has that guy been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger all these years? Seeing her constant disdain and ridicule towards him, he must be secretly sorrowful, but in reality, he might be laughing at her ignorance in his heart. Did he look at her like a clown? Thinking of this, the hatred in Lu Yin's heart became uncontrollable. Hearing Lu Yin's sharp voice, Lu Shanting could barely tolerate it and roared, "Shut up." Lu Yin choked up, her eyes red, but under her father's pressure, she fell silent. Lu Shanting organized his thoughts and then said, "I admit that over the years I underestimated that kid who has been able to endure until now. Lu Ming, I fear, has long gotten in touch with the Martial Artist Management Bureau. He has been secretly cultivating all these years, and everything we did to him back then has probably been known by the Martial Artist Management Bureau." Upon hearing this, Lu Yin and Shun Wan's faces turned pale. "I previously drove him out of the Lu family, and it actually helped him. All these years I actually let a little child play me like a fool." Lu Shanting's expression was grim as he fiercely grasped the armrest, which instantly shattered into fragments under his grip. Shin Wan's face turned pale as she said, "Shanting, what should we do now? Abusing the direct descendants of national martyrs is a serious crime. The lightest punishment is 30 years in prison." Hearing about 30 years of imprisonment, Lu Yin's face turned white. She absolutely did not want to spend her beautiful youth behind bars. Absolutely not. Lu Shanting remained silent for a while, then took Shin Wan's hand and comforted, "Don't worry, the country hasn't acted against us yet, which means they don't have direct evidence. Everything is probably just Lu Ming's side of the story." Lu Ming's sudden rise indeed made him panic for a while. He was worried that the truth would be exposed, that the Lu family would be scorned by the masses, and that the country would enforce strict laws leading their family to spend their lives in prison. He was even more concerned about the implications for Lu Hao's future and the ownership of that precious bone within him. But Lu Shanting had been in this game for so long, he wasn't a fool. After meeting Lu Ming today, he quickly sorted everything out and regained his composure. "But didn't you say he installed surveillance and listening devices at home?" As she said this, a hint of hatred appeared on Shun Wan's usually gentle face. That little bastard, how could he be so heartless? Installing surveillance and listening devices at home. After raising him for so many years, she ended up with such a big, white-eyed wolf. "Don't worry, we have been very discreet about that matter," speaking ambiguously without directly stating it was us who did it. Shun Wan and Lu Yin immediately remembered that they indeed hadn't explicitly mentioned that matter at home, and they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had been very cautious over the years. However, at this moment, Lu Shanting suddenly shifted his tone again, causing Shun Wan and Lu Yin to tense up once more. "Although I ensured that everything about that incident years ago was handled very discreetly. Everything that should be dealt with has been dealt with. However, since something existed, there must be traces left behind. With the power of the state, it might not be impossible to uncover the truth. To be safe, I should have quietly killed him today. But after meeting him today, I discovered he has a strong presence beside him, a Star Core realm expert." Hearing this, Shun Wan and Lu Yin both felt their bodies tremble. Has the state sent protectors for him? It makes sense. Oh, every one of the top 100 on the martial ranking has their protectors. But hasn't he been kicked out of the top 100? This shouldn't be the case. Indeed. Lu Shanting nodded, saying, "The state has its own regulations. Even if Wei Yi knows the truth, if Lu Ming cannot provide evidence, he cannot arbitrarily assign someone from the Martial Management Bureau to protect a young boy. After all, every Star Core realm expert is an important guardian of a city. This indicates that Lu Ming has some trump cards we are unaware of. Perhaps my esteemed older brother left him something valuable, granting him the state's protection." As he spoke, Lu Shanting squinted slightly. Something valuable enough for the state to send a Star Core realm expert was not left for him by Lu Zhenjuan, but rather for a naive newborn. It shows a lack of trust in him. Since they do not trust him, he cannot be blamed for what he does to Lu Ming. It is merely retribution. Lu Yin gritted her teeth, saying, "Then this means we have no way to move against him." Lu Shanting took a sip of water and calmly replied, "There's no rush. No matter how Lu Ming is, he cannot compare to Ah Hao in the end. As long as Ah Hao successfully catches the eye of the Yinqing Academy in this college entrance examination, then given his value at that time, the higher-ups will definitely clear away his past blemishes. He is nothing but a stumbling block for Ah Hao." Xinhuan said, stunned, "So we can do nothing now? Just wait idly." Lu Shanting reclined in his chair, closed his eyes, and slowly said, "Sometimes not taking action is the best course of action, responding to change with inaction. Let us watch the winds of change, the heavens will surely take care of themselves." Lu Ming remained unaware of how the management bureau and the Lu family were arguing. He returned to the villa and went to the training room, finally seeing the exclusive battle virtual pod he had been longing for. The custom streamlined design perfectly fitted his physique with the backrest and cushion made of high-tech soft material, making it remarkably comfortable. Furthermore, the pod door was equipped with an iris scan, allowing only him to open it. When you have money, 2 words become significant. Advanced. He opened the pod door and lay inside. Today's goal: to break into the top 10 of the martial ranking. Welcome player Lu Ming to the Warstar Network. Your current ranking on the martial ranking is 125th. Please continue to work hard and strive for progress. A flash of light appeared before him. He found himself back in the Warstar Network. As soon as he appeared, people around him immediately noticed him, creating a wave of excitement. It's the Emperor's husband. Pa. His name is Lu Ming. Aren't you ashamed to call him that? If he's not ashamed to have that name, why should I be ashamed to call it out? Husband. Don't be the Emperor's husband, be my husband instead. See, there are always people more shameless than I am. The voices around stunned Lu Ming for a moment. It's just a top 100 in the martial ranking. What were these people so excited about? He wasn't even a celebrity. Someone approached him, using their hand as a microphone to interview him. Hey Lu, Dark Horse, after a week you finally logged in. Are you planning to break into the top 50 this time? Lu Ming glanced at the reporter, a cute girl with pink hair and rabbit ears. He coughed lightly, pretending there was a microphone in front of him. You got it wrong. The rabbit-eared girl blinked, and Lu Ming said, I'm not here to break into the top 50 this time. He smiled slightly, saying, it's the top 10. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. While everyone was still in shock, someone exclaimed, he's challenging the 99th place. Tisk, I have a feeling he can really make it into the top 10 of the martial ranking. Then how many days do you bet it will take him to get in? Final bet, half a month. Haha, I think you've underestimated this, Dark Horse. I say 10 days. Are you sure? This is the record of Zongjing Qingtian. So what? Do you think Lu Ming hasn't broken that madman's record? That seems to be true. Then he'll make a wild bet, 5 days. Ha. Ling Miao Miao just logged in and saw that the betting pool for the battle platform was opening again. She immediately noticed one of the names. This guy again. He's actually going to break the record of Zongjing Qingzi. She thought for a moment and immediately staked 100,000 star coins. If he can't break the record, fine, but if he does. Ha. I can only imagine how broken Qingzi will be. With this thought, Ling Miao Miao let out a devilish laugh, her 2 sharp canines glinting coldly. Meanwhile, Lu Ming entered the battle platform. Opposite him stood a young man in a blue ancient-style robe. However, he currently looked very displeased, holding his head and howling. Why? Why is it you again? I finally fought my way back to the 99th place. Lu Ming rubbed his nose, feeling it was quite coincidental. The last time he fought for the 99th place, it was also this guy named Zhou Qing. Why didn't you refuse? Zhou Qing's gaze was filled with resentment. Lower-ranked players challenging higher-ranked players cannot refuse unless they are offline. Lu Ming shrugged, saying, then there's nothing I can do. Zhou Qing sighed wearily. Fine, I concede. After their last battle, he understood the gap between himself and Lu Ming. He was just barely maintaining a position in the top 100, always at the bottom. Lu Ming, on the other hand, undoubtedly had the potential for the top 10. He was too lazy to fight with such a freak. Player Zhou Qing confirms concession. Lu Ming ranks up to 99th place. Lu Ming. Alright, let's continue challenging the 80th place. Outside the fighting arena, everyone was focused on Lu Ming's ranking changes. There was no surprise that Lu Ming resolved the 99th place in less than 10 seconds. After all, the last time was the same situation. Players who had gone in to watch came out, and a group of people rushed up to ask, what was the situation? That guy Zhou Qing unsurprisingly conceded defeat. Everyone was not surprised. After all, Zhou Qing was well known for his laziness and nonchalance among the top 100 geniuses on the martial rankings. He stubbornly held his 99th position, not moving up or down, as if he intended to retire in this position. When it comes to the 80th place, it shouldn't be resolved so quickly, right? The 80th place on the martial rankings is from the top martial arts university in the eastern region, Hongwu University, which has consistently held a top 3 position. Surely, they can hold off Lu Ming for a while. Can I pay to go in and watch then? The reason no one had entered before was that they understood Zhou Qing would likely concede, and also because the entry fee to watch battles among the top 100 was a full 1,000 star coins, limited to 100 people. After all, everyone wants to see battles between geniuses, and not only can they learn and gain insights, but they might also steal advanced martial techniques from them. Therefore, setting a threshold for spectators was quite necessary. Otherwise, every match would likely be packed. As it turned out, there were indeed quite a few wealthy individuals. When Lu Ming entered the fighting arena again, the surrounding audience seats were once again filled. This time there are 100 spectators. You will receive a 20 commission. A total of 2,000 star coins have been deposited into your StarNet account, earning 2,000 star coins from a single match. It's simply easier than selling antiques. This time his opponent was a tall young man named Coons. He held a heavy spear, his sharp gaze fixed on Lu Ming. I will stop you here. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming also summoned a long sword and exchanged banter with his opponent. Sorry, but I will step on you to rise higher. To thank the enthusiastic audience, Lu Ming didn't plan to finish off this brother Coon too quickly. After all, wouldn't that waste their money? He intended to prolong the fight a bit, also to accumulate combat experience. After all, even though the top 100 geniuses might have a lower realm than him, they were far stronger in battle. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming and brother Coon exchanged blows for over 10 minutes. The cheers from the audience motivated Lu Ming greatly, and his combat experience was rapidly increasing. Eventually, feeling it was about time, he pierced brother Coon's heart with a single strike, sending him offline. The match was over. When the audience left the arena and returned to the square, they seemed to still be yearning for more. Why do I feel that Lu Ming's battles are quite entertaining? I feel like he was playing with Coons. That guy was getting flustered towards the end, almost cursing out loud. However, looking at it this way, Lu Ming and Coons don't seem too far apart this time. He will probably only make it to the top 50 at most. Tisk, you guys don't understand. At this moment, a professional shook his head and commented, "Did you not notice? Lu Ming's combat experience is actually quite poor. I could tell from the very beginning that his realm is definitely higher than Coons's, but he has been suppressing his realm to accumulate combat experience. The more he fights, the richer his combat skills become. This guy is like a battle maniac, also using battle to train, just more composed." The people around exchanged glances and laughed awkwardly. "Ha, actually we noticed it long ago." Right. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. "According to what you said, Coons is at the 9th level of the Stardust realm, so doesn't that make Lu Ming at the Crescent Moon realm?" At this statement, everyone fell silent. After a long while, is Lu Ming fighting the 70th place? The battle is about to start. Quick, grab the spectator spots. I have hardly seen a Crescent Moon realm genius fight. This time I must watch to my heart's content. Is it time to test speed? I feel like I am witnessing a miracle. Thus a strange phenomenon appeared on the StarNet. A crowd of people stood in front of their panels, closely watching Lu Ming's match like they were trying to snag concert tickets. As soon as Lu Ming's challenge began, they immediately started fighting for positions. Meanwhile, the topics of annual Dark Horse Lu Ming challenges the top 10 on the Marshall rankings, and Lu Ming suspected to be at the Crescent Moon realm, were also soaring in popularity on the StarNet. This attracted the attention of many. Lu Ying had been keeping her terminal on following Lu Ming's updates. When this topic came out, her pupils instantly shrank, and she hurried to the virtual cabin in the training room and entered the War StarNet. As soon as she entered, she heard a wave of gasps from the crowd. "It's the 50th place, he won't just happen to finish in 10 minutes, right? I even suspect that Lu Ming is intentionally capping the battle time at 10 minutes just to make our tickets worth the price, otherwise he would have finished long ago. Then he is still quite nice. What should I do if I'm a bit touched?" Lu Ying's breath quickened as she quickly glanced at the Marshall rankings. Rank 61, Lu Ming, 18 years old, 9th level of the Stardust realm. Rank 50. Didn't he just enter the top 100 a few days ago? Listening to this, Lu Ming must have spent only 10 minutes on the previous 4 matches. This is impossible. Entering the top 100 of the Marshall rankings had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Could he still be aiming for the top 10? This is insane. Although she disliked Lu Ming, Lu Ying considered herself one of the best at understanding him. What on earth did that guy do to make his strength soar so rapidly in such a short time? The sound of gasps echoed in her ears again. 10 minutes, just as it ended perfectly. He's entered the top 50. Damn, it's only been less than an hour. Damn, I bet on a whole day? I could earn 10 times. How much did you bet? $100. Broke. Quick, prepare for the 40th place. I want to start grabbing spots. Lu Ying came back to her senses, quickly opened her panel, and began to purchase tickets. She had to see it with her own eyes. When Lu Ming began to challenge the 40th place, the 5 seconds of purchasing time suddenly began. Lu Ying held her breath, her nerves taut, using her fastest reflexes to hit the button. Congratulations, you have secured a spectator spot for room number 3369, automatically deducted 1,000 star coins. In the next moment, her vision shifted, and she found herself seated in the audience. She immediately looked towards the fighting arena, and that white figure instantly caught her eye, the mask of laughter and tears on her face, seeming to mock her previous actions. Lu Ying clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in silence. Lu Ming. Lu Ming keenly sensed the gaze. He was very familiar with this gaze, even able to accurately guess who its owner was. He did not look over, merely pointing his sword towards the girl opposite him. Sorry, I might be a bit fierce from now on. After all, there is someone in the audience whom I really dislike. Who is the person you dislike? The girl in front wearing a cold black mask asked curiously. Lu Ming turned his head slightly and said, a woman who despite her age still wears a pink elf outfit, has a bow tied on her head, and sports white stockings. Lu Ming dislikes someone. Who is it? Someone said, glancing around before finally locking onto the person to their right. Is it you? As soon as the words fell, all eyes turned towards her. The elf outfit, white stockings, and bow. It was obvious. Immediately a wave of murmurs arose around. What did she do to make Lu Ming dislike her? I'm not concerned about that, I'm more curious about her age. Soft and delicate. Never mind, I won't comment. Wait, why does this name sound familiar? Now that you mention it, I think so too. Lu Yin. She was on the verge of going crazy. How could Lu Ming embarrass her in public? And she was using her own online name looking different. How did he recognize her? And she was only 23. How was that considered old? She suddenly shouted angrily, what are you looking at? The real culprit. Suddenly someone slapped their forehead. I remember now, that woman is Lu Hao's sister from the Star Source clan. Oh, what? This woman was famous for a while 5 years ago, always flaunting that her brother is Lu Hao. Later she seemed to have become too arrogant, affecting Lu Hao's reputation, and was warned, and then she toned it down. Then she should have changed her online name, right? How did you recognize her? Well, her online name back then was Soft Candy Yin, and she also wore a pink outfit. Mainly I have a good memory, I remember her ID. Your memory is indeed good. In an instant, countless netizens began to piece together the information. Now that you mention it, Lu Ming might actually know Lu Hao. They both share the surname Lu. No wonder Lu Ming is so impressive. It turns out he is Lu Hao's relative. But he dislikes Lu Hao's sister. So there must be some untold story behind this. Lu Ming has always been obscure until now, suddenly rising like a dark horse. Could it be related to the Lu siblings? This is quite terrifying to think about. Listening to the discussions in the audience, Lu Ming felt embarrassed. He had to admit the netizens' imagination was indeed strong, but also very accurate. He had only said one sentence, and this group had already guessed the truth with remarkable precision. Lu Yin's face turned pale as she sat in the audience, feeling as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She wanted to leave the spectator area directly, but exiting would only prove her own guilt. Lu Ming could sense Lu Yin's increasingly vicious gaze piercing him. In fact, he still couldn't understand why this woman harbored such animosity towards him. Among the Lu family, while the malice of the other three was hidden, Lu Yin's malice was entirely out in the open. Clearly, he had always stayed in his room, lacking the ability and energy to provoke anyone, yet in front of Lu Yin it felt as if even breathing was a mistake. Shaking his head, Lu Ming stopped thinking further. Today's events were an unexpected surprise. Regardless of how the internet discussed this matter, it was beneficial for him. Bringing those dark matters to light, the ones who should be panicking were not him. A smile crept onto Lu Ming's lips as he watched the countdown reach its end. In the next moment, Ling Xiaoyu suddenly charged over, her heavy sword raised high, crashing down towards him with tremendous force. Lu Ming's expression hardened. Raising his sword, he took a defensive stance. Hanhai Qianzhong, sword, third form. Qianjun Jinhai stake. The two swords clashed, and Ling Xiaoyu's face changed abruptly. Her weapon was a heavy sword relying on strength for momentum. She had always had the upper hand in terms of power. But now, it seemed as though Lu Ming's sword had transformed into a massive Jinhai iron stake, crashing down towards her, nearly splitting her grip apart. This is sword intent. How is that possible? In all of Lu Ming's previous battles, there was no such information. How could he possess sword intent? Could it be that this guy had not even exerted his full strength before this? Bang! Ling Xiaoyu stumbled back 2 steps, glancing at her hand, which was already split open, blood flowing freely. The 100 realism made the pain and blood at this moment sink deep into her soul. Yet paradoxically, this pain excited her immensely. Sword intent. I can't believe I'm fighting with a peer who possesses sword intent. If possible, perhaps I can comprehend a bit from this battle. Such an opportunity is rare. To comprehend sword intent is extremely difficult. Even for those with a sword physique, it is arduous, let alone someone like her, who barely qualifies as a swordsman after swinging a sword day after day. Unless a powerful individual with sword intent guides you into the realm. And now this opportunity lay right before Ling Xiaoyu. Come again. You will duel with me for a full 10 minutes, right? Lu Ming had initially wanted a quick resolution, but upon seeing the look in her eyes, he turned course. Sure. Good, please don't hold back. Use all your sword intent. He looked at her bloodied hands and said, I can, but my battle experience might not be sufficient, so I may not be able to control my strength. You. Ling Xiaoyu's expression darkened. A mere pain, are you underestimating me? She took a deep breath, her black armor outlining her perfect body curve. Her gaze serious, she said to Lu Ming, Captain of the 9th Squad 4th Battalion of the Xuanjiao Army, no. 9077, Ling Xiaoyu. Please enlighten me. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. The Xuanjiao Army. No wonder he could sense a steel-like aura from Ling Xiaoyu. That was the first line of defense for Blue Star. All the ferocious beasts and alien races stepping into Blue Star must first cross the bodies of the Xuanjiao army. Such a perilous defense line had been held by the Xuanjiao army for hundreds of years, ever since the moment of the Great Cataclysm. It could be said that outside the Xuanjiao army's line, corpses were strewn across the ground, while inside the defense line people lived in peace. In the Great Xia, no one did not respect the soldiers of the Xuanjiao army. It was they who sacrificed their lives to give the people of the Great Xia every peaceful day. And his father, whom he had never seen before, was once a member of the Xuanjiao army. Lu Ming understood a bit of Ling Xiaoyu's intentions, yet he felt no rejection in his heart. He had a system that allowed him to easily acquire what others found difficult to obtain, which made him admire those who strove for progress through their own effort and sweat. Besides, after living for over 40 years on the vast land of Xinzhou, his mindset had long become quite peaceful, even carrying a hint of appreciation for the young man before him. Therefore he nodded and said, "All right, feel the next sword technique well." He made the starting gesture. First move, initial wave, calm tide. Lu Ming swung his sword. Like waves surging onto a tranquil beach, though not lethal, they were relentless, one wave after another, as if they would never cease. Ling Xiaoyu gritted her teeth to block, only to feel a dull pain in her chest. This move directly caused internal injuries. Second move. At this moment, no one in the audience cared about Lu Yin anymore. All eyes were fixated on Lu Ming, completely focused. The fact that Lu Ming possessed sword intent left them all in shock. After all, he had never used it before. Yet even the shock had to be suppressed at this moment. This was a rare sight of sword intent. At this moment, one could hear a pin drop, with only Lu Ming's voice echoing. Layering waves, shattering clouds. The sword intent surged like waves stacking upon each other, each stronger than the last, the fierce wind tearing through the air with a sound like ripping fabric. Ling Xiaoyu did not dodge, nor did she want as she braced herself to take it heat in. In the next second, countless deep sword marks erupted all over her body. She let out a muffled groan, her face pale, yet the light in her eyes remained fervent. Continue. She felt as if she had grasped something. Lu Ming, third move, spiraling edge, whale devouring slash. The sword light spiraled like a deep-sea whirlpool, shredding through the weapon's chi, as if a giant whale were opening its mouth to devour everything. In an instant, half of Ling Xiaoyu's shoulder was devoured. Lu Ming did not stop, for the girl before him was still persevering. Fourth move, surging waves, cracking shorelight. The sword chi transformed into a furious tide, crashing down with a roar, shattering rocks, and the wind from the sword caused the ground to crack like a spider's web. Ling Xiaoyu let out a furious roar, her body shimmering with stardust, bright as the full moon, as she swung her heavy sword fiercely, barely managing to block half of it. She stood firm, but the next moment her body cracked inch by inch, as if being sliced by multiple lasers. She smiled and said, "What a pity I could only take 4 moves, but thank you, Lu Ming. Next time we meet, I will be stronger." Bang! Her figure transformed into a point of light and vanished. Lu Ming smiled slightly, saying, "All right, I will wait for you." Truly, as a member of the Xuanjiao army, Lu Ming felt genuine respect for Ling Xiaoyu. Indeed, a woman can match a man. Others watching felt it was not enough, the shock in their hearts indescribable. Lu Ming had secured a spot in the top 10. The prodigies of Blue Star had likely encountered a true dark horse. Following this, Lu Ming did not waste any more time and paid no attention to Lu Yin, who had left at some point. In the numbed gazes of all, he secured the 10th place within just an hour, also due to the fact that the 10th place had not yet logged on. Otherwise, he would have taken at most half an hour. Thus a miracle was born. The biggest dark horse of the year is actually a peerless genius with sword intent, entering the top 10 within 2 hours, unprecedented and never to be replicated. Lu Ming is undoubtedly at the Haoyue realm. He is the prodigy of Blue Star, second only to Lu Hao. Incredible. The story of Lu God and the Lu siblings must be told. Zongjing Qingtian has specifically called for Lu Ming to challenge him. The former record holder and the record breaker are destined to clash. In Jiangbei City, at the Martial Artist Management Bureau, Zhang Kuei walked into the office excitedly, saying to Wei Yi, "Director, did you see that?" Wei Yi coldly replied, "What are you rushing for? Do you still look like a member of the Management Bureau? I know what you want to say, I'm not blind." Zhang Kuei replied, "Oh." He reluctantly left the director's office, and just as he closed the door, he heard excited voices coming from inside. "Oldly, did you see that? Haoyue realm sword intent created the fastest record of entering the top 10 in history. Even without the star sourcebone, Lu Ming is no worse than Lu Hao." Zhang Kuei scoffed, pretentious. Having said that, he turned and left. Eavesdropping on the director's conversation was also against the rules. Meanwhile, Li Songtao was also beaming with joy. "I already know. I have other matters to attend to, so I will hang up." Ignoring Wei Yi's desire to continue sharing, Li Songtao hung up the phone and looked at the person in front of him. Wen Xiaozai, what do you think of that child? Sitting in front of Li Songtao was a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, clearly possessing a gentle demeanor, but his eyes carried the dominance and aura of someone in power. This person was none other than Wen Xuanzang, a peak powerhouse at the Shanghai realm from the General Administration of Martial Artist Management. At this moment, Wen Xuanzang was looking at Lu Ming's information before him, detailing everything from his childhood to adulthood, even noting his favorite color of underwear, clearly with no detail overlooked. It even included his hidden identity as Master Wu Ming, an antique expert, and the details of his subordinates. Even how Lu Shangtian and Shun Wan dug out Lu Ming's bones piece by piece to exchange for Lu Hao was made clear. If Lu Ming were to know, he would surely sigh, for this information was nearly indistinguishable from a live record. This showcased the immense power of the National Intelligence Agency. Lastly, there was the latest information about Lu Ming. Sword intent. When Xuanzang nodded, very good, has perseverance, talent, and understands the value of patience and concealment. The long-term repression has not twisted his psyche. Rather, he remains kind to others and trusts the country. If I were in his situation, I don't think I could do as he does. When Xuanzang paused, then spoke very frankly, Star Source Bone Lu Hao is unworthy. Li Songtao laughed. Ha ha ha, I knew you would say that. That child originally shone so brightly, I thought I would need to put in more effort to protect him. Unexpectedly, his sword directly pierced a hole in the heavens. It has only been a day, and he has given me a huge surprise. Now, once Long Qian, that old fellow, brings Lu Hao out, he will have to weigh his options before moving against Lu Ming. Having said that, Li Songtao's smile became a bit more subdued. When Xiaozai, we must give that child an explanation. Whether from my private side or from a legal perspective, I, the old man, will never let the Lu family off the hook. Back then, he was a mentor at the First Academy of the Northern Region, and Lu Zhenjuan was his most outstanding student. Later, he simply took him as his disciple. Later, he was promoted to Deputy Director of the Martial Artist Management Bureau, and ever since Lu Zhenjuan went to the foreign battlefield, they had not met much. However, the two had always kept in touch, and Lu Zhenjuan had always been his pride. Unexpectedly, Lu Zhenjuan went missing and sacrificed himself for the country. He thought his child would be treated well in his uncle's home, but in the end he suffered such hardships. This made Li Songtao feel deeply pained, and at this moment, he just wanted to make amends with Lu Ming. When Xuanzang gently tapped the table with his fingers, Li Lao, tomorrow is the college entrance examination, right? Li Songtao glanced at him and asked, what are your thoughts? Since he has already entered the top 10 of the martial ranking, there is no need for him to participate in the city and provincial exams. Let's directly send him to the college entrance examination in the northern region. Li Songtao replied, isn't that a matter of course? When Xuanzang added, by the way, bring him over, I will give him some special guidance. Moi. Li Songtao's eyes brightened. Oh, how will you guide him? When Xuanzang smiled slightly, don't forget I also practice swordsmanship. Li Songtao reacted. You? Don't tell me you want to accept him as a disciple. When Xuanzang responded, a genius with sword intent, it would be unreasonable for me not to take him in. However, if he has the chance to leave Blue Star and go to a place more suitable for him, then becoming my disciple is merely a last resort, so I will only teach him some things. Li Songtao looked at Wen Xuanzang. You are still the same as before, unchanged. If it weren't for that battle that severed your Qingmong's sword vein, you wouldn't be sitting here now. When Xuanzang tugged at the corners of his mouth. It's all in the past. Lu Ming received a call from No. 16 Middle School once again. Direct admission. At that moment, he had just gotten up and washed up. Hearing old Li Feng's voice on the phone, he was taken aback. On the other end, old Li also seemed to be suppressing his shock. That's right, Lu Ming, the notification just came down today. You don't need to participate in the city and provincial exams anymore. In 3 days, just head to the center city of the northern region, Suguang City, for the college entrance examination. After his initial surprise, Lu Ming felt that being directly admitted was reasonable. After all, he was already in the top 10 of the martial ranking, participating in the city and provincial exams would just be bullying the weak, right? But wait, the system's task required him to secure the first place in the provincial ranking for the college entrance examination. If he was directly admitted, would that still count? Although avoiding the hassle of taking the exams was great, if he couldn't complete the task, Lu Ming would have to refuse this direct admission. Ding. Task completed. The host successfully became the first place in the college entrance examination of Luoyun province. Crossing ×1. Lu Ming relaxed his face. The system is really quite humane. Okay, Teacher Li, I understand. Thank you for the notification. After hanging up, old Li was still in a daze. When the class bell rang, he tidied up and headed to the classroom. The day before the college entrance examination, there was a swearing-in ceremony, so all the students gathered in the classroom again. Before approaching, they could already hear discussions from the class. Do you think that Lu Ming is the one from our class? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can it be impossible? Do you know him? His name is Lu Ming, exactly 18 years old, and conveniently in Jiangbei City. Can you find a second person? If that's the case, we have a genius in our class. Come on, he has hardly been in our class a few times. What does it have to do with us? In the future, I won't be able to brag about how Lu Shun is in the same class as me. So what? It's an indisputable fact that Lu Shun is our classmate. TSK tisk, I didn't expect that I could actually have something to brag about in my bland life. In the future, when I start working, I'll write on my resume that I was in the same class as Lu Shun. I advise you not to. Even if you want to write it, Lu Shun might not even acknowledge that we are students from the worst high school now. 16 middle school in Jiangbei City. You really hit me where it hurts. Old Li pushed the door open and the classroom instantly fell silent. He went to the stage, cleared his throat, and said, I have good news to share with everyone. All the students immediately focused their gaze on him. Old Li smiled and said, our classmate Lu Ming is indeed the Lu Ming in the top 10 of the martial ranking, and he has been directly admitted to the college entrance examination in the northern region. The Education Bureau has rewarded our school with a fully covered virtual cabin and several excellent martial arts techniques, which our class can prioritize using and exchanging. After a brief silence in the classroom, excited cheers erupted. Woohoo! Thank you, Lu Shun. Lu Shun is invincible. What a pity I can't admire Lu Shun's brilliance again. I originally wanted to take a picture with him. Su Chaoga sat in her seat listening in a daze while Zhou Xiaoro beside her babbled something, but she had no mood to respond. Unexpectedly, it really was him. She slightly pursed her lips, gazing out at the sky, murmuring, it's okay, I will definitely catch up to you. Su Guang City, wait for me. After Lu Ming hung up the phone, he smartly locked all the entrances and exits of the villa and then retreated into his room. He lay flat on the bed. Since he had the opportunity to cross over, he had to use it immediately. Strengthening his power could not be delayed. Let's begin. Crossing countdown 30 seconds. 30, 20, 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Crossing begins. Crossing successful. Location this time Jiuzhou Continent. Identity ordinary farmer's child. Lu Ming opened his eyes and found himself sitting on a donkey cart, the wooden board beneath him causing discomfort. He looked at himself. He was thin-dressed in tattered coarse linen, completely patched. This identity doesn't seem to be particularly good. But fortunately the body seems to be healthy, just a bit malnourished. At that moment, not far in front of him stood two middle-aged people, one man and one woman dressed in equally tattered clothes along with 3 teenagers. The group looked at him with reluctance. As they met his gaze, their eyes turned red, unable to bear looking any longer, and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, one of the boys turned back and ran up to Lu Ming, his eyes filled with determination, saying, Dog boy, don't worry, I will definitely succeed and find you in the future. After saying this, the boy wiped his eyes and turned to leave with his family. Lu Ming. On the donkey cart, a man with a somewhat lewd appearance and a huge black mole on his chin turned around and said, Stop looking. If you keep staring, your parents and brothers will abandon you too. Come with me, and I will sell you to a good family. Life will be much more comfortable than it is here. Lu Ming fell silent. He then noticed that there were several children in tattered clothes sitting numbly on the donkey cart. He seemed to understand his current situation. The middle-aged couple he saw earlier were the parents of this body. The lewd man with the black mole was a trafficker. It seemed that his parents could no longer make ends meet and had chosen to sell their child for money. And he was the youngest in the family, also the most suitable age. So he was sold. Great, what a disastrous start. Current world realms Mingjing Anjing D Gang Tian Gang Xintian Grandmaster. Bang. The rickety donkey cart shed was heavily locked and slowly set off, leaving the village behind. Lu Ming found a comfortable spot to sit down and closed his eyes. The collapse of the heavens at the beginning did not matter, at least the current body was capable of cultivation. He took out the Qingming technique and sensed the world around him. There was still no source power. However, there was an indescribable energy roaming between heaven and earth, similar to source power, but much weaker. Lu Ming pondered. The Qingming technique could be considered an internal martial arts practice in the land of the divine continent. In Blue Star, it could be regarded as a source energy cultivation method. Could it also be possible to utilize this energy for cultivation in this world? With that thought, Lu Ming began to attempt to operate the technique to absorb it. After struggling for a long time, he barely managed to draw a trace of that energy. He opened his eyes and breathed out a sigh. Cultivation was possible, but it was very difficult. This indicated either the Qingming technique was unsuitable for this world's energy system, or this Buddhist talent was very poor, extremely poor. Forget it, let's follow the path of internal martial arts cultivation for now. Cultivating internal energy relies on oneself with energy sourced from food and medicine, which does not align with the energy of heaven and earth. However, this approach also depended on talent. Lu Ming resumed his cultivation. Fortunately, the internal martial arts practice was quite smooth and even fast. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. With the power of self-protection, he could continue to live long in this world. He set a recent goal for himself. First, cultivate in low profile and develop peacefully. Second, let the merchant sell him to a good family. This body was still small, only looking 7 or 8 years old, so having a temporary shelter to grow up in would be ideal. The donkey cart slowly traveled along the muddy road. The child moved forward with a clear purpose, heading to one village after another. At each village, 1 or 2 children would join the cart, mostly girls. In ancient times, there was naturally a preference for boys. Boys were the labor force of the family and would not be easily sold. Only Lu Ming's family had all boys, which left them no choice but to sell him. Each girl who got on would cry and fuss, only to be subdued by the man with the birthmark. As a child, the man with the birthmark was not so kind as to treat these kids well. If they misbehaved, he would act directly. To avoid affecting the sale of goods, he did not use excessive force, but for a child it was painful enough. In the past 2 days, many children were beaten into silence, curling up in corners and shedding silent tears. However, Lu Ming had been very well behaved, so he had not suffered any severe beatings. In fact, because he helped calm these children, the man with the birthmark even rewarded him with some dry biscuits. Along the way, Lu Ming noticed that the villagers in these villages mostly looked haggard and emaciated, as if they hadn't had a full meal in a long time. The farmland they passed was desolate, with cracked soil and no harvest. It seemed that it was a year of famine. Many commoners had no choice but to sell their children to survive. It really is a chaotic world. The donkey cart rushed forward, and the man with the birthmark looked terrified, panicking as he swung the whip in his hand. Damn, why is it so unlucky? Encountering bandits. Fortunately, they are still quite far away. We must hurry, or we will be done for. Lu Ming peered through the gap in the tightly shut cart door. Not far away, flames flickered in the pitch-black night. Countless bandits riding tall horses and wielding large sabers appeared without warning, rushing into the village to begin their pillaging and burning. The screams and cries echoed from the village, mingling with the piercing cold wind that pierced Lu Ming's ears. In this chaotic world and famine year, he did not know how long he could survive in this world. After fleeing from the looted village, the man with the birthmark continued to lead them to other villages. In this chaotic world and famine year, there were too many people selling children, making it a good business, so he would stop at every village to take a look. The man with the birthmark leisurely rode the donkey cart through the village. He seemed to often wander around this area, and many villagers seemed to recognize him and the child. Some villagers approached to inquire about prices, but then hesitated. The man with the birthmark said directly, "I'll be staying here for a day, or if you want to sell, hurry up, don't waste time." Just as he finished speaking, a commotion arose in the distance. "You disaster star? What are you doing here? Do you want to bring misfortune upon us? Get out of here. You are not welcome here." A faint sound of weeping followed. A soft and pitiful voice said, I am not a disaster star. My grandmother said I am not. Aunt, please don't drive me away, okay? I am so hungry. Hungry. Not even scraps will you get. Hurry up and scram." From the corner, a girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old with tattered clothes and messy hair was kicked out by a middle-aged woman. She looked extremely frail, with a black cloth covering her eyes, appearing oddly strange. The middle-aged woman cursed and continued to shove the girl, attracting the attention of the villagers around. Lu Ming glanced over. There was not a trace of pity on any villager's face, only disdain and disgust towards the girl. The man with the birthmark also leaned in to watch the commotion. What's going on? In any era, the reputation of a child like him wouldn't be good, but in this era, it wasn't, to the point of everyone wanting to beat him up. Thus, a woman holding a spatula, who seemed to have just been cooking, glanced at him and reluctantly spoke. "This child is just a disaster star. She actually isn't from our village. She's from the stone village over the mountains. She was born with heterochromia, which is considered ominous. Everyone advised her parents to abandon her, but that couple insisted on keeping her. Isn't that confusing? People just don't believe in omens. Now look what happened. When this child turned 3, her father fell into the water in winter and couldn't be saved, and her mother died soon after from grief. It was said that she caused the deaths of her parents. And that's not all. After her parents died, a great drought struck everywhere, and the famine came, and everyone felt her disastrous nature was causing harm, so they drove her away. This child wandered for a year after crossing several mountains, until she was taken in by a lonely old lady from the nearby Xiaoba village. The man with the birthmark paused. Xiaoba village. Isn't that the village that was just raided a couple of days ago? That was the village he had desperately fled from. Exactly. Just the other day, that old lady fell and died, and before she passed, she told this child to seek her niece. That's her Wang Fang. As soon as this child stepped out of Xiaoba village, the bandits invaded. Not a single person in the village survived except for her. If she's not a disaster star, then who is? Today, Fang Mei just learned about the events in Xiaoba village and wanted to get rid of this child as soon as possible. If you ask me, Fang Mei did the right thing. Keeping this child here will eventually bring bandits to our village, and we all will suffer. Spitting, she even spat at the girl. Lu Ming, sitting in the donkey cart, heard all this and felt conflicted inside. What disaster star? It's just natural and man-made disasters. Although he felt pity for the little girl, he was barely managing to survive himself, so he could not care about anything else. The man with the black mole gazed thoughtfully at the frail little girl ahead. Having spent years as a child trafficker, his judgment was naturally sharp. Though her eyes were covered by a thin black cloth, the delicate nose and mouth visible beneath it betrayed an extraordinary refinement, clearly the makings of a beauty. And then there were those rare heterochromatic eyes. Undoubtedly wealthy masters with unconventional tastes would find her irresistible. The man with the black mole chuckled darkly. As for the so-called omen of calamity, he cared little. Trafficking children was already a karmically perilous trade. What harm could one more ill-fated soul bring? Nor would the affluent masters fret. A few coins for a Taoist exorcist would dispel any ill omen. And if all else failed, brothels always accepted such wares. So long as profit flowed, he gave no thought to consequences. With that, he turned and walked away. There was no need to purchase the girl from Wang Fong now that she had already been cast out. Later, when she stood alone, a mere morsel of food and gentle coaxing would surely lure her obediently into his grasp. Indeed, not long afterward, as Lu Ming sat on the donkey cart, chewing a dry coarse biscuit, the man with the black mole approached, leading a small girl whose eyes were veiled by a black cloth. A kind smile played upon his lips. Climb aboard, child. I'll take you to the city and place you somewhere fine where no one will scorn you. The girl stood timidly, lifting her face toward the 7 or 8 children seated atop the cart. She was not truly blind. The cloth over her eyes was thin enough to permit faint vision. Urged by the man, she hesitated, then stepped onto the cart and settled quietly into the farthest corner right beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at her. Though autumn had just begun, her clothes were threadbare, exposing forearms and calves marred with livid bruises, pitiful beyond words. She curled tightly into herself, knees drawn close, arms wrapped around them like a fragile, silent sphere. Lu Ming studied her once, then looked away indifferent. He closed his eyes and resumed cultivation. The cart rolled onward. That night, just as Lu Ming drifted into sleep, a faint, trembling gasp reached his ears. He ignored it until the sound grew insistent, robbing him of rest. With a sigh, he opened his eyes and turned to the girl beside him, speaking softly, "What's wrong?" She flinched as if startled, shrinking deeper into the corner. Her movement jarring some wound, twisting the lower half of her face in sudden pain as she drew in a sharp, shuddering breath. I'm sorry I disturbed you." Lu Ming scratched his hair and sat up. "Yes, you did. I'm sorry. I can't help it. It's too painful." Without hesitation, Lu Ming seized the girl's wrist. Her wrist was alarmingly slender, bones stark beneath his fingers. "What are you doing?" she stammered, but offered no resistance, only trembling uncontrollably. Lu Ming asked, "Where does it hurt?" "I'm sorry. No more apologies, just tell me." "My chest." Without pause, Lu Ming pressed his hand firmly against her chest, then frowned slightly. "A rib is broken." That old woman had struck with lethal intent. Come to think of it, martial arts novels often described inner energy as capable of healing wounds. Lu Ming decided to try. Over these past days, he had cultivated the faintest trace of inner force. Glancing at the man with the black mole asleep nearby, he murmured, "Sit up. Turn your back to me." She hesitated. Which way are you facing?" "Never mind. Just sit still." Gritting her teeth against the pain, she rose at once, breathing ragged yet uttering not a single sound. Lu Ming shifted behind her and placed his palms upon her narrow spine, mimicking the postures he'd seen in martial arts films, then gently guided a thread of inner force into her body. To his astonishment, the energy flowed into her as if returning home, meeting no resistance, surging eagerly toward her fractured ribs to mend them. Warmth bloomed across her chest, dulling the piercing agony. Dazed, she lifted a trembling hand to touch it. Such soothing warmth. Moments later, Lu Ming withdrew his hands. His cultivation was still too shallow, his inner force insufficient to fully heal her. He would have to proceed gradually. Feeling the warm, steady pressure lift from her back, the girl sat motionless for a breath, then slowly turned her head toward Lu Ming. "Thank you. Why did you help me?" Lu Ming lay back down and yawned. "I helped because I chose to. No reason needed." "Do you feel better now? Then rest." With that, he closed his eyes and slipped swiftly into slumber. She watched him silently for a while, her eyes, hidden behind the black cloth, glinting with something unfathomable. After a pause, she carefully stretched out as far from him as possible. She was an omen of calamity. Everyone who showed her kindness met their end. She must distance herself from this kind elder brother. The next day, the donkey cart continued its journey, though now the man with the black mole steered it toward the nearest town. Lu Ming sat quietly in place. The cart's canopy cast the interior in dim gloom, obscuring the outside world. Yet he clearly saw that the girl who had slept beside him the night before had now moved to the farthest corner. Lu Ming was baffled. Had he not aided her yesterday, only to be spurned today? As if sensing his gaze, she turned her covered eyes toward him, then instantly lowered her head again. It was as though even glancing at him felt like a burden. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Ungrateful little thing. Just then hoofbeats thundered suddenly from outside. Brother, there's no cargo in here. No money. Just a handful of children. The man with the black mole cried, panic edging his voice. All my money went into buying them. I haven't a copper left. Is that so? Open the canopy. You'll see for yourself. In the next instant the canopy was ripped aside violently. Blinding sunlight flooded in. Lu Ming squinted against the glare. Hey, just a pack of useless brats. Before them stood several men clad as bandits, their brows furrowed in disdain as they surveyed Lu Ming and the others. A wiry, monkey-faced man turned to a burly, bearded figure among them. Fourth Chief, no cargo. How shall we handle them? The bearded man scanned the group, his expression momentarily uncertain. These children understand nothing. Let them go. The man with the black mole paled. No, brother. No, sir. These children are my life's fortune. You can't. Crack. His arm was severed on the spot. A shriek tore from his throat. Make another sound, and you die? He clamped his mouth shut, face ashen, sweat beading cold upon his brow. Too terrified to speak, his gaze darted helplessly toward the blindfolded girl huddled, trembling in the corner. Damn it. She really is an omen. I took her yesterday, and today bandits strike. If only he'd resisted the temptation of that money. The man with the black mole was pinned down by a group of mountain bandits, stripped of his clothes. Fourth Chief. This kid is lying, claiming to be penniless, yet he has 2 ingots of silver hidden in his pants. The thin monkey held the 2 ingots of silver, presenting them like a treasure to the bearded bandit. The bearded man smiled in satisfaction, reaching out to stuff the silver into his own bosom. Lu Ming quietly observed this scene, his body tense, face alert, his eyes scanning the surroundings, attempting to find an escape route. With his current strength, he was no match for these robust men who clearly had training. However, since the fourth chief had said he would let them go, it seemed he probably wouldn't do anything to them. After all, they were just a bunch of powerless children. At that moment, a pale-faced man among the bandits suddenly said, "Take all these kids back to the camp." The fourth chief was slightly taken aback. "Second brother, why take these kids back? Our own men can't even feed themselves, bringing back more mouths to feed." The second chief shook his head at him, eyes filled with frustration. "Our camp is filled with men, and there are hardly any who can marry a wife. As for you with your burly build, who knows when you'll get married? When you grow old, who will take care of you?" The bearded man scratched his head in dissatisfaction. "Second brother, what's wrong with me? He'll just snatch a woman back one day." The second chief couldn't be bothered to argue with him. In any case, these children were supposed to be sold anyway. Why not bring them to our camp? If raised from a young age, their loyalty, when they grow up, is unquestionable. Moreover, most of them are girls. It wouldn't be bad for those few brats in our camp to have child brides. The thin monkey's eyes also brightened at the second chief's words. He was one of the few in the camp who had a wife and children, and his child was a boy. Although just born, and there was an age gap with these girls, he thought it was not a big deal. In this day and age, having a wife was already quite good. Why pick and choose? Furthermore, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man brings fortune, and a woman 7 or 8 years older brings wealth. He hadn't intended to let these children go, but now that the second chief had spoken, he didn't need to say more. Upon hearing his words, the fourth chief's mind also turned, realizing the logic. All right, then take them all back. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's tense body relaxed. Going to the bandits' lair was fine. In these times, ordinary commoners lived similarly, enduring the lowest strata of life. Moreover, being a mountain bandit was somewhat freer than being sold by someone's child as a servant. Two chiefs, what about him? The thin monkey pointed at the man with the black mole. The second chief narrowed his eyes. Kill him. The thin monkey chuckled. Got it. Instantly, the face of the man with the black mole turned pale. No, please, I have money. I have a house in Qingshan town, and there are my savings inside. But no matter how he pleaded, the thin monkey's knife fell without the slightest hesitation. Thud. The head rolled away, the triangular eyes full of endless hatred and terror, causing all the children to scream in shock. The second chief glanced at the still quiet Lu Ming and the girl, his eyes narrowing slightly. Thus Lu Ming and the group of children were taken back by the mountain bandits. They came on a donkey cart, and they returned the same way. The thin monkey said happily, "Although we didn't rob those fat, oily rich merchants, we at least got 2 ingots of silver and a donkey. This donkey is really fat." The bandits' camp was called Luyun Camp, and the mountain it was on was called Ming Mountain, which was still 2 peaks away from here. On the way, all the bandits were very content until they encountered a group of people. The second chief's face immediately changed. "It's the Black Snake Gang." The fourth chief's pupils also shrank. "Damn it, how did we run into them? Quick, hide." The second chief's expression was grim. "It's too late, they've seen us." The Black Snake Gang was the most notorious rogue gang in the area, not only robbing but also killing, and they specialized in backstabbing. Though they were few in number, every member was elite, possessing both visible and hidden strength, and they were ruthless, killing anyone they encountered. Because of their formidable strength and small numbers, they were agile in their operations, so even though they had offended many forces in the area and were reviled, they still lived quite arrogantly. Most importantly, the leader of the Black Snake Gang was very mysterious, rumored to be a legendary chi refiner. Anyone who offended them met a bad end. This was also the reason the second chief was so wary. Normally, members of the Black Snake Gang wouldn't operate in this area. How did they coincidentally run into them today? Damn. Sure enough, those men wearing snake-patterned headscarves rushed straight towards them upon seeing them. Run, the second chief decisively said. The fourth chief hesitated, but what about these kids? They couldn't possibly escape the pursuit of the Black Snake Gang while dragging these burdens. The second chief glanced back at the innocent children with pure faces, gritted his teeth. Forget about them. They were just a bunch of strangers. The ones present were his brothers who shared life and death together. He knew well who was more important. After speaking, he turned and left. The thin monkey couldn't bear to look at Ming and the others, and then gritted his teeth, following suit, cutting the rope on the donkey cart, completely severing its connection to the cart. A group of bandits escaped with a donkey, and Ming immediately jumped off the donkey cart and followed. In the effect of the herd mentality, even though the other children were still naive, they understood the current situation and immediately ran after Ming with panic-stricken faces. However, at that moment, the Black Snake Gang members had already arrived behind them, raising their long knives without hesitation to slaughter the last child. A scream rang out, and in the next second it fell silent. Ming turned around and found himself behind a blindfolded girl. Her reaction was pretty quick, but her injury from yesterday had not yet healed, and now, with the intense running, her lips had turned as pale as paper. Ming gritted his teeth and grabbed the girl's hand. Don't stop. If you don't want to die, keep running. The girl looked at her small hand being enveloped by another larger hand, waves of emotion surging within her. This was the first time someone held her hand since her stepfather and mother died. It was also the first time someone did not wish for her to die. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, only to be quickly absorbed by the black cloth over her eyes. She endured the pain, striving to keep pace with Ming. She must not hold back this brother. One by one, the children behind fell down, and the Black Snake Gang members were drawing closer to Ming, almost upon them. His short legs couldn't keep up with their speed. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to escape. Ming's eyes suddenly turned fierce as he led the girl into a nearby thicket. In a very fast tone, he instructed her, "Hide here, don't move." After speaking, Ming summoned the little internal power he had left and quickly climbed up a nearby tree. Using the tree's canopy as cover, he plucked a leaf, holding his breath and focusing. The next second, a robust man from the Black Snake Gang passed by the trunk, where he was heading straight for the thicket where the girl was hidden. Clearly, their previous movements hadn't escaped notice. Hee, little brat, don't run. I see you now. The man's gaze was lewd, his eyes fixated on the thicket where the girl was. Ming's eyes also fixed on him. Just as the man's neck was turned away from Ming, his gaze sharpened, and he infused all his internal power into the leaf in his hand, shooting it out like a blade. Thud! The leaf precisely severed the man's carotid artery, and blood gushed forth. The man immediately clutched his throat, turning sharply to fixate on Ming behind the treetops. Upon realizing it was one of the children, his pupils constricted, wanting to say something, but the gaping wound on his neck rendered him speechless. A rasping sound emerged from his throat as he staggered out of the bushes, yearning to cry for help, yet ultimately collapsing instead. Ming infused a trace of sword intent into the leaves. The essence of the sword permeated his soul, refusing to vanish with the passage of time, capable of merging with his internal strength, rendering it indestructible. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the other members of the Black Snake Gang. Upon turning around, they saw their comrade half submerged in the bushes, blood gushing from his neck, quickly forming a pool on the muddy path. They turned back, immediately spotting Ming. Unfazed, Ming leaped down from the tree, snatched the dagger from the deceased Black Snake Gang member's waist, pulled the girl up, and sprinted toward the direction the mountain bandits had fled. Damn it, you little punk. You dare to kill our people. Chase after them. Ming panted heavily, running madly, gauging the distance between them by the sounds behind. But the distance was closing, and the opponent's long knife could strike his back at any moment. Damn it, was this how the second world was going to end? He had barely gained 5 attribute points. The fourth leader turned back, seeing the two still alive. His eyes widened in disbelief. Second brother. They are alive. 2 little brats are still alive. That boy even killed a member of the Black Snake Gang. The second leader gasped as he turned back. Serving as the strategist, he was an adept in combat and was already panting heavily from running. At the same time, he caught sight of Ming and the girl. A brief flash of surprise flickered in his eyes before he frowned and said, "Why do you care about them? Run quickly." But Just as he was about to say something, he saw the little girl Lu Ming was pulling suddenly stop in her tracks. Lu Ming was taken aback about to turn back when a pair of small hands forcefully pushed him away. He stumbled and turned back only to find the girl had turned around and was clinging tightly to the thigh of a Black Snake gang member. Her small mouth opened wide as she bit down fiercely on the opponent's thigh, emitting a hoarse, yet resolute growl, "Big brother, run." She could sense that this brother actually had the ability to escape, but it was because of her that he was trapped in such a dangerous situation. She had to ensure Lu Ming survived. She didn't want to be a disaster anymore. Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. "Ah!" The man cried out in pain as the girl bit down hard, his rage instantly surging. "You little brat. Let go of me." His weapon was a hammer which he brought down hard onto the girl's back. She let out a muffled groan, blood instantly oozing from the corner of her mouth. As she struggled, the black cloth that had been loosely hanging from her face during the escape fell away, revealing her long-hidden eyes, which locked onto the man's gaze, leaving him momentarily stunned. What kind of eyes were these? They were a pair of heterochromatic eyes. The left eye was crimson, as if it had crawled out of hell. The right eye was golden, appearing sacred and inviolable, filled with an air of authority. And at this moment those eyes were fixed intently on him, the resilience and fury within them sending chills down his spine, causing his heart to tremble. "You?" The man snapped back to his senses, gritting his teeth as he said, "You monster." With that, his expression suddenly turned vicious as he raised the hammer in his hand, aiming it straight at the girl's head. If this strike connected, the girl's head would surely explode. A cold smile crept across the man's lips, as if he could already envision the gruesome scene of this monster with heterochromatic eyes splattering its brains. In the next second, he suddenly felt a weight on his back, realizing Lu Ming had somehow climbed onto him. The man's face turned to shock. "Impossible, when did this happen? Are you a monkey or something?" The hammer in his hand immediately changed direction, swinging towards Lu Ming, while his muscles tensed, attempting to shake Lu Ming off. But in the next moment, the girl surprisingly endured the tearing pain all over her body and tightly gripped his arm. Due to the girl, his movements clearly paused for a moment. Lu Ming's cold voice echoed in his ear. "Die." The dagger in Lu Ming's hand plunged into his neck with lightning speed, a torrent of blood gushing forth, splattering all over the girl's face. In the distance, the fourth leader witnessed this scene and could no longer hold back. "Damn it. I'm a grown man, yet I'm even more cowardly than two kids. I don't care today. Either I die or this bunch of scoundrels from the Black Snake gang will perish." His eyes blazed with fury. Disregarding the second leader's warnings, he turned and charged at Lu Ming. "Fourth brother," the second leader shouted, but at this point he could no longer stop him. The others also halted in their tracks. The thin monkey with red eyes said, "Second leader, we had no choice but to become bandits from being ordinary citizens. Though we've killed many over the years, my bottom line still exists. I'm also a person with children, I simply cannot bear to see them being slaughtered like this. Second leader, you lead the people away. If I die, tell my wife and children that their husband and father was actually a hero." With that, the thin monkey stepped forward, following the fourth leader. The others seemed to be moved by his words, and they all shouted in unison, "Damn it, I've long looked down on these people from the Black Snake gang. Every time they chase us, it's like they're chasing stray dogs. Today we won't be dogs. Let's be human. Let's go. They are short 2 people, with so many of us, are we still afraid of them?" Thus a group of people stopped running and charged fiercely towards the Black Snake gang. The second leader. What's with all this sudden fervor from these old timers? The Black Snake gang members were not expecting that 2 of their own would be killed by a half-grown child like Lu Ming. They also didn't anticipate that those cowardly bandits would dare to turn back. The 2 sides clashed in chaos, and the scene immediately devolved into a mess. The Black Snake gang had only 10 members this time, while the Flowing Cloud Village had a full 30. However, most of the Flowing Cloud Village members had not practiced internal skills. They were merely sturdy, ordinary people who had trained in basic martial arts. Only a few, including the fourth leader and the thin monkey, possessed a certain level of internal strength, attaining the level of Ming. Conversely, every member of the Black Snake gang had clearly trained in martial arts, each possessing the strength of Ming, with 2 of them even reaching the level of Anjing. One person could take on 3 of the Ming. Fortunately, Lu Ming had killed 2 of the Black Snake gang's Ming fighters, so overall a delicate balance of power was somehow achieved. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Ming executed the Phantom Shadow Step, using his small stature to successfully navigate through the chaotic crowd, scooping the girl up and placing her safely under a tree. Looking at her beautiful, yet gradually unfocused golden red eyes, Lu Ming's heart trembled violently. When did he need such a small girl to protect him with her life? "Don't sleep. Wait for me, Lu Ming took a deep breath, wiping the blood from the corner of the girl's mouth, his expression resolute. "Brother will definitely save you." Lu Ming turned around, his expression once again turning icy cold. He spun back, climbing the tree, once more observing the battle below. He would not let a single member of the Black Snake Gang escape. Ming plucked a leaf from the tree and concentrated his internal energy again. The serrated edges of the leaf instantly became razor-sharp, his gaze as keen as an eagle's, directly locking onto one of the Black Snake Gang members. The leaf in his hand shot forth like a swift arrow. Puff! The leaf accurately severed the man's neck, and he instantly widened his eyes, clutching his throat where the cut had been made. The first one. The two bandits from the Luyun village exchanged glances and seized the opportunity to pounce, immediately chopping him into pieces. Ming no longer focused on this side. He turned to hold his breath and concentrate, shooting the leaf at another person. The opponent had his back to him, making it difficult to cut his throat, so he aimed for the ankle instead. The sharp leaf, infused with sword intent, severed the other person's Achilles tendon, causing him to kneel on the ground immediately. The second one. The people from Luyun village sharply charged forward again in perfect coordination. Ming wanted to target a third one, but at that moment he had already been discovered. A member of the Black Snake Gang with a dark energy level and a massive scar across his face had his eyes locked onto him. "You little brat. I will definitely kill you." The scarred man's expression was vicious, and his feet moved like the wind, rushing towards Ming at high speed. Simultaneously, he secretly released hidden weapons from his hand. Ming sensed the danger and hurriedly dodged, but still got his left eyebrow cut. Ming said nothing as he jumped down from the treetop, executing the advanced martial art phantom deception step, making his figure ghost-like, and dodging the scarred man's strike, the dispersed wind from the punch, making his skin sting. He did not dare to stop dodging the scarred man's pursuit, while keeping a low profile, constantly weaving through the crowd, using the dagger in his hand to cut down all the members of the Black Snake Gang with visible energy. The scarred man followed closely behind him, unable to catch up, his face turning a dark shade of anger. What kind of footwork is this kid using? Although not fast, his movements were incredibly clever, slipping through the crowd like an eel. Just as he seemed about to be caught, he slipped away again. The people from Luyun village were not weak. With Ming's cooperation, they miraculously managed to kill nearly all the members of the Black Snake Gang, suffering only a few serious injuries in return. Even one of the dark energy fighters was killed. The remaining scarred man saw this and clenched his teeth in anger, knowing deep down that he was the only one left, and he couldn't possibly fight against so many people, especially with that strange kid. He didn't think too much and turned to run. The second-in-command immediately shouted, "Don't let him escape. We can't let him take the news back." The fourth-in-command immediately sprang into action, and the thin monkey also shouted and charged forward. Ming was panting heavily. He was already exhausted, but did not dare to pause for even a moment. He glanced at the second-in-command and charged up to draw the long sword from his waist. He then adjusted his breathing, his gaze firmly fixed on the scarred man's fleeing figure. Ninth move of the vast thousand-weight sword. Boundless solitary swan crossing. In the next moment, the long sword in his hand faintly emanated frost with strands of cold air converging. Ming bent like a bow and hurled the long sword with great force. The long sword sliced through the air at incredible speed, as if a solitary swan from an icy lake flew through, emitting a clear cry, instantly piercing through the scarred man's back. The scarred man's body abruptly froze, and he looked down, staring intensely at the long sword that had pierced through his chest, where blood had coagulated and frost had settled. "This is impossible. This is a chi refiner." His words halted abruptly, and his body fell heavily. The fourth-in-command and the thin monkey arrived late, looking at the corpse of the scarred man, then turned their gaze back to Ming, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Ming ignored them and rushed to the tree below. At this moment, the girl had already closed her eyes. He carefully reached out to check her breathing. There was still breath. He breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt his heart tighten. The girl's complexion was as pale as paper. Blood froth at the corner of her mouth, and her back had a small indentation, clearly indicating that the blow from the hammer had worsened her already injured body. "Save her." Ming looked up, his blood-red left eye fixed on the approaching second-in-command and fourth-in-command. "Is there a doctor in your village? She's not going to make it." The two of them approached and exchanged glances. The second-in-command looked at Ming with a complex expression. This kid was uncharacteristically calm for someone his age, and his methods of killing were so efficient that they sent chills down his spine. Moreover, he had clearly seen the techniques Ming had just displayed. Those were abilities unique to chi refiners. At this moment he hesitated. A child so extraordinary must have some astonishing background and secrets behind him. In the end, it might be even more terrifying than the disaster the Black Snake Gang could bring them. The girl was the same. Her eyes were one red and one gold, almost unhuman. With his rational mind, the most sensible choice at this moment would be to abandon these two. But thinking back to earlier, the girl risked her life to hold off the enemy, to save the boy, and the boy fought desperately against the enemies for the girl. A person who can sacrifice their life for another cannot be too bad, no matter how you look at it. Moreover, they were just two children, not even 10 years old, and they had just saved him. The thin monkey was right, and despite becoming a bandit, he still couldn't abandon the bottom line in his heart. Sigh. The second Dinka man sighed silently, looking at Lu Ming, and said, "There is a doctor, but he's just a half-baked quack. He can treat mild ailments." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming gritted his teeth. There were no other options now. "Can you take us there?" The second Dinka man looked at this half-grown child, and finally nodded. "Get ready, let's return to the village." After a fierce battle, the donkey cart had already fallen apart, and they could only walk. Lu Ming carried the girl on his back, following behind the bandits step by step. He was small in stature, struggling to carry a child similar in size to himself, but he remained silent, managing to keep up with the group. The thin monkey tried to help, but Lu Ming refused. While he didn't think the thin monkey would harm the girl, he didn't feel at ease. The group crossed over two mountain peaks, moving slowly due to their various injuries. As evening approached, a village built between steep cliffs finally appeared before them. In front of the village was a bottomless chasm, and the only passage was a massive suspension bridge. The second in command and fourth in command are back. Lower the bridge. The bandit on guard saw them, and immediately shouted loudly. The sound of heavy iron chains echoed, and the thick wooden bridge slowly descended, crashing onto the opposite bank and raising a cloud of dust. A rugged-faced burly man had come to meet them from across the bridge, frowning at the sight of a group of bloodied individuals, some injured and others limping. "Second brother, fourth brother, what happened?" This was the leader of Luyan camp, He Chongfeng. "Brother, I will explain when we get back." The second in command, named Jia Su, stepped forward quickly, saying, "First find Dr. Wang. This little girl is about to die." He Chongfeng glanced at the pale-faced girl on Lu Ming's back, nodded without asking why, and immediately called someone over, "Go fetch Uncle Wang." Throughout the entire process, Lu Ming remained silent, following the bandits into a relatively clean wooden house, where he carefully placed the girl on the bed. Before long, an old man with a nearly bald goat beard carrying a medical kit was brought in. He examined the girl's injuries, clicked his tongue, and said 7 or 8 ribs are broken, the spine is cracked, and her lungs are injured. She's lost too much blood and is barely breathing. It's tough. Lu Ming's heart sank. She can't be saved. Not exactly. Uncle Wang glanced at the unfamiliar, yet resolute-looking child, stroking the few remaining strands of his beard. "My medical skills aren't the best, but I know that for such injuries the most expensive medicine is needed. 100-year-old ginseng is essential to keep her alive, along with high-quality wound medicine and bone-setting ointment," nursed back slowly. "That won't be cheap. Get the best medicine, or I'll find a way to pay," Lu Ming replied without hesitation, his tone decisive. Uncle Wang looked at him speechless. How can a little kid have any money? But he said nothing more and began to treat the girl's wounds simply. Outside, He Chongfeng listened to Jia Su and fourth brother Zhang Qiangjian describe everything that had happened today, his expression fluctuating. He gazed at the thin figure inside the house, his gaze profound. A child of 7 or 8 years helped you kill the Mingjing expert of the Haish gang, and even used the methods of a refining chi master to take down a dark energy expert. Brother, it's absolutely true. Zhang Qiangjian patted his chest in assurance. Not only did he use the methods of a refining chi master, but his agility was also astonishing. He was like an eel, and the scar-faced dark energy expert couldn't even touch him. If it weren't for him, we would have perished today. Moreover, if it weren't for him, there would have definitely been members of the Haish gang escaping to report back, and our camp would have truly been finished. Jia Su added, furthermore, he is calm and decisive in killing. At such a young age, he is loyal and righteous. He is a good seedling. He Chongfeng remained silent for a long while. It was not until Uncle Wang came out of the house that he finally spoke. "Bring that child to the assembly hall." At night in the assembly hall, the torches crackled and popped. He Chongfeng sat at the head seat with Jia Su and Zhang Qiangjian on either side, their eyes fixed intently on Lu Ming as he walked in. Lu Ming had just woken up. Not having cleaned himself, he still bore bloodstains, and the wound on his left eyebrow had already scabbed over, giving him an aura of ferocity that seemed mismatched for his age. He appeared calm, as if he were not the one being scrutinized. "What is your name?" He Chongfeng asked, his voice steady and powerful. "Lu Ming. Where did you acquire your skills?" Without blinking, Lu Ming recounted the story he had already prepared. "My hometown was slaughtered by bandits, and my parents were killed. Later, I met an old man with a white beard who said I had extraordinary bones and was a genius for martial arts, teaching me a few techniques before leaving." A strange silence fell over the assembly hall. Zhang Qiangjian's mouth twitched. This tale sounded like something out of a storyteller's book, doesn't it? Extraordinary bones. Jia Su also looked puzzled. He had thought this child would come up with a more credible reason. He Chongfeng stared at Lu Ming for a long time before suddenly laughing. "What an extraordinary bone. What are your plans from now on?" "To stay." Lu Ming answered succinctly. "She needs treatment, and I need money. You are bandits. Robbing others is quick to earn. This statement was too blunt, causing even Zhang Qianjian to cough lightly. Goodness, saying they were robbers right in front of them, this kid truly has guts. He Changfeng's smile broadened. Do you want to join our Luoyuan camp? Yes. Our Luoyuan camp does not support idlers, especially not those whose backgrounds are unknown. I am not an idle person. Lu Ming raised his head, locking eyes with He Changfeng. Boss, let's not beat around the bush. You know my abilities, and I know my value. All the skills I have are stored in my mind. Lu Ming pointed to his head. I will teach you all of them without reservation, but at the same time, I need to stay here, and I need you to keep my sister alive. Hearing this, the others exchanged glances. Is this kid a bit too clever? Jiasu squinted slightly. What if we want the refining chi techniques? Yes. Previously, when he killed the scar-faced man, he had vaguely heard the term refining chi master from him and Jiasu. Although he didn't quite understand what it was, it didn't stop him from admitting it directly. If you say you have it, then you have it. Good. He Changfeng slapped the armrest. From today onward, you and that girl will stay in Luoyuan camp. Oh, I appoint you as the chief instructor of Luoyuan camp. As for your sister's medicine fees, the camp will cover them for now and deduct them from your salary later. Lu Ming nodded. That's fine. At this moment, He Changfeng added, by the way, what is your name? Lu Ming, as in to imprint. After Lu Ming left, He Changfeng let out a long breath. I wonder if taking in this kid will be a blessing or a curse for our Luoyuan camp. Jia Su fanned himself with a folding fan and said, boss, blessings and misfortunes are intertwined. With him, our Luoyuan camp strength can rise to a new level. From now on, we may not have to fear groups like the Haish gang. Even. Jia Su's eyes gleamed with excitement, and his complexion showed a hint of flush. We might become a dominant force and establish ourselves as a warlord in this chaotic world. Upon hearing this, He Changfeng and Zhang Qianjian both jolted in shock at Jia Su's startling idea. Yet at the same time, they couldn't help but fantasize. What if? Just like that, Lu Ming and the girl settled down in Luoyuan camp. The girl's injuries were severe. Although Luoyuan camp was a bandit's lair, it was quite poor. Uncle Wang could only use some cheaper medicinal materials daily to keep the girl alive. And the costs of these medicines were deducted one by one from Lu Ming. In addition to giving her medicine, Lu Ming also used his internal energy daily to help the girl's body, each time his internal energy gently entering her body, as if returning home, causing Lu Ming to feel puzzled, yet he couldn't understand why. After all, he had never used his internal energy to save anyone before. He could only attribute it to the gentle nature of the Qingming formula. Lu Ming didn't understand why he was so determined to save the girl. Clearly, if he hardened his heart, he could completely abandon her and live his carefree life, surviving and thriving in this chaotic world. But he couldn't do that. A voice in his heart told him that if he really abandoned her, he would spend the rest of his life in regret. After taking a few days of rest, Lu Ming officially became the chief instructor of the Luoyuan gang. When Zhang Qianjian brought him to the training ground where the brothers usually practiced martial arts and introduced him as the chief instructor, all the bandits were left in shock. Fourth deputy, are you mistaken? You let this little brat become our chief instructor. He is only 8 years old, just a scrawny kid. Oh, I could send him flying with a single slap. And he's supposed to be our chief instructor. Zhang Qianjian chuckled. No mistake, it's him. The bandits were immediately filled with disbelief. Don't be discontent. If it comes to a real fight, I might not even be able to defeat this kid. He is now the chief instructor, and even I, along with your big boss, must learn under him. With these words, the bandits were left stunned again. Some showed clear signs of discontent, but many felt embarrassed. A group of grown men actually had to practice martial arts under such a young kid. Oh, were they crazy, or were the captains crazy? Lu Ming stood quietly in place, not planning to make any displays to intimidate them. With a solid fourth deputy beside him, why waste his energy? Sure enough, Zhang Qianjian, half persuading and half asserting, quickly suppressed those who were dissatisfied. He then instructed everyone to line up while he also stepped into the ranks. Lu Ming's small face was serious as he stood in front of everyone. I don't have much to teach, only 2 sets of techniques. One is a sword technique named Han Hai Qian Zhong Jian. The other is a movement technique called Huan Ing Mi Zong Bu. In your terms, it's a chi refinement technique. How much you comprehend depends entirely on yourselves. With these words, everyone erupted in excitement. Chi refinement technique. What nonsense is this kid talking about? What a joke. Fourth deputy. Some looked towards Zhang Qianjian, but saw him standing straight, showing no change in expression as he gazed at Lu Ming. Suddenly, the voices in the crowd gradually diminished until no one spoke. Seeing them quiet down, Lu Ming continued impassively. Next, I'll demonstrate the first level of the sword technique. At the same time, I will recite the incantation, so pay close attention. Saying this regardless of their expressions, he picked up a wooden sword that Zhang Qianjian had prepared for him and began to swing it. Han Hai Qian Zhong Jian first style. Initial wave, flat tide style. He recited the incantation while slowly waving the sword in his hand. The wooden sword lightly swept forward and everyone felt as if a heavy wave was crashing towards them, causing them all to instinctively take a step back. Instantly, the crowd's pupils constricted. Could it be? There was really something to this. Lu Ming sheathed the sword, and with a still childlike voice asked, "Did you all remember?" Everyone exchanged glances. Zhang Xiangjian immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Report to the chief instructor, I didn't remember, could you demonstrate it again?" Lu Ming glanced at him. Although this fourth deputy appeared rough, he was actually quite perceptive. He noticed that the brothers couldn't follow along and volunteered to break the barrier of status, actively teaching Lu Ming this young lad. Indeed, those who could become leaders were not simple individuals. He nodded, "All right." Lu Ming demonstrated it once more. This time a few people finally kept up. Zhang Xiangjin again raised his hand and shouted, "Report to the chief instructor, can you do it one more time? I still don't understand." Lu Ming. He demonstrated it again. This time, most people began to follow along with the incantation and movements he had just demonstrated. Yet Zhang Xiangjin raised his hand again one more time. Lu Ming took a deep breath. If it weren't for the fact that this guy looked at him with such serious focus every time, he would have thought this guy was deliberately targeting him. So it turns out you aren't just rough, you really don't know? Other bandits were unfazed. What was most admirable about the fourth deputy was not his decisiveness like the big boss, nor his cleverness like the second deputy, but rather his character of appearing foolish yet possessing great wisdom. Not knowing is one thing, but he would persist in learning, putting in effort far beyond the norm, and he did not care about his status or others' status, managing to blend in with everyone. This is why Zhang Xiangjin was the first to stand up and learn under Lu Ming, setting an example for everyone. Unlike He Changfeng and Jia Su, who were concerned about their own pride and status, refusing to learn alongside these subordinates. In the evening, Lu Ming had to give them additional lessons. After 2 hours of training, everyone felt as if they understood nothing, yet their bodies were unexpectedly sore, as if the muscles had been relentlessly squeezed and strained after swinging the sword for several hours. At the same time, their stomachs were growling loudly. "I'm starving. I want to eat meat. Where's the meat? All we have at home are brown rice and pickled vegetables. I remember you picked up a rabbit the other day. Can you share some with me? Get lost. That's my family's food supply. I still need to feed my son rabbit legs." Everyone wailed in despair. They had never been this hungry before and hurried back to their homes. Not long after, smoke was rising from the village and the aroma of food filled the air. Zhang Xiangjin was also holding his stomach, his face twisted in hunger, but his eyes were filled with joy. Being hungry is good. Hunger means your techniques are truly effective. "Come on, chief instructor, let's go to the boss. He has meat to eat." Lu Ming questioned, "Aren't there plenty of wild beasts in Ming Mountain? Why don't you go hunting if you don't have meat to eat?" "Hunting?" Zhang Xiangjin was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "No way, there's a mountain lord in these mountains, and we're not allowed to hunt." "Mountain lord?" Zhang Xiangjin scratched his head. "How should I put it? It's somewhat similar to a mountain god. Although I haven't seen it myself, the boss has seriously warned us that the animals in the mountains are under the mountain lord's protection. If we go hunting actively, we will face great disasters. Usually we can only rely on luck to find some rabbits that hit trees or wild chickens that fall into pits. Otherwise, we could go hunting at Yishan, which is over 10 kilometers away, but that distance is too far. It's faster for us to descend the mountain and rob instead." Lu Ming lowered his head in deep thought. "Mountain Lord? Why does it sound like a monster? Does this world not only have chi refiners, but also monsters?" Lu Ming's tenure as chief instructor had been remarkably tranquil. No one challenged his authority on account of his youth. Perhaps some harbored doubts, but none had dared confront him directly. As he walked through the village, every villager respectfully addressed him as chief instructor. Those more familiar with him called him young instructor. This in turn spoke volumes about the leadership prowess of He Changfeng and the other chieftains. Their subordinates obeyed their commands without hesitation or dissent. To Lu Ming, Luyun village bore no resemblance to the lawless bandit dens scattered across this fractured age. No reckless indulgence, no aimless existence lived day by day. Each day he devoted 2 unwavering hours to instructing martial arts, 2 foundational manuals, and later taught He Changfeng and Jia Su privately in the evenings. The remainder of his time was spent cultivating his own inner strength and tending to the girl. A medicinal merchant had recently passed near Mount Ming. Zhang Xiangjin had secured for them a generous supply of herbs. Thus, after half a month, the girl finally stirred awake. At that moment, Lu Ming held her small hand and is channeling inner energy into her body, when suddenly beneath his palm her delicate fingers twitched almost imperceptibly. He froze, lifting his gaze, and there she was, her lashes fluttering gently, her eyes slowly parting, her pupils gradually sharpening into focus. A surge of pure joy welled up within him. He turned sharply toward a child standing by the doorway and called out loudly, "Denyo, run at once and fetch old Wang." Wang Denyo was one of the few children in the village and old Wang's grandson. Ever since Lu Ming and the girl had taken residence here, Daniel had frequently visited them, nose perpetually running, eager to play, especially fond of sitting beside her bed, gazing at her in silent, rapt wonder. Though unconscious, the girl had undergone meticulous care over those 15 days. Her face no longer grimy, her hair no longer matted and tangled across her brow and eyes. After Lu Ming's careful grooming, her hairstyle was crisp and clean, her features fresh and unblemished, revealing delicate, endearing contours. Even asleep, eyes closed, and still she seemed nothing short of an ethereal fairy among the village's children. The fairy girl has awakened. Daniel sniffled, eyes wide with delight, then dashed off on his stubby legs to fetch old Wang. Grandpa, Grandpa, the fairy girl is awake. Hurry and see for yourself. His voice receded into the distance. Lu Ming turned back, meeting the girl's now focused gaze. He waved his hand gently before her. Can you see me? She parted her lips, her voice hoarse and faint. Little, big brother. Lu Ming noted it instantly and turned to hand her a cup of water. Drink some water first. She glanced at the cup, then accepted without protest, lifting it to her lips and draining it in one smooth motion. This time her voice rang clearer. I'm not dead. She shifted slightly, then winced, a flash of pain crossing her face. Lu Ming hurriedly said, Don't move. Your wounds were only superficially treated. You've yet to fully recover. She obediently stilled. At that moment, Daniel tugged old Wang into the room. Oh dear, slow down, my little master. My back's nearly broken from running. Hurry, Grandpa. The fairy girl's awake. They stepped inside, and all three locked eyes with the girl. In the next breath, they froze. The girl blinked, then instantly grasped what was happening and snatched her hands to cover her eyes. Don't look. Where's the cloth? Where's my cloths? Her fingers fumbled frantically, her body trembling as she searched for the black cloth that had once veiled her eyes. Lu Ming pressed his lips together, reached for the black cloth resting always beside her pillow, and placed it gently into her hands. She seized it and swiftly bound it over her eyes. Only then did her breathing settle. Through the soft, blurred veil of the cloth, she glimpsed the three silent figures still watching her. After a pause, her small frame trembled anew, and despite the pain, she tried to rise from the bed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stayed here. I'll leave right away. Wow, your eyes are so beautiful. Daniel suddenly burst out, rushing forward to stand before her. She froze. Wow, what? I said your eyes are stunning. Well, just incredibly beautiful. If they're this lovely, why hide them? She stood utterly dumbfounded. My eyes, beautiful. Her fingers rose to touch the black cloth. Her voice dropped to a fragile whisper, but they all said they were ugly, hideous, that these eyes would bring calamity upon them. If I could, I'd gouge them out myself. Daniel bristled instantly. Who said that? Are they blind? I'll tell my father to cut them down. Old Wang, now regaining his composure, tugged Daniel's sleeve. Enough, my little master. Step outside. I must examine her. But Daniel refused to budge. No, I'm staying right here. Old Wang narrowed his eyes. When I tell you to leave, you leave. Does Grandpa's word mean nothing to you? Daniel's lower lip trembled. Then why isn't Brother Ming leaving? He's her elder brother. What are you? Get out. You're nothing but an eyesore. Daniel's mouth crumpled, tears and snot streamed down his cheeks as he wailed and fled. Old Wang studied the girl, his expression layered with quiet conflict. He stepped forward and extended a stiff command, your hand. Still dazed, lost in thought, she failed to respond. So Lu Ming took her wrist and placed her palm firmly into Old Wang's grasp. She jerked her head toward him. Old Wang held her pulse for a long moment. Her recovery is exceptional, far beyond my expectations. Now that she's awake, another year or two of rest should allow her to walk again. I'll prepare the medicine now. Without another word, he turned and strode out, his pace quick, almost urgent, as though fleeing a plague. Lu Ming understood precisely what weighed upon Old Wang's heart. Daniel, still a child, knew nothing of heterochromia or omens of doom. But Old Wang, steeped in this era for decades, likely believed such superstitions with unshakable conviction. After Old Wang departed, silence settled heavily. Then softly, her voice trembling, she whispered, that grandfather said you're my elder brother. Lu Ming blinked. Does it trouble you? You saved my life, and this is the only repayment I can offer. I've claimed the title of elder brother, uninvited but earnest. An elder brother protects his younger sister, forever. That is my debt to you, paid in full. She opened her mouth, and Lu Ming, anticipating her doubt, gently cupped her face in both hands. Her slender cheeks rested tenderly in his palms, her lips instinctively puckering. Lu Ming gazed intently at her eyes, veiled behind the cloth, knowing too that she gazed back at him with equal intensity. Remember this, your eyes are ill, not cursed. Your parents' deaths and the passing of the grandmother who sheltered you, these were wrought by this wretched world, by fate itself, not by you. Every day countless souls perish, some violently, some unjustly, some torn from their families. Shall we call every survivor a harbinger of disaster? No, they are the fortunate ones. Just as you are. She murmured, stunned. So, my eyes are merely ill, and I am fortunate. Never before had anyone spoken such words to her. Her entire worldview shattered in that instant. Yes. Lu Ming affirmed it once more. When you saved me, you must have faced death without flinching. Was that not your resolve? Yet do you know this? Your parents, the grandmother who raised you, they would never wish for you to abandon hope, to despise your own life because of eyes that simply fell ill. Look around, you've dwelled here for half a month and no misfortune has befallen us. Denyo and the others adore you. Is that not the strongest proof of all? His voice deepened, resolute. Now tell me, do you still believe you are a curse? Tell me, do you truly believe yourself to be a harbinger of misfortune? Ni's words hung in the air, and the girl fell silent for a long, heavy moment. And Lu Ming watched her quietly, as if time itself had stilled. I am not. And after a long silence, a soft, trembling sob broke the stillness of the room. In her voice quavered with grief, tears streaming unchecked from beneath the black cloth bound over her eyes. Father and mother loved me most. They said I was obedient, their little harbinger of fortune. Even grandmother adored me, as she told me adopting me was the greatest joy of her life. I am not a harbinger of misfortune. I was obedient, I listened. I do not understand. Why must everything be laid upon my shoulders? Why? Nas, if releasing years of pent-up anguish, she spoke in disjointed fragments, pouring out every sorrow she had buried deep within her heart. Her voice rose with each word, her sobs growing louder, more unrestrained. She did not know why. Facing this young man barely older than herself and known to her for less than a day, she could speak so freely, unburdening every secret she had ever kept. She did not understand. She did not know. Yet somewhere inside a quiet voice kept whispering in, "It is all right. Tell him everything. He will accept you wholly, your light and your shadows alike." And Lu Ming drew the little girl into a gentle embrace, his hand patting her back softly as he listened to her halting, tear-choked confession. Soon her strength gave out, and she slipped once more into unconsciousness. And Lu Ming carefully laid her down upon the bed and gently removed the black cloth from her eyes, placing it beside her pillow. At the doorway, old Wang entered bearing a bowl of medicine, his expression deeply conflicted. Young master, is it truly an illness?" And clearly he had been listening at the door for some time. Lu Ming covered her with the quilt and nodded, his tone resolute. Yes, it is an illness." Old Wang fell silent for a moment, then chuckled wryly. "Seems my knowledge falls short. I have yet to read enough medical texts." Wang Daniu burst in. "Why is she asleep again?" "I wanted to show her the grasshopper I folded." In her sleep, the girl's brow relaxed, and a faint, peaceful smile curved her lips. It seemed for once she was dreaming a rare and gentle dream. In the next morning at dawn, Lu Ming had barely opened his eyes when he found himself gazing into a pair of golden-red pupils, unblinking, unwavering. "Lu Ming." And he sat up, rubbing his temples. "How did you get over here?" And they slept on the same wide kong, a traditional heated brick bed, she at one end, he at the other, with ample space between them. Yet now the little girl lay curled beside him. Was she not injured? Did even the slightest movement not bring her pain? And her cheeks flushed faintly. "I crawled over in the middle of the night." Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression turned distinctly odd. So you watched me for half the night." And she nodded, then hastily added, flustered, "I only wanted to look at you. I meant no harm." And she pressed her lips together, then ventured timidly, "Yesterday you said you'd be my elder brother. And may I call you brother now?" After yesterday's conversation, she seemed far more at ease with him. And Lu Ming glanced at her, a faint knowing curve lifting one corner of his mouth. "You may, but an elder brother ought to know his younger sister's name." "My name is Ernie." "Ernie. Your formal name?" And she blinked, puzzled. "Formal name?" And father and mother said my name is Ernie." "Then what of your surname? Surely you bear one. What is your father's name?" And she paused, straining to recall. Father is just father." And Lu Ming. And your mother?" "Mother is just mother." And Lu Ming studied her, perplexed. And she did not seem dull-witted. Perhaps as a child she had simply never learned her parents' given names. He could understand that. But how could she not know her own surname? Had her parents never told her? "Oh, before mother left she gave me this stone." At that she reached into the front of her robe and withdrew a dark stone, offering it to Lu Ming without hesitation. And he accepted it naturally and examined it closely. It was less a stone than an irregularly shaped slab, no larger than half a palm, engraved with a single intricate character exuding an aura of profound mystery. Lu Ming studied it for a long while, but could not decipher the symbol. It bore no resemblance to any script he knew. And he handed it back, lost in thought. "Very well. Since eldest brothers stand in loco parentis, I shall bestow upon you a formal name. As for your surname, we shall uncover that later." And her eyes lit up. Yes. What shall I be called?" Lu Ming held her gaze for a long, quiet moment before speaking. Your eyes are exquisite. Qingtong. From this day forth your name shall be Qingtong. She froze. And this was not the first time someone had called her eyes beautiful. And the first was her parents. The second grandmother. The third was Wang Daniu. Yet hearing those words from Lu Ming felt utterly different, as if something deep within her heart were straining to break free from its shell. She whispered the name, testing it upon her tongue, Qingtong, Qingtong. And as she spoke, her eyes crinkled into joyful crescents, her heterochromatic gaze shimmering brightly upon him. It's lovely, and I have a formal name now. I am Qingtong, and I have an elder brother. In that instant she felt herself the happiest child in all the world. All her past suffering seemed to have been endured solely for this singular luminous moment. And then, overcome by emotion, she inadvertently strained her wound. The girl, who was now Qingtong, flinched, a flash of pain crossing her face. And Lu Ming's expression instantly hardened, his brows knitting together as he instinctively assumed the stern protective posture of an elder brother. Back to bed immediately. Do you forget you are still wounded? You must not move carelessly, and I understand, brother. Please don't be angry. I'll go back right away. Then Lu Ming watched bemused as she inched backward like a tiny earthworm, retracing her path to her own side of the Kong, pulling the quilt snugly over herself and fixing him with a pair of luminous, unblinking eyes. She ventured shyly, actually, I feel much better than yesterday. And Lu Ming. And why did she suddenly seem so endearing? Lie still. And he rubbed his face, rose, and went to fetch old Wang. Old Wang, having risen far earlier, arrived almost instantly. After taking her pulse, he murmured in astonishment, and her condition has improved dramatically, far beyond yesterday's state. At this rate, full recovery may occur within 2 months. How is this possible? Lu Ming, equally baffled, turned to the girl. Qingtong had already covered her eyes the moment old Wang entered. Though yesterday's conversation had eased her heart, she still could not bear to expose her eyes before strangers. Not only before her brother could she reveal them freely. Her brother would never disdain her. And he had promised he would protect her always. His injuries healed this quickly. It defies reason. Wang Bo voiced his disbelief. Qingtong pondered for a moment, then spoke hesitantly. Actually, even in my sleep, I could feel a warm current flowing steadily through my body, mending me. When I awoke, I discovered I could already guide that current myself. So I simply tried healing myself along the same path it traveled in my dreams. Lu Ming instantly grasped the implication. It was his own inner energy. He was stunned. This little girl had not only sensed the cultivation pathway of the Qingming manual in her dreams, she had mastered it on her own. Was this truly plausible? Wang Bo arrived at the same conclusion. After all, Lu Ming channeled inner energy into the girl daily. Even a fool would understand his intent. This young maiden possesses exceptional aptitude for martial cultivation. Wang Bo murmured, stroking his beard. Lu Ming remained silent. After all, this manual held profound personal significance for him. Yet Qingtong had unwittingly mastered it. What now? Soon, however, Lu Ming's furrowed brow relaxed. No matter. Qingtong was now his sister, no longer an outsider. He would simply enjoin her never to teach it to anyone else. Perhaps it was due to Qingtong's innate constitution, or perhaps the Qingming manual itself, for ever since she awoke, her recovery had progressed with astonishing speed. Within just half a month, she was able to rise from her bed and walk unaided, a miracle that left Wang Bo astounded and saved Lu Ming a considerable sum. Over those 2 weeks, Lu Ming's life as chief instructor finally settled into rhythm, and he became fully integrated into the life of Luoyuan Fort. Word spread that he had a peculiar younger sister who habitually wore black cloth over her eyes. To quell curiosity, Lu Ming claimed she suffered from an ocular ailment aggravated by bright light. Only the 20-odd men who had fought alongside her against the Black Serpent Gang, and Wang Bo and Wang Daniu, knew the truth of her eyes. All had been sternly warned by the fort's leaders never to speak of it. In such matters, some might accept the truth, while others would refuse to believe it. Ignorance in this case served everyone best. During those first weeks of ambulation, Qingtong evolved from timid and self-effacing, speaking only boldly before Lu Ming, to gradually opening herself as she interacted with more people. Though still shy, instinctively fearful, when facing others, her gentle, endearing demeanor captivated every man, woman, and child in the fort. Each day brought visitors bearing food and drink. Especially fond of her was Shou Ho, Zheng Matzi, who doted on her so intensely he nearly treated her as his own daughter. To each visitor, Qingtong responded with quiet gratitude, and gifted them grass locusts she had learned to weave from Wang Daniu, treasures Zheng Matzi cherished beyond measure. Wang Daniu, meanwhile, could scarcely squeeze into the crowd, watching helplessly from the periphery, a precocious display of devoted affection even at such a tender age. A month later, Qingtong moved with complete ease. Though she had endured great hardship, childhood's paradox remained: things were learned swiftly and forgotten just as fast. She had grown thoroughly familiar with the fort, befriended its children, and Wang Daniu trailed after her incessantly. Their footprints marked every corner of the fort, until one day Lu Ming blinked, and there she stood, right in the center of the training ground, facing him alongside the fort's senior martial practitioners. Amidst the crowd, she appeared especially petite, and yet strikingly conspicuous. Lu Ming recognized her instantly. With a sigh, he asked, "Qing Tong, what are you doing here?" Her small hands clenched tightly. "Brother, I want to cultivate martial arts." "You?" Lu Ming began to say. She was too young, then halted abruptly. In this chaotic age, mere survival often demanded martial prowess. Hadn't Qing Tong suffered precisely because she was too weak, bullied relentlessly by others? Martial cultivation was arduous, but surely preferable to enduring future abuse. "Brother." Seeing Lu Ming's silence, Qing Tong assumed refusal, her eyes drooping with disappointment. Onlookers could no longer hold back. "Chief Instructor, let her train with us. It's admirable that a young girl seeks true skill, unlike my own daughter who wastes her days lost in romantic novels, wallowing in trivial sentimentality." The burly men gazed upon Qing Tong's crestfallen face with such overwhelming tenderness their affection seemed ready to spill over. Lu Ming remained wordless. Had he ever refused? Did they imagine themselves benevolent arbiters? She was his sister. Did they presume to intervene? Sternly he declared, "Very well, but martial cultivation is grueling. You must never complain of exhaustion." Qing Tong's eyes lit up. She puffed out her chest confidently. "Qing Tong isn't afraid of hardship." Lu Ming yielded. The first-rank martial art was no simple discipline. Even its modified high-tier version demanded rigor. After over a month of instruction, many had barely grasped the first form. Progress existed, but was modest. First-rank arts were inherently intricate and obscure, requiring both talent and innate aptitude. Lu Ming's daily task remained teaching the first form, now augmented by personally instructing Qing Tong, ensuring she kept pace with the others. Holding a wooden sword, Lu Ming demonstrated the form with meticulous precision. Though blindfolded, Qing Tong watched intently. Upon finishing, he asked, "Shall I repeat it?" "No need, brother. I remember." Lu Ming paused, startled. She remembered. Did this little girl possess such an extraordinary memory? "Very well, show me." He tossed the wooden sword to her. It was sized for a child, too long for his current frame, yet perfectly suited for Qing Tong. She caught it, the hilt still warm from Lu Ming's palm. Gripping the hilt firmly, her expression turned solemn. Unconsciously, the Qing Ming manual stirred within her. In her soft, childish voice, she proclaimed, "Ocean Deep Thousand-Stroke Sword, first form. First ripple, calm tide style." Her blade swept forth, and faint wisps of mist coalesced within the arc of its wind. Lu Ming's eyes widened slightly. That single stroke bore unmistakable signs of nascent mastery. Good heavens! She'd learned the manual in her sleep and mastered the martial art after a single demonstration. Was his Qing Tong truly this extraordinary? "Brother, how was it?" Though sightless, her tone brimmed with eager anticipation. "Ahem." Lu Ming cleared his throat lightly. "Not bad, but there remains much room for improvement." Hearing this, Qing Tong beamed with shy delight. Brother praised me, as if she'd entirely overlooked the latter half of his remark. Watching her, Lu Ming folded his hands behind his back and spoke gravely. "The Tao of martial arts is arduous. To master even a single art demands far greater diligence than ordinary mortals. Your talent is rare, but never let it breed arrogance or complacency." "Then, brother, since you're so formidable, you must have trained with immense dedication, right?" "Naturally." Lu Ming glanced aside, his voice dropping almost imperceptibly. Qing Tong, hearing this, silently resolved she would catch up to her brother, no matter what it took. She would never allow him to suffer the same fate as her parents and grandmother. It turned out that Qing Tong had etched every word of Lu Ming into her mind. For a long time thereafter, she progressed quickly and worked hard. But it was also exhausting. Being young, she did not have the obligation to go out and earn money like Lu Ming's other students. Therefore, she would rise before dawn every day to run to the training ground, constantly practicing with her sword. She would return home as the stars began to appear in the evening, eat dinner, and fall asleep from fatigue. This continued for the second day and the third day. She was even more relentless than him. Lu Ming watched helplessly as blisters multiplied on her tender palms day by day, and she endured the pain to burst them. He regretted saying those words that urged her to work hard. Lu Ming wished he could slap himself right now. Why did you speak so much? Why did you insist on having a parental speech? What's wrong with praising a little child? Lu Ming could not help but advise Qing Tong not to work so hard, but she looked at him earnestly with her beautiful heterochromatic eyes. Brother, I know you are very strong, so I don't want to hold you back like before. Her maturity was heart-wrenching. Nevertheless, Lu Ming still firmly established her training schedule. 9 to 5, 5 days on, 2 days off. Qing Tong weakly retorted, 2 days off. That's too much, I'll lose my touch. How about one day? Lu Ming pinched her cheek, lamenting her stubbornness. Even cattle and horses want 2 days off, yet you insist on having just one. It hurts. It hurts, brother, stop pinching me. Following this, in just a month, Qing Tong practiced the first form to a small success under everyone's astonished gazes. She could even spar with certain adult men without losing. Despite being the latest arrival and the youngest, she managed to surpass most in a short time. Her rapid progress left everyone dumbfounded. He Changfeng and Jia Su had also heard about this and couldn't help but start doubting themselves. I've practiced for so long and haven't even achieved a small success, yet I've been surpassed by a little girl. He Changfeng's eyes widened. Jia Su clapped his folding fan, saying, could it be that Lu Ming is hiding something from us? He Changfeng frowned slightly. It's possible. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Qiangjin couldn't help but speak up. Eldest brother, the 2 manuals Lu has entrusted us with are already very powerful, far surpassing what we are currently practicing. We have merely taken them in, but it's just 2 more mouths in the village. Even if he were to hide something, it would be understandable. Moreover, everyone has witnessed that girl's efforts. We truly cannot compare to her. He Changfeng's expression froze. Glancing at Zhang Qiangjin, he smiled faintly. 4th brother, if you can't say something nice, just keep quiet. Zhang Qiangjin fell silent. Jia Su lowered his gaze, silently sipping tea, lost in thought. By the way, have there been any news about the 3rd brother recently? Upon hearing this, He Changfeng was slightly taken aback and then sighed deeply. None. That boy said he wanted to apprentice with a Qi master, but he has been gone for nearly 3 years now. During these 3 years, there has been no news, and now we don't even know if he is dead or alive. He Changfeng's face was filled with worry. After all, that was his own younger brother. If he truly was missing and had died outside, how would he explain it to their deceased parents? He should never have let him run wild in the first place. Jia Su gently placed his teacup on the table. In that case, let's make sure to keep a close eye on Lu Ming. He is now the future of our village. Thus 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. This year Lu Ming was 12 years old and Qing Tong was 10. Due to years of martial training, Lu Ming, at only 12, had already reached a height of 1.70 meters. His face had matured, shedding its childishness, with his features gradually becoming deep and 3-dimensional, developing towards a handsome appearance. His muscles were well developed and his skin had taken on a bronze hue, with the scar on his left brow adding a hint of fierceness. Qing Tong, on the other hand, had also grown taller due to being well-fed and clothed. Her face filled out a bit more, making her look even rounder and cuter than before. According to the village's regulations, boys were considered adults at 12 and must go out with adults to earn money and gain experience. Lu Ming's original duty was that of the chief instructor, but over the past few years he had taught almost everything he could, leaving the rest up to everyone's own comprehension. Therefore, his current work nature had changed. He began to follow Zhang Qiangjin around to earn money. In other words, to rob. This mountain is mine, this road is mine. If you want to pass through, leave behind some toll. At the foot of Ming Mountain, seeing a caravan pass by, Zhang Qiangjin jumped out, with a swift step, uttering the classic lines of a bandit. Lu Ming followed behind him, obediently serving as a backdrop. Be honest, don't resist, and we won't kill anyone, we'll only take 30% of the goods. If you dare to resist, don't blame us for being merciless. Compared to his innocent demeanor in the village, Zhang Qiangjin was now the epitome of a fierce and ruthless bandit. Next to him, Zheng Matzi was equally cooperative, grinning maliciously and mimicking the action of licking the blade, perfectly embodying a ruthless killer. This was the 3rd wave of caravans that Lu Ming had robbed alongside Zhang Qiangjin, and he had already become completely familiar with the workflow, lying in wait, appearing, shouting slogans, and demonstrating. Then there was the response from the other side. If they resisted, they would be slaughtered and robbed clean, leaving no traces behind. If they did not resist, they would leave a way out and simply take 30%. This was the rule for all bandits in the area. After all, robbery could be considered a business. In business, it was essential to be sustainable. If they killed everyone they encountered, no one would travel this road in the future, and they would be waiting to starve. In the previous 2 waves, one had chosen to resist, and the accompanying bodyguards were somewhat competent. Fortunately, over the past few years, the people of Luyun village had grown much stronger, with most having cultivated to the level of Mingjing, while several of those with talent like Zhang Qiangjin had achieved the level of Anjing. Lu Ming had also reached the level of Mingjing, but that was only on the surface. In reality, he was at the peak of Anjing, just a step away from stepping into the realm of Diangong. Moreover, with the support of the Qing Ming method combined with the perfected Hanhai Qianzhong sword and the phantom steps, the sword intent, his true strength was probably not much weaker than that of a Tiangang. However, Lu Ming concealed his abilities and did not wish to expose his true cultivation level in front of everyone. At the peak of Anjing at 12 years old, it wasn't exactly shocking, but it was certainly enough to astonish. In this chaotic world, being too talented was not necessarily a good thing. Thus, the first wave of caravans was unsurprisingly thoroughly robbed. The second wave of caravans was quite perceptive and voluntarily surrendered 30% of their goods. As for this third wave, the leading bearded merchant frowned slightly, his expression calm. Facing a group of ferocious bandits, he appeared completely unfazed. You better think carefully. If you touch anything here, you might lose your life. Hearing the words of the bearded merchant, Zhang Qiangjian couldn't help but scoff. What a joke. Is there anything I cannot touch? I will definitely take action. Since you refuse to deliver the goods, then you all shall perish. With that, he waved his hand. Get on it, everyone. Zheng Mozi immediately took the lead and charged forward. The bearded merchant, seeing this, shared a glance with a few people beside him. In the next moment, all the muleteers in the caravan raised their whips and the horses neighed as they rushed forward with boxes of goods towards the Ming mountain. Dare to run. Stop right there. Zhang Qiangjian did not hesitate and immediately led the group in pursuit. Lu Ming followed the team, slightly frowning, feeling that something was amiss. A caravan, even in a life-and-death situation, why would they run into Ming Mountain? Not to mention that the terrain in Ming Mountain is complex and utterly unsuitable for caravans. These mountain bandits must be more familiar with the terrain than they are. Running into Ming Mountain is nothing but seeking death. But would that merchant really choose a path of certain doom? He stopped. Fourth brother, something feels off. Let's not get involved with them. Over the years, as Lu Ming's skills improved, he became increasingly familiar with a few of the leaders. Though they had yet to become sworn brothers, he had begun to address them as brother instead of leader. Zhang Qiangjian, hearing this, did not stop his steps. Little brother, what are you afraid of? It's rare to encounter so many goods. If we bring them back to the village, the brothers won't have to fight for half a year. He disregarded the advice, but Zheng Mozi hesitated. Fourth leader Lu Xiaozi makes a point. This caravan indeed seems suspicious. Since the second leader isn't here, we should be cautious. Zhang Qiangjian furrowed his brow at once, but the repeated counsel from both caused him to stop unwillingly, saying, Then what should we do? Should we just let this batch of goods slip away? It took so long to wait for a caravan. If we let it go, wouldn't our days of lurking be wasted on mosquitoes? Lu Ming glanced ahead. The caravan was still rapidly heading toward Ming Mountain. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the wheels on the carts were wrapped in an unknown material, making the journey along the mountain road very steady. This was clearly prepared for traversing mountain roads. Could it be that their original target was indeed Ming Mountain? What could a caravan do in Ming Mountain? Trade with wild boars in the mountains. Curiosity killed the cat. Fourth brother, let's go back. Lu Ming said, turning to leave. If we leave now, it might already be too late. Just then a group of people suddenly emerged from the shadows. Black Snake Gang. A group of men wearing snake-patterned headscarves and with fierce looks gradually emerged from every hidden corner, their gazes mocking. It was indeed the Black Snake Gang that had almost killed Lu Ming 4 years ago. And at that moment of surprise, nearly 100 members of the Black Snake Gang poured out from the surroundings. Zhang Qiangjian's face changed drastically, and he immediately stepped in front of the others. Damn it! How come it's this group of rascals from the Black Snake Gang again? The leading man wore an eerie black robe embroidered with red python patterns, exuding a formidable aura. Lu Ming instantly recognized that this was definitely a strong expert at the Tian Gang level, and there were even several at the D Gang level. This was bad. What on earth was the Black Snake Gang up to? How could there be so many strong fighters? Compared to the Luyun village, they were on an entirely different level. What had happened? Lu Ming did not think that the Black Snake Gang would mobilize such forces just to surround a group of ordinary mountain bandits. They must have some other purpose. The man in the snake robe narrowed his eyes at Zhang Qiangjian, his gaze chillingly fixed on him. What do you mean by again? You encountered us before, and you actually survived. Speaking of which, 4 years ago a group of our members also perished nearby and never returned. Was it you? The more he spoke, the more killing intent filled the eyes of the man in the snake robe. At the same time, the members of the Black Snake Gang slowly closed in, their weapons glinting with a chilling light. The atmosphere immediately became tense. On the other side, the caravan. A young man dressed as a bodyguard glanced back and then looked at the bearded merchant. Master, who they didn't chase after us. What should we do? Hu Zheng tore off the fake beard from his face. Without it, his brows and eyes appeared significantly sharper. Don't worry, the Black Snake Gang will handle it. What we need to do is get to the designated location and make sure to process these goods in time. The young man paused for a moment and couldn't help but speak up. My lord, forgive my intrusion, but those mountain bandits deserve to die. Yet the Black Snake Gang. He hesitated. Although the leader of the Black Snake Gang, Ghost Snake, is also a chi refiner, he practices the demonic path. It is often said that he feeds on blood and is bloodthirsty and cruel. Over the years, countless citizens of the Ying Kingdom have perished at his hands. His crimes are even more heinous than those of mountain bandits. To cooperate with such a person and even want to enlist him, aren't we afraid? Shut up. Hu Zheng shot him a cold glance. What does it matter if he is demonic? As long as he can achieve the goals of our Lord, the process is not important. Does the Lord not know what kind of person Ghost Snake is? But what does that matter? As long as he still has value, he is a good minister of the Ming kingdom. Moreover, now it is only Ghost Snake who can help us handle that matter. Can you think of another way? The young man tightened his grip on the knife handle, falling silent. Shinken, don't think that just because the Lord values you, you can question the Lord's decisions. A trace of coldness crossed Hu Zheng's face. As a subordinate, you only need to do one thing. That is to obey orders. With that, his expression softened a bit. This time we are lucky to encounter a group of fairly capable bait. They will surely last a while longer. Today we must capture it, completely fulfill the Lord's task, and present it to the immortal master. Hu Zheng's eyes gradually became fiery. At that time, with the immortal master's protection, with the Lord's capabilities, given time, we will surely be able to annihilate the 9 kingdoms and unify this chaotic world. Become the only emperor in the world. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Ming tightened his grip on the long sword, his gaze darting around in search of an escape route. However, he was surrounded by members of the Black Snake gang, leaving only one way towards Mang Mountain with a noticeable flaw. He could break through alone, but he couldn't selfishly abandon his brothers by his side. Zheng Matzi shared the same realization. Fourth brother, there is a defensive gap in that direction. I'll hold them off with the brothers. You and Lu Kid should hurry up the mountain. Zhang Xiangjin exclaimed, nonsense. How can I leave you behind and run away by myself? If we are to go, let's go together. Ignoring Zheng Matzi's protests, he surged forward towards the gap in the Black Snake gang's encirclement. Lu Ming grabbed him. Zhang Xiangjin halted, trying to shake off Lu Ming's grip, only to realize that those hands were as unyielding as iron pincers, impossible to escape. An expert in dark energy, he couldn't break free from a 12-year-old bright energy kid's hold. Zhang Qiangjian's expression changed. Lu Kid, you. Lu Ming interrupted him in a deep voice. Fourth brother, listen to me. These people wouldn't expose such a blatant flaw for us to rush out. They could strike immediately, yet they only surround us, indicating their aim isn't to kill us. Instead, they might want to drive us up Mang Mountain. While I don't know their true intentions, we must not act according to their wishes, or the consequences would be dire. They'll take the lead and run southwest. We know this area well. There is a grove we can use to hide. Hearing this, Zhang Qiangjin hesitated for a moment. He wasn't one to charge without thinking. He had already realized that Lu Ming was concealing his true strength. His actual ability was certainly beyond Zhang's. Now it seemed that what he said was indeed correct. Gritting his teeth, he declared, brothers, follow Lu Kid and charge. 1 kill is a gain, 2 kills are a great gain. Their conversation was discreet, but with the hearing of a Tian Gang realm expert, it was still easily audible. The man in the snake robe narrowed his eyes, looking at Lu Ming. This kid was clever, and at such a young age had managed to conceal his strength. This must at least be dark energy, right? His talent is indeed impressive. For a moment, the black-robed man entertained a certain thought. The gang leader favored the blood of talented kids. If he could take him back, the leader would surely reward him handsomely. With that in mind, the snake-robed man discreetly made a gesture. Several Tian Gang realm experts from the Black Snake Gang exchanged glances and began to subtly move toward the southwest. Lu Ming did not hesitate, moving first and swinging his sword at the Black Snake Gang members in the southeast. He unleashed the most powerful group attack of the Han Hai Qianzhong sword. 10,000 valleys collapsing sky flow. The terrifying sword energy, carrying the momentum of a collapsing tidal wave, instantly cleaved through dozens of Black Snake Gang members. A clear path was forged. Run! Lu Ming shouted loudly. While Zhang Xiangjin was still in shock, Zheng Matzi acted first, and the others quickly reacted, driving back a few injured Black Snake Gang members before breaking out of the encirclement. Southeast Yongjiang. Jump into the river. Run as far as you can. The snake-robed man did not expect Lu Ming would pull such a trick. He was even able to deceive his own men. He laughed in anger. All right, you want to play with me, huh? You all are not worthy. His Tian Gang realm power erupted completely. A gust of wind surged beneath his feet, and in an instant he caught up to the last person. With a single hand slap to the back, that person's organs shattered instantly. Rolling white eyes marked their demise. The snake-robed man scoffed, lifting the body with his right hand. His vast inner strength surged, and he directly threw the body, crashing down upon a group of rogue bandits from the Luyunjai, who lagged behind. A group of Black Snake Gang members rushed forward without hesitation, attacking fiercely. They did not kill outright, but they made it impossible for their targets to escape. Zhang Qiangjin initially fled instinctively, but upon seeing this scene, his eyes turned crimson. He turned around, holding his knife firmly, and roared, I'll hold the rear, all of you hurry and run. The snake-robed man chuckled coldly. Oh, quite the sense of loyalty. Zhang Qiangjian's eyes were sharp, staring him down, but he grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. When you're out here, what matters is loyalty. Unlike you, who seems to lack it. The snake-robed man's smile faded. If you wish to be a hero, let's see if you have the life for it. He enunciated every word, kill this person. A Tiangang realm expert instantly rushed past him towards Zhang Qianjian. Come! Zhang Qianjian's eyes were blood-red as he roared. There was no need to evade. He knew he was doomed. At this moment, he could only face the battle. Eldest brother, second brother. Brothers of Lu Yunjai, I leave it to you. What a pity. In the end, I still couldn't marry a lady to be the mistress of the stronghold, nor could I have a big fat son. This life ultimately has regrets. Lu Ming ran at the forefront, glancing back. With just one encounter, Zhang Qianjian had his arms severed by the opposing expert. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground, yet he remained steadfast, unmoving as a mountain. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and turned away, quickening his pace. In this era, people like Zhang Qianjian could only survive or even become a powerful figure if they were with the right people. Otherwise, they would inevitably face death. They could fight for friends, for family, or for other reasons. He had done all he could, whether he lived or died depended on everyone. For now, fleeing was the most crucial. He was only 12, it was understandable to fear death. Moreover, Qing Tong was still waiting for him to come home. Zheng Matzi and a few others of dark energy followed behind him, their expressions filled with grief and anger, but they did not slow their steps. Even knowing that Zhang Qianjian was sacrificing himself to give them a chance, they did not look back. Not everyone possesses Zhang Qianjian's awareness. As long as one is human, one is selfish. Moreover, for those who chose to be bandits, no matter how much they spoke of loyalty in daily life, when disaster struck, they would inevitably scatter. Furthermore, this time was not like their previous encounter with the Black Snake Gang. They had a numerical advantage. This time they faced an absolute, overwhelming force. If they slowed down, death was certain. I still have a wife, I still have a son. I cannot die here. Zheng Matzi mumbled repeatedly. However, just then several figures suddenly appeared before them, also clad in black robes with snake patterns, yet their aura was several times stronger than that of the previous snake-robed man. Lu Ming stopped, his expression as dark as water. Innate, he could sense the overwhelming strength of these individuals far beyond what he could contend with. There was no escape. Zheng Matzi and the others turned pale as death. What's going on? Snake 3, why haven't you come up for so long? Do you not know that the leader has grown impatient? One of them spoke in a hoarse voice, their black eyes beneath the mask resembling a pool of stagnant water. The Black Snake Gang, while claiming to be a faction on the outside, only they knew how deep the waters ran within. Internally, they referred to themselves as the Snake God Sect. The gang leader, Ghost Snake, was the head of this sect. By calling themselves a sect, their ambitions were unmistakable. The man in the snake robe, Snake 3, hurriedly arrived, cold sweat on his forehead, respectfully saying, I'm sorry, Gray Snake, these people are too cunning. Enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. Go back and face punishment at the snake den. Yes. As for you, Gray Snake turned his gaze toward Lu Ming and the others. You have two choices. Oh no, you have no choice. Come with us up the mountain. Don't worry, as long as you help us with one thing, we will let you go. We will never go back on our word. This time, Luyun village sent out 48 members. 9 died, including the 4th chief, Zhang Qianjian. 39 were captured. The group walked up Mang Mountain step by step, their faces pale, while the members of the Black Snake Gang eyed them hungrily. Lu Ming followed in the middle of the group and saw Snake San and Gray Snake whispering something to each other. In the next moment, he felt a subtle gaze directed at him. Lu Ming paused and shrank back into the crowd. Surely they didn't notice him as the king of soft rice, did they? This absurd thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly dismissed by Lu Ming. He gazed at the increasingly steep and rugged mountain path ahead, lost in thought. Now the real question arose. How to escape? As they proceeded, the Black Snake Gang's forces had grown. There were over a dozen D gangs, 6 Tian gang, and 4 innate experts, not to mention over 100 hidden and overt strength. With such a massive force, Lu Ming began to suspect that the entire Black Snake Gang had mobilized. He keenly noticed that these people appeared sequentially along the route they were taking. It seemed that the Black Snake Gang's initial plan was to force the Luyun village people onto Mang Mountain without bloodshed, while arranging for personnel along the way to compel them to follow a predetermined route, becoming sheepdogs driving the flock. The only difference from now was that while herding sheep, they wouldn't need to kill the chickens to warn the monkeys, thus reducing the number of sheep lost. So who would these sheep be fed to? What on earth could be worth the Black Snake Gang's mobilization? Lu Ming frowned, suddenly recalling a sentence Zhang Qianjian had said to him years ago. In Mang Mountain, there is a mountain lord. They wouldn't want to capture the mountain lord, would they? In these 4 years, Lu Ming had also been to Mang Mountain, but always on the outskirts, never delving deep. With warnings from Zhang Qianjian and the village's deep-seated fear of the so-called mountain lord, he had never considered going deep into Mang Mountain to seek trouble. After all, counting his years since the crossover, he had lived nearly 100 years, long past the stage of being curious about everything. Yet he never expected that 4 years later he would have to confront that deity of Mang Mountain directly. As the group gradually advanced, mist had appeared around them, at some point thickening increasingly to the point where visibility was reduced to just a few dozen meters in mere moments. Someone vaguely sensed danger and attempted to leave, but was spotted by Gray Snake, who promptly severed his head. "Be careful, I'm watching you." No one dared to move again. In that moment, faced with an inevitable death and the unknown ahead, everyone chose the unknown. The unknown signified a possibility of survival, while facing the Black Snake gang was undoubtedly fatal. Time passed, though Lu Ming could not tell how long. He gradually noticed that the members of the Black Snake gang had vanished without him realizing it, and their numbers were dwindling. Yet he still did not dare to act recklessly. By the time visibility was down to just 10 meters, only the members of Luyun village remained. Everyone came to a sudden halt in unison. Zheng Mozi's voice trembled slightly. "They left." Lu Ming sensed the atmosphere and frowned slightly. "It's unclear. The mist seems to be able to shield perception. With my current strength, I cannot fully penetrate it. They must have all left. Then we should hurry and leave." Someone could no longer wait and immediately turned to flee. Lu Ming made no move to stop him, simply watching his back silently. In such circumstances, a cowardly and impulsive person would inevitably meet their demise. After that person ran into the mist, he quickly vanished from sight. As Lu Ming expected, shortly after, a scream echoed from within the mist. A wave of immense fear surged up from his feet, causing everyone to take a step back, shortening the distance between them. Did old Gadaye? Is there something in the mist? Could it be the Black Snake gang? They dared not speak loudly, huddling closer together. Fortunately, for some reason, their weapons had not been confiscated, and the blades in their hands provided them with a semblance of security. The surroundings fell silent once more. But Lu Ming's ears perked up. He vaguely sensed that something was slowly approaching through the mist. There were sounds of leaves and stones being crushed, as if some crawling creature was moving silently toward them. That sound, was it a snake? In the next moment, a person not far from Lu Ming suddenly fell to the ground, as if pulled by something, letting out a piercing scream as he was dragged several dozen meters away, vanishing into the mist. Someone attempted to reach for him, but the force from the opposite side was too immense. His strength could not even halt it for a split second, and he could only let go in fear. "Damn it! What on earth is that thing? Come out!" A group of people shouted in terror, their voices echoing through the misty forest. However, it was of no use. With another scream, a brother was dragged away and disappeared. The entire scene now resembled a horror movie, with the unknown causing everyone's hair to stand on end and their faces turning pale. Zheng Mozi and Lu Ming stood back to back, gripping their weapons tightly, swallowing hard, their faces almost in despair. Lu Xiaoga, what do you think that thing is? Can we still make it out alive?" After witnessing Lu Ming's prowess with a sword earlier, Zheng Mozi had begun to refer to him as Lu Xiaoga. Perhaps he still held a glimmer of hope that Lu Ming could help him survive. Just as Lu Ming was about to speak, his body issued a warning. Hairs on his body stood on end as a shadow rushed toward him. He shifted his steps, executing the perfected phantom step to leave a residual shadow in place, while casually pushing Zheng Mozi aside. The shadow missed its target, hesitated in place, seemingly incredulous that there was food that could escape its pursuit. The surroundings fell silent for a moment. Then, under Zheng Mozi's horrified gaze, a massive serpentine creature broke through the mist and appeared before everyone. It raised its head high. Even just 1/6 of its body standing up was already 3 times a person's height. Its scales were pitch black, its forked tongue hissing, and its great blood-red vertical pupils glimmered with a human-like bloodlust and cunning. On its forehead, there were 2 bulges, as if something was about to grow out. "This is..." Zheng Mozi was nearly stunned. "The Mountain Lord." The gigantic black snake glanced at him, and the next second, without warning, opened its massive mouth and lunged towards him. Meanwhile, at Luyun village, Qing Tong suddenly felt a jolt in her mind, momentarily lost in thought. Wang Daniu, who was battling her, suddenly lost control of his force. His wooden sword veered at the last moment, but still struck Qing Tong's arm, leaving a deep crimson mark. Wang Daniu immediately panicked. Tong, I'm sorry. Are you okay?" "I didn't mean to." Over the past 4 years, Wang Daniu had grown from a snot-nosed kid into a sturdy little chubby boy. Nearby, a 4-year-old boy witnessed this scene and immediately clapped his hands. It was Zheng Mozi's son, Zheng Xiaolu. "Big brother Dani, this is the first time you hit sister Tong. So impressive." Wang Daniu's face flushed red. "It was Tong who let me." Qing Tong came back to her senses, glanced at the injury on her arm, and didn't pay much attention to it. "It's okay, I don't feel pain." Yet for some reason, even though she was already accustomed to such injuries, at this moment, she lost her desire to continue practicing swordsmanship. She looked up at the sun, which had already shifted to the west, and murmured, "Didn't my brother say he would come back early today?" Hearing her words, Wang Daniu said, Adults who go out to make money are always like this. They promise to come back early every time, yet they always come back late. My mother hates it when my father goes out to make money. She always has to wait a long time. Zheng Xiaolu also raised his hand. My mother too. Upon hearing their words, Qing Tong lost all interest. She pouted. I'm not playing anymore. I want to wait for my brother. Saying this, she ran back to the house where she lived with Lu Ming, placed her wooden sword on the bedside, grabbed a small stool, and headed straight for the village entrance. Wang Daniu immediately panicked. Tong, I'm going with you. In the next moment his collar was grabbed and his father's iron grip held him tightly. Tong can rest, but you cannot. Today I finally have a day off and I must train you properly, turning all the fat your mother raised into muscle. No. Tong. Ignoring Wang Daniu's protests behind him, Qing Tong reached the village gate, set down her small stool, sat on it, hugged her knees, and quietly gazed ahead. The guards at Luyun village couldn't help but smile upon seeing her. Little Qing Tong, are you here waiting for your brother again? The little girl sat obediently there, although her eyes were covered with black cloth. Her delicate and charming features made her appear exceedingly adorable in their eyes. If the other party were not that terrifying little girl who had once defeated them in the training ground. Thinking of this, the guards' grins faded. It was simply a dark history. Faced with their teasing, Qing Tong did not respond. She simply nodded, her eyes still fixed ahead, her hands resting under her chin, head tilted. Why hasn't brother returned yet? Suddenly, the Mo Shui python is out. Begin immediately. Beyond the fog. The troops of the Yin Kingdom and the members of the Black Snake Gang had already converged, clearly dividing their roles as they swiftly dismantled the black cloth wrapping the cargo on the carts. One black tiger-shaped cannon after another was brought out, quickly assembled, and aimed deep into the mist, standing ready. Meanwhile, the cargo holds of other carts were also opened, revealing numerous animal corpses, including tigers, deer, and dogs. They all appeared to have been freshly slaughtered. Members of the Black Snake Gang carried the animal corpses to the designated locations, took out daggers, and directly slit their throats to let them bleed. The bright red blood dripped to the ground, following a clear and complex route that gradually wound towards the center. If one were to look down from above, they would see a vast and intricate blood array slowly taking shape in the forest, emanating a peculiar wave. As the vision extended forward, one would see at the center of the blood array an old man with a dried-out face and snake-like patterns all over his body was seated. The old man brought his hands together, his eyes, mostly white, had pupils resembling a drop of ink in the center, appearing eerie and malevolent. Lord Hu, the blood is not enough. His voice was hoarse and dry like an old snake hissing. Hu Zheng, standing not far away, furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Ghost snake. We have already killed the required number overnight as you instructed, and now you tell me it's not enough. The ghost snake closed his eyes and fell silent, only producing a hoarse, phlegmy chuckle from his throat. A member of the Black Snake Gang immediately stepped forward, saying, "You dare to speak to the leader like this?" At this moment, the gray snake chuckled and explained, "The Mo Shui python is currently at a crucial stage of transformation. Our goal is its form after it transforms. So at this time it needs flesh and blood the most, and it is also at its weakest. Using only the blood of animals is insufficient to suppress it after its transformation." Hu Zheng's forehead throbbed with veins. "Then why didn't you say so earlier? Not enough blood? Do you expect us to run out now to kill more? Where would we find the time?" The gray snake's expression turned stern. "Lord Hu, you must understand this blood demon array is not easy to set up, mysterious and complex. Even the leader does not have total confidence. This situation is already within controllable limits. Do not push your luck." "You?" Hu Zheng's eyes widened in shock. "Did he push his luck?" Lord Hu, calm down first. A gracefully poised masked woman smiled, stepping closer to Hu Zheng, her delicate white hand painted with rouge gliding across his chest, her voice enticing. "Actually, this matter need not be so troublesome." Her eyes shifted, scanning the surroundings. "This time didn't you bring quite a few people with you?" Hu Zheng immediately understood the woman's meaning. His face turned ashen as he slapped her hand away from his chest. "These are all my subordinates. Since it was a mistake of your Black Snake Gang, why should it be filled with the blood of your Black Snake Gang?" Hearing this, the woman suddenly laughed lightly and turned to beckon a member of the Black Snake Gang. The man immediately ran over and respectfully said, "Lady Hong Snake." Lady Hong Snake lifted her mask, revealing a pair of plump, rosy lips, gently exhaling a breath, her voice laced with subtle seduction. "Are you willing to sacrifice everything for our leader?" The man inhaled deeply, a fervent gleam instantly appearing in his eyes. "I am willing." Saying this, under Hu Zheng's shocked gaze, he swiftly drew out a dagger from his waist and slashed his throat on the spot. Blood sprayed out, some droplets splattering onto Hong Snake's lips. She extended her tongue to lick the blood clean, then lowered her mask, her gaze turning towards Hu Zheng. "Lord Hu, everything is for the great cause of our leader. The Black Snake Gang is willing to sacrifice, and you should have this awareness. After all, this is our only chance. A member of the Black Snake Gang quickly approached, dragging away the corpse to let it bleed. Hu Zheng's eyes darkened as he gazed at her solemnly. The earlier man's state was clearly off. No one could willingly commit suicide. The Black Snake Gang was not a gang at all. It was blatantly a brainwashing cult. At this moment, even Hu Zheng began to doubt whether it was wise to recruit the Black Snake Gang. Yet in this situation, he could no longer distance himself. If things failed, he too would undoubtedly perish. Seeing Hu Zheng still hesitating, Lady Hong Snake's gaze turned cold. Lord Hu, time waits for no one. Make a decision quickly. Those bait cannot hold out for long. Thus Hu Zheng gritted his teeth. Fine. Chun Kan, who had been hesitant beside him, suddenly turned his gaze incredulous as he looked at Hu Zheng. Hong Snake covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Lord Hu indeed has great resolve. Remember, we need the blood of warriors. Only the blood of warriors has enough vitality to sustain the array. Hu Zheng's expression tightened. This time he had brought only warriors. He couldn't help but feel a surge of doubt, but was soon interrupted by Hong Snake. Rest assured, for every one of you who dies, one of ours will die too. The Black Snake Gang values fairness above all else. Chun Kan shouted, my lord. No. These are brothers who have shared life and death with us. Shut up. Sacrificing themselves for the great cause of our Lord is their honor. Hu Zheng's gaze was fierce as if he had been blinded. He knew that Chun Kan might try to stop him, so he said to Hong, she control this kid. Hearing this, Hong, she smiled charmingly, her body moving like a boneless snake, instantly appearing behind Chun Kan. Chun Kan couldn't react at all before she locked his neck with her slender white fingers, which slightly tightened. With just a little force, she could easily snap the warm neck of her subordinate. Her lips came close to his ear, her breath sticky. Little handsome guy, if you continue to stop us, even if I kill you now, no one will blame me. Chun Kan was unable to move. At this moment, the soldiers brought by Hu Zheng were setting up multiple Hu-Dun cannon, diligently preparing for the battle. They were strictly obeying military regulations. They were completely unaware of the impending danger. Hu Zheng said to his deputy, select a few and find a hidden place to kill and collect blood. The deputy took the order. Soon he led a few bewildered soldiers into the nearby bushes. The faint sound of a blade slicing through flesh was heard, and shortly after the deputy emerged holding a bag of warm crimson blood. Chun Kan was nearly blinded by rage upon seeing this. His soldiers could die on the battlefield, but they should never die in such a manner, killed by their own comrades. It's simply absurd. Feeling Chun Kan's anger, Hong, she's eyes narrowed slightly. She felt that this Chun Kan might ruin their grand plans in the future. If it weren't for the intelligence network of the Black Snake sect claiming that this kid was possibly the illegitimate son of Prince Een, who had treated him exceptionally, well, she would have wanted to take action by now. Bags of blood were poured onto the ground formations, and Hong Shi indeed kept her word. For every person who died among Hu Zheng's men, they would suffer the same fate. Before long, the blood of 8 martial artists mixed with countless animal blood continuously converging towards the center where the ghost snake awaited. A mist of blood rose from his emaciated body, gradually condensing in the sky into enormous blood-colored pythons. Chun Kan, Hu Zheng, and the others were shocked as they witnessed this scene. They were all martial artists who cultivated inner strength. Usually, even at their peak, they could only unleash formless and colorless qi, relying more on their fists and feet. How could they have seen such an extraordinarily effective scene? Is this the means of a qi refiner? The formation? Refining qi? Indeed a divine technique. As the ghost snake continued to release Madra gestures, the blood-colored pythons in the air became increasingly real, almost solidifying. Following that were the second and third. Everyone's breathing slowed down. The gray snake's gaze was filled with fervor as he opened his arms and spoke in an almost reverent tone. Next, you will witness the formation's ghostly techniques, the only ones you can see in this age of magic's decline. These are miracles that only the leader can unleash. Meanwhile, in the midst of the mist, Lu Ming was leading a group of brothers from the Luyun village, constantly evading the pursuit of the Mo blood python. But as a giant snake that was about to transform into a dragon and was immensely thirsty for blood and flesh, its strength was clearly beyond what Lu Ming and the others could contend with. Every time the giant snake moved, the ground would tremble slightly, and each attack would destroy a large tree or a massive rock. Its destructive power made cold sweat bead on Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming even suspected that it had reached the earthly immortal realm that Su Qingchan had attained in the last world. Companions were disappearing one after another, swallowed by the giant snake as if it were eating fruit. This mist was exceedingly strange, seemingly capable of affecting a person's 5 senses, making it impossible for him to escape. He turned around and looked at the densely packed black scales on the giant snake. They would occasionally part to release a puff of mist, and he understood that this mist was its doing. The Black Snake sect had deliberately led them into the territory of this giant snake. As long as the giant snake was alive, the mist would not disperse, and there was no way out. But he couldn't kill this snake. All he could do was use the perfected illusory steps to maneuver around it, and even rescuing others became difficult. This created a vicious cycle. His sword couldn't even pierce the snake's scales. He could only watch helplessly as others were devoured, their eyes casting either pleas for help or curses at him before they died. Why aren't you saving us when you are clearly the strongest here? Lu Ming did not take this to heart. He was not Zhang Xiangjin with the resolve to die for others. Even though these people had been with him day and night for over 4 years, recalling Zheng Mozi's dying wish to take care of Zheng Xiaoyou, a trace of ruthlessness crossed Lu Ming's eyes. The Mo blood python seemed to be encountering such a nimble prey for the first time. Under its pursuit, Lu Ming was like a loach evading capture no matter what. It let out an angry roar that shook the heavens, which even Hu Zheng Gray Snake and others outside could hear, all looking up. Hongxi said, "It seems that among these little mountain bandits there are indeed capable individuals who can make the Mo blood python go mad." Snake 3 raised an eyebrow. It was probably that cunning little brat. He couldn't think of anyone else. The gray snake smiled slightly, recalling the little brat that Snake 3 had mentioned earlier. "Indeed, the longer it drags on the better. If we kill the Mo blood python, and that brat is still alive, it would be good to recruit him into our Black Snake sect as well." On the other side, as the roar of the Mo blood python ceased, a chilling, dense hissing sound emerged from the snake dens in all directions. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he watched snakes of various lengths and thicknesses surge out from the snake dens like a tide, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Damn it, if one snake can't catch me, are they resorting to a sea of snake strategy? No wonder this giant snake replacing the tiger is called the Mountain Lord. It really is clever. But isn't it said that a snake's brain is only the size of a walnut? Deep in his heart, uttering curses, Lu Ming gasped for breath, starting to rack his brain for an escape route. He could die, but he certainly didn't want to be bitten to death by a bunch of disgusting snakes. His mind raced as he scanned his surroundings. The mist was likely produced by consuming a certain energy within the Mo blood python's body. At this moment, it was moving violently, seemingly adhering to the law of conservation of energy, as the mist produced from its scales became thinner. As time passed, the surrounding mist also began to thin and visibility visibly increased. Lu Ming then realized that the place he was in was quite spacious, seemingly a valley with a massive swamp not far away, surrounded by slopes on 3 sides. On the slopes, numerous large snake dens had been dug out. The only exit was probably the entrance they had come through, surrounded by layers of large trees. Without needing to think, he knew that outside the entrance the Black Snake sect members had surely not left. Therefore, the only exit had to be sought elsewhere. As the multitude of snakes surged from the snake den, the few surviving members of Luyun village who had temporarily evaded death due to the giant snake's distraction were suddenly filled with dread. "Help! Help me! Why is this happening to me? No! Don't bite me! Ah!" Compared to their companions who were swallowed whole by the giant snake, their deaths were evidently more painful. "Lu Ming, Chief Instructor, save me! Aren't you supposed to be powerful? Save me!" Lu Ming was barely managing to protect himself. His internal energy was nearly depleted. Merely escaping had consumed all his strength. Just then a piercing shriek echoed. The mist in the air suddenly parted and blood-red giant pythons shot up into the sky, racing towards the giant snake with incredible speed. The giant snake was caught off guard, colliding directly with the blood-red python. Strangely, upon impact, the ink-black python seemed unharmed, instead freezing in place. The blood-red python vanished as if everything that had just occurred was an illusion. Although Lu Ming was astonished by the scene, he immediately seized the opportunity and turned to flee. He broke through the snake swarm, blocking his path, drenched in the stench of snake blood, and rushed towards the marsh pool ahead. He had observed that only that marsh pool had no snakes emerging. The snake swarm avoided that area entirely. It must be the lair of the ink-black python, as indicated by the fresh mud on its body. Though the surface of the marsh appeared stagnant, Lu Ming's keen eyes spotted a small area at the corner where clear springs gushed from the stone slope. He speculated that it might be one of the underground stream's outlet branches. If he could plunge into the marsh and access the underground stream, perhaps he could escape from here. Thinking this, Lu Ming increased his speed. He glanced back and saw the ink-black python's body twisting and rolling in place, emitting a pained roar. The 2 bulges on its forehead throbbed, as if something was about to burst forth. Its blood-red eyes could no longer spare a thought for Lu Ming as it turned to swallow whole the corpse of a snake it had not yet completely devoured, along with dozens of smaller snakes. As if that weren't enough, it used its massive tail to sweep up the densely packed snake swarm around it, stuffing them into its mouth. Everything dissolved upon entry. Lu Ming felt his stomach churn at the sight and turned away, finally nearing the marsh before plunging headfirst into it. With his internal energy surrounding him, he broke through the surrounding mud, holding his breath as he dove into the dark stream's branch. Meanwhile, outside the mist, the ghost snake slowly rose to its feet, listening to the ink-black dragon's roars from within the mist, a strange smile appearing on its withered face. The transformation of the dragon has begun. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky. In this age of decline where spiritual energy was sparse and spiritual veins were exhausted, for 1,000 years sects had fallen and noble families had degraded, the world no longer permitted the existence of cultivators. Even if there were any, they merely lingered on, ridiculed by the world as pathetic chi refiners. In reality, chi refiners were merely the weakest level of cultivation, slightly stronger than masters among warriors. The ghost snake was the last remaining disciple of the world's final sect, beast-taming sect. Although he was called a disciple, he hardly qualified. He was merely a servant disciple. Over a century ago, the sect had vanished, and its disciples were scattered into the mortal realm, leaving no concept of cultivators in the world. Yet the ghost snake was unwilling to fade into obscurity among the masses, to become just another ordinary person, living a mere 100 years before dying meaninglessly. Thus, upon unexpectedly obtaining a demonic cultivation method that required human blood for cultivation, he resolutely stepped onto this irreversible path. Later on, while killing and cultivating, he was fortunate enough to discover a deceased inner disciple of the beast-taming sect atop Ming Mountain, leaving behind a demonic beast. That beast was the ink-black python. The contract of the beast-taming sect was extremely tyrannical. Once a demonic beast was contracted by a cultivator, it would never recognize another master for life, even if the contractor died. Moreover, as a servant disciple, he had no right to access the beast-taming art of the beast-taming sect. Even if he had the current rules of heaven and earth would not permit him to use it. Thus he chose not to take the ink-black python away, but rather left it on Ming Mountain to grow. Simultaneously, he established the Black Snake cult, calling himself the Ghost Snake, spreading the legend of the Ming Mountain Lord, making most of Ming Mountain the territory of the ink-black python. Every year, he sent humans up to feed the ink-black python, intending for it to transform into a dragon through the flesh and blood of humans. However, the ghost snake did not truly intend to raise the ink-black python until it transformed. In this realm, the transformation of a snake into a dragon was already an impossible feat. The current transformation was merely a forced activation, using formations and the flesh and blood of countless beings. His true aim was the semi-finished dragon pill refined by heavenly thunder that would be produced when the transformation of the ink-black python failed. As long as he obtained that dragon pill, even if it was a semi-finished product, his first plan would be complete. A plan that could grant him immortality. As he thought of this, the smile at the corner of the ghost snake's mouth couldn't help but widen, revealing nearly all of his decayed teeth. He stretched out his arms, grinning madly under the terrified gazes of everyone, his old face contorted with laughter. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning crashed down in response to his maniacal laughter, the blinding light casting everything around into deep darkness, the tremendous roar causing everyone to cover their ears. At the same time, the heavenly thunder dispersed the mist. The crowd finally saw everything in the valley ahead, the ink-black python, smoking and lying motionless on the ground. And the ground was littered with countless charred snake corpses from the heavenly thunder. Except for the ghost snake and a few high-ranking members of the Black Snake cult, everyone was utterly shocked at this scene. So many snakes, with one being a massive dragon snake wider than all of them combined. Where had they ever seen such terrifying creatures in their lives? The heavenly thunder had only struck once before retreating. The transformation of the dragon was merely a facade, a second strike was unnecessary. Hu Zheng struggled to suppress his shock. Is it dead? The ghost snake squinted. No. It can't be that easy to kill. He chuckled coldly. A mere mindless demonic beast thinks it can play tricks with me. Hu Deren. Hearing this, Hu Zheng nodded and immediately shouted, Tiger cannon. Prepare. Yes. Dozens of soldiers pressed down on the dark cannon barrels, directly aimed at the ink-black python, which lay on the ground like a small mountain. Boom! The sound of gunpowder erupted. Countless dark projectiles shot into the sky, and the ink-black python could no longer pretend to be dead, instantly dodging the cannonballs. The cannonballs crashed into the hillside, sending countless fragments raining down into the marsh, causing the ground to tremble. Lu Ming, who was desperately holding his breath and swimming, felt the ground shake above him as debris fell nearby. He was nearly caught off guard, almost unable to hold his breath, and he swam desperately towards the narrow passage of the dark stream. If he didn't escape now, he would surely be buried alive. The shells surged like a flood towards the Mo Shui, and which kept evading. With too many shells, and its body heavily injured, it could dodge one, but not countless others. Moreover, as the tiger's squat cannon was akin to an ancient version of a shotgun, even if it dodged the shells, it could not escape the scattered pellets. The already damaged scales struck by heavenly lightning were now further worsened as it let out another anguished roar. Black blood erupted from its body, merging with the scorched earth below. The mo shue and finally lost all reason. It charged wildly at the soldiers, smashing them into a pulp with its tail angrily roaring at the remaining members of the Black Snake gang. Gueishi chuckled coldly and waved his hand, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. Kill it. The gray snake, red snake, and a short green snake behind him all responded in unison, drawing their weapons and charging at the mo shuan. This giant snake was already at the end of its strength. The outcome was already predetermined. Lu Ming did not know what happened above. Due to the continuous bombardment overhead, an underground current formed a vortex, pulling him into a strange place. He coughed repeatedly, expelling the water from his throat and nose before looking around. It seemed to be an underground dark cave, quite spacious. In the corner lay a skeleton, beside which was a small egg. Lu Ming wiped his face dry. Why do I feel like I'm in a story where one escapes disaster and gains fortune? He stepped forward, stopping 10 meters in front of the skeleton, noticing that it held a jade slip in its hand. Lu Ming picked up a stone and threw it at the skeleton. With a crack, several ribs of the skeleton shattered. He then picked up a heavier round stone and lightly tossed it, causing it to roll from this into the skeleton's side. Crack! The skeleton was reduced to powder, the stone passing through the ashes and landing perfectly in a small pit behind. Goal achieved. Perfect score. There are actually no traps. Lu Ming no longer hesitated, stepping forward to pick up the jade slip lying in the pile of ashes and tuck the egg into his pocket. The jade slip had 3 characters inscribed on it. Beast control technique. A cultivation method. But who writes their methods on a jade slip? It can't hold all that. It seemed that only cultivation techniques would be recorded on a jade slip. Thinking of the blood-colored giant python he had seen earlier, Lu Ming was certain that this world likely had cultivators. Perhaps the alchemists mentioned by the leader were also cultivators. Lu Ming's thoughts raced. He recalled the energies similar to the source power he felt when he first practiced the Qing Ming technique. It must be spiritual energy, right? And spiritual energy is likely born from the same source as the source power in his original world, allowing him to absorb it using his own technique. In fact, during his cultivation over the years, spiritual energy would somewhat autonomously enter his body, albeit in very small amounts. Thus, it stands to reason that the content within this jade slip must be a cultivation technique. The egg next to it must also be a good item. Lu Ming had read many cultivation novels, so he immediately tried to press the jade slip against his forehead, pouring in the little spiritual power he had in his dantian. Soon as he expected, countless characters surged from the jade slip into his mind. He didn't even need to memorize them. Those words were deeply engraved in his brain, impossible to forget. Opening his eyes, the jade slip in his hand had already turned to dust. It was a one-time use item. The beast control technique, just as its name suggested, was a technique to command magical beasts and was also a cultivation technique. According to the classification of cultivation techniques ranging from heaven, earth, and mysterious, with 16 grades in total, this was an upper grade mysterious technique. It seems the force that previously possessed this technique must not have been weak. After obtaining the protagonist's classic fortune, Lu Ming began searching for the exit of this underground dark cave. Just then, another tremor came from above, causing debris to rain down from the cave ceiling. Lu Ming stumbled, but quickly steadied himself, realizing that he had not yet left the giant snake's lair. Without a second thought, he dashed towards an entrance where the wind was blowing. However, the tremors grew stronger, as if some massive object was continuously moving and destroying the earth above. This is bad. It's going to collapse. Lu Ming sprinted desperately towards the exit. Just as his hands touched the light, a violent tremor came from above, and the entrance suddenly caved in. Lu Ming's vision went dark as he was completely buried under the rubble, with only one hand stubbornly sticking out. On the other side, the gray snake and others looked at the corpse of the mo shue and finally breathing a sigh of relief. Watching the terrifying scene of the mountain collapsing, they felt a lingering fear. Indeed, it was a giant python on the verge of metamorphosis. Even heavily injured, it possessed such devastating power, causing them significant losses. In the end, it nearly escaped into the snake den. If it weren't for the intervention of the leader, it might have truly gotten away. Hu Zheng stepped forward, trembling as he touched the cold black scales of the mo shuan. Mo shue can be used in medicine. The snake gall can prolong life, and its scales are excellent armor materials, impervious to blades. What a treasure indeed. Although he had lost 7 or 8 men on this trip, it was all worth it. The mo shue and one of the last remaining magical beasts, its value was immeasurable. Gueishi stepped forward, holding a specially made blade, and slowly cut open the abdomen of the mo shue n's corpse. Black blood flowed continuously as he reached inside with one hand, quickly retrieving a golden-yellow sphere stained with black blood. Placed under the sunlight, it could be seen that the surface of the sphere was not entirely golden, but also had many mottled black spots. This was a semi-finished Jiaodan. Guishi couldn't help but emit a kik laugh. Finally, it's in my hands. He carefully placed the Jiaodan into a box he had prepared. Hu Zheng watched this scene without stopping him. It was agreed that the price for Guishi to take action was this Jiaodan, while the rest belonged to the Prince of Yin. This was quite fair. Hu Zheng looked at the mottled and ugly Jiaodan. He knew that consuming the Jiaodan could enhance one's cultivation. Hu Zheng shook his head. After all, he was just a crude warrior only caring about showcasing his personal strength. What good is high cultivation? It is rumored that many years ago there were indeed so-called cultivators who could transcend the power of nation-states. But reality is not a legend. How can one person resist the power of a nation? Even if they wanted to use the corpse of the Mo Shui and to curry favor with an immortal, that immortal is not just one person, but rather a powerful force. Dusk was gradually falling. Qing Tong did not wait for her brother, but instead encountered a bloodied man. The man staggered and finally collapsed at the entrance of the village. Is that Li Zhu? The guard recognized him as one of the brothers who had gone out this time, and hurriedly lowered the bridge, rushing over. Li Zhu, what happened? How could you be so injured? Qing Tong watched this scene, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart, as she hurriedly stood up from the small stool and rushed towards Li Zhu. Uncle Li, where is my brother? Where is he? Li Zhu gasped, spitting out a mouthful of blood. We encountered the Black Snake Gang. The fourth master is dead. The chief and the others were taken away. Their fates unknown. He had always been good at feigning death. When the entire village was slaughtered, he had pretended to be dead to escape and joined the Lu Yunjai. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing could happen again. Cough, cough. After speaking, Li Zhu spat out another mouthful of blood, his head drooping, leaving his life in question. The guards looked shocked. The fourth master is dead. Quickly notify the chief. Where is Uncle Wang? Hurry and save him. The surroundings instantly fell into chaos. Qing Tong stood frozen in place, her mind buzzing, unable to see or hear the chaos around her. Only one phrase echoed in her mind. Something happened to my brother. Her face was pale, her eyes wide open and unmoving. After a long while, she finally lowered her head and asked the already unconscious Li Zhu in a soft voice. Uncle Li, where is my brother? Where did you encounter trouble? Seeing Li Zhu not answering, a flash of red light unconsciously flickered in her crimson eyes hidden beneath the black cloth. In the next moment, Li Zhu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Yet those eyes were hollow and devoid of spirit. Qing Tong seemed oblivious to the eerie scene before her and asked again, Uncle Li, where is my brother? The Black Snake Gang said. They want to go to Mang Mountain. After saying this, he stared blankly, falling silent. No one noticed this scene. At this moment, Uncle Wang was finally brought over. Upon seeing Qing Tong, he stepped forward, grasped her hand, and comforted her. Little Qing Tong, go back for now. This matter is not something a child like you can get involved in. Your brother will be fine. But Qing Tong suddenly shook off Uncle Wang's hand and ran wildly up the mountain. Qing Tong heard nothing. The fierce wind blew away the black cloth on her face, revealing a pair of inhuman golden-red eyes, yet she was oblivious. Brother. My fourth brother is dead. He Changfeng suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with shock. Yes, Li Zhu said so. I have already sent someone down the mountain to find the body. Jia Su tightened the folding fan in his hand, filled with sorrow. Black Snake Gang. He Changfeng gritted his teeth and growled, each word lowly, smashing the wooden table in front of him to pieces. Big brother, don't be impulsive yet. We must clarify the reason why the Black Snake Gang attacked us this time. Otherwise, we might not be able to stay here. After venting, He Changfeng calmed down. He had no idea how long the Black Snake Gang had existed or how powerful their foundation was. He only knew that when he established Lu Yunjai, the Black Snake Gang was already causing trouble in this area, and even the government was helpless against them. Anyone who offended them ended up with a tragic fate. If Lu Yunjai had truly offended the Black Snake Gang, they might not survive. Could it be that my fourth brother died in vain? Jia Su fell silent at these words. Yes, it was indeed in vain. They could never seek revenge on the Black Snake Gang. The price was too high and success was impossible. He Changfeng naturally understood this. He closed his eyes and sat down with a hint of despair. At this moment, Uncle Wang suddenly rushed in, anxiously saying, Second Chief Qing Tong ran up Mang Mountain alone. She must be going to find Lu Xiaozi. The sun is almost setting now. The night on Mang Mountain is extremely dangerous. How can a little girl survive there? He Changfeng couldn't help but frown. Even at this time, she was causing him more trouble. However, the girl had grown up under his watch, and she was Lu Ming's sister, a martial arts genius. He couldn't bear to lose her. Send people to look for her. He waved his hand, his gaze sharp as he commanded, Spread the word from today on all members of Luyun. Zhai must be on alert. He then looked at Jiasu. Second brother, I'll leave my fourth brother's matter to you if necessary. Abandon the Zhai and flee. Jiasu nodded, turned, and left, his mind lingering on the girl, Qing Tong, his eyes darkening. A disaster star with strange eyes. As a mountain bandit, and as one who survived in this chaotic world, it was indeed very reasonable for any disaster or death to occur to oneself, one could not blame others. Over the past 4 years, Lu Yunjai had not been smooth sailing. People died, and new ones joined. Jiasu was not an extremely superstitious person. Yet there was always a child with strange eyes around him. Those eyes, especially the crimson one, seemed to constantly foretell ominous signs. The darker side of human nature made him involuntarily associate all disasters with that child. He always wondered if he had not saved that child back then, would everything that happened now have been avoided? Qing Tong ran up the mountain, stumbling in the mud along the way, her body covered in muck, yet she paid no mind, immediately getting up and rushing deeper into Mang Mountain. Mang Mountain was vast with dense forests and numerous dangers. Lu Yunjai was established on the outskirts of Mang Mountain, quite a distance from the depths. The girl was only about 10 years old and had already spent a full hour just getting halfway. Her clothes were torn by thorns along the way, and her skin was even cut. When she learned of Lu Ming's whereabouts, the sun had already set. At this moment, the darkness atop Mang Mountain was overwhelming, almost rendering one unable to see their own hand. Qing Tong moved forward one step at a time, without the slightest pause. She had long adapted to the darkness. Facing the current situation, she saw more clearly than ordinary people, so she had no intention of stopping. The girl had only one thought now. That was to save her brother immediately. She would not believe that her brother was dead. Clearly, when her brother left in the morning, he had promised her he would return early and bring her favorite candied hawthorn. How could he be untrustworthy? Her brother had never lied to her. At this moment, a wolf's howl suddenly echoed in the darkness, and Qing Tong paused. In front of her, a gray wolf stood, its beastly eyes glowing green as it stared intently at her. Qing Tong had no expression, her face showing no fear, even though she had no weapon in hand at this moment. Get out of the way. But a wolf couldn't understand the words of prey. It bared its fangs and lunged towards the girl, carrying the stench of blood. Under the dark night, there were the painful howls of wild beasts and the girl's heart-rending roars. After a long while, with the gray wolf's mournful howl, Qing Tong bit through the gray wolf's neck with her teeth, large amounts of warm, foul-smelling blood splattering on her face, transforming her originally angelic features into those of a demon. The gray wolf's body beneath her was unnaturally twisted, having been brutally beaten to death by the girl's fists. She stood up, breathing heavily, her entire body appearing exhausted, yet the pupil of her left eye grew increasingly crimson, giving her expression a somewhat ferocious look. All of you get lost. Her voice was clearly childish, but held an authority that could not be ignored. In the dark forest, countless wolf eyes fixated on this tired prey, but upon encountering her gaze, they all paused momentarily. In the next second, they fled in panic. Qing Tong swallowed the blood in her mouth, staggered slightly, and then continued deeper into Mang Mountain. Her back was resolute. Brother, wait for me. Until the moon rose above the treetops. Qing Tong finally saw the chaotic footprints on the ground, along with the overwhelming stench of blood carried by the wind. She stumbled and quickened her pace towards the direction of the valley, following the footprints and the scent of blood. The further she walked, the faster her heart raced. She was scared. If she lost her brother, she truly did not know what she would become. What would her future look like? Brother. Qing Tong arrived outside the valley and saw the formations left on the ground, along with many corpses of animals and humans. Perhaps due to the lingering aura of the Mo blood python in this area, no beasts came to feast on the corpses at this moment. Her pupils contracted as she almost crawled forward, starting to turn over the bodies one by one. Not this one. Not this one either. None of them. No brother. Qing Tong let out a heavy sigh of relief, but her heart quickly rose again. She desperately tried to calm herself. She stepped over the corpses and walked towards the valley again. Inside the valley, the land was charred black, littered with the remains of snakes. Qing Tong stepped onto the scorched earth, her gaze sweeping around, and saw a few more corpses. She approached to examine the faces of the corpses once more, and after a moment she stood up like a walking corpse. At that moment, there was a near-calm madness in Qing Tong's eyes. Her demeanor was indifferent, yet beneath it a certain madness was being suppressed. Brother, where are you? Blood blurred her vision as Qing Tong wiped the blood from her face and saw the collapsed stone slope ahead. Her expression paused and her feet instinctively moved towards it. The rubble was piled haphazardly into a small mountain, making it difficult to climb. In the darkness, she unwittingly cut her arm on a sharp stone, blood dripping down her fingertips. Yet it seemed she was oblivious to the pain, constantly clearing away the rubble in front of her while searching with her eyes. After half an hour, Qing Tong finally saw a hand buried beneath the stones. Her pupils constricted violently, and she tried to shout something, but only a voiceless gasp escaped her lips. Her breath caught, and her heartbeat nearly stopped. She almost crawled over in desperation, reaching the hand, and using both hands to frantically push away the stones, tears streaming down her face. Brother, brother, don't die. Please don't die. Don't leave Qing Tong all alone. Lu Ming felt his consciousness sharpen slightly. He could sense that he was being crushed under layers of heavy stones. Every part of his body was in excruciating pain, as if every bone had been ground to dust. Damn, he was truly unlucky. Black Snake Gang, I will kill you all sooner or later. If it weren't for the fact that he had managed to block the falling stones with the defensive sword energy of the vast C-thousand layers sword at the last moment, he probably would have lost his life by now. After cursing the Black Snake Gang 1,000 times in his heart, Lu Ming suddenly froze. He could faintly hear the girl's intermittent trembling voice by his ear. He moved his fingers, and his hazy consciousness began to clear a bit more. Qing Tong. No, she should be practicing swordsmanship in the village. How did she end up here? Don't come over, it's dangerous. But even in his urgency, he couldn't utter those words. Time passed slowly, and he didn't know how long it had been. Lu Ming felt the weight on him lighten. He struggled to open his eyes just as a bloodied small hand pushed aside the stones in front of him. Then in his blurred vision, the girl's blood-stained face appeared. Brother. Qing Tong saw that Lu Ming was still alive, her voice hoarse, yet filled with joy relief after endless panic. The once deadened expression in her eyes lit up. Lu Ming opened his mouth, yet no words came out. Qing Tong hurriedly continued to clear away all the stones on him. Lu Ming saw her hands were almost bloodied and mangled with no unblemished skin visible in her palms. One could only imagine how long the girl had spent and how much pain she endured to dig him out. Yet there was no trace of pain on the girl's face, only joy at his survival and urgency to save him. At that moment, Lu Ming felt his heart being wrenched. This was the second life he owed to Qing Tong. Cough, cough. Qing Tong. His voice was raspy and broken. The girl held back her tears. Brother, don't speak yet. Qing Tong will definitely save you. She was only 10 years old. Lu Ming bore the pain of his shattered body and struggled to gather power within him. As his body was gradually freed, he was finally able to move a bit. With a gritted jaw, he exerted himself to crawl out from the rubble. Qing Tong rushed forward to support him. Lu Ming coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of congealed blood, straightened his body with effort, and looked at the little girl, feeling both heartache and an uncontainable rage. What are you doing here? Qing Tong was taken aback. Do you know how dangerous it is here? You're only 10 years old. If something happened, what would you have me do? The little girl was utterly stunned. She wanted to explain, opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. She felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, but along with it the same anger as Lu Ming arose. Her tears burst forth uncontrollably, her voice raised. What do you mean it's dangerous here? If it's dangerous, why did you come too? What do you mean I'm only 10? You're only 12. What do you mean, what would you do if I got hurt? Did you ever think, what would you have me do if you got hurt? The girl's almost desperate voice left Lu Ming momentarily stunned. In the past, Qing Tong had always obediently done whatever he said, never arguing with him. This was the first time his sister had been angry with him, the first time she had rebutted him. Yet he could find no words to counter her. Recalling the bits and pieces of the past 4 years, they flashed through his mind like a slideshow. They practiced together, cooked together, played together, and slept together. At that moment, Lu Ming finally realized something. It turned out that they had long regarded each other's lives as more important than their own. Lu Ming initially did not wish to form deep ties with anyone in this life. Though he was an immortal, he was still a living person. Being too deeply entangled, even if he could protect her for a lifetime, once she aged, he too would taste the pain of losing her. However, since fate had brought this upon him, there was no way to evade it, and Lu Ming did not intend to resist. He would go with the flow. Having a lovely sister was also good. He would protect her for a lifetime, watching her marry and have children, living peacefully into old age. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's gaze softened. He suppressed the pain and reached out to touch his sister's dirty head. I'm sorry, brother, was wrong. I won't say that to you again in the future. Upon hearing his apology, the little girl lowered her head and bit her lip. After a while, she wiped her tears fiercely and with a choked voice said, I forgive you. Actually, I was wrong too. Lu Ming smiled. You are not wrong, my Qing Tong will never be wrong. Qing Tong looked up at him with her beautiful clear eyes and then burst into laughter, revealing 2 rows of uneven teeth still in the process of losing their baby teeth. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile at her appearance, gently pinching her tender cheek. You look so silly when you smile. After a heartfelt argument, the bond between the siblings seemed to have deepened even more than before. Seeing Lu Ming almost unsteady on his feet, Qing Tong quickly wiped away her tears and stepped forward to grab his hand, saying, Brother, I'll carry you. Lu Ming glanced at her frail figure as if a gust of wind could blow her over. No need, I can walk by myself. Brother, don't be stubborn. After the argument, Qing Tong seemed to have become more assertive, reaching out and pressing half of Lu Ming's body against herself. She was only 1 meter 30 tall, while Lu Ming was already 1 meter 70, creating a huge height difference. Leaning against her made Lu Ming's weak bones twist painfully, producing a cracking sound. Lu Ming. He turned to look at Qing Tong's pale lips and said, "Sister, let go of me. You're already very tired." Qing Tong shook her head. "I'm not tired. Let go. I want." Cough, cough. Lu Ming's tone turned stern. "Are you still going to listen to your brother?" Qing Tong rolled her eyes at him. "I won't listen." Lu Ming. She's rebelling. Totally rebelling. Lu Ming suppressed his frustration and finally sighed. Forget it, let her be. He knew that the little girl was just too worried about him. So he could only silently support his body, trying hard not to let all his weight press down on the girl's small frame while adjusting his posture to alleviate some of the suffering of his battered body. Thus the girl supported the boy, and together their figures, one large and one small, re-entered the darkness of the forest. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they encountered people from Luyun village looking for Qing Tong. "Found you." Seeing this, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment, then tore off a strip of cloth from his clothing with his teeth to cover Qing Tong's eyes. The crowd holding torches hurriedly approached Lu Ming and assisted him out of Qing Tong's grasp. "Qing Tong, what happened to you?" Uncle Wang looked at Qing Tong with a pained expression as he grabbed her bloodied hand. Sigh. Ultimately, he couldn't find the words to scold her. Uncle Wang could only sigh and take out the medicinal powder and bandages he carried with him to briefly bandage the child. Lu Ming was then laid on the back of a burly man, finally feeling a bit more alive. The group descended the mountain. They hadn't encountered any wild beasts on their way up, nor did they on their way down. What a stroke of luck. Uncle Wang fed Lu Ming a sip of water, and seeing that he was somewhat conscious, asked him, "Lu boy, what exactly happened?" Lu Ming exhaled. "The mountain lord is dead. We were unfortunate enough to catch the attention of the Black Snake Gang, who took us as blood food for that dead snake. Our brothers were all swallowed whole by that snake." He briefly explained the events. Everyone's expressions turned strange. The Mountain Lord is dead. The Mountain Lord was a snake, and a giant snake that could swallow dozens of people in one gulp. After all, since they arrived at Mang Mountain, they had only heard legends about the mountain god, believing that everything in the mountain belonged to the Mountain Lord. Over the years, there had been no rumors of the Mountain Lord eating people. So the normal assumption was that it was simply a living creature that had existed for a long time and developed intelligence, merely marking its territory and practicing alone without provoking trouble. But they never expected it to be a man-eating snake demon. The burly man carrying Lu Ming couldn't help but curse the Black Snake Gang. Truly has no humanity. They actually fed living people to beasts. However, Lu boy, considering how dangerous the situation was, you actually managed to survive. That's impressive. Hearing this, Qing Tong, who had been tugging at the corner of Lu Ming's clothes, tightened her grip. If it weren't for her risking her life to search the mountain, her brother might really have died. Thinking of this, Qing Tong couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Lu Ming also tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had almost not made it back. The main reason was simply because he was faster than the others. The group returned to Luyun village. By now it was midnight, but the village was still brightly lit. Teams of people continuously patrolled the surroundings. Upon seeing their return, they immediately lowered the bridge. Uncle Wang asked, "Where are the chief and the second chief?" One person responded, "Uncle Wang, the third chief has returned. The chief and the second chief are talking in the assembly hall." Uncle Wang's expression froze slightly. The third chief has returned. Meanwhile, in the assembly hall, He Changfeng had experienced a day of great joy, followed by great sorrow. The sorrow came from the death of his fourth brother, a major force in Luyun village, Zhang Xiangjian, who had even offended the Black Snake Gang because of it. Now, although Luyun village's strength was gradually growing, the time for development was still too short, making them still weak compared to the Black Snake Gang. This made him unable to hide his anxiety. The joy came from the return of his younger brother, He Jingyun, who had been away from the village for 7 long years. "Jingyun, your timing of return is quite impeccable." He Changfeng took a sip of wine and sighed deeply. He Jingyun looked even younger and more handsome than He Changfeng, with the spirited demeanor of youth, as well as the disappointment of middle age. It should have been a joyous occasion for his homecoming, but now his face was filled with bitterness. "It seems I returned at a really bad time. Just when I got back, the fourth one is gone." The 4 brothers had all crawled out of this chaotic world for various reasons, becoming bandits and establishing Luyun village together, sharing a deep bond. Though they knew that as bandits who seized ill-gotten gains they would eventually be hunted down, they still found it hard to accept. He Changfeng shook his head and said, "No matter what, it's good that you returned safely. I can finally give our parents in the afterlife an explanation." Jiasu looked at He Jingyun and hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Third brother, you've been gone for 7 years. During that time you..." "I." He Jingyun opened his mouth, a look of dejection on his face as he clenched his fists beneath his sleeves. After a long while he finally spoke, "I'm sorry, big brother. After leaving for so many years I still couldn't succeed in apprenticing to a chi refiner and couldn't even step through the threshold." He forced a smile and couldn't help but scratch his head. "All these years I've actually been wandering around Zhou country working for others, avoiding wars, and even joining various bandit organizations which can be considered gaining some experience." He Changfeng fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances with Jiasu. The proud wanderer had returned home with his tail between his legs. They understood. They all understood. Faced with the awkwardness of He Jingyun, He Changfeng smirked. "No matter what, it's good that you returned safely. As for your desire to become a chi refiner, actually, well, the whole village has already started practicing." He Jingyun was taken aback. "Practicing? Which practice? What are you practicing?" Jiasu coughed lightly. "It's chi refining." He Jinjian's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a long while he stammered, "Elder brother, you can't be saying that you all obtained the chi refining technique and let the whole village practice it." He Changfeng responded with an "Although I don't know why many people can't seem to cultivate it, there are indeed a small number of people who have successfully felt the chi. For example, me, and also the fourth." He Jingyun was completely stunned, sitting there in a daze. "Elder brother, you're not joking with me, are you?" He Changfeng shot him a glare. "What kind of joke would I make about this? Is it funny? But this is simply impossible." He Jingyun suddenly stood up. "Cultivating the chi refining technique requires a spiritual root. I had a hard time finding a chi refiner back then, but was completely eliminated due to the lack of a spiritual root. That person told me that in this world there are hardly any with a spiritual root. Elder brother, we are blood siblings, how could it be?" Before he finished speaking, He Changfeng waved his hand, and a nearly transparent wave of air carrying a strand of sword aura rushed towards He Jingyun. He Jingyun was startled, quickly drawing the long knife at his waist to defend himself. That sword aura, which seemed harmless, was surprisingly powerful, sending him flying. He crashed into the wall, and the grip of his long knife split open. Upon closer inspection, the long knife had bent and deformed as if it had been flattened by some heavy object. He Jingyun was utterly shocked. This was indeed the means of a chi refiner. During his 7 years outside, the thing he had desperately sought after had actually long been obtained by that elder brother of his who he thought was just guarding the village and stagnating. He Jingyun felt increasingly uneasy and unwilling, his whole face twisting in discomfort. He Changfeng smiled slightly. "It seems I am one of the few with a spiritual root among millions." He Jingyun stood up, unable to restrain himself. "Elder brother, where did your chi refining technique come from?" Since it could be practiced by everyone in the village, he wanted to give it a try. "No spiritual root means no cultivation. How can you know without trying?" Jiasu explained. "For years ago we saved a boy named Ming. That child had a chance encounter and presumably has the spiritual root you mentioned. Many years ago he was noticed by a wandering chi refiner who taught him the technique. We saved him and he passed the technique on to us. It's that simple." He Jingyun blinked, filled with disbelief. "Just like that?" He Changfeng nodded. "Just like that." He Jingyun. One thing kept He Jingyun uncomfortable throughout the entire night. The next day, he emerged with dark circles under his eyes, immediately heading to the house where Lu Ming and Qing Tong were staying. He wanted to see what kind of child this chi refining genius, the future of Luyun village, really was. At that moment, Lu Ming was wrapped in bandages, resembling a mummy, lying on the bed while being fed porridge by Wang Daniu. As for Qing Tong, both of her hands were wrapped like Doraemon by Wang Bo, carefully holding a bowl of bitter medicinal soup that was hard to swallow, looking at Lu Ming with a pitiful expression. Lu Ming shot her a glare. "Finish it all. Not a drop is allowed to be wasted. Next time, if you dare to act so recklessly without considering your own safety, I'll make you drink double the bitter medicine." The little girl pouted, but ultimately pinched her nose and drank it all down, muttering to herself, "I will dare next time." Seeing this, Wang Daniu quickly put down the porridge in his hands and handed over the preserved fruit hidden in his sleeve. Qing Tong immediately shook her head. If she couldn't handle this little bitterness, how could she manage double the bitter medicine next time? She had to endure. Meanwhile, Lu Ming looked at the hot white porridge spilled all over his chest, his expression darkening. Just then the door opened unexpectedly. He Jingyun, with no intention of treating himself as an outsider, strode in. He then locked eyes with Qing Tong, who hadn't covered her eyes. He Jingyun's pupils suddenly constricted. Seeing her eyes, which sent shivers down one's spine, covered, He Jingyun was shocked, yet he couldn't help but frown slightly. It felt somewhat familiar. At that moment, Wang Bo walked in, and upon seeing He Jingyun showed a delighted expression. "Third master, you really have returned." Wang Bo was also an elder in the village, and seeing the third master return safely brought him joy. He Jingyun came back to his senses, interrupted by Wang Bo. "I'm back. I also came to see this boy whom elder brother praised highly." Speaking of which, he no longer paid attention to Qing Tong and directly scrutinized Lu Ming, looking him up and down several times. Not bad, this young man looks quite spirited. He leaned closer, his large face almost touching Lu Ming's. Tell me, how did you obtain the qi refining technique? Lu Ming tilted his neck back, distancing himself from this overly familiar middle-aged man. Realizing that this person was the qi cultivation enthusiast Wang Bo had previously mentioned, who traveled everywhere looking for qi refiners to learn from, he naturally recounted the same story he once told He Changfeng. He Jingyun frowned deeply. An old man with a white beard. No other distinguishing features. Lu Ming blinked. I was still young at that time, can't remember so much. Qi refiners are very particular about their technique inheritance. How could they let you so easily teach it to an ordinary person? That old man didn't say anything. After teaching me, he just left. Since he didn't say I could do it. He Jingyun. This child has a carefree attitude. Unable to glean anything useful, he straightened up and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Qing Tong, an idea almost surfacing in his mind, but he just couldn't grasp it. He then pulled Wang Bo and walked out. Wang Bo, what is it, third master? That little girl. Oh, you mean Qing Tong? Ha ha ha, isn't she very well behaved and cute? That's Lu Xiaozi's sister. I tell you, I only have this one grandson, and it's been quite worrying. Thankfully, this past few years with Qing Tong, hey, I have another granddaughter. You don't know she? Alright. He Jingyun interrupted Wang Bo's endless praise of Qing Tong, his expression inexplicable. You don't know? Her eyes. Eyes, eh? Wang Bo immediately understood that He Jingyun must have seen the girl's eyes, and he frowned. Third master, you wouldn't be superstitious, would you? He Jingyun was bewildered. Superstitious. Wang Bo nodded. I'll tell you, the little girl's eye color is different from ours. According to Lu's words, that's because of genetic mutation. Genetic mutation. In summary, it means she is sick. Look at the Tartars, every single one has a high nose and green eyes. Qing Tong is just like them, she's definitely not a disaster or anything like that. This matter the village chief and the others all know. Don't go spreading it around. After all, not everyone is as clever and unconventional as us. This was the first time He Jingyun learned that Wang Bo could be so talkative. But when he heard the term disaster, it seemed something suddenly flashed through his mind. The bodies of the fourth leader Zhang Qiangjian and other brothers from the Luyun village were retrieved. They were buried that very day in the mound behind the village. After a brief mourning, life had to go on. Lu Ming began to focus on healing his injuries. At night, he took out the egg he had been hiding in his pocket. This egg was unexpectedly hard, it had not been crushed at the time, and even he almost lost his life, yet the egg miraculously showed no signs of cracking. Lu Ming tried to infuse his internal energy into it, but there was no response. However, once he channeled his spiritual energy, the contents inside began to stir, eagerly absorbing the energy he transferred. Could it be the egg of that snake? Lu Ming set the egg aside, deciding to infuse it with a bit of spiritual energy each day. As for whether it could hatch, that was left to fate. He was not a mother snake. Then he closed his eyes and took out the Beast Master technique imprinted in his mind. The Beast Master technique, a high-grade mystical cultivation method, allowed Lu Ming to see not this, but the final passage at the end of this technique. I may be the last surviving inner disciple of the Beast Master sect. My name is Wu Yongchang. If fate allows you to see these words, it means you are also a cultivator, but perhaps by then my Beast Master sect has long since vanished. Spiritual energy is fading and the heavens are oppressing cultivators. We toil in our cultivation, defying the heavens to seek longevity, yet in the end we still cannot escape the cage, and all of our past efforts are in vain. I watched helplessly as my family, loved ones, and fellow disciples aged rapidly, yet I could do nothing. Heaven's Tao stripped me of my spiritual energy, my realm, my lifespan, and destroyed everything I had. They say this is a desolate era of the end of law. It is an era where cultivators are not as good as mortals. But I do not believe it, nor do I accept it. Why should we be mere ants that cannot live beyond 100 years? What can a mere century offer in witnessing the splendor of this world standing at heights unreachable by mortals? I believe that the era of spiritual energy will eventually return, and I will pass on everything I have preserved. Afterward, a large collection of introductions regarding the Beastmaster sect's purpose, history, and various details followed, hoping that the one who found this jade slip would carry on the legacy of the Beastmaster sect. It is clear that he had true love for the Beastmaster sect. In the end, this person's tone changed dramatically, shifting from passionate to playful. Furthermore, our fates are intertwined. This egg is entrusted to you. It is the descendant of the founding beast of my Beastmaster sect, the Azure Blood Flood Dragon. Cultivating this egg is extremely costly. Merely hatching it requires 1,000 years. Now 900 years have passed, only 100 more years are needed for complete hatching. Although you probably won't live to see that time. In this era of dwindling spiritual energy, perhaps it will never hatch, and you need not wait. Moreover, this egg is incredibly hard, If necessary, it can be placed on your chest for defense, which is also of great utility. I only ask that you keep it by your side, allowing it to die within the egg, and I will have fulfilled my mission. At this, thank you. Lu Ming, feeling confused about the chaos in his heart. He had originally thought that although his Qing Ming technique could also serve as a cultivation method, it was ultimately not suited for this purpose, resulting in a meager absorption of spiritual energy. Little did he expect that this era was already a desolate era with spiritual energy nearing depletion, stripping away the last glimmer of hope for cultivators. Well, let's try practicing for now. At least for now, spiritual energy has not completely disappeared. As long as he lives long enough, he will eventually be able to absorb it before it vanishes completely. By then, he might as well experience the thrill of being a cultivator. As for this egg, let's try placing it against his chest. During Lu Ming's recovery and cultivation, the outside world was quietly undergoing changes. This world is called the Jiuzhou continent, which was once unified by a powerful nation known as the Li Fang Kingdom. However, long ago, due to unknown reasons, the Li Fang Kingdom gradually weakened and the royal family dwindled, leading to a fragmentation of power with constant warfare. Now the entire Jiuzhou continent has been divided into a total of 13 nations. Lu Ming's location Mongshan lies at the southeastern part of the Jiuzhou continent, in a no man's land bordering the Ying Kingdom and the Jing Kingdom. These two nations maintain a decent relationship, frequently engaging in trade, with little conflict. Most trade caravans travel through the Mongshan area. This was also the reason why He Changfeng chose to build the village here. However, in the past 2 years, the Ying Kingdom suddenly unilaterally broke the non-interference agreement with the Jing Kingdom and unexpectedly launched an attack, seizing a border city of Jing Kingdom. From then on, war officially erupted between the two nations, and their trade relations came to a complete halt. Consequently, the Luyun village lost its business, and they were unable to rob ordinary civilians and refugees. Fortunately, in the present Luyun village, from the 80-year-old elderly to the 3-year-old children, everyone possesses martial skills. Even without goods to steal, they can become self-sufficient. Farming working. Moreover, without the mountain lord, they could finally hunt in the mountains and eat meat. Life has become even more prosperous than before, even subtly moving towards a more stable direction. The external turmoil seemed to have no bearing on Luyun village, which appeared like a paradise amidst the chaos. As for the Black Snake gang, ever since that foray deep into Mongshan, they have completely disappeared and have not troubled Luyun village again. He Changfeng transitioned from initial anxiety and preparing to flee daily to later sitting steadily and focusing on farming. During this period, many refugees also arrived at Mongshan seeking to rely on Luyun village. Gradually, the number of people in Luyun village increased, and the village expanded, developing a peaceful scene starkly different from the outside world. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the Ying Kingdom seemed to be aided by divine intervention, advancing relentlessly and annihilating the Jing Kingdom in just a few years. However, accompanying this was the gruesome tale of the Ying King, a tyrant lacking humanity. Wherever the Ying army marched, cities were slaughtered and countless innocent civilians in the Jing Kingdom perished. It was said that their march left a river of blood in its wake, and the entire Jing royal family was annihilated. Such a tragic scene incited anger across all nations and their rulers, who united in condemnation. Yet it wasn't long before they fell silent. A descendant of the Jing royal family escaped with his life, claiming that the Ying Kingdom was aided by immortals possessing unfathomable power, capable of defeating 10,000 troops and employing extremely cruel methods. Immortals. Ordinary folks might not know, but how could the lords and kings be unaware? They were the last malignant tumor left over from the ancient cultivation era, a group that these lords had long sought to eradicate. And now they dared to interfere in the wars of the mortal realm. For a moment, all nations fell silent. It was as if an invisible storm was quietly brewing. For years later, on a winter day, heavy snow sealed the mountains. Crack, roar, the cold wind howled. 16-year-old Lu Ming lay on the back of a black bear, swiftly slitting its throat. Crimson blood gushed forth as the black bear struggled in pain before crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Ming, dressed in warm animal skins, stepped on the bear's corpse, lightly flicked his dagger, and the blood splattered onto the snow before being sheathed. Now at 16, he stood tall with handsome features that even the animal skins could not conceal his extraordinary aura. Brother is amazing. Qing Tong clapped her hands beside him, laughing joyfully. She was bundled up in animal skins, looking like a ball, with a white fox fur scarf around her neck, a gift from Lu Ming. In just 4 short years, her body had grown rapidly, now standing at 1.60 meters, a graceful and poised figure. Her features had also matured, her small face exquisitely beautiful, leaving those who saw her entranced, earning her the title of the most beautiful girl in Luyun village. Lu Ming smiled at her, but a hint of daze flickered in his eyes. Not for any other reason, but because she resembled someone too much. For years ago he had not noticed, but over the past 4 years Qing Tong had grown increasingly familiar to him. A shadow flashed through his mind, and Lu Ming realized who she resembled. Su Qingchan, the woman who had accompanied him for over 40 years. At 14, Qing Tong, apart from her eyes, had features that were almost identical to those of 14-year-old Su Qingchan. He was unsure if this was a coincidence, but he reminded himself not to transfer his feelings for Su Qingchan onto Qing Tong. They were two completely different individuals. Lu Ming reached out to pat Qing Tong's head, tightened her fox fur scarf, and then turned to call out to Wang Daniu. Daniu, carry this bear, let's head back to the village and have bear paws. Wang Daniu, now 15, was, as his name suggested, quite robust, larger than Lu Ming by half a head, and looked quite mature for his age. He looked as if he had aged significantly, even at a young age. With the passing years, he had also displayed a unique talent possessing innate strength. At this moment, he resignedly stepped forward to grab the bear's carcass and hoisted it onto his back. The foul smell was overwhelming, making him feel dizzy. Mingo, why is it always me who carries the prey? Lu Ming turned to look at him, saying, we have clear roles, I hunt, and you carry the goods. Do you want Qing Tong to come along? Wang Daniu hastily shook his head. Then forget it. He hoisted the bear's carcass on his back, his footprints deep in the snow as the three braved the wind and snow back to Luyun village. The fourth master is back. At the entrance of Luyun village, as Lu Ming and the others arrived, a child shouted. Soon a crowd of villagers surged out. What did the fourth master hunt today? It's a bear. A black bear. Wow. The fourth master is so amazing. In 4 years, Luyun village had transformed from a settlement into a village, with Lu Ming replacing Zhang Qiangjian as the fourth master. In recent years, the war had intensified and the Yin kingdom had grown stronger, annihilating the Jiang kingdom. Perhaps due to the heavy death toll, or perhaps due to excessive bloodshed, the lingering sin of blood had even affected the climate, causing drastic changes. The winters of the past 2 years had been particularly long and cold. Although Mang Mountain was rich in resources, it was very remote, with the nearest town being several dozen kilometers away. This led to a severe scarcity of winter supplies in the village, compounded by years of war, resulting in many deaths from the cold last year. He Chuangfeng and others had gone hunting frequently for the village, not only to obtain food, but also to get animal skins and other winter supplies. Unfortunately, each winter their hunting efforts yielded little. Just because martial artists were formidable in combat did not mean they excelled in hunting. The most challenging part of hunting was finding the prey. Especially in winter, heavy snow covered the mountains, obscuring all traces of the prey, making it even more difficult. But Lu Ming was different. He possessed the beast-taming art. Over these 4 years, he had diligently practiced and had made some progress. According to the cultivation standards in the beast-taming art, he should now be at the second level of qi refinement. At the second level of qi refinement, he could already sense the aura of ordinary beasts within 100 meters. Moreover, he already possessed peak inner strength of the earth realm, and his true power was approaching the innate level. Even against ferocious beasts like black bears, he could easily hunt them down. In these 2 years, fewer people in the village had died from the cold, thanks to his efforts. Lu Ming's reputation soared as a result, gradually elevating him to the position of the fourth master, becoming a role model for many young men and women in the village. Every winter when he returned from hunting, many would line the streets to welcome him. He would always share some meat with everyone, and his reputation even slightly overshadowed that of the village chief, He Chuangfeng. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful young girl approached Lu Ming, her face flushed with shyness as she handed him a small pouch. Lu Ming instinctively reached out to take it, but by the time he realized what it was, the girl had already run far away. Laughter erupted around him. Ha ha, the Lu family girl is shy. Speaking of which, the fourth master has reached the age for courtship. With his abilities, if I had a daughter, I would want him as my son-in-law. Come on, the fourth master is so handsome. With your looks, even if you had a daughter, it wouldn't be much better. What did you say? Do you want to fight? Other girls of similar age were also not pleased. Damn, I can't believe Lu Xiaozue got ahead. She looks shy usually, but turned out to be so bold. I also knitted a pouch, but I haven't finished yet. What do we do now? Lu Ming actually accepted her pouch. Lu Ming looked at the small mandarin duck pouch in his palm, utterly confused. Wang Daniu, still carrying the bear, looked on with envy. Ming, you are really popular. I also want to marry a wife. He glanced at Qing Tong as he spoke. However, he saw Qing Tong pursing her lips tightly, exuding a thick aura of displeasure. He shivered involuntarily. What was wrong with her? The next moment, a soft voice reached Lu Ming's ears. Brother, are you thinking of marrying a wife? Lu Ming jolted, feeling inexplicably uneasy, and chuckled awkwardly, saying, No, this was forcibly given to me by Xiaozue. I don't even know what it is. He'll return it later. Your brother has no plans to marry for now. Probably won't marry in this lifetime either. Oomph. Qing Tong turned her head away, exposing the back of her head to him, mumbling, Xiaozu, calling him so affectionately. Lu Ming. He didn't understand why she was angry. So he changed the subject. Daniel, let's take the bear back for butchering. Remember to send some meat to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was Zheng Mozi's son. Lu Ming considered it his duty to take care of Zheng Xiaoyou, fulfilling Zheng Mozi's dying wish. Unfortunately, after Zheng Mozi's death, his wife succumbed to her grief not long after, leaving behind the young Zheng Xiaolu alone, whose character had become taciturn and was not doing well. But there was only so much he could help. Got it, Wang Daniyu replied in a deep voice, shouldering the bear and walking off. Lu Ming then let Qing Tong head back first, as he had business with He Chuanfeng. As he approached the assembly hall, he heard a voice. Big brother, please reconsider my words. Jia Zu's voice. It sounded unusually grave. What he had said earlier remained unclear. On the other end, He Chuanfeng fell into a prolonged silence. Lu Ming halted mid-step and leaned against the wall to listen. Purely out of curiosity, nothing more. Could it be that the second chief was attempting to arrange a match for the first chief? In truth, He Chuanfeng already had a wife, though many years ago both she and their unborn child perished under tragic circumstances. Since then, he had shown no intention of remarrying. As his younger brother Jia Su occasionally fretted over this matter. After all, Jia Su himself had taken 3 wives and concubines, while his elder brother remained entirely unattached. Surrender Lu Qingtong, and we shall earn Prince Li's protection, escaping this accursed place. Have you not always longed to achieve distinction and merit? Is this not the perfect opportunity? Lu Ming retracted his bared teeth, his dark eyes turned icy, his expression instantly darkening. He channeled spiritual energy into his ears to sharpen his hearing. Surrender Lu Qingtong. What on earth was he talking about? Brother, where did you hear such news? His voice lowered slightly. From third brother. Did not Lao Sen depart 2 years ago? Yet he still maintains contact with you. He Changfeng's tone carried genuine surprise. 2 years prior, He Jingyun had failed in his qi cultivation attempts and once again shouldered his pack to leave, claiming he needed to verify certain matters beyond the mountains. Since then, he had vanished without a trace. Yet somehow he had maintained secret correspondence with the second chief, even going so far as to plot taking Qingtong away. Why? Jia Su answered, he only reached me half a year ago. During these past 2 years, he traveled to the Li Kingdom and met Prince Li himself. And for years, Prince Li has been secretly searching for a girl bearing heterochromatic eyes, promising immediate ennoblement, even royal titles, to anyone who delivers news of her. The Li Kingdom. If the Yin Kingdom now wields formidable power aided by immortal cultivators, then the Li Kingdom possesses profound, unfathomable depth, its roots stretching back to the ancient Li Fang Kingdom, the sole surviving remnant of the once unified Jiuzhou continent. Prince Li is rumored to be the last surviving imperial scion of the Li Fang royal line. Today, the Jiuzhou continent stands divided into 3 great powers following decades of war: the Li Kingdom, the Yin Kingdom, and the Alliance, a coalition comprising 6 smaller states. All others have either been absorbed or eradicated by the Yin Kingdom. So why would Prince Li, the sole heir of the Li Fang imperial house and sovereign of the Li Kingdom, seek Qingtong? And why had he searched for so long? Jia Su continued, heterochromatic eyes. A girl, 14 years old. Who else in this world fits all 3 criteria, except Lu Qingtong? He Chuanfeng rubbed his brow. What does Prince Li intend to do with Qingtong? Jia Su replied. Who can fathom the mind of Prince Li? He Chuanfeng scoffed coldly. If returning the child truly promised fortune, would He Jingyun conceal it from me and tell you instead? Jia Su fell briefly silent. After a long pause, he spoke. Elder brother, I know your loyalty and righteousness run deep. Without you, this stronghold would not have endured this long. But do you wish to rot here for the rest of your life? We are bandits. Wherever we go, we are hunted and reviled. Now at last a sanctuary presents itself. I will never abandon it. Even if you disregard your own future, consider the prospects of third brother's children. They are your own nephews. Moreover, we have sheltered Qingtong for years. Surely, she owes us some measure of repayment. Indeed, during his 2 years at the stronghold, He Jingyun had wed swiftly and fathered 2 robust sons, now raised beneath He Changfeng's care. He Changfeng spat contemptuously. You raised them? Nonsense. You'd have starved them yourself. With Lu Ming's abilities, he could raise his sister just as well even without us. Moreover, Lu Ming's debt of gratitude toward us has long since surpassed our original kindness in sheltering them. He paused, weighing his words. Even if Qingtong were to be surrendered, it is not ours to decide. Jia Su fell speechless. Everyone knew the unbreakable bond between the siblings. To hand Qingtong over would be no different than killing her outright. Yet sensing a subtle softening in He Changfeng's final remark, Jia Su pressed his advantage. Elder brother, you need not escort her personally. Third brother has already informed Prince Li of Qingtong's existence. We need only detain Lu Ming and his sister until Prince Li's forces arrive, then deliver them directly. What say you? He Changfeng fell silent once more. Lu Ming, however, had heard enough. He turned and walked away. Princely, what connection could he possibly have with Qingtong? Was she not simply the daughter of ordinary villagers born in an unremarkable mountain hamlet? Lost in thought, Lu Ming found himself already at the courtyard gate. Smoke curled gently from the kitchen. Qingtong was cooking, waiting for him to return home. Seeing him, she rushed forward, radiant with joy. "Big brother, you're back." Lu Ming gazed at her, and without hesitation declared, "Qingtong, we're leaving this place." She blinked, startled. "Leaving? Where to?" "Anywhere." The girl studied his eyes, saw unwavering resolve, no trace of jest. Without hesitation, she nodded. "Yes, wherever you go, I go too." Moved and reassured, Lu Ming gave a gentle, solemn nod. He ruffled her hair. "Pack your things now, we leave at once." He Changfeng was right. Without this village, he could still raise Qingtong well. It was only a pity for this courtyard, their home for 8 long years. By the time they finished packing, night had fallen. Yet as soon as they stepped beyond the courtyard gate, clamor erupted from the village perimeter. Countless torches flared skyward, piercing the stillness of the winter night. He Changfeng and the others rushed outside, faces taut with alarm. A gate guard came sprinting, breathless. "Chief, trouble. A force has encircled the entire village. No one knows when they arrived. Their armor and uniforms are uniform. They look like soldiers." He Changfeng's pupils contracted sharply. Soldiers? Yes, they were bandits. But war raged elsewhere. Why would troops divert here? Especially now, in the dead of winter, hostilities had lain dormant for months. Who would have imagined they'd come hunting them instead? Jiasu's face darkened. Elder brother, rash action now would be disastrous. "They've surrounded us, but haven't attacked. Perhaps they seek negotiation first. Let's go see." As he spoke, a voice boomed outward, amplified by inner strength. "I am Wang Zhong, Grand Eunuch of Prince Li's court. I come to escort Her Royal Highness, the Princess of the Li Kingdom." All the villagers of Luyun village were taken aback. The Kingdom of Li. A princess in their village. How could this be possible? Lu Ming stood at the entrance of the courtyard, tightly gripping Qingtong's hand. His strength was so great that Qingtong winced in pain, yet she remained silent, a vague sense of foreboding gnawing at her heart. The reaction of my brother. Could it be that he wants to take me away because... He Chaofeng and Jiasu exchanged shocked glances. Jiasu lowered his gaze in contemplation for a moment. He turned to a subordinate nearby and said, "You gather more people, find the 4th leader, and keep an eye on him and his sister." He Chaofeng opened his mouth to say something upon hearing this, but just then a woman rushed out from the inner room, holding 2 sleeping infants, her face full of tension and fear. "Elder brother, what is happening?" He Chaofeng fell silent at once. He gently patted his 2 nephews on the head and reassured his sister-in-law. "It's okay, you don't have to worry with me here." Having said that, he exchanged a glance with Jiasu, and the 2 immediately made their way to the village entrance. There they saw a sea of black figures at the village entrance, holding torches that illuminated the dark night over Ming Mountain. They were clad in black armor and red garments, each exuding an imposing aura. At the forefront was a eunuch dressed in traditional garb, wearing a crown hat, his skin deathly pale. None other than the eunuch who called himself Wang Zhong earlier. Some villagers cautiously peeked out from their doorways, their faces filled with panic and fear. The Kingdom of Li was thousands of miles away. Oh, how could they have come here? Moreover, to receive a princess. In this impoverished backwater, where could a princess possibly come from? However, at that moment, some villagers recognized the man standing next to Wang Zhong. 3rd leader. It's actually the 3rd leader. How could he be over there? And dressed so well. That outfit must be worth a fortune. He Jingyun stood beside Wang Zhong, dressed in a luxurious satin robe, looking vigorous and spirited, completely unlike the destitute state he was in when he returned to the village 4 years ago. Seeing He Chaofeng and Jia Su come out, his eyes brightened as he stepped forward a few paces. "Elder brother, 2nd brother, I'm back here to take you to live a good life." He Chaofeng's eyes were indeed heavy. He Jingyun glanced at He Chaofeng and leaned closer to Jiasu. "2nd brother, elder brother. He should know everything by now, right?" Jiasu replied, "I just explained it to him today and you all arrived. Isn't this speed a bit too fast?" He Jingyun said, "Where is it fast? The letter I sent you 3 months ago took over 60 days just to deliver, especially in this freezing weather, from the Kingdom of Li to here. And ever since the King of Li learned of the news, he sent people over immediately. 3 months is just the right amount of time, neither too fast nor too slow." Jiasu was taken aback. He didn't expect the King of Li to be so anxious, dispatching such a large army as soon as he received the news. However, thinking that Lu Qingtong was actually the princess of the Kingdom of Li made it understandable. But if she is a princess, why the secretive search? Clearly, having searched for years, there was not a whisper of news outside. Jiasu found it hard to comprehend for a moment. But since Lu Qingtong was returning as a princess, his previous feelings of guilt had vanished. They were all going to live a good life. Jiasu stepped forward to meet Wang Zhong. Self-proclaimed clever and somewhat arrogant, he now felt a bit restrained. Eunuch Wang I am. Wang Zhong waved his hand dismissively. His gaze did not fall on Jia Su. We don't want to know who you are, bring out the princess. Jia Zu's expression darkened for a moment, but he couldn't voice any objections. He could only glance at his subordinates. Just then a person suddenly rushed out in a panic and said to Jia Su, not good second leader. The fourth leader knocked out our people and escaped. Jia Zu's expression changed. What? Escaped? Why aren't you sending people to look for him? Wang Zhong frowned and scolded. What fourth leader? We are here to take the princess. Bring the princess over, do you hear me? Jia Su held his head. The fourth leader is your prince's brother. If he escaped, then he must have taken the princess with him. He couldn't understand why Lu Ming would flee so decisively. Did he already know everything? Hearing his words, Wang Zhong was momentarily at a loss. In the next second, he let out a sharp cry. Why aren't you hurrying to catch them? As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier came to report. Eunuch, 2 villagers are attacking the encirclement in the northwest direction. They are very strong, and our men are almost unable to hold them back. Jia Su shouted, it's the princess. Wang Zhong's face darkened. If anything happens to the princess, I will ensure that this entire village is left without a burial place. Having said that, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. He was indeed a grandmaster powerhouse. Hearing his words, He Chao Feng glanced back at the still panicking villagers, struggled for a moment in his heart, and immediately turned to follow Wang Zhong. Whether for the place he had protected for over a decade or for his 2 nephews, he had to capture Lu Ming and hand them over to the king of Li. At this moment, in the northwest corner of Luyun village, Lu Ming with a sword in hand suppressed all the soldiers before him, preparing to forcefully break through with Qing Tong. Even knowing that Qing Tong was the princess of the kingdom of Li, he had no intention of handing her over. One could imagine that a dignified kingdom would never abandon a princess, and to abandon her for over a decade was unimaginable. Clearly, they had intentionally left Qing Tong behind, allowing her to suffer for over a decade, and before he arrived, she had nearly starved to death. Moreover, with the 3 great nations in constant turmoil and internal and external troubles, letting a princess be recognized in such circumstances would surely entail no good. In summary, Qing Tong is his Lu Ming's sister. He had vowed to protect her for a lifetime. Therefore, he would never allow her to return to such a den of dragons and tigers in the kingdom of Li. You audacious commoners, how dare you kill the soldiers of the kingdom of Li? Kill them. Dozens of soldiers from the kingdom of Li charged forward in formation, their momentum overwhelming. Lu Ming with a sword in hand was invincible, and Qing Tong beside him was no less formidable. He had long taught her the beast-taming technique. The girl's talent surpassed his, and not just by a little. Not only had her internal strength reached the same height as his, but she had also attained the 3rd level of qi refining. Had it not been for her martial skills not being fully developed, Lu Ming would not have been able to match her. 2 people, 2 swords, they coordinated perfectly, choosing to defend the weakest northwest corner. In just a few minutes, they broke through the encirclement, leaving all the soldiers in shock. Seeing that the 2 were only around 15 or 16 years old, with the girl being particularly petite, how could they be so strong? Just as Lu Ming led Qing Tong into the dark forest, a fatal sense of danger surged from behind him. His heart raced with alarm bells, and he instantly twisted his body at an incredible angle, but still could not evade. A palm struck directly on his shoulder from behind, sending a surge of malevolent internal energy that violently shook his heart meridian, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood as he flew out. Qing Tong's pupils dilated. Brother. Wang Zhong stood behind them, his expression grim. How dare this audacious commoner abduct the princess? Qing Tong immediately stepped forward to support Lu Ming, her face etched with urgent concern. Brother, are you all right? Lu Ming coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and managed only 3 words. I am unharmed. Yet he saw Qing Tong staring fiercely at Wang Zhong, her left eye blazing with a dangerous crimson light. In the next instant, she drew her sword and charged forward, moving with uncanny speed. How dare you harm my brother? Lu Ming reached out to stop her, but his fingers brushed only the hem of her sleeve. Wang Zhong faced her assault without raising a hand in defense. Soldiers from the Li kingdom rushed up from behind, eager to aid him, yet he halted them with a single commanding gesture. Wang Zhong effortlessly evaded Qing Tong's strikes. Then with a flick of his wrist, refined inner energy coalesced into a massive spectral hand, ripping away the black cloth veiling her eyes. Instantly, a pair of extraordinary eyes, radiant even in shadow, appeared before him. Left eye scarlet, right eye golden. He murmured softly, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement. Indeed, it is the princess. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, not flinching even as Qing Tong's blade pierced his shoulder, and proclaimed loudly, "This humble servant Wang Zhong pays homage to Her Royal Highness the Princess. May your highness enjoy eternal peace and prosperity." Qing Tong's expression remained icy. Even as he knelt, her sword did not waver, not for an instant, as it drove deep into his shoulder. Seeing that he offered no resistance, she refrained from striking again. Instead, she coldly withdrew her blade and wrinkled her nose in disgust. I am no princess. Wang Zhong broke into a cold sweat from the pain, yet his voice rang with fervent conviction. You are the princess of the Li Kingdom. I would never mistake you. You are the sole princess of Li. The current king of Li is your own elder brother, not this peasant standing before you. Qing Tong tightened her grip on the sword hilt, her face darkening. I said, I am not a princess. My parents were ordinary villagers of Shirtu village. My brother is no king of Li. I have only one brother. Wang Zhong clutched his wound, and tears streamed down his face. No, your highness, it is not so. You are the true-born daughter of the Empress of Li. When chaos engulfed the realm at your birth, you were ambushed mere moments after entering the world. The emperor and empress fought desperately to save you, entrusting you to two loyal assassins who disguised themselves as common folk to spirit you away from peril. In the end, the emperor and empress could not escape their fate, and those two assassins vanished without a trace, leaving no word of your whereabouts. The king of Li, your elder brother, bore the weight of the entire kingdom alone after their deaths. He endured countless hardships, yet never ceased searching for you, for over a decade. By then, He Changfeng and the others had finally arrived. Seeing Wang Zhong, the man who moments earlier had exuded such arrogance, now kneeling humbly before a young girl, they froze in place. Only now did they truly believe it. The girl who had lived among them for 8 full years was in truth a royal princess. Hearing Wang Zhong's words, Qing Tong felt a sudden daze descend upon her. Her true parents were not father and mother, but the emperor and empress of Li. And those who had raised her for so many years were merely two sworn assassins. Had her real parents truly loved her, had they not abandoned her by choice? Even her true elder brother had searched for her all these years. In that moment, Qing Tong's mind reeled, chaotic, unfocused, unable to discern truth from illusion. Lu Ming, listening nearby, also stood stunned. Had he misjudged everything? Would that not make the situation unbearably awkward? Qing Tong opened her mouth, but no words emerged. Wang Zhong crawled forward on his knees, grasping at her pant leg with blood-stained hands, only for her to recoil in alarm. Your Highness, for years the Emperor has eaten poorly and slept little, all for the sake of finding you. With war raging across the land, he fears each day that you may perish. Now that you are finally found, his joy will know no bounds. Please, return with this humble servant. Qing Tong trembled, then glanced anxiously toward Lu Ming. Their eyes met. After a long silence, Lu Ming spoke quietly. Qing Tong, I respect your decision. If her family truly loved her, he had no right to stand between her and her home. Yet a quiet unease stirred within him, a sense that something was profoundly amiss. The girl lowered her head motionless for a long while, then lifted her gaze, her eyes steady and resolute as they locked onto Wang Zhong's. Her voice rang clear and unwavering. I will not go back. Wang Zhong blinked in disbelief, his eyes widening. Your Highness, why? What could possibly compare to your rightful home? Here you starve and shiver, spending your days among peasants. In Li you reign supreme, second only to the emperor himself. Silk robes, sumptuous feasts, boundless glory and wealth. Yours for the taking. Is this not the dream of countless souls? Qing Tong's expression did not falter. So what? I have never known such things, nor have I ever yearned for them. They were never mine to claim. If you cast me aside once, there is no need to reclaim me now. Besides, without my brother, I might well have perished in some forgotten corner long ago. The Li Kingdom can survive without a princess, but my brother cannot survive without me. Each word spoken from the depths of her heart struck Lu Ming like warm sunlight, filling him with quiet tenderness. But while warmth bloomed in Lu Ming's chest, Wang Zhong felt a chill seep into his very bones. He had imagined this mission a glorious honor, yet this girl raised in mud and dust for over a decade refused to return. She was a princess, who would willingly abandon such a station, to live as a commoner. No, she must be taken back today. Failure would bring consequences beyond endurance. His face hardened, and he shot Lu Ming a venomous glare. This wretched peasant was to blame. He had not imagined he held such sway over the princess's heart. Your Highness, whether or not you return is no longer your choice. Wang Zhong rose to his feet, and with a sharp flick of his wrist prepared to order his soldiers to seize them both. But at that very moment, a distant, ethereal voice drifted across the snow. Wang Zhong, bring her to me. Wang Zhong froze, then collapsed heavily onto the snow, bowing deeply. Your Majesty. At his cry, the soldiers hesitated, then followed suit, dropping instantly to their knees. Your Majesty, long live the Emperor. 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. We never imagined His Majesty would come in person. Wang Zhong turned elated toward the dazed Qing Tong. Your Highness, Your elder brother, your true brother, has come himself to welcome you home. Qing Tong clenched her fists, her heart churning with indescribable emotion. Was it tension, resentment, or something deeper, more elusive, a quiet, aching longing for kinship? After all, he might well be the last blood relative she possessed in this world. A bond she could not sever, no matter how hard she tried. As she wavered, the voice spoke again, gentle, tender. Qing Tong, that is your name, is it not? A beautiful name. I have heard every word you just spoke. I shall not compel you to return. I only wish to speak with you privately for a few moments. Would you consent? Are you willing? A flicker of struggle crossed Qing Tong's eyes as her gaze involuntarily turned to Lu Ming. Seeing her hesitation, Lu Ming understood that she needed someone to make the decision for her. Lu Ming listened intently to the source of that voice, yet he could not find it no matter how hard he tried. Undoubtedly, this emperor of the Li Kingdom possessed strength far beyond his own. He understood that no matter how much he cared for Qing Tong, it could not compare to the bond of true blood relations. Thus he nodded at Qing Tong. Go ahead, I will wait for you here. Brother. Qing Tong opened her mouth. I won't go. Lu Ming interrupted her. Qing Tong, follow your own heart's desire. She lowered her head and fell silent for a moment, ultimately setting down the sword in her hand. Wang Zhong, seeing this, immediately understood her decision and expressed joy. Your Highness, please follow me. Qing Tong clutched the corner of her clothing and followed along step by step. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, adjusting his internal energy and waiting for his sister's return. Following Wang Zhong, Qing Tong passed through a group of Li Kingdom soldiers with unusual expressions and saw a conspicuous palanquin in the distance. As the curtain lifted, the interior was spacious. She saw a man dressed in a bright yellow brocade robe sitting there holding a cup of hot tea, exuding the majesty and elegance of an emperor. The man raised his eyes, his golden irises shimmering with profound light. Qing Tong's heart raced slightly faster. From the moment she saw those eyes, she understood. This was her true brother in the sense of blood relations. Upon seeing Qing Tong, Li Xian also instantly recognized her without a doubt. He curved his lips into a slight smile and gestured to her. Come over here. Qing Tong glanced around, knowing there was no retreat at this moment, and stepped onto the palanquin. Inside the palanquin, the warmth from the charcoal fire chased away the chill from her body as she quietly sat on the soft couch. Li Xian glanced at her and personally poured her a cup of tea. This is Tianyu Lake Dragon, well served exclusively for the royal family in the Li Kingdom. Give it a try. Qing Tong paused, took a sip, and then said. Li Xian smiled and asked, how is it? It has a bit more flavor than water. Li Xian was taken aback for a moment, then laughed, though a hidden current lay deep within his golden pupils. Not bad, you resemble me quite a bit. Did you bring that stone tablet? Upon hearing this, Qing Tong instantly understood what he was referring to and slowly took out the black stone tablet that her parents had given her before their death, handing it to Li Xian. However, compared to the way Lu Ming had seen it before, the black stone tablet now faintly bore some red markings. This detail seemed to have escaped Qing Tong's notice. Li Xian accepted the black stone tablet and glanced at it, saying, this is the Mo Xian stone, the heirloom stone of my Li Fang Kingdom. Our Li Fang Kingdom has been passed down for hundreds of years and was once a nation protected by immortal beings. This stone was brought out by the ancestor of the Li royal family from the ruins of a powerful sect. It contains divine essence and is extremely precious, rumored to possess incredible power, a true treasure only royal descendants can possess. The characters on it are the exclusive characters of the Li royal family. At this point, he paused for a moment. Qing Tong, both your father and mother loved you very much. Qing Tong felt a tremor in her heart, yet remained silent. Li Xian returned the black stone to her. Qing Tong traced the characters on the black stone, her expression complex. Seeing this, Li Xian continued gently, so despite all this, do you still not wish to return home? The phrase return home caused Qing Tong to momentarily lose her focus. After a while, she finally said, wherever my brother is, that is my home. She now understood her origins, so whether she returned or not mattered little to her. Qing Tong actually did not lack love. Two death warriors had sincerely protected her and cared for her as she grew up. After their deaths, while she experienced a period of hardship, she later encountered a grandmother who loved her. After her grandmother's death, she met her brother. She had never truly been alone. Though her biological parents had given birth to her, they had not meant to abandon her. But for her, all of this did not feel very real. She would cherish their goodness and try to perform filial duties as much as possible. But to make her leave her brother, she could not do it. The brother you speak of is that young man, just now, right? At this moment, Li Xian took a sip of tea and said leisurely, since you like him so much, then I will bring that young man back with you. Won't that be good? He has protected you well for so many years, and I am naturally grateful to him. If he returns to the Li Kingdom, I will arrange everything for him, allowing him to live a life of riches and honor free from worries. Qing Tong remained silent, but her heart began to waver. She was not ignorant of everything. Wealth and honor were good, but she also understood that to obtain anything one had to pay a price. Thus she preferred to live a simple and happy life with her brother rather than bear an uncontrollable future. Presumably her brother thought the same. Otherwise just now he would have directly handed her over instead of taking her away. It seemed Li Xian had seen through her thoughts and smiled slightly. Even so, you still do not wish to return. Qing Tong bit her lips slightly and then nodded. Li Xian lowered his gaze, saying, I understand. Just when Qing Tong felt relieved, Li Xian suddenly changed the subject again. By the way, do you want to know how you came to have these eyes? Qing Tong's hand resting on her knee tightened instantly. She came here not only to meet her blood relatives, but also to learn about one particular matter. That was about her eyes. For years ago, her brother almost lost his life. Although she was not entirely rational at that time, she still retained some memories. Whether it was forcibly awakening a comatose person and controlling them to speak or repelling an entire wolf pack with a single word, these were not things an ordinary person could accomplish. The only explanation could lie in her left eye, that red pupil often deemed ominous by others. Why exactly did this eye exist on her? I want to know. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's lips curled into a strange smile. I heard He Jingyun say that the doctors here think your eyes are sick. Actually, that is not the case. Li Xian raised his eyes, his golden pupils glimmering with an eerie hue as he looked at the girl, his voice deep. Such beautiful eyes, how could they be sick? His smile gradually widened, becoming inexplicably strange. Of course they are the ones we transplanted for you. Qing Tong's pupils contracted sharply. But she heard Li Xian continue, all these years they must have called you a calamity star, right? Oh no, now it's changed to Qing Tong. Actually, you shouldn't be called Qing Tong. The name we originally gave you was Calamity Tong. Qing Tong's complexion changed dramatically, her heart nearly stopping. What are you saying? It. In such a short time, Li Xian's transformation was so great that it left her emotions in a whirl. The joy of encountering a relative plummeted to the depths in an instant. Something was off. What was he talking about? What disaster? Qing Tong instantly stood up. She wanted to run to go back and find Lu Ming. But in the next moment, a hand pressed down on her shoulder, rendering her immobile. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out on Qing Tong's forehead as her eyes fixed intently on Li Xian. Yet Li Xian seemed unfazed, his smile still gentle. Don't be anxious, little sister. Let me finish. Your right eye's golden pupil is a symbol of the royal lineage of the Li Fang kingdom, representing your unparalleled noble bloodline. And your left eye? It is a national treasure of the Li Fang kingdom, another treasure brought back by our founding ancestor from the ruins of that sect. The eye of the witch. Qing Tong's pupils jolted. The witch? Li Xian caressed the teacup in his hand, his golden pupils deep, yet radiating an invisible cruelty. In this world, there should be no one who has heard of the witch. However, there are ancient texts in the Li Fang kingdom that record how 1,000 years ago, it was the witch who destroyed the world's spiritual veins, leading to the onset of the age of no magic. She is the embodiment of calamity, the source of suffering. All pain in the world converges upon her. But at the same time, she is also powerful. Before the age of no magic, the witch overshadowed all talented individuals, an invincible existence in the world. Yet for some unknown reason, she ultimately self-destructed, completely vanishing from this world. Li Xian raised his hand and tapped his left eye. This is indeed the left eye of the witch. Having said that, he did not care about Qing Tong's expression, loosening his grip on her. The girl remained still, engulfed in a state of panic. The eye of the witch can mesmerize and control hearts, unmatched in power. Li Xian continued calmly. Back then, after our founding ancestor brought this eye back, he passed away. The Li Fang kingdom studied this eye for over 100 years, attempting to control and activate it. We transplanted it into countless individuals, but the results were all failures. Everyone without exception exploded into pieces. For hundreds of years, only you, my dear sister, succeeded in transplanting this eye. Do you realize what a great miracle this is? This means you are the embodiment of the supreme witch. In fact, they were right. You are indeed a disaster star. The eye of the witch brings inevitable calamity to those around her every 4 years. 10 years ago, your parents who had protected you died. 8 years ago, your adoptive grandmother, the village that took you in, was slaughtered. Have you never thought that all of this is too coincidental? Illness. What a joke. Do you think it is so easy to absolve yourself with such a ridiculous excuse? Li Xian's voice grew louder, but abruptly calmed down at the end. As for 4 years ago, I suppose something inevitable happened to those around you too, right? Qing Tong's entire body shuddered. Li Xian lifted his gaze to look outside the palanquin, as if peering through layers of darkness to see someone. To escape the curse of the eye of the witch for 4 years, there is but one way to avoid the inevitable calamity, yet the chances of succeeding are minuscule. 4 years ago, that boy must have been incredibly lucky to survive, thus for these 4 years the village could remain unscathed. Qing Tong's face instantly turned pale, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Her brother's near-death experience was not due to anything else, but because of her. Was it her? Who almost harmed her brother? No. No. No way. Impossible. The girl held her head, her eyes wide, open, breath quickening her expression, one of unprecedented pain. At this moment her world was collapsing. However, Li Xian seemed entirely unconcerned about her collapse, the corners of his mouth curving up. Let me calculate, now it has been another 4 years. Saying this, he leaned slightly forward, gradually approaching the girl on the brink of collapse. So tell me, who do you think will be the next person to face a fatal disaster? Qing Tong looked up sharply at him, a red light flickering in her left eye, her killing intent palpable. If you dare to harm him, I will kill you. A fleeting moment of dazedness passed through Li Xian's eyes, but soon a flash of light at his waist brought clarity back to his gaze. He leaned leisurely against the chair's back, his posture relaxed. If he had possessed some imperial majesty moments ago, it now was replaced by a sinister aura. Sister, what if you kill me? As long as you still exist in this world, calamity will continuously rain down upon everyone around you. Moreover, as the eye of the witch becomes increasingly attuned to your body, the power of this calamity will grow stronger, and its occurrences will become more frequent. Do you think your desire to stay by your so-called brother's side is out of familial love, is it? No, it is not. You intend to kill him. Qing Tong instinctively shook her head. No, I am not. Her nails dug deeply into her palm, blood oozing out, helping her gradually calm down. She fixed her gaze on Li Xian. What is your purpose? Why implant the eye of the witch in me? Don't you fear that if I return I might bring disaster upon you? Li Xian smiled slightly. Rest assured, since I can implant the eye of the witch in you, I have ways to suppress it. As for the purpose, I need to harness the power of your eye to unify the 9 provinces and restore the glory of the Li Fang kingdom from a century ago. Qing Tong found this absurd. Is that it, eh? She scoffed disdainfully. You lack the ability to unify the 9 provinces, yet you think to rely on such wicked methods on your own dear sister. You truly are incompetent. Li Xian's smile gradually faded. This is none of your business. Now I only ask you, do you wish to return with me? Qing Tong understood that his words were not a question of her will. She lowered her gaze, her expression calm, unsure of what she was contemplating. Li Xian waited quietly for her answer. But in the next second his expression changed dramatically. Suddenly the girl swiftly drew a dagger, and without hesitation plunged it into her own eye socket. A large amount of blood spilled out, making her beautiful face appear demonic. Yet she smiled. Want to use me? Not a chance. What eye of the witch? Destroy this eye, and it is nothing at all. Li Xian, who thought he had the upper hand, saw that he was only startled for a moment before regaining his composure. He clicked his tongue, shaking his head. Sister, you underestimate the eye of the witch too much. Qing Tong's face changed instantly. In the next moment, the dagger in her hand suddenly shattered into pieces. Furthermore, her left eye, which should have broken, began to itch, compelling her to scratch at it. Under Li Xian's fiery gaze, within a few seconds, that crimson eye surprisingly returned to its original state. The itch subsided as Qing Tong touched her bloodstained left eye. Blood dripped onto the fox fur scarf that Lu Ming had given her, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. No one noticed that at the moment the demoness eye fully regained its power, that very eye seemed to have developed a consciousness of its own, rotating up and down. The scene was exceedingly eerie. Li Xian smiled. The demoness eye cannot be destroyed by an ordinary dagger, can it? Sister, stop struggling. Regardless of whether you try to dig it out or destroy it, it is impossible. It has already merged with you, and the two of you can never be separated. Perhaps you still wish to commit suicide. If you do, I will have no choice but to kill your dear brother. If he runs away, I will hunt him down to the ends of the earth, ensuring he can never live a peaceful day. If he becomes crippled or disfigured, I will imprison him in a deep dungeon, subjecting him to torture and beatings, making his life worse than death. I, with my word of honor, will do as I say. There is not a shred of retreat for her. With every word he spoke, the killing intent and hatred in Qing Tong's eyes deepened. Her teeth ground together, and at that moment, all she wanted was to kill this so-called brother. She regretted it. She should not have clung to that ethereal kinship, nor should she have left Lu Ming behind to come here alone. In fact, from the very beginning, she should never have approached Lu Ming. Endless regret enveloped her, and blood was drawn from her mouth by her own biting. Li Xian observed her lightly tapping his fingers on the table, wearing a smile that exuded determination. Now have you made up your mind? The girl remained silent for a long time, and finally she spoke. I will return with you, let my brother go, and allow him to leave. Li Xian shook his head and sighed. Disaster, Tong, I am your true brother. Seeing the disdain in the girl's eyes, he clicked his tongue. Forget it, call whoever you want brother. If you return, I will naturally not bother with that young man. I have said it, and my word is my bond. Qing Tong fixed her gaze upon him. You better keep your word. She looked out the window. At the age of 14, her eyes were filled with despair and exhaustion. In just one day, her life had undergone a complete transformation. From a carefree girl in the mountains, she had become a puppet bound by the shackles of power. Her voice was low. I want to say goodbye to him. But Li Xian raised his hand to summon Wang Zhong. Watch over the princess closely. Wang Zhong respectfully nodded. Yes, your majesty. Qing Tong left the palanquin and returned to the forest. Unbeknownst to him, heavy snow had begun to fall from the sky. Lu Ming sat motionless in the snow, now covered by a layer of snowflakes. It was not that he did not want to move, but a group of soldiers surrounded him, watching him closely. In the distance, he saw a lantern approaching, accompanied by a girl wrapped in a fur coat, and Wang Zhong holding a lamp. He immediately noticed that the white fox scarf around the girl's neck was missing, exposing her delicate and pale neck to the cold wind. Qing Tong. Lu Ming stood up and softly called out. The girl stood before him, looking up at her. The sparkling eyes that had always shone with light were now filled with lifelessness. Lu Ming. Just that one word caused Lu Ming's heart to plummet. She called him by what? I want to go back. The girl said, her youthful voice calm and devoid of emotion. Lu Ming felt an uneasy premonition, sensing that Qing Tong had changed somehow. Yet he still forced a smile and said, then let's go back together. You want to follow me back to the Li Kingdom to enjoy wealth and honor? Lu Ming's smile froze. He saw a flicker of sarcasm in Qing Tong's eyes. I am the noble princess, while you are merely a mud-legged country bumpkin. Think about all those years you made me eat coarse food and suffer. I have had enough. A mere commoner, yet you dare to call me brother. After saying this, as if afraid to see Lu Ming's reaction, she turned to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong understood and nodded, beckoning a woman who looked like a palace maid who brought over a wooden box. Upon opening it, several heavy gold ingots lay inside. Lu Ming's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed on Qing Tong's retreating figure. What do you mean by this? This money is sufficient to repay your kindness in saving me. Take it and go wherever you wish. Just don't appear before me again. After saying this, she turned and left. Lu Ming never expected that asking her to meet the emperor of the Li Kingdom would result in this. He could not believe that Qing Tong would so easily sever ties with him. No, Qing Tong, did something happen? You would never say such things to me. Lu Ming rushed after her, but was blocked by a guard stepping forward. His eyes turned red, and with a surge of powerful internal energy, he sent them flying. Get away from me. Impudent. If you dare to harass the princess again, we shall immediately take your head. Wang Zhong snorted coldly, waving his sleeve, causing Lu Ming to spit blood. Seeing this, Qing Tong immediately turned around and slapped Wang Zhong. Who gave you the right to hit him? Wang Zhong covered his face, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Just as she recognized him, she assumed the posture of a princess, living up to her reputation as a disaster star. Yet he still respectfully took a step back and bowed slightly. Your Highness, I was wrong. Qing Tong ignored him, turning back to look at Lu Ming, her expression still indifferent, as if she had no attachment to his pleas. Let's go and do not seek me out again. From today onward, we are like strangers, unrelated to each other. The girl gradually faded from his sight. The surrounding soldiers of the Li Kingdom also departed, leaving Lu Ming standing there motionless. Large snowflakes fell upon his head and shoulders, gradually covering his feet. In the snow, her footprints were covered, leaving only an open box of gold ingots lying silently on top. He Changfeng appeared behind him and patted his shoulder. Lu Ming, now your status is worlds apart from hers. Have you forgotten everything that came before? The Li Kingdom is her home. This is for the best for both you and her. Lu Ming's fingers twitched slightly, and he turned to glance at him with cold, dark eyes. He Changfeng was momentarily stunned by the icy gaze, his expression gradually stiffening. He let go of his hand, stepped back, and spoke coldly. The Emperor of the Li Kingdom has promised me that all members of Luyun village will be granted citizenship, freeing them from the identity of bandits. After this harsh winter, I will take reliable people from the village to the Li Kingdom for a stable life. If you wish to come, you may. If you wish to leave, no one will stop you. Just do not disturb the princess again, or you will implicate everyone in our village. As he spoke the last sentence, He Changfeng clearly issued a warning. After that, he exchanged a glance with Jia Su behind him, and the two turned to leave. Once again, the world was left with only Lu Ming. On the second day, Lu Ming departed. He could not believe that those words were truly Qing Tong's heartfelt sentiments, so he intended to find her. He could heed her advice and refrain from appearing before her, but he must observe her from a distance. Qing Tong was acting strangely, and the Emperor of the Li Kingdom seemed even more off. Lu Ming felt uneasy. He also took all the gold ingots with him. He stealthily took the donkey which he had initially snatched from a child, and named it Air Lu. Then with his sparse belongings on his back, he followed the traces of the Li Kingdom's caravan at a distance. However, he had not walked far when amidst the vast snowfield, over 100 figures emerged. They were dressed in black, their faces concealed, moving soundlessly like the most elite assassins. Lu Ming dropped his bag and kicked Air Lu, which brayed, and ran off with his luggage. He was not concerned about it straying too far and not returning. After all, the beast-taming technique was not practiced in vain. Subsequently, Lu Ming slowly drew the long sword from his back. From the Li Kingdom, His voice was calm, yet those figures had no intention of answering him. In an instant, the white snow surged, internal energy surged, and boundless killing intent rushed toward Lu Ming. Time seemed to pause at this moment. It was unclear how long it had been. Lu Ming knelt on the ground, supporting his body with the long sword drenched in blood. Around him, blood stained the snow for hundreds of meters, resembling blooming red flowers on a white canvas from afar. Over 100 people had perished at his hands. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly. The emperor of the Li Kingdom had underestimated him, sending only a few dozen earth gangs, the strongest among them merely a few celestial gangs. Were they merely scratching his back? He would never have thought that this was the result of Li Xian's extreme caution. A mere boy of 15 or 16, how strong could he really be? Like a lion fighting a rabbit, he had exerted all his strength. Yet he did not expect that Lu Ming was not a rabbit, but a tiger. Lu Ming took a few breaths, stood up, and whistled. In the distance, Air Lu's braying was heard as it approached from the thicket, nudging Lu Ming with its head. Lu Ming in pain rolled over and lay on Air Lu's back, exhaling gently as he gazed at the misty white sky. "Wait for me, Qing Tong. Brother will not be indifferent to you." He patted Air Lu's rear. Air Lu cried out and began to move slowly forward. Behind him, the heavy snow blanketed over 100 corpses on the ground. Lu Ming exerted great effort and finally found the traces of the Li Kingdom's caravan again. Thus he tended to his injuries while concealing his presence, trailing them from a distance. On the first day, they set up camp beneath a cliff while Lu Ming climbed to the top, facing the fierce wind and snow, eating hard cold rations as he watched them from afar, observing her. On the second day, they entered the nearest town, and Lu Ming climbed to the highest roof in the town at midnight, silently watching. On the third day, they crossed the river by boat, and Lu Ming rented a small boat to follow them through the wind and rain. On the fourth day, on the fifth day, the emperor of the Li Kingdom did not send anyone to kill him again, perhaps believing he was already dead, or perhaps they could not locate him. In any case, for the time being, Lu Ming was at peace. 2 months later, the Li Kingdom's caravan reached the borders of the Li Kingdom. Lu Ming was also travel-worn, looking like a vagabond accompanied by a similarly weathered donkey, almost getting stopped by the soldiers at the gate. At this moment, the benefits of carrying the gold ingots became apparent. He spent a fortune to obtain transit documents and Li Kingdom residency, then cleaned himself up, adopting the appearance of a wandering hero. Along the way, he also found a rouge shop to disguise his overly handsome appearance as a middle-aged man. Finally, he was not so conspicuous. Qing Tong truly had foresight, knowing to give him money. By now, spring was approaching, the weather warming, and the snow on the ground melting as everything seemed to flourish. However, Lu Ming was not in a good mood. Since he stepped into the borders of the Li Kingdom, rumors of the princess' return had spread throughout the entire kingdom. Li Xian released news stating that the princess was a blessing for the Li Kingdom, possessing incredible powers as a divine maiden capable of leading the kingdom to greater heights. Greater heights. Aside from unifying the vast land of the 9 provinces, what else could there be? In no time along the way, every commoner was discussing this matter, and everyone was filled with immense curiosity and admiration for the suddenly appearing princess. Yet Lu Ming understood deeply that this was a setup for her downfall. With spring approaching and war looming, putting Qing Tong in the spotlight and elevating her so high, the purpose was all too clear. At that time, the other 2 kingdoms would inevitably direct their attention toward Qing Tong, and schemes against her would come one after another, while Li Xian would reap the benefits. What gave him the confidence that Qing Tong could survive amidst such treachery? Lu Ming's gaze deepened. Was it because of that eye? Qing Tong trusted him immensely and had already confided in him about the events that occurred on Mang Mountain. Thus he understood that her red eye was extraordinary, which was why he had been so resolute in wanting to take her away at that time. It was obvious that as an emperor, one would not personally risk venturing to the border of an enemy country to retrieve a princess who had been lost for over a decade, with whom he had no emotional connection, just because of so-called blood ties. Aside from that, Lu Ming could think of nothing else. It was just that at that moment he had no choice but to flee, leaving Qing Tong to return first. Otherwise, he did not know whether Qing Tong would die. He was definitely doomed. But he could not die, he had to live. Not out of fear of death, but because Lu Ming had promised Qing Tong to protect her for a lifetime. He still owed her 2 lives, and even if he died, he would still owe her 1. That would be irresponsible. He would live forever, having a long time to cultivate and develop power, until he was strong enough to pull Qing Tong out of that mire. And so it was. Half a month later, a massive city gate appeared before Lu Ming. The royal city of the Li Kingdom, Liu City, had arrived. At this moment, as the city gates swung open, countless citizens lined the streets to welcome her, shouting, "Welcome back, Your Highness the Princess." The young girl sat silently in her palanquin, not uttering a word. At that moment, the wind lifted the gauze curtain, revealing the true appearance of the princess, causing everyone to hold their breath. The girl wore a golden robe embroidered with sun and moon divine patterns with a light veil floating above, especially as her eyes were covered by white gauze with golden patterns revealing exquisite and otherworldly features. Her black hair, cascading like a waterfall, utterly captivating. Even without seeing her eyes, she still appeared breathtakingly beautiful, pure, and mysterious, like a goddess fallen to the mortal world. Some people murmured in awe, "Is this really the princess? So beautiful." The rumors were indeed true. The princess is truly a divine maiden. Some citizens knelt down shouting, "The people of the Li Kingdom welcome the return of the princess." Soon all the citizens along the way knelt down shouting, "We welcome the princess." In an instant the scene was grand and magnificent, overwhelming like the sea, shaking the hearts and minds of all. A sea of people knelt upon the earth, their voices rising like thunderous waves. Long live the princess. So fierce they seemed poised to tear the heavens above Liu's city asunder. Ming stood at the edge of the crowd, clad in the unremarkable garb of a wandering martial artist, his face disguised as an ordinary middle-aged man, his aura utterly suppressed. He was like a stubborn boulder cast into boiling water. While scorching fervor surged all around, he remained immovable, unmoved. His gaze pierced through countless bowed heads, swept past the gleaming golden-armored honor guard, and locked unflinchingly upon the opulent, blindingly ornate palanquin. Beside the palanquin stood Emperor Li Xian of the Li Kingdom, resplendent in his dragon robe, his countenance radiant with triumph as he basked in the adoration of 1,000 loyal subjects. Yet his eyes held no trace of fraternal warmth, no tenderness of reunion between brother and sister. Only the cold, calculating admiration of an artisan gazing upon a flawless masterpiece laced with insatiable greed. Ming sneered inwardly. How flawlessly he performed. Around him the common folk had fallen into rapture, their eyes fixed upon that sacred silhouette veiled in gossamer, seeing in her not a girl but the dawning hope of Li's resurgence, the promise of prosperity yet to come. Foolishness. In Ming's vision, only the silent girl seated within the palanquin existed. She had grown thinner. Even from afar, even through the fluttering veil, he sensed the artificial sanctity and contrived majesty imposed upon her, an aura alien to her true self. This resplendent attire was nothing more than a gilded cage. A faint tightness constricted his chest. At that very moment the palanquin glided slowly past the street where he stood. The wind stirred the veil once more, revealing her profile with startling clarity. She remained utterly silent, still as a jade statue. Yet just as the palanquin was about to vanish around the corner, her right hand, hidden beneath the voluminous sleeve, twitched almost imperceptibly. Her little finger lifted, swift and subtle, curling upward 3 times. Ming's breath seized. This gesture was one he himself had taught Qing Tong 10 years ago. Back then Qing Tong had just begun learning to hunt, timid and hesitant, so they devised simple hand signals while stalking prey through the forest, ensuring silence. This sign meant "I am well." A thunderclap roared within Ming's skull. All his dread, his agitation, his murderous intent dissolved, instantly replaced by a warm, surging tide that flooded his limbs and marrow. She knew. She knew he would come. She might even have sensed him hidden somewhere within that vast, seething multitude. She was no puppet. She was still his Qing Tong. Ming exhaled slowly, the tension bleeding from his clenched fists. He cast one last profound glance at the retreating silhouette of the palanquin, then turned and slipped away from the crowd, without hesitation or regret. Enough. Knowing she remained lucid, that alone was enough. Now it was his turn. The return of the Li Kingdom's divine maiden became a sensation across the 9 provinces, spoken of everywhere with awe and fascination. In Kingdom, Your Holiness the Grand Diviner. Prince Yin, nearing 30, sat enthroned in resplendent yellow dragon robes, his expression stern and commanding as he regarded Gui. She seated respectfully in the honored seat below. What is your assessment of this so-called divine maiden whom Emperor Li Xian has brought forth? Gui, she wore the sumptuous robes of the Grand Diviner. Compared to his former self, wizened and deeply wrinkled as ancient bark, he now appeared markedly younger. His reversal of age, a feat defying heaven itself, cast a shadow of unease deep within Prince Yin's gaze. Gui, she rolled a smooth orb between his palms, his 3 wide-eyed gaze flickered, and though youth had returned to his frame, his grotesque smile remained chillingly unnerving. Rumors say Emperor Li has long sought a girl born with heterochromatic eyes. Given the scale of this spectacle, it is certain the divine maiden is indeed she. Did your majesty not dispatch agents to investigate? What did they uncover? Prince Yin stroked the dragon head armrest of his throne, speaking slowly. Emperor Li has concealed the truth of the divine maiden with great care, but the Yin Kingdom's intelligence network is no mere ornament. We have uncovered fragments, scattered yet telling. In truth, the divine maiden was found by Li Xian many years ago. These recent searches were but a facade, mere theater, until now when he finally brings her home with full imperial pomp. Guaishi's orb stilled in his palm. Oh, his voice dropped low and probing. Then his purpose becomes profoundly intriguing. His voice rasped like dry reeds. Heterochromatic eyes have long been deemed illicit, especially within royal bloodlines. Such a child would likely be discarded or slain in infancy. Cast into the world beyond, she would be branded a calamity, a harbinger of ruin, reviled and shunned by all. Prince Yin's eyes narrowed, thoughtful. So what could compel Li Xian to watch his own sister suffer unspeakable hardship abroad, without lifting a finger? Was it merely to witness her endure life's cruelest torments? Guaishi smiled faintly. Now you remind me of certain whispers from the cultivation realms. What are they? Soulbinding a child ghost. Abandon a naive, innocent child into a world steeped in malice, a living hellscape, and let her soul be painted upon a blank canvas with extremes of love and hatred, remorse and agony. One who matures under such unbearable emotional duress will harbor within a terrifying world-shattering fury, suppressed yet seething. And then with but a single catalyst, she will erupt. Prince Yin's expression hardened, grave yet edged with bitter irony. That wretch Li Xian, ever playing the paragon of righteousness, posturing as the rightful restorer of Li Fang Kingdom, commits deeds far darker than even mine. Your Majesty, further investigation is imperative. Prince Yin nodded, watching as Guaishi rose. As for me, I must attend to our immortal guests. A sly, unsettling smile flickered across Guaishi's face as he turned and departed. Prince Yin watched his retreating figure, his own eyes swirling with hidden currents. A senior eunuch ventured a whisper, Your Majesty. Guaishi's aura grows ever more unfathomable. If this continues, we shall have nurtured a tiger that turns on its master. Prince Yin shot him a cold, slanting glance. The eunuch collapsed instantly to his knees. Forgive this servant. I spoke out of turn. I deserve death. Leave now? Yes. Prince Yin rubbed his temples. Did he not know? Indeed, he knew all too well. Yet half of the Yin kingdom's present strength owed itself to Guaishi. To sever ties now would plunge the realm into utter ruin. It was already too late. Fortunately, as sovereign of a nation, he was not without his own hidden trump cards. The goddess returns, and war reignites. The Six Kingdoms alliance stands divided among the kingdom of Yin, the kingdom of Li, and a third party. The Six Kingdoms alliance seeks peace, hoping for coexistence among the three nations, yet the kingdom of Yin and the kingdom of Li disregard everything to initiate war, vowing to unify the realm. The first target of invasion is none other than them. Ming has settled in Liu City, purchasing a courtyard and finding work as a martial arts instructor. While integrating into the life of an ordinary person, he keeps an eye on news about Qingtong, and on the other hand, he diligently practices his cultivation. In his previous life, Su Qingchan employed a forbidden technique to swiftly reach the realm of terrestrial immortals. He had studied that technique for a long time to save her memorizing it completely. Now it proves useful. Although this technique can only be used once in a lifetime, it is sufficient. Ming sits cross-legged on his bed, the internal power of the Qing Ming Ju surging within him like a mighty river. Without the slightest hesitation, he focused his mind, and a completely different mental technique emerged in his mind, the forbidden technique. The moment the method activated, an indescribable sense of detachment seized him. It was not pain but a void, as the very essence of life was forcibly stripped away. His skin lost its luster at a visible rate. Silver strands began to sprout among his black hair, and his cheeks slightly sank, as if 10 years of time had been instantly stolen from him. The pain of life being drained made Ming frown. Did Su Qingchan feel the same at that time? As an immortal, Ming could recover in an instant from the loss of vitality. For him, the stolen lifespan was but a handful of water in an endless river. The forbidden technique greedily consumed his past, while his vast future continuously replenished it. What could Su Qingchan use to alleviate this sensation? Ming fell into a brief silence. Then he closed his eyes completely, immersing himself in this cycle of death and rebirth. The entire courtyard fell into absolute silence as he breathed. Time began to flow with a brand new measure. The first year of the goddess' return. The kingdom of Li audaciously declared war on the Six Kingdoms alliance in the name of the goddess' descent ordained by heaven. On the battlefield along the borders, the clashing of weapons and the sound of war filled the air. Facing the army of Li is the elite of the kingdom of Chun, standing in formation. However, the anticipated bloody slaughter did not occur. In front of the kingdom of Li's formation, a luxurious palanquin was raised high. As the silk curtain lifted, Lu Qingtong appeared in white garments pure as snow, untouched by dust. She said not a word, simply standing there, her mismatched eyes, one red and one gold, indifferently sweeping over the tens of thousands of soldiers ahead. The red eye was as enchanting as blood, the golden eye as imposing as a deity. The soldiers of the kingdom of Chun, upon meeting her gaze, first felt a surge of vigilance, followed by confusion, and soon their hands gripping weapons began to tremble. The fighting spirit and killing intent in their eyes melted like ice in the blazing sun. A fear and reverence emanating from the depths of their souls gripped every individual. What? Why should we oppose His Highness the Goddess? Lay down your weapons. We have come to welcome the Goddess. General, I cannot fight any longer. The once fierce army disintegrated in an instant. Countless soldiers discarded their armor and knelt in worship, some even weeping as if they had seen their sole belief. Clang. The first spear fell to the ground like the first domino in a chain reaction. Next came the sound of weapons clashing, the shrill noise of metal scraping against metal echoing across the plains, which should have been filled with the cries of battle merging into an eerie tide of iron. General Zhao Kuo of the Kingdom of Chun felt his hands tremble. He wanted to swing his sword at the kneeling officer before him, a man who had been with him for 12 years and had even argued over the distribution of a few extra taels of compensation for his wife and children last night. He was a tough man, unafraid of anything except his wife. But now this tough man had his forehead pressed firmly against the ground, which was covered in horse manure and mud, his rear end raised high in a posture of worship, as if he were venerating his ancestors. Oldly, have you gone mad? Stand up. Zhao Kuo kicked the officer's shoulder with great force, the sound of bones dislocating echoing in the air. On ordinary days, Old Li would have jumped up and cursed. But at this moment, the officer merely tilted his body in response to the force, and then turned his head slowly and mechanically. Zhao Kuo's breath caught in his throat. In those eyes there was no pain, no anger, not even focus. The once sharp pupils were dilated, the whites of his eyes occupying most of the space, appearing dull and lifeless, as if deprived of their very soul. In those eyes Zhao Kuo could see no trace of the vibrant man, he knew only a chilling ignorance. That expression resembled a marionette with its strings cut, or a domesticated pig or sheep with a face showing a hollow and cheap sense of happiness. General. Old Li's mouth opened, mud-stained saliva trickling down his chin, his face frozen in a uniform stiff grin. The Goddess. The Goddess is looking at me. Not just Old Li. Zhao Kuo looked around, his heart gripped as if in a vice. The vanguard, the left and right flanks the central army. 30,000 troops, 30,000 living beings, all who had seen that eye at this moment appeared as if stripped of their self by some unseen hand. They knelt on the ground, and some even crawled forward on all fours to occupy a position closer to the palanquin, their faces devoid of any viciousness in the competition, only a nauseating uniformity. The once bloodthirsty battlefield instantly transformed into a grand cult ritual. The wind blew. Lu Qingtong in the palanquin hardly glanced this way, as she boredly toyed with a strand of hair. In her mismatched eyes there was no compassion, only an indifference that treated all beings as mere grass. To her this was no war. It was merely the master returning home. The once barking hounds, having caught the scent of their master, obediently wagged their tails. How can this battle still be fought? Zhao Kuo's sword fell to the ground with a clatter. For he was horrified to find that even his fingers gripping the sword were losing control. His knees felt as if filled with lead. An impulse to worship was crazily drilling into his mind through his veins. It was a suppression stemming from the instinct of life, a submission command issued from the depths of his genes when faced with the ineffable. In the face of this power, loyalty, military discipline, and the greater good of the nation were as fragile as paper soaked in water. The Lord of the Kingdom of Chen's eyes nearly burst with rage. He shouted desperately to stabilize the morale of his troops, only to find his personal guards had also knelt down in droves. Despairing, he looked up at the girl who resembled a deity. Those eyes seemed able to pierce the human heart, extracting the most primal emotions and desires only to twist and dominate them. This is no goddess. This is clearly a witch. 3 days later, the Lord of the Kingdom of Chun presented a letter of submission, binding himself at the foot of Liu City, allowing the Kingdom of Li to gain an entire realm without a fight. News of this shook the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, the long-dormant Kingdom of Yin finally revealed its fangs. Unlike Li's psychological warfare, the methods of the Kingdom of Yin were direct and bloody. A mixed army composed of monsters and warriors surged like a black tide toward the other side of the 6 Kingdoms alliance. On the battlefield, the demon snake cackled eerily. Its immortals had long shed their human forms, transforming into towering flesh and blood monsters. Where it passed, both men and horses crumbled, and city walls turned to paper. The world has descended into chaos. In the same year, He Changfeng and others brought over 100 people from Luyun village to the Li Kingdom. He Jingyun, aside from desiring to cultivate, had no other grand ambitions. Thus, he became a leisurely prince in the Li Kingdom. However, He Changfeng and Jia Su answered the call to join the army, seeking to achieve fame and success. He Changfeng revealed his identity as a qi refiner and became a vice commander, leading thousands, while Jia Su fulfilled his wish of becoming a military strategist. Yet they had never seen Qing Tong. Due to his immense strength, Lu Ming's reputation in the martial arts community skyrocketed. Many influential and wealthy individuals in the Li Kingdom sought him out to teach them martial arts. Lu Ming took the opportunity to inquire about Qing Tong, but these so-called nobles knew nothing. To them, the goddess was an untouchable moon in the sky, and not a single piece of information could be gleaned. The war continued. Yet the goddess seemed to have vanished after her first appearance before the public to demonstrate her divine power. She was never seen again. Miracles were gradually fading, but the goddess' renown persisted. The following year, in a small courtyard, Lu Ming's aura was continuously rising and transforming through the cycles of the reverse fate secret method. From the heaviness of the Earth Gang realm, he gradually became light and ethereal, as if he could transcend and become an immortal at any moment. He reached the Celestial Gang realm. He did not possess the innate talent of Su Qingquan, having spent over a year transitioning from the Earth Gang to the Celestial Gang, which cost him at least 100 years of lifespan. Had it been an ordinary person, their bones would have turned to dust by now. Lu Ming opened his eyes and walked outside the small courtyard, his gaze fixed on the very center of Liyue City, the royal city of the Li Kingdom. There lay the place where Qing Tong resided. It had been a month since the last news of Qing Tong had been released from the palace, and Lu Ming was beginning to feel anxious. Whether she was alive or dead, whether she was safe, he was eager to confirm. Sneaking into the royal city with his Celestial Gang strength was still dangerous, but Lu Ming no longer cared. However, before he could take action, one night a person appeared before him. It was a maid dressed in palace attire. The maid handed him a note and said, "The goddess has commanded you to leave this place." Lu Ming tightened his grip on the note, opened it, and saw a single word written in modern, simplified Chinese characters. "Leave." Lu Ming remained silent for a moment and asked, "Did she say anything else?" The maid shook her head. Lu Ming understood. Li Xian had always been aware of his presence. The reason for ignoring him was that his existence would limit Qing Tong. He was her Achilles heel, her only fatal weakness. Lu Ming gritted his teeth in silence. After the maid left, he stood still in place. Finally, he glanced in the direction of the palace before turning back to the small courtyard. The next day, he resigned from his position at the Martial Arts Academy, left Liyue City, and after a long journey, returned to Mang Mountain. He returned to Luyun Village. The journey was without any obstacles. At this time, only a few elderly and children remained in Luyun Village, along with a handful of people reluctant to leave. Among them were Wang Boss family and Zheng Xiaolu. Upon seeing his return, everyone was overjoyed and even held a welcome feast for him. Lu Ming thus settled down here. 3 years after the goddess returned, the outside world was ablaze with war, having engulfed half of the 9 provinces. On the map, the territory of the 6 Kingdoms Alliance had 3 countries already painted in the colors of the Li Kingdom, during which the goddess had made another appearance. All were victories without bloodshed, winning the hearts of the people. Lu Qing Tong's name as the goddess had overshadowed even that of Emperor Li Xian himself. Countless commoners set up longevity altars for her in their homes, praying day and night. Her appearances became increasingly rare, yet her fame grew ever louder. On the other hand, the iron hooves of the Yin Kingdom trampled over the lands of 2 nations. The immortal of the ghost serpent, having devoured countless flesh and blood, grew ever more terrifying with strength that could rival the legendary terrestrial immortals. The clashes between the 2 nations defied all logic, resembling a final carnival in an age of chaos. Meanwhile, the once 6 Kingdoms Alliance was left with only the last remnant struggling to survive between the 2 nations. In the 4th year, winter arrived. In the small courtyard where Lu Ming once lived with Qing Tong, a peach tree they had planted together, which had withered, surprisingly sprouted a hint of new green without any watering. Inside the room, Lu Ming's body was undergoing constant changes. At times, he appeared as a 20-year-old youth, his skin smooth and flawless. At other times, he had silver hair and an aged appearance. There were no signs of true qi fluctuations on him, perfectly concealed, as if he were merely an ordinary person without the strength to crush a chicken. Yet if a top expert were present, they would be astonished to find that he had already merged with the surrounding world. He was the wind, the light, the newly sprouted peach tree in the courtyard, and all that existed in the universe. At a certain moment, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. There was no flash of brilliance, no surge of aura. Instead, they were eyes of extreme tranquility, deep as the ancient starry sky, reflecting the rise and fall of all things in the world. Innate. He had succeeded. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air which lingered in the air, transforming into a small white lotus that spiraled for a moment before dissipating into nothingness. For years, Lu Ming murmured to himself, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet carrying a peculiar rhythm. Ordinary martial artists, upon hearing that someone could reach the innate realm from the Earth Gang in just 4 years, would absolutely not believe it. It was simply impossible. Yet Lu Ming felt it was still too slow. Slow to the point that it made him feel as if each day was a year. I can barely reach the 5th layer of chi refinement. He sighed silently, stood up, and pushed open the dust-covered door. Creak. The winter sunlight illuminated the ground covered in white snow, causing him to squint slightly. Wang Bo happened to arrive at his door, and upon seeing Lu Ming come out, he immediately approached with a food container. You haven't stepped outside for a month. I was worried you might have died in there. I was just about to bring this food to Xiaolu. Since you're out, I'll give it to you first, and then I'll go make another portion for him. Upon reaching the middle stage of chi refinement, Lu Ming indeed hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. He opened the food container, and a delicious aroma wafted out. While eating, he asked Wang Bo, "Is there any news from the Li Kingdom?" Wang Bo sighed slightly in response. "What else? It's the same as usual. So many people have already died in this battle. Oh, just a few days ago, the chief." At this point, Wang Bo paused. Lu Ming, expressionless, asked, "Dead?" Wang Bo nodded deeply with a sigh. "He died at the hands of the monsters from the Yin Kingdom. How do you think those monsters were created? It's terrifying. If you ask me, it's better here. A life is a bit tough, but at least we won't die." Lu Ming lowered his head to eat. The ongoing conflict indicated that Qing Tong was safe. He still had time. After swallowing the last bite of food, Lu Ming returned to his room. He continued his cultivation. In the capital of the Yin Kingdom, dark clouds hung low, and a persistent iron rust scent permeated the air throughout the year. The newly constructed ascending tower stood like a black nail, firmly anchored to the ground, overlooking this war machine of a city. In the shadow of the tower, Gui, she held a still warm human heart in his hand, his fingertips stained with no blood, appearing particularly pale. With a flick of his wrist, the mass of flesh traced a parabolic arc. A dull clang of armor scraping against itself echoed from the darkness as a towering figure 9 feet tall emerged. This being was clad in heavy armor with dark greenish scales oozing from the gaps, emanating a nauseating odor. The monster caught the offering and chewed it with loud bone-crushing sounds that reverberated harshly in the empty corridor. Goeishi took half a step back in disgust and flicked his sleeve. "Once you're full head to the front lines, don't let those rats from the Li Kingdom catch their breath. That's the last piece of meat. It must be savored." A murky, low growl escaped the monster's throat as it turned to leave, its heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Watching the monster depart, Gui, she raised a hand to touch his own face. The skin was warm to the touch, as delicate as fat. The years of ravages that once covered his features had now been forcibly smoothed out by some power. At this moment, he appeared even younger than he had 4 years ago, resembling a newly crowned scholar. But what lay beneath this fresh exterior only he knew. Turning around, he ascended the tower. The top floor of the ascending tower was drafty with a chilling bite. In the center of the ground, a dark red blood trough formation had dried up, presenting a bizarre black-brown color. Goeishi stepped into the formation, not sitting cross-legged or adopting any Taoist posture. If anyone were to witness this, they would surely shudder with horror. Crack! With a crisp sound, his legs folded backward at an unnatural angle, followed by his spine, each vertebrae cracking and misaligning. His whole body was no longer sitting, but instead resembled a boneless noodle, soft and pliable, coiled atop the formation's eye. 5 hearts to the sky. No, this was a serpent coiling. Hiss! With a long inhalation, the skin beneath his collar began to writhe violently. Fine dark green scales pierced through the skin, eagerly pushing out swiftly, covering the pallid human flesh, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the dim light. Deep within the ascending tower, a faint, buzzing sound echoed. Beneath the ground, a sorrowful wail seemed to rise. An almost imperceptible golden thread was forcibly drawn from the formation, climbing along the tower's structure, ultimately merging into the blood formation, penetrating into Goeishi's 7 orifices. The grand fortunes of the great Yin Kingdom, the essence of the dragon vein. As the golden thread entered his body, Goeishi raised his head, a sickly ecstasy washing over his face. An ecstasy far more intoxicating than carnal pleasures. 8 years ago, he had slaughtered the ink-blooded python, dissecting its dragon core not for alchemy, but to swallow it whole. Coupled with soaking in the blood of myriad snakes for 14 days, he had brutally transformed himself into this half-human, half-demon form. Human life is finite, but the lifespan of demons is boundless. A human body cannot consume the essence of a dragon vein, but a serpent's body can. A serpent cultivates for 1,000 years to become a dragon. With this half-serpent form, he could bear the fortunes of a nation, steal heavenly secrets, and forcibly extend his life. This was the path to immortality he had long sought. King Yin, truly a diligent emperor. Goeishi felt the surging power within him, his once round pupils suddenly constricting into cold vertical slits. That ambitious monarch believed the national master was aiding him in unifying the 9 provinces, establishing unparalleled achievements. Little did he know, in Goeishi's eyes, this vast Yin Kingdom was merely a colossal furnace nurturing the dragon vein for him. The broader the territory, the more lives lost. only then would the flames in this furnace burn brighter, making the dragon vein all the more delectable. As for those so-called immortals, Goeishi didn't even bat an eye, finding the term utterly distasteful. Back in the day during the Great Drought, that severed spiritual energy true powers had long since perished in despair, leaving behind not even bone fragments. What kind of people survived? Just a bunch of small fry who had barely grazed the threshold, struggling even with foundation establishment. Those wretched creatures who fled to Penglai Island under the pretext of preserving the ember were actually just waiting to die. For the first 10 years they might still try to absorb sunlight and moonlight by the sea, attempting to squeeze some spiritual energy from the stones. 50 years later, hope extinguished. The so-called immortal island became a den of debauchery and gambling. Those immortal masters, aside from performing a few tricks to cheat food and drink from mortals, had long forgotten how to write the word Tao. When Goeishi found them, they were fighting in the mud for a few moldy low-grade spirit stones, bloodied and battered. He didn't waste words, directly having a pot of ink blood python soup brought to him. As the lid was lifted, the mingled scent of blood and spiritual energy wafted out, causing the usually aloof and self-righteous individuals to turn green with envy. The remnants of spiritual energy in the demon beast's flesh were more precious to these addicts who had been starved for half a century than their own parents. King Yin was even more of a clever man. With gold and silver strewn about, authority paving the way, plus dozens of delicate and tender furnaces presented, these once self-proclaimed beings of moral high ground quickly crumbled, their knees bending softer than noodles. If one cannot become an immortal in this world, then one can at least be a wealthy man among mortals. This was the original line from the leading old Taoist when he knelt before King Yin, delivered with tears and anguish. How touching. Unfortunately, Goeishi never kept idle people around, and he disliked sharing the fortunes of the Yin kingdom with anyone. If they wanted to consume demon flesh, they would have to pay the price. He added a special ingredient to the pot of meat soup. Not poison, but the demon transformation powder he had tested on himself countless times. Those fools ate greedily, their mouths dripping with grease, calling him brother, all the while unaware that they had already become Goeishi's lab rats. Now these individuals were indeed unstoppable on the battlefield. However, they were no longer sword immortals severing heads with flying swords, but rather tough-skinned, pain-immune monsters that went wild at the sight of blood. The iron canister downstairs, which only knew how to consume human hearts, was once the favored disciple of that leading old Taoist. It didn't matter that its mind was shattered as long as it was useful. Goeishi straightened his collar, gazing at the distant rows of military tents, his vertical pupils filled with indifference. This world was too crowded, and the path to immortality was too narrow. A true immortal only needed one serpent like him. The rest would do well to be a pack of biting dogs. Especially that goddess from the Li Kingdom. Goeishi's eyes showed disdain. The so-called goddess was nothing more than a misfortunate soul implanted with ancient ragged remnants by a group of self-important mortals. That demon eye was indeed a rare item, a remnant left by a demoness who had suppressed a generation. Even a pig with it could intimidate several Foundation establishment cultivators. That woman was merely fortunate to be compatible with the demon eye. But the problem was, this thing did not recognize its master, it only recognized fate. Specifically, it recognized lifespan. A mortal body bearing demonic energy was akin to using a paper lantern to contain magma. It might shine brightly, but it would burn out quickly. Goeishi knew all too well the cost of such power. For this half-demon body, he had soaked himself in the blood of myriad snakes until his skin was broken and raw, even his bones becoming tender, only to barely attain the abilities he possessed now. What right did that little girl have? Just because she was fair-skinned? Or because of her meager, pitiable cultivation? Every time she used that eye, it was like borrowing high-interest loans from the king of hell. 9 out 13 back. Those were considerate terms. That magic eye devoured souls without even leaving behind bone fragments. Given the current intensity of battle between the two armies, he wouldn't even need to wait for the Yin Kingdom's iron cavalry to flatten the Li Kingdom's capital. This short-lived ghost would exhaust himself first. By then, forget about corpses. Even his soul would be completely consumed by that greedy demon eye, never to be reborn. That foolish King Yin murmuring daily in his ear, fearing that this goddess might turn the tides, even considering asking him to personally eliminate her. Kill her. Goeishi flicked his forked tongue, letting out a hissing, mocking laugh, his gaze disdainful, as if watching a moth voluntarily crawl towards the flames. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, especially when it is a plagued chicken plucking its own feathers and bleeding out? Let her live. The longer the better. The more tragic her death. In the depths of the Divine Maiden Palace within the capital of the Li Kingdom, the moisture in the air seemed to be pressed down by the heavy silence that enveloped the hall, clinging heavily to the surface of the water. Qing Tong leaned against the edge of the jade pool, her entire body submerged in the warm medicinal bath. The iconic white gauze wrapped around her eyes, tied in a knot at the back of her head, while the remaining strands of hair spread out in the water dark, as ink contrasting sharply with her pale skin. If one were to merely gaze upon this figure, she would be the most exquisite 18-year-old girl in the world, every inch of her skin exuding the vibrant energy of early spring buds. Yet this vitality halted abruptly at her wrists. The maid by her side held a jade ladle, carefully holding her breath. Warm water cascaded over her shoulders, sliding down her delicate collarbones, flowing through her lotus-like arms, eventually gathering at her fingertips. In that moment, the originally crystalline droplets resembled water coursing through a parched riverbed for 100 years. That was not the hand of a young girl. The skin clung dryly to the bones, blue veins bulged like brown earthworms, the knuckles were thick and rigid, and the skin bore a pallid hue of a dying person, even sprouting several glaring age spots. Let alone being 18, even the empress consort who had lain in the royal mausoleum for 80 years would not have hands that appeared in such a ghastly state. This was the price. The eye that resided within her was a glutton, a bottomless pit. Every time it opened, it took a hefty bite out of her lifespan. In just 4 short years, it had transformed her into this state. The sound of footsteps broke the tranquil water surface. Another trusted maid knelt outside the gauze curtain, her forehead touching the ground, her voice trembling. "My lady, the divine maiden." Without turning around, Qing Tong raised her withered hand, gently stirring the water. The shadow of her bony fingers reflected on the shimmering water surface alongside her stunning face, creating a starkly grotesque and absurd image. "Speak. He still hasn't come down from that mountain. It has been 2 years. After a moment of silence, Qing Tong finally said, "Let him go." "Yes. Everyone must go down." The maid who had been attending to Qing Tong paused momentarily before complying and retreating. In the entire jade pool, only Qing Tong remained. The drenched white gauze slipped down her cheek, floating on the water's surface like a dead fish turned on its back. Freed from constraints, she slowly opened her eyes. The water surface was as calm as a mirror, faithfully reflecting her current appearance. Her left eye was a pool of gentle autumn waters resembling a golden ocean. Her right eye, however, was blood red like hell. It could hardly be called an eye. Oh, it resembled a living creature, parasitic within the eye socket, covered in fleshy growths, the eyeball seemingly possessing its own consciousness, turning independently of her control. Truly ugly. Qing Tong stared at the reflection on the water's surface. The corners of her mouth twitched, attempting to smile, but the tension in the surrounding muscles sent a piercing pain that forced her to abandon the effort. This visage, let alone men, even stray dogs on the roadside would flee with their tails tucked between their legs upon seeing it. There was no divine maiden here. Merely a monster clad in the skin of a beauty. "Brother, do you not want me anymore?" Qing Tong murmured. She understood that letting him leave at that time was indeed the most correct choice. She also knew that with Lu Ming's strength alone, it was utterly impossible for him to save her from her predicament. Moreover, even now Li Xian was still sending people to keep a close watch on Mang Mountain. Letting him go was already the best choice for both of them. After all, one of them had to survive. Yet she still felt upset, her heart a tangled mess of emotions filled with both relief and disappointment. This was a selfishness that one could not control. At this moment she felt as if she were abandoned, waiting to die on a countdown. Truly, it was hard to endure. The damp and cool gauze tightened again, covering the eyes she loathed. Qing Tong rose, water droplets rolling down her pale back, soon swallowed by several layers of heavy ornate robes. She pushed the door open and stepped out. The kneeling servants outside the hall did not raise their heads. They didn't even dare to look directly at the hem of the garment dragging on the ground. Foreheads pressed against the cold bluestone slab, their bodies trembled, as if even a slight breath before the divine maiden would be blasphemy against the divine. Qing Tong walked past, unflinching, stepping over the fear and worship of these people as she traversed the corridor. This scene was truly amusing as she mocked herself inwardly. The people in this palace revered her as a deity, yet if they were to unveil that white gauze, they would surely want to devour her flesh, shouting monster. This was likely Li Xian's intention, to elevate her, this divine maiden, to great heights, and when he had fully exploited her, to rip off the veil covering her eyes. At that time the divine maiden would fall from grace, crashing into the mud, while everyone would cry out for her demise, while he would still remain the lofty emperor, consolidating all power. Qing Tong's withered hand clenched tightly beneath her flowing sleeves. How could she allow him to have his way so easily? As she passed through several corridors and navigated around the incense-filled main hall, the previously sweet and heavy scent of sandalwood faded, replaced by an inescapable smell of rust. The scent of dried blood mingled with fresh blood marinating within the stone crevices over the years. In the underground prison, as she descended the steps, the sounds of screams pierced her ears like a dull knife cutting flesh. On the execution rack hung a shapeless mass of flesh, skin turned inside out, revealing deep bones. The burly man administering the punishment whipped a salt-water-soaked leather whip, with each strike blood splattered everywhere. Across from the execution rack, a grandmaster's chair was placed squarely. Jiasu held a teacup, lowering his head to blow away the froth. His pale, beardless face revealed no hint of cruelty, instead exuding an air of scholarly grace. Dressed in immaculate scholar's robes, he appeared completely out of place in this hell on earth. Had one not seen it with their own eyes, who could connect this calm and collected strategist of the Li Kingdom with the bandit leader from Ming Mountain, who had once spoken so crudely? In these 3 years, power and lies had spoiled him, elevating his status. Hearing footsteps, Jiasu did not immediately rise. Instead, he leisurely sipped his tea before turning his head. Upon seeing Qing Tong, a spark of brilliance flashed in his usually half-closed eyes, and a perfectly measured respect instantly adorned his face, neither obsequious nor disrespectful. "My lady, this filthy place hasn't soiled your shoes, has it?" Jiasu set down the teacup, gesturing for the executioner to withdraw. "You arrived just in time." He pointed to the bloodied figure on the rack, his tone helpless, as if lamenting a puzzle that could not be solved. "The spies from Lu country are not weak, but their mouths are tightly sealed. After 3 days of prying 3 sets of torture devices, and not even a peep. At this point, conventional methods aren't working. We fear we might accidentally kill him, and then we would fail to answer to His Majesty." Thus, he turned slightly, making a gesture invitingly, his gaze landing on the white gauze covering Qing Tong's eyes, implying, "We must trouble the divine maiden to use your divine powers." Lu State was the last remaining nation among the 6-state alliance. Without exchanging a word with Jiasu, she strode forward across the viscous, slippery bloodstains, her brow unwrinkled, as she approached the Lu State spy who clung to but half a breath. The world beneath her white veil blurred into a hazy crimson. She raised her hand, her pale fingertips caught the lower edge of the eye patch over her right eye, and lifted it upward, just once. The spy's previously clouded, unfocused pupils contracted violently, as if seized by an invisible thread, then in the span of a heartbeat slackened entirely into the dull, lifeless gray of stagnant water. Qing Tong's voice was icy and detached. "Answer whatever they ask." The bloodied wretch, his jaw already shattered, suddenly stilled the ragged bellows like wheezing in his throat. His neck stiffened upright, and he nodded mechanically like a puppet jerked by strings. Yes. Less than a blink had passed. No resistance. No psychological contest. This was divine power. In that instant, the familiar searing agony arrived on schedule. Not like needles piercing flesh, but as though molten iron had been poured directly into her eye socket, scorching along her optic nerve all the way to the base of her skull. Her knuckles, hidden within her sleeves, turned faintly blue from clenched tension. Yet her expression remained utterly blank. She was long accustomed to it. For years it was solely through her that Li State had swiftly gathered intelligence on rival nations, manipulated key figures across borders, and annihilated entire states without deploying a single soldier. Behind her, Jiasu watched the docile spy with quiet admiration. His gaze held surprise, yet more dominantly the appraising appreciation of a butcher surveying a perfectly balanced cleaver. What a relief. Though he had witnessed this many times before, astonishment still flickered in his eyes. Such divine power was truly terrifying. He rose to his feet, brushing non-existent dust from his robe's hem, and even found room for dry wit. "If the Ministry of Punishment's inept bureaucrats possessed your gift, I, as Grand Strategist, might finally enjoy some peace and save silver on torture implements." Qing Tong turned to leave, only for Jiasu's voice to cling to her back like damp silk. "A moment, divine lady. His Majesty awaits you in the Imperial study." Qing Tong did not pause. She vanished from his sight in moments. Imperial study. Li Xian sat behind his desk, observing Qing Tong seated silently beside him. His posture was relaxed, languid. "Before long, Lu State shall fall into my grasp, and then half the 9 provinces will belong to me." My gaze settled upon Qing Tong with evident satisfaction. "None of this would have been possible without you, Zai Tong. Once we crush Yin State, the realm itself shall be ours to share." A faint, brittle tug curved Qing Tong's lips, but she remained silent, her gaze fixed instead upon Li Xian's waist. There hung an object, capable of nullifying the control of her demoness eye and shielding her from the fatal curse that doomed her to die within 4 years. If she killed Li Xian, now she could flee this place, take that artifact, and reunite with her elder brother, returning at last to the carefree days of their youth. But not yet. Not only were countless elite guards and peerless martial masters arrayed around him, but even terrestrial immortals stood in his service. Li Xian himself was a prodigy of martial cultivation, barely 30, yet already a sovereign master. Perhaps within a few years he would ascend to the rank of terrestrial immortal. Perhaps cultivation had not yet vanished from this world. Indeed, martial arts here flourished far more vigorously than in Lu Ming's previous realm of transmigration. Though terrestrial immortals were rare, they were not mythical. each wielding power equivalent to a foundation establishment cultivator. Perhaps aware of how formidable the martial talent of the Li clan truly was, Li Xian had deliberately suppressed Qing Tong's growth. Every day, without fail, she was forced to swallow bitter medicinal concoctions. For years ago, she stood at Earth Force Realm. Today, she remained there, her strength even beginning to erode toward Shadow Force Realm. Noticing her lingering gaze, Li Xian glanced down at his waist and smiled. So you still haven't given up? You no longer intend to protect the man on Mongshan Mountain. Qing Tong shifted her gaze away. Li Xian stepped closer and patted her head, a gesture tender, almost fraternal. For now, set aside such thoughts. Obey faithfully, and become the sharpest blade in my hand. When the realm bears the surname Li, all you desire shall be yours by my decree. Whether it be freedom, or that rustic boy from Mongshan Mountain. The cold touch atop her head sent a violent churn deep within her stomach. Revulsion. Li Xian paid no heed to her reaction. He turned and resumed his seat behind the desk, plucking up a bright yellow memorial scroll. With a flick of his wrist, it arced gracefully through the air and landed precisely in Qing Tong's arms. He then lifted his teacup, skimmed the foam from its surface, and spoke again. His tone, now cool, detached, the voice of one who shaped empires. This contains the latest intelligence from Yin State. Read it carefully. Study it well. This is where you shall go next. Qing Tong glanced at the scroll, took it, and departed. From beginning to end, she uttered not a single word to Li Xian. Beyond the imperial study night reigned absolute. Li State's imperial palace stretched vast, so vast that its walls eclipsed distant mountains, and its rigid square-bound sky pressed down suffocatingly upon the earth. The rhythmic metallic rasp of patrolling imperial guards echoed down the long corridors, cold, precise, thick with martial austerity. Qing Tong raised her hand and covered her right eye. Her golden pupil sank into darkness. Only her left eye, the scarlet one, glimmered dimly through the gauze, perceiving the moon above in blurred spectral clarity. Through the demoness eye's vision, all things bore their own color of finality. That moon glowed with a sickly arterial red, as though a swollen blood-filled eyeball hung motionless overhead, gazing down upon the land with chilling indifference. A faint, indistinct voice seemed to echo at the edge of hearing, not from without, but from somewhere deeper, a strange, soul-deep resonance. The wind fell silent. The guard's footsteps ceased. The world emptied into vacuum, leaving only that fragile whisper-thin noise inside her skull growing steadily clearer. Do not. That voice pierced through time's heavy veil, not with divine authority, but with the trembling lost sob of a child wandering amid ruins. Clear yet fractured, drenched in a despair so profound it constricted her chest, making her heart ache inexplicably, as if those words were a prophecy she herself had spoken eons ago across countless cycles of rebirth. Do not repeat the past. She did not know what it was. Yet she answered instinctively. Rest assured, I will not. 5 years since the return of the Divine Maiden. The situation in the world has changed again. Lu Kingdom has fallen, its territory completely devoured by Li Kingdom. The two nations Li and Yin stand in confrontation across the river, perhaps weary of war, and both sides have tacitly lowered their flags and ceased hostilities. The court issued decree after decree reducing taxes and redistributing land, allowing the common folk to finally breathe a sigh of relief, returning their heads back to their waistbands. However, Mang Mountain has become even more desolate. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a large rock at the cliff's edge, holding a piece of dried grass, gazing at the winding path below. Over the years, most of the villagers of Lu Yun village have left. In chaotic times, hiding in the deep mountains is a means of survival, while in prosperous times, who would still want to scrape by in impoverished and harsh lands? Li Kingdom is now seen as a coveted paradise by everyone who, as long as there is no war, it is akin to heaven. Lu Ming, are you really not leaving? Wang Daniu, with a bundle even taller than himself on his back, called out from the road, his face flushed from the cold wind. Wang Bo next to him tugged at his grandson's sleeve, looking somewhat awkward, and bowed slightly to Lu Ming as a farewell. Lu Ming did not move, merely waved his hand. The stubborn Wang Daniu shrugged off his father's grip, rushed back a few steps, and pointed at Lu Ming's nose, saying, I knew you were a coward. Returning alone in disgrace back, then without bringing back Qing Tong, I have always looked down on you. Lu Ming chewed on the grass root, bitterness spreading in his mouth, remaining silent. If you're not going, then I will go. Wang Daniu thumped his chest with a resounding bang, saliva flying. Once I make something of myself and become a martial champion, I will bring back Qing Tong. You better not be jealous then. After saying that, the boy left without looking back, his footsteps crunching on the gravel, displaying a foolish bravado of a newcomer who fears nothing. Lu Ming watched that figure disappear into the mountain pass and spat out the grass root from his mouth. Foolish boy. In that place of Li Kingdom, where people devour each other without leaving bones, you wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between teeth. let alone Qing Tong, is still a divine maiden. However, he did not voice this thought. People must hold on to some hopes even if they are just jokes. The sun slanted to the west, and the mountain wind stung his face. Year after year, the originally lively settlement has been completely emptied. The dilapidated thatched huts swayed in the wind while the stove accumulated dust and wild grass grew to the doorstep. Apart from Lu Ming, only one person remained. Zheng Xiaolu squatted to one side, boiling porridge bubbles bubbling in the iron pot, with too little rice and too much water reflecting his pockmarked face. At 16, Xiaolu had grown tall like a bamboo shoot. The genes of Zheng's pockmarked face were too strong, leaving him with the same pockmarks, but he looked more pleasing than his father, lacking that lewdness. Xiaolu, Lu Ming called out. Hey brother, the porridge will be ready soon. Zheng Xiaolu did not lift his head, stirring the thin rice soup that was clear enough to see his reflection. Everyone has left, why haven't you? Lu Ming looked at him. Down the mountain in Li Kingdom, the lights were bright and opportunities were everywhere. Here on Ming Mountain, one could only drink the northwestern wind. Zheng Xiaolu paused for a moment, tapping the spoon against the pot's edge, producing a crisp sound. He raised his head and smiled widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth that did not quite match his somewhat shabby face. Brother Ming, my father is dead, and I have no other relatives. He scooped a bowl of porridge and handed it to Lu Ming with both hands. All these years, if it weren't for your protection, I would have been taken away by wolves or starved to death in some grass pile. Where you are, there is home for me. He stuffed the bowl into Lu Ming's hands, not minding the heat, and rubbed his hands on his tattered cotton jacket. Your presence is my home. His tone was so casual, as if he were simply stating that they would have porridge for dinner. Compared to a few years ago, Zheng Xiaolu has now emerged from the shadow of losing both parents, no longer taciturn, but instead filled with a sense of honesty. Lu Ming held the bowl, the steam stinging his eyes. These words sounded familiar. Many years ago, a girl had resolutely said the same thing. At that time, she was still here, and Mang Mountain was not so cold. Now only this bowl of thin porridge and a foolish younger brother with a face full of pockmarks remained. Lu Ming lowered his head and took a sip. The taste was bland and lacking. If you don't want to leave, then stay. He set the bowl down and cast his gaze towards the direction of the Li Kingdom's palace. The sky there was gloomier than here. Xiaoya, once you're full, start practicing. Don't let me carry you down the mountain later. Zheng Xiaoli's eyes brightened, and he gulped down the remaining porridge in a few bites. All right, brother. When are we heading down the mountain? Lu Ming gazed into the distance, his eyes calm as water. Soon. From innate to master, the energy expended was even more than Lu Ming had imagined. For ordinary warriors, even those with monstrous talent, would take 7 to 8 years to ascend from innate to master. Lu Ming's talent was not lacking, but certainly could not be labeled as monstrous. If he were to train normally, it would be typical for him to take 10 to 20 years to reach the master level. Yet he trained day and night with the reverse fate secret method, consuming at least hundreds of years of lifespan, and finally, in the 6th year, he ascended to the master realm. On the day he stepped into the master realm, there were no heavenly omens. The only difference was that the wind was a little louder than usual. Lu Ming patted the dust off his robe and stood up. The first thing he did was to stroll down the mountain. The spies from Li Kingdom, who were like flies hovering around him, saw that this turtle finally dared to stick its head out and were just about to relay the news when their necks went cold. There were no words wasted, no survivors left. Lu Ming didn't even draw his sword. His fingers sliced through the air a few times, and his true chi effortlessly cut through those people's throats like tofu. 17 corpses washed the path down the mountain in blood, staining it a bright red, as if giving Mang Mountain, which was about to be abandoned, one last fertilization. On the very first day of entering the master realm, he descended from the mountain and killed all the Li Kingdom spies, watching him staining half of Mang Mountain with blood. Early the next morning, Zheng Xiaolu was still mending his pants. Lu Ming kicked him on the backside. Let's go. Zheng Xiaoli's hand trembled, the needle pricking into his flesh, causing a drop of blood to surface. He ignored the pain, shoved his torn pants into his bundle, and grinned widely, his pockmarked face lighting up. Brother, are we really leaving this time? You're not lying to me, are you? No. The two of them headed west, not towards the Li Kingdom, which had nations coming to pay homage, but instead plunged straight into the territory of Yin Kingdom. Arriving at a place called Qingyou Town, they stopped. The name seemed honest, but in reality, it was not much different from a mass grave. If Li Kingdom was hiding rotten meat beneath brocade, then Yin Kingdom was straightforward, directly showing its festering sores. The streets were filled with homeless, the dead scattered everywhere, and the officials' knives were all used to chop off the heads of the common people. Lu Ming spent a few pieces of broken silver to acquire a dilapidated courtyard that no one wanted at the edge of the town. He planted vegetables in the front yard and raised chickens in the back, concealing his aura, appearing like a destitute scholar fleeing from disaster. The tea house in Qingtown is a hub of gossip. Regardless of its truth, anyone with a mouth can pour in their tales. Lu Ming had been residing here for a while and had listened to quite a number of stories. The most rampant rumor lately is about the discord between Prince Yin and the national master, with undercurrents stirring both the court and the common folk. The prince has not attended court for 3 months, leaving the entire court in utter chaos. With no oversight from above, the hearts of the people below have run wild. Previously, when the Li Kingdom was eyeing them from the borders, the officials of the Yin Kingdom at least knew to temper their greed, fearing that if they pushed the common folk too hard, there would be no one left to guard the city. Now that everyone knows the Li Kingdom has temporarily ceased its hostilities, these officials have lost all restraint, their gluttony more grotesque than the wolves on Ming Mountain. Bang! The sound of a gong reverberated, shaking dust from the ceiling of the tea house. A few plump men in shabby clothes blocked the street, their whips not striking people, but rather lashing at the sacks of grain. With each strike, the sacks burst, spilling white rice everywhere. This year's onmin tax increases by 3 dough for each household. The leader of the plump men had an oily face, and there was a foul smell in his speech. For those without rice, trade chickens. For those without chickens, trade people. And for those without anything, then trade your life here. The beggars on the street looked on numbly, no one crying or causing a scene. In this region, tears are the least valuable form of water. Too many tears could easily lead to death from thirst. Zheng Xiaolu squatted by the table leg, clutching a bun hard enough to kill a dog, his brows furrowed tightly. Brother, what kind of reasoning is this? He pointed at the spilled rice on the ground, feeling pain. That's food, not sand. This is called scraping bones and sucking marrow. Lu Ming took a sip of tea, the leaves being the lowest quality, bitter and acrid. He placed the teacup down, his voice quiet, yet audible to Zheng Xiaolu. When a person is about to die, the maggots will multiply. Oh, when a country is about to perish, corrupt officials will increase. It's the same principle. So are we just going to ignore this? Zheng Xiaolu stuffed the bun into his mouth and mumbled, that fat man has a money pouch hanging at his waist, enough for both of us to eat for half a year. Are you a thief or a hero? I'm someone who wants to eat meat. I'm a man with aspirations. Lu Ming gazed at the officials with calm eyes. The Yin Kingdom resembled a patient with a festering wound. While the exterior seemed fine, the inside was rotten to the core. Previously, with the external threat of the Li Kingdom, everyone banded together for survival. But now that the external threat has vanished, internal strife can easily dismantle this fragile framework. The Li Kingdom need not even draw their swords. If the flames of discord burn a little brighter, the Yin Kingdom will incinerate itself into a pile of ashes. The plump official trembled, his pig-like eyes darting around the corners of the tea house. At a table sat 2 individuals, one dressed like a scholar with delicate skin, the other appeared youthful with a vacant gaze. Under normal circumstances, such a fat sheep from the countryside would be skinned for its fat. But in this chaotic time, those bold enough to drink tea here without getting dirted usually have some background. The plump official was a seasoned rogue, knowing to pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. He cleared his throat, thickly swallowing back a glob of phlegm. Brother. Zheng Xiaolu put down the hard bun, cheeks puffed. Did that pig head just roll his eyes at me? Lu Ming rubbed the rough edge of his teacup with his fingertip, not even glancing up. He did. I find him displeasing. Then make him even more displeased. Lu Ming blew the tea foam, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. Go deal with him. Zheng Xiaolu grinned widely, exposing his white teeth. He sprang to his feet without a word, striding to the middle of the street. The plump official was about to strike an old man with his whip when he suddenly felt a tightness around his neck, as if gripped by iron pincers, lifting him off the ground like a fat chicken. Where did this come from? Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, Zheng Xiaolu swung back a resounding slap. The slap was delivered without holding back, causing half of the plump official's face to swell up like a steamed bun, a few bloodied yellow teeth, mixed with phlegm, flying 3 zhang away. The surrounding officials were momentarily stunned before erupting in chaos, drawing their knives, shouting, rebellious. Rebellious. Dare to strike an official, chop him up. 5 or 6 steel blades came crashing down. The onlookers in the tea house shut their eyes in fear, assuming this boy would be chopped into meat paste. Yet no screams were heard. Only the crisp sound of bones snapping echoed, merging into one. Zheng Xiaolu appeared slim, but having trained with Lu Ming over the years, he had already developed hidden strength. He did not evade, his shoulder swayed like a bull rushing down the mountain, crashing directly into the crowd. The officials who usually lorded over others were flung aside, like leaves collapsing with their steel knives feeling as fragile as paper falling from their hands. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with bodies. The plump official rolled on the ground, clutching his face, wailing like a slaughtered pig, shaking dust from the tea house ceiling. The entire street fell eerily silent. The beggars did not cheer, instead their faces turned pale, and some even began to retreat quietly. We've caused a huge mess. A huge mess. The old man who had almost been struck trembled like a leaf, his murky old eyes filled with despair. Young man, you should run, if this will get us all killed. Killing an official will only bring the army to massacre the town. In this chaotic world, a few worthless lives cannot quench the wrath of the officials. Zheng Xiaolu scratched his head. This was not the script he had envisioned, so he had no choice but to look back at Lu Ming. Lu Ming slowly stood up. He did not look at the mess on the ground, but brushed off non-existent dust from his robe and confidently walked up to the old man. The old man had received a lash on his arm, his skin torn and blood dripping down his withered arm into the dirt, dark red against the ground. "Old sir, does it hurt?" Lu Ming's voice was gentle. Without waiting for the old man to respond, he lifted his hand and lightly touched the old man's wound with his fingertip. There was no visible display of light, yet the gruesome wound began to close at a speed visible to the naked eye, the torn flesh seeming to be stitched together by an invisible hand, forming a scab in an instant, leaving only a faint white scar. The old man stared wide-eyed, almost having his eyeballs pop out. The retreating beggars stood rooted to the ground, mouths agape, their throats emitting incoherent sounds, unable to form complete words. In a place where even physicians had perished, this miraculous feat was more shocking than offering him a fortune of gold. The beast-taming technique contained some low-level spells, and healing a simple wound was naturally a simple task. Lu Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his faded blue robe fluttering in the wind. He wore a compassionate smile, casting his gaze over every face in the crowd, each marked by numbness and fear. The fate of the Yin kingdom has run its course. With demons disrupting the court, it has brought suffering upon the common people. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly penetrated everyone's ears, carrying an inexplicable allure. "I am but a disciple of the immortal Lord of Mang Mountain. Seeing the suffering of humanity, my master sent me down the mountain for two purposes: to exorcise demons and to save people." He pointed at the wailing official on the ground, and then at the healed old man. "Evil will be met with evil, and the righteous will receive their due rewards. From today onward, I shall take on the karma of Qingtown." After a brief silence, the old man suddenly knelt on the ground, his forehead banging heavily against the dusty stone slab, making a dull thud. Following that, the second third. The street was filled with beggars kneeling like a field of wheat blown down by the wind, a sea of black. They understood nothing of national righteousness or fate. They only knew that when this person pointed, their blood had stopped flowing. This is a deity. It is also the last straw they could grasp in their despair. The deity has manifested. We beseech the great deity to save us. Zheng Xiaolu stood to the side, watching his brother's solemn demeanor, unable to suppress a gulp. He muttered to himself, "Brother's acting is even more frightening than his skills." The sky over Qingyo town has changed. The dilapidated courtyard where Lu Ming resided has overnight become a place more imposing than the county office's grand hall. As the common folk passed by, even with burdens weighing 100 pounds on their shoulders, they would stop and respectfully bow in that direction. In their eyes, that green-clad Taoist who could create white bones and resurrect the dead with just a finger was 1,000 times more effective than the clay statue of Bodhisattva in the temple. In the back office of the town government, Lu Tongpan smashed the official kiln teacup from a previous dynasty to smithereens. Nonsensical words that confuse the masses. It's all nonsensical. Lu Tongpan, with a nose reddened by alcohol, jumped up from his chair shouting, "What mountain of Mang's immortal? What walking around? That is rebellion. This is a matter of losing one's head." The clerk beside him shrank his neck and softly advised, "Sir, that person's methods are wicked. Even those seasoned soldiers have been killed." "Wicked, my foot." Lu Tongpan spat as he spoke. "No matter how skilled one is, they still fear a kitchen knife. Send the remaining archers from the office and gather the ruffians from Black Dog as well. I refuse to believe that we can't chop up this charlatan with over 20 people." Once they left, it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea. By the time the sun was setting in the west, those 20 or so thugs who usually terrorized the countryside had not returned, not even a head or a shred of clothing. The entire street was eerily quiet, occasionally pierced by the caw of a crow, sending chills down people's spines. Lu Tongpan could no longer sit still. Having navigated the officialdom for half his life, while he lacked other talents, his instinct for survival was top-notch. This was no ordinary Taoist. He was clearly a powerful dragon crossing the river, coming to devour the flesh of this local snake. As night fell, the moon hid behind dark clouds and the winds rose. Lu Tongpan didn't even bring his most cherished concubine. He hastily stuffed several boxes of gold bars and valuables into a bundle. Changing into a coarse cloth outfit, he threw his official robe to the ground and slinked out the back door. As he nervously opened the rusty brass lock at the back door, a gust of cold wind rushed in, making his plump body shiver. This was no ordinary wind, it was the aura of death. He suddenly turned around. On the originally empty high-back chair in the main hall, an unknown figure had appeared without him noticing. Lu Ming held the purple clay pot that Lu Tongpan usually wouldn't dare to use, tilting it to his mouth and taking a sip. The tea was scalding hot, yet he appeared completely unfazed, letting out a contented sigh. Zheng Xiaolu stood in the shadows with his arms crossed, still dripping blood from the steel knife. He had picked up the drops, landing on the precious floor tiles, making a drip-drip sound that echoed like a death knell in the silent night. Lu Tongpan's legs felt as if the tendons had been pulled weak as noodles. The gold bars in his bundle clattered to the ground, dazzling his eyes. "You? How did you get in here?" He trembled, his teeth chattering. This residence was surrounded by high walls and fortified with iron spikes. Even a bird flying in would lose a few feathers. Lu Ming ignored him. He set down the teapot and elegantly dusted off his sleeves, his expression reminiscent of someone enjoying the moon in their own backyard rather than in this bloody hellscape. "This tea is quite good," preaching dragon, while tea, only a family of officials could enjoy such a luxury. Lu Ming remarked before slightly raising his eyes and surveying Lu Tongpan's mismatched outfit. "It's late, and the dew is heavy. With so much yellow and white on your back, where are you planning to go, Lord Lu?" His voice was as gentle as jade, yet in Lu Tongpan's ears it sounded more explosive than a judge's gavel from hell. Thud! Lu Tongpan could no longer hold himself up, his knees crashing heavily onto the bluestone floor, the sound dull enough to make one's teeth ache. He knocked his head against the ground, furiously bowing like a garlic clove, his forehead soon a bloody mess. "Great Immortal, spare my life. Great Immortal, please spare me. I did not recognize the great mountain. My heart was clouded by greed. This gold, all this gold is a tribute to you, my incense money." As he wailed, he scrambled with both hands and feet to push the scattered gold bars towards Lu Ming, his face smeared with snot and tears, utterly devoid of the imposing demeanor he had in the light of day. Lu Ming did not glance at the gold. He stood up, hands clasped behind his back, walking towards Lu Tongpan, his boots scraping against the bloodied gold bars, producing a harsh sound. "This humble Taoist has mentioned that I am here to ferry people across." Lu Ming leaned down, extending a slender finger to gently pat Lu Tongpan's trembling shoulder. "Since I am here to ferry, there must be someone to protect the law, someone to manage affairs, and someone to take the blame." A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, yet his tone grew increasingly compassionate. "Lord Lu, this Taoist temple in Qingyo Town is in need of a knowledgeable steward who understands worldly affairs. I see the blackness in your brow. You are destined for calamity soon. Only by entering my service can you ensure your life and property. What say you, Lord Lu?" Lu Tongpan's body stiffened as he looked up at the handsome face close at hand. It bore the smile of a deity, yet also the grimace of a vengeful ghost. I am willing to serve the immortal master." Lu Tongpan shouted hoarsely, bowing even more vigorously. He was a clever man, and clever men knew that being a dog was far better than being dead. "Very well." Lu Ming placed the purple clay pot back on the table steadily, the bottom of the pot brushing against the red wood with a soft sound. This slight noise caused Lu Tongpan's heart, which had just settled, to tremble again. Lu Tongpan did not dare to rise, remaining prostrate on the ground, his eyes darting around as he tentatively asked, "What orders does the immortal master have? Do you want me to renovate the temple, rebuild the golden statue? Or do you think your residence lacks grandeur? Just say the word, and the land of Qingyo Town is yours to command." He was a seasoned bureaucrat, well aware that nothing in this world could be accomplished without money, nor could one afford to neglect the Buddha. As long as this calamity, Star desired wealth and enjoyment, his life would be spared. Lu Ming did not respond. His long fingers tapped absent-mindedly on the table, the rhythm languid, yet it resonated in Lu Tongpan's ears like the drumbeat before an execution. "What I want you to do is simpler yet more challenging than this." Lu Ming leaned slightly forward, his gaze passing over Lu Tongpan's bald head, looking out into the pitch-black night beyond the door. "I want you to create momentum. Create momentum." Lu Tongpan was taken aback. "Make the commotion as large as possible, the larger the better." Lu Ming spoke in a flat tone, as if discussing what to have for supper that night. "Go tell the world, tell the people of Qingyo Town, and even the traveling merchants, that this humble Taoist is the only true cultivator in this world. As for that esteemed national master who receives countless tributes." At this point, Lu Ming finally lowered his head to look at Lu Tongpan. His gaze was clear and piercing, yet it sent chills down one's spine, freezing the very blood in their veins. "He is merely a counterfeit who has usurped the divine position." Thunderous. The taut string in Lu Tongpan's mind completely snapped. The most outrageous thing he had ever done in his life was to take a little relief grain and pressure a couple of families into selling their land. Originally thinking this gentleman aimed to seize power for himself, even if it meant rebellion to become emperor, he would grit his teeth and follow along to survive. But this man intended to overthrow the national master. That was a living deity who could summon winds and rains, deeply favored by the current emperor. In the Ingwa, cursing the emperor might lead to a beheading, but cursing the national master would mean having one's soul extracted and lit as a lantern, never to be reincarnated.